They would use 2 years to unify the 4 kingdoms, then accumulate the army of God punishment soldiers. With the solid walls and terrain of Hermes, they would have the ability to fight the enemy. Tayfun closed his eyes and said he was old and couldn't see that time coming. The old man shook his head and laughed, deciding not to dwell on morbid thoughts anymore. He asked about the snow powder formula that Zero had obtained. Maine scornfully replied that although it could clear the demonic beasts, it had little effect on the real demons and hybrids. The only way to defeat the demons was a direct confrontation. Just then, a long horn sounded from the lookout tower on the side of the city wall. One long blast, then 2, and before the echo of the horn had ended, the 3rd horn blasted. Maine could hardly believe his ears. 3 horn blasts represented a situation of extreme urgency. The new holy city was in immediate danger. What on earth had the lookout seen? Maine quickly found the answer. Among the black tide of demonic beasts, there were 2 monsters of immense size. They had 4 robust tusks, 4 feet, and 2 hands, and were covered in pitch-black fur. Maine was completely overtaken by a terrifying thought. Why would the horror beast, which according to the Holy Book would only appear 5 years before the disaster, appear now in Hermes? The next day, Roland bid farewell to Lien and Honey in the castle's back garden. The 2 thanked Roland for his care over the past few months. Roland also gave the 2 witches gifts. Lien was slightly stunned, thinking it was another set of lingerie, but Honey was very happy and couldn't wait to unwrap it. She pulled out a long white strip of cloth. She was somewhat disappointed, wondering why it wasn't a bra. Roland coughed twice and said it was a scarf. He stepped forward, held up the cloth strip made of pure cotton, and wrapped it around her neck. This would keep her warm. There was another gift inside, a small mirror set in a wooden box. Honey's exclamation attracted the attention of the other witches. Soon, the witches from Slumbering Isle gathered around and took turns looking at themselves in the mirror. Tilly walked to Roland's side. She commented on the convenient water supply and comfortable rooms, and how much the place had changed in just a year. Roland smiled and asked if she regretted letting the witches come to Border Town. Tilly naturally didn't think so. She hoped that all witches could live better lives. Tilly prepared to join the rescue operation. Roland was worried about Tilly's safety, but Tilly said she could protect herself. To prove her point, she slowly lifted off the ground, her body floating in mid-air as if weightless. She then pointed her right hand at an open space, and a bright flash of lightning burst from her fingertips. Roland thought Tilly had 2 abilities. But Tilly said this was her little secret. She hadn't planned to reveal it to him. However, after the meeting last night, she misunderstood Roland. She was pleased that Roland could honestly tell her about the ancient ruins and share his knowledge, and also felt a bit apologetic. Roland said he understood, then Tilly asked about the clothing that Honey mentioned earlier. Roland almost choked on his own saliva and coughed twice before suggesting that she could ask Sylvie or Evelyn. Tilly seemed a bit dissatisfied, thinking that Roland was indeed withholding information from her. He sent Lien and Honey off with hot air balloon, and they started talking about the ruins again. Tilly wondered why these ruins belonged to the church but were abandoned. Many things were mysteries, such as the history of 400 years ago, the origin of God, and the magic stones and demons. After some thought, Tilly asked Roland, "Don't you feel like the church just appeared out of nowhere?" As Roland returned to his office, this question lingered in his mind. He closed his eyes, thinking about the religions of the modern world, each of which had its own history and a complete narrative describing the power of God and the origin. Compared to these, the church in this world seemed rather immature. Suddenly, Kyle walked into the office, bringing with him Charles. They had made significant progress in the large-scale production of nitric acid. Roland was surprised and pleased. He stood up excitedly and asked for details. Kyle chuckled and said that it was all Charles's credit. The young Charles seemed a little restrained. He bowed and then explained that they had dried saltpeter to obtain dilute nitric acid and then used concentrated sulfuric acid to purify it. Charles tried to put the two together, directly heating saltpeter in concentrated sulfuric acid. As a result, they successfully obtained a nitric acid solution with very high purity, even to the point of observing a smoking phenomenon. Roland immediately thought of exothermic reactions, but this was not the same. Charles himself didn't know why it worked. He conducted many experiments afterward and believed that his discovery was coincidental. Kyle interjected, explaining that he had made some deductions according to the chemical formula, guessing that some component in saltpeter had reacted with sulfuric acid to produce nitric acid, which then evaporated when heated. Suddenly, Roland remembered that his chemistry textbook indeed mentioned that before the invention of artificial ammonia production, people used sodium nitrate or potassium nitrate to react with concentrated sulfuric acid to produce nitric acid, which was the oldest industrial method. Of course, because this method consumes a large amount of sulfuric acid and is extremely corrosive to equipment, it was soon replaced by more advanced technology. But this won't be a problem in the border town. As for the strong corrosiveness of nitric acid vapor, it could be solved by psoriasis coating. Roland happily patted Charles on the shoulder. He had another task for him. He said with solemnity, now that they had a reliable source of nitric acid, the next step was to try to make a very dangerous item, nitroglycerin. Well, how dangerous, you may ask? Rapid temperature changes, shocks, impacts, and friction could all potentially cause an explosion. However, both of alchemists didn't see this as dangerous, but rather as an interesting experiment. Roland needed this kind of powerful high explosive. And all three of them were excited to blow something up. Tilly's biggest interest was to stroll along the flat streets of Border Town and observe this remote domain that has undergone remarkable changes under the rule of Roland. The most impressive thing for her was probably the unparalleled vitality that this small town exudes. Andrea looked at the pedestrians coming and going on the street. Many people came out to work even in cold weather. Ashes naturally started arguing with her. Sylvie sighed and explained that the reason is simple. In winter, common folks are reluctant to move around because it consumes a lot of energy, they can't get enough to eat, and they are susceptible to catching a cold or disease, but these problems do not exist in the border town. Sylvie then went on to explain the operating model of border town, which leads to low food prices, and everyone can have enough to eat. When Ashes heard that Roland only bought and sold grain at fixed purchase and selling prices, she regarded this as forced buying and selling. Tilly then pointed out that wheat needs to be threshed, milled, and stored, which all require costs. Sylvie continued, saying that the extra fees collected can be used as wages for those workers handling the wheat, to build new granaries, and to expand the production scale, providing new job opportunities. Suddenly, a long bell rang from the direction of the city wall, which was an alarm for the demonic beast attack. They were already impatient to show Roland the combat ability of the witches from Slumbering Isle. When the bell rang, the entire camp boiled over. All the soldiers ran quickly to the wall along with the crowd. Everyone was not nervous, and their morale was high. One of the soldiers heard a rumor that a selective few would be incorporated into an elite artillery unit. Everyone was shocked and only Vanner was silent. Axe had found him a week ago and told him that Prince Roland planned to develop a new type of cannon, completely different from the field guns currently in use, and it wouldn't be given to the First Army, but would be placed on the ship, making it a warship with long-range attack capabilities. The operator of the new type of cannon will be the best member of the artillery team, and if Vanner wants to join, he can apply. Vanner, of course, agreed without hesitation. He was also told that if he could make great achievements, the newly built warships would be named after those who had made outstanding contributions. Vanner interrupts the discussion of the artillery team members, telling them to stay focused. Soon a large number of demonic beasts began to attack the city wall. The bullets of the revolving rifle were dense and continuous, and white smoke rose from the city wall. As soon as Andrea climbed up to a corner of the city wall, she saw a line of soldiers dressed as militiamen standing on the wall. They were holding a strange weapon in their hands, which was probably the firearms mentioned by Ashes. Although the firing rate was fast, the accuracy was very low. Ashes said that these people used to be miners, farmers, and hunters, and they had only used this weapon for 6 months. Tilly thought for a moment and asked Sylvie about the firearms. Sylvie said that firearms were similar to crossbows. But they fired a small ball using the impact of the explosion of black powder. Suddenly, a creature that looked like a giant turtle, with a huge shell on its back, rushed over. Andrea was immediately energized. She asked Ashes to cover her, and Ashes reluctantly drew the big sword from her back, ready for battle. Sylvie stopped her, but Andrea didn't hear the latter half of Sylvie's words. She only heard a deafening explosion, like thunder exploding next to her ears. Turning her head, the metal tubular objects on the city wall spewed out flames simultaneously. The big long and hard tubes fired ammunition far beyond her arrows. The battle didn't last long and ended very quickly. A swath of demonic beast corpses lay in front of the city wall, and the flowing hot blood caused a white smoke to float above the snow. Back at the castle, His Highness Roland still prepared a hearty dinner for the witches. It seemed that no matter how the world changed, the warm and welcoming nature of this small town remained unchanged, leaving a deep impression on all who visited or lived there. Looking at the variety of dishes on the table, Andrea felt even more upset. Whether it's weapons or food, everything was too powerful. She had always thought that food sprinkled with various spices and sauces was an extremely vulgar way of eating, and that seasonings were only used to cover up the flaws in the food itself. But every dish on the table was terrifyingly delicious. Whether it was mushrooms or what looked like ordinary vegetable soup, and most special of all, the ice cream sandwich dessert. The milk-scented ice cream sandwiched between 2 slices of bread. After taking a bite, the cold and soft feeling was simply too addictive. She kept telling herself that this was the last piece, the last piece. Looking at Ashes, who showed a provocative smile at her, Andrea didn't respond for the first time. On the 3rd day, with the completion of the assembly of the large hot air balloon, the day to start exploring the ruins had arrived. This time, the hot air balloon flew very low, almost scraping over the rooftops of the town. Most of the townsfolk witnessed the hot air balloon, with many stunned in place, and others cheering for His Highness Roland. Perhaps in their eyes, only the Lord of Border Town could create such miracles. As they passed the western city wall, the soldiers of the First Army all saluted in unison, greeting Lightning and Macy in the air. Tilly looked at Lightning. It seemed that she really liked it here. Savvy sighed, saying this was the first time she had seen the Western Territory covered in heavy snow. Savvy had also lived in the Western Territory before, then sneaked on the Slumbering Isle by boat after hearing about rumors that the Slumbering Isle was harboring witches. Wendy now understood why, when the rumors of Border Town harboring witches had spread, no witches had ever visited them. Savvy was surprised to learn that Roland had also put out messages to gather witches. Ashes came over and said smugly, indeed they were spreading messages, and that Tassa was once caught right by her. Andrea scoffed and said if Ashes hadn't met Lady Tilly, she might have gone to Border Town long ago. Ashes replied, saying she wouldn't do anything for His Highness Roland. Andrea repeated it, replicating Ashes' voice, saying Ashes was quite proficient in saying it, calling him His Highness already, and the two started arguing again. Tilly couldn't help but smile, telling them that whether it was Slumbering Isle or Border Town, they should stop dividing themselves. She turned around, her gaze sweeping over the many witches. Nightingale and Anna also smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Tilly's gaze landed on Anna. If she had to choose one of them who left the deepest impression, it would probably be this woman who had a profound influence on Roland. Suddenly, Lightning looked down. When they arrived at their destination, everyone was stunned by the sight. The stone tower had disappeared, and a huge hole had appeared on the ground. Sylvie used her ability to look inside. She looked very uncomfortable. A monster resembling a maggot was moving toward the northwest, and the ruins were in its belly. What should they do next? Everyone turned their eyes to Tilly unanimously. Tilly asked if there were other things, like demons. Sylvie observed for a while and then shook her head, saying there were only some demonic beasts, but they were all in its belly and seemed to have died. Tilly thought for a moment and decisively said they would land now. Some people will stay outside, and others will follow her into the hole to kill the giant beast and retrieve the sealed witch. Nightingale and Andrea, the two combat witches, were keeping watch outside, guarding the entrance of the cave, while the others went inside. Tilly carried Ashes on her back, while Macy carrying Anna and Sylvie. They advanced deeper, guided by lightning. This was the decision Tilly made after thorough consideration. Although she felt somewhat uneasy, she had to know why the monster targeted the stone tower. This hole was deeper than she had expected, and the surrounding soil emitted a pungent smell. Up close, one could see the sticky liquid dripping from the surface of the mud. As the group ventured deeper, the light quickly faded, and the entire bottom of the cave, except for the faint light from a few torches, was plunged into darkness. At that moment, Sylvie quietly warned that the monster was just ahead. Strange sounds came from the depths of the cave, resembling crunching noises. The witches saw the tail of the beast. It crawled forward slowly, its writhing skin constantly secreting a pungent mucus. Tilly looked at Anna. Anna then summoned a sphere of black flame, which in a blink of an eye turned into a thin line flying straight toward the beast. This thin line pierced the creature's skin, releasing a billowing white fog. Even though Anna had explained her abilities before setting out, seeing them firsthand still made Tilly shocked. With the ability to move her consciousness freely, the black fire transformed into a thin line that was sharper than any sword. The beast let out a sharp wail, its body writhing crazily. It quickly shredded a good portion of its hefty body. Gradually, the monster ceased its struggles. Sylvie says that the monster's heart has stopped beating, but magic is still flowing in its body. No one recognizes what kind of demonic beast this is. After Anna's burning, the smell is not as strong as before. They observed under Sylvie's guidance. They quickly found the stone tower, now reduced to mere rubble, but the crystal coffin did not have any trace of corrosion on it. Tilly glanced at Anna, who nodded in acknowledgement, stretching the black fire into a thin thread and gently pressing it onto the crystal coffin. It began to slowly cut through the crystal, and several cracks formed on the crystal. Almost simultaneously, Savvy summoned an invisible barrier, protecting the witches within. Ice shards shot out, revealing the inner core. Suddenly, everyone felt a gust of icy cold, the temperature around them plummeting sharply. Under the burning of the black flames, the ice crystal melted even faster. When all the ice crystals were completely melted, the woman sealed within revealed herself. She seemed to still be lost in deep slumber, falling into Ash's arms. Ashes could still feel the woman's faint heartbeat. Tilly couldn't believe it. The woman had survived in the extremely low temperature of the ice crystal, confirming that she was a witch. As for who she was, they would have to wait until they returned to the border town for a thorough inquiry. Andrea stood somewhat bored next to the hollow entrance, the passage of time seemingly slowing down. She originally came from an upper noble family. She had been taught that elegance and restraint were essential qualities for an unmarried lady. But Andrea was indecisive about initiating a conversation. She remembered a rumor that Nightingale had once fought Ashes in a duel. She pondered that if she were to gather information about an old opponent, it wouldn't count as initiating a conversation. Turning around and lifting her head, she was shocked to find that Nightingale was gone. Shortly after, she heard the faint sound of footsteps. However, when she looked up, there was nothing but snow on the ground without a single figure in sight. The footstep sounds quickly drew closer, and suddenly, she realized that the enemy was invisible. Just as she was about to sound an alarm, a roaring noise suddenly erupted next to her ear. A bizarrely shaped monster appeared, looking like a mutated mantis. Nightingale shattered its skull with her dual pistols. Andrea bit her lip. She had been too careless. She summoned her magic longbow, but she didn't know where to aim. Nightingale fired a few more shots, and one by one, the monsters fell. Andrea asked Nightingale when she had noticed them. Nightingale replied that she had noticed them when they first appeared because they had magic in them. This was the first time Andrea had heard that demonic beasts also possessed magic. Nightingale pondered and said, maybe they're hybrids. Soon, the witches who had ventured deep into the cave returned to the surface. The hot air balloon quickly inflated and ascended, starting to move in the direction of the town. On the balloon, they discussed the demonic beasts they had just encountered. Just then, Sylvie let out a gasp of surprise. She looked down, and Andrea leaned over to see, but she saw nothing. On closer inspection, the corpses of the monsters that were lying on the ground were suddenly missing half their bodies. There were countless footprints in the snow. Nightingale casually remarked, probably hundreds of them, all running towards the cave. Maybe they want to have a feast. While Nightingale thought this had nothing to do with them anymore, Tilly was growing increasingly uneasy. In the northern part of the town, Carter was giving a speech to the latest formed department, the police department. Their mission was to catch criminals, combat illegal activities, protect citizens, and maintain order in the territory. Carter would lead them on their first mission, and everyone orderly followed their chief knight. Wade couldn't believe that he had passed the assessment, completed the comprehensive training, and became a member of this new department. Recalling when the city hall official came to inform him, he still remembered the question on the initial written test, reportedly created by Prince Roland himself: if you were a coachman driving a carriage carrying 2 civilians on a narrow mountain road and suddenly a group of refugees appeared in front of you. Unable to swerve, your only choices are to hit them or let the carriage fall off the cliff. The first option would cause many refugee deaths, the second would cause the death of 2 civilians. But as a coachman, he could survive thanks to his skills. What would he choose? Wade didn't know the right answer, but he wrote a comprehensive paragraph explaining his choice. He was delighted to be a policeman, earning a stable salary. Soon, the group arrived at the docks where refugees from different places were gathered. Prince Roland, wanting to ensure they safely survived the winter, had sent people to bring them to border town. Their first task was to assist the city hall in maintaining order, ensuring these people lined up one by one to go through the inspection checkpoints for quarantine and registration. It sounded straightforward, a process that Wade had experienced himself just a month earlier. Suddenly, there was a disturbance behind them. Wade turned around to see a man in a fur robe, escorted by several guards, approaching the dock area. Everyone recognized him immediately. It was the Lord of Border Town, Prince Roland. Wade hadn't expected the prince to personally inspect the refugees. Suddenly, a man claiming to be from the north and skilled at farming was registering. Wade noticed the refugee glanced in Prince Roland's direction without a hint of respect in his eyes. As the staff member was about to let him pass, Wade subconsciously told him to stop. He asked the man which month during winter should he seed the wheat. Upon hearing the question, the city hall official looked at Wade impatiently, saying they were only doing the registration process right now. The refugee didn't answer Wade's question, but Wade examined the man's clothing. If he were from the north, such attire would have frozen him, and he wasn't even wearing gloves. His accent wasn't northern either. Wade grabbed his right hand, and the staff member also caught on something was wrong. They both asked who the man was, and suddenly, the man pulled out a red pill from his pocket and swallowed it. His muscles expanded instantly, and his body reddened. He violently threw Wade to the ground. Wade fell hard, his unhealed back injury flaring up in painful bursts. Suddenly, 4 or 5 more people broke from the crowd, heading straight for Prince Roland. Wade yelled a warning to the prince. Roland merely looked at the rampaged man coldly. Soon, Wade heard a series of thudding sounds, and the head of the man who had thrown him exploded into a spray of blood in the ensuing cloud of smoke. The others who had attacked Roland also fell. The strange men who rushed out of the crowd were all eliminated, and the sudden incident caused a wave of panic among the refugees. The scene was filled with continuous screams, gradually becoming uncontrollable. At this moment, Prince Roland's resounding voice suddenly echoed over the crowd. The guards and soldiers gathered around. Echo used her ability to allow everyone to hear Roland's voice. Everyone, including Wade, could hear a clear, calm speech as if the speaker were whispering right into their ears. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Roland declared that he was the lord of Border Town and that Border Town would provide everyone with food and shelter from the dreaded winter. Everyone will have food to fill their stomachs, a roof above their heads, and many jobs with great salaries. The houses were all solid huts, with stoves under the beds, so even in winter, wearing just a single layer of clothes in their homes, they will still feel warm. The food supplied will be soup and porridge with delicious dried meat every day. Hearing this, the children started to salivate. As Wade listened to this speech, he noticed that the prince, unlike most nobles, did not emphasize his power and the duties of his citizens. He didn't proclaim that everyone under his rule must obey his will. Instead, from the perspective that concerned the people the most, he described his promise through the provision of food and shelter. Seeing the yearning expressions on the faces of the refugees at the dock, it was evident that his words were undoubtedly more touching to their hearts. Roland continued, expressing his hope that all his citizens could lead a good life, but the enemies hidden in the dark did not want this. The ones who rushed out like beasts just now were undoubtedly sent by them. Wade realized that the panic had dissipated. When those abnormal assassins were seen as a common enemy, the refugees' anxiety and worry gradually turned into anger towards the perpetrators who had attempted to harm the prince. They are the villains who wanted to ruin their good life. Such people should not be forgiven. Carter suddenly came over and told Wade that the prince wanted to see him. Roland praised Wade's observational skills and inquired about his previous identity. Wade honestly replied that he had served in the patrol squad in Golden Harvest City until it was attacked by a large number of pirates. The prince looked at Wade's information, which didn't include this. Roland asked why he had hidden it. Wade hesitated for a moment but eventually told his story. He owed his life to an old man named Kakosim, and he couldn't abandon him. After knowing the ins and outs, Roland nodded and then proceeded to ask for more information about Wade and Kakosim. Wade wondered why the prince asked if he and Kakosim had any family members, but he answered truthfully nonetheless. After knowing both of them had lost all of their family members, Roland told Wade that anyone with special skills could be given priority to rent a residence in the inner town and enjoy all the rights of the citizens. This naturally included their family members. Wade was stunned for a moment, then heard Roland ask him if he understood what he meant. Wade suppressed his excitement, knelt again, and thanked Roland. Roland, not a fan of people kneeling, quickly asked Carter to help him up. As Wade bowed and left, Roland told Wade to continue his hard work, for his own sake and Kakosim's. What he had always been worried about finally had a resolution, and Wade felt a lot lighter. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the written test. He couldn't help but ask the prince about the question from the written test. Why did Roland choose him? Roland explained that there was no correct answer to the test. It was to assess the literacy level and writing skills of the applicants. As long as they could understand the question and express their thoughts, the test would be considered passed. After Wade left, Carter whispered and said that he had learned about the situation of the assassins. Turns out, because there were not enough boats, the news was inadvertently leaked when the envoy tried to hire new boats from his friend. After Timothy found out, he had his people join the refugees and come to the Western Territory. Timothy did not dare to attack Border Town, but it was clear that he wanted to take revenge on Roland. Luckily, these assassins only carried pills instead of gunpowder. Roland instructed Carter to keep a stricter watch in the future, to ensure the safety of the other refugees, and not to let any assassins slip through. He would assign Nightingale and Sylvie to assist them. Leaf suddenly rushed in. She excitedly said, "Everyone's back." Roland stood up abruptly and followed her quickly to the backyard. A huge hot air balloon was slowly descending. As soon as the basket touched the ground, Anna jumped down. Roland opened his arms to welcome her, and she greeted him with a smile and a light hug. Lightning and Macy rushed over too. Roland simply stood in place, letting everyone including Wendy and Nightingale hug him in turn. Tilly looked at this scene and smiled, commenting on how harmonious Roland was with everyone. Roland laughed and asked if she wanted a hug from her brother. She chuckled and shook her head, saying she still remembered when Roland picked her up and dropped her on the ground. Roland could only shrug in innocence, then turned his gaze to the woman in Ash's arms. Nightingale mentioned that the woman's magic power was completely drained and would take several days to recover. Roland ordered a room to be cleared for her and asked everyone to tell him what had happened during their journey. After hearing Tilly and Nightingale's recounts, Roland couldn't help but feel a cold sweat. Despite all of the witch's abilities, pursuing a gigantic demonic beast they had never seen before deep underground was still a very dangerous task. Tilly had a new theory. She noticed that the burrowing maggot kept drilling into the demon's territory. She speculated that there was a hierarchical relationship between the demons and the demonic beasts, similar to the one between humans and dogs. However, there was still an enigma that Roland couldn't understand. The demonic beasts only launched attacks on human settlements during the months of demons. If it was because the demons, due to the red mist, could not quickly occupy the entire wilderness and completely drive humans off the continent, they could have constantly sent demonic beasts to harass the four kingdoms. Why would they wait until winter to take action? Furthermore, some hybrid species showed high intelligence. Tilly sighed, expressing her worry about the invisible demonic beasts they encountered. These mantis-like beasts could hide their forms during the day, move stealthily, and were almost impossible to guard against. She realized that they knew very little about the demonic beasts. Roland felt relieved that these invisible mantises had not appeared in the western region. Otherwise, if several of these arrived each winter, the Changgu stronghold would have been reduced to ruins long ago. Tilly knew that the longer the months of demons lasted, the stronger the demonic beasts became. Given that it began to snow in the autumn this time, they might face very dangerous enemies. Now, they could only rely on Nightingale and Sylvie to monitor the defensive line. After the discussion ended, Roland headed towards the blue-haired witch's room with Scroll. Scroll hesitated, believing that the woman could potentially be an enemy since they had not confirmed her identity yet. Roland understood this, so he temporarily put a god's stone of punishment on the witch. He sighed, hoping the witch would not misunderstand them. As they entered the room, only Anna was left taking care of the woman. The blue-haired witch hadn't woken up yet. Nanawa and Lily had both came, but there was no reaction. A guard shouted, "Master, the city wall has been breached, the coalition army won't hold for much longer. We need to leave now." The woman could already hear the sounds of battle outside. The overcast sky was revealing a dull red light as if enveloped in viscous blood. More soldiers were dying, and multiple different demons appeared on the battlefield, slaughtering the coalition. After a volley of spears, dozens lay in pools of blood, their painful screams filling the battlefield. A nearby guard tightly grabbed the woman, trying to prevent her from risking her life. The woman asserted she could fight. Her magic surged, exuding an icy aura that shook off the guard's hand. Without looking back, she strode forward. As a member of the Holy City's witches, if she had to die, she would die on the battlefield. Just then, a clear rebuke came from the side of the battlefield. A person fell from the sky, appearing like a deity descending. She raised her long sword high. Her auburn hair, like fire, instantly ignited hope in everyone's heart. The blessed warrior of the Federation, the transcendent witch Acaris. Amidst the people's surprise, Acaris raised her heavy sword and swung it at the oncoming demons. At that moment, it seemed as if time had stopped, with the light appearing like the last shadows before dawn. When she opened her eyes again, all the demons had been slain. Acaris seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She kneeled on one knee, telling everyone else to go first. Someone in the crowd asked, "Where should we go?" Tears streamed down the blue-haired woman's face. Where should they go indeed? Even the last holy city had fallen under the attack of the demons. Tens of thousands had died, all their measures exhausted, yet they could not turn the tide of the battle. Acaris, summoning all her strength, stood up. She raised her huge sword, her voice resonating across the battlefield. She steadfastly told everyone not to give up hope, that they needed to cross the mountains and rivers and head to the wilderness to rebuild their home. People slowly left the city, prepared to go to this new land to survive. The blue-haired woman looked at the holy city. What had once been the most luxurious of cities was now plunged into chaos and disorder. She didn't know if continuous escape could change anything, but she took her party away from the crowd and hurriedly moved west. The experimental tower in the forest held critical magic stones and documents she had left behind. Behind them, a group of demons suddenly appeared. Apart from her guards, the rest had no combat power. A few knights heroically covered for them. From the initial dozens of people, only 3 remained. Her trusty chief guards didn't flee. It was a common belief in the holy city that witches were chosen by the gods, and those without magic were merely the soil to cultivate them. However, the chief guard and those who protected her, she saw courage and resilience. Under the protection of the chief guard, the woman finally arrived at the stone tower. She entered the secret chamber and found the red magic stone. Suddenly, the roar of demons came from outside the door. The woman knew she couldn't die here. She needed to take all her research results out. She injected magic into the magic stone, causing it to continuously emit a signal crying for help. She invoked all her magic, transforming it into a gush of frost. The demon lifted its spear, its arm rapidly expanding. The next moment, the coldly gleaming spearhead flew straight at her. She sealed herself away. She didn't know how long it had been. Her vision turned pitch black, and all sound disappeared. Her body no longer felt cold, as if she was wrapped in a bundle of soft velvet. It felt like she was not in a dark basement, but lying on a soft bed. The pain of being about to be pierced did not come for a long time. She tried to slowly open her eyes and suddenly heard a woman's voice, saying, "Your Highness, she's awake." She casting her gaze to her side, only to see a man enter her field of vision. Roland asked her how she was feeling, but the woman didn't answer. Instead, she asked where she was. Roland gently replied, "This is Border Town," and then introduced himself and the Witch Union. She tried to get out of bed but found herself completely weak. The woman was thinking, things were moving in a direction she didn't want to see. The Witch Union, Prince of Grey Castle, Border Town, what exactly had happened? Looking at the 3 witches in the room, she was happy to see her kind, but they all seemed to be subordinates of the man who called himself a prince. She took a moment to recall, her eyes wide in disbelief. The title Prince was a very old title, a secular title from the time of the first divine battle 400 years ago. She thought she had gone back in time, that the gods had given her a second chance to prepare and save the holy city and its people. Everyone in the room stared at the woman, but she didn't answer Roland's question. Roland thought the woman was just tired and wanted to let her rest for the night. She suddenly sat up and asked, "What happened to the demons? What happened to Takira?" After a series of questions, everyone in the room showed expressions of joy and excitement. Wendy asked her if she was really from 450 years ago. Rather than answering Roland, she was more willing to answer this witch. She said her name was Agatha, a witch from the Exploration Society of Takira. But she was surprised to hear Wendy ask her if she was a witch from 450 years ago. She wondered if they'd been fighting the demons for 450 years after she had fallen asleep. At this point, Roland told her that she had been asleep for a long time and the world had changed a lot. He could tell her slowly. But the woman ordered Roland to tell her now with a commanding tone. Agatha thought the prince was extremely rude. How could a mortal be so presumptuous to sit by her side and talk to her? But she needed to know what had happened. Roland smiled, and wasn't angry at Agatha's rudeness. Roland began to explain the history of Grey Castle and the 4 kingdoms. When Agatha heard that self-proclaimed kings and nobles had become rulers stepping on the heads of witches, she couldn't help but interrupt him. How could witches possibly be hunted? Who would have the audacity to do such a thing? In her anger, Agatha wanted to stretch out her hand and teach this nonsense-talking man a lesson, but she found that her magic power could not be converted into frost as usual. It was then that she realized that there was a metal ring on her ankle, and it actually had a god's stone of punishment. She looked incredulously at the witches in the room, angrily scolding, how could they violate the Witch Federation's order to use this banned item? Roland sighed, he was afraid this would happen. Wendy sat on the edge of the bed, pulled the blanket back over her, and gently explained to her that what the prince said was true and that Takira no longer existed. The organizations she mentioned were also unknown to them. It was Prince Roland who had saved the witches, provided them with a safe place to live, and was researching how to better use their abilities to transform the world and live freely like ordinary people. After listening to Wendy's account, Agatha was completely silent. The Federation was a large organization established by several witch kingdoms. They won the first divine battle and were responsible for training and dispatching witches. Such a powerful organization, and now there were people who hadn't heard of them. The woman thought to herself, where have Icarus and the others gone? She couldn't believe that in the world now, witches could be enslaved and hunted. Wendy seemed to notice her discomfort and brought her a warm drink. Although everyone was kind to her, Agatha didn't understand why a group of witches were vigilant and guarded against her, even restraining her with a godstone of punishment. She sighed. She knew she had to gain their trust first, so she shared her story. When Roland heard that Agatha had fought against the demons, Roland was somewhat surprised. Agatha frowned, looking annoyed at Roland. This unreasonable man had interrupted her again and asked even more questions. Scroll asked Agatha if she was a witch of the church, and Agatha impatiently replied that she had never heard of the church. Roland asked Scroll to hand that diary to Agatha. Agatha said that the text was created by the Federation so that ordinary people couldn't understand it and wouldn't be able to get involved in upper-level affairs. But the witches could understand it simply by using their magic. Roland commented that text and language are tools for communication, and doing so was indeed foolish. Agatha was so angry. If it were not for her inability to use her powers, she would definitely teach Roland a lesson. He was too impolite. She was not used to ordinary people pointing fingers in front of her. Scroll asked Agatha again if she recognized the name Icarus, and Agatha's hand trembled slightly as she asked Scroll where she had heard the name. Upon hearing Scroll's response, Agatha hurriedly turned to the last page, sighed deeply, and remained silent for a long time. The image of a woman holding a long sword and slaying all the demons surfaced in her mind again. She said Icarus was a queen, one of the 3 seats of the Federation. She was a high-ranking transcendent witch, which means she was above the extraordinary witches. Even among the many blessed warriors in the Federation, she was the most powerful one. No one in the room had heard of these terms. Agatha closed the diary and explained that a witch's powers keep increasing from the moment of their awakening and solidify on their coming-of-age day. However, this is not the end point of their power. Through their understanding, feelings, and practice, a very small number of lucky ones can advance further, which the Federation calls high-order awakening. Roland thought for a moment and understood what Agatha meant. She meant witches have the ability to evolve their skills. Roland counted his fingers and said that 4 witches in the Witch Union had evolved their abilities now. This statement almost choked Agatha. She asked how many people were in the Witch Union, and Wendy said there were about a dozen. Agatha seemed somewhat annoyed. It was impossible that 4 people out of a dozen could awaken to a high order. She thought that Roland and the others were speaking nonsense because they didn't understand. The prince saw her disbelief and called Anna over. Agatha looked at the beautiful and calm girl, but she was still too young, and it was impossible for her to achieve a high-order awakening. She sees an orange flame appear in Anna's palm. Agatha quickly evaluated it. This is a fire-based magic ability, rare but not special. As soon as the words were spoken, the flame suddenly dimmed and turned into a wisp of gloomy green flame. Roland explained that this was her ability solidified at becoming of age. Soon, Agatha saw an incredible scene. The green flame disappeared, replaced by a black cube. It no longer looked like a flame, but more like a lightless metal cube. Its sides were smooth and flat, with distinct edges and corners, standing quietly in the witch's hand. Roland turned to Agatha and asked whether this was the high-order awakening she was mentioning. Agatha was at a loss for words for a moment. The only thought she had was, how did this happen? The holy city of Takara was forgotten, the Federation was annihilated. Without specialized training and guidance, witches' powers should have greatly regressed. But this young witch was able to undergo a high-order awakening. Moreover, the annoying prince mentioned that there were 3 others who had also achieved this. Agatha blankly stared at Roland, and it took her a while to regain her composure. For the first time, her arrogance disappeared. Agatha addressed Roland with a respectful manner, asking Roland about Anna's awakening experience. Roland patted Anna's head and explained that the first time was when her magic power was exhausted in a battle against demonic beasts. The second time occurred while learning new knowledge. Agatha wanted to ask what kind of knowledge, but Roland interrupted her, telling her they would talk about it later. What he wanted to know now was what the experiments written in Acris's diary about the gods' punishment army. Putting her emotional turmoil aside, Agatha began to explain the contents of the diary. She said Acris was extremely powerful. Even with the god's punishment stone, she could stand her ground against several demon lords. She commenting that there were too few transcendent individuals. A better way to put it is that they lost in terms of versatility of witch abilities. Roland thought to himself. Understanding that not all ordinary people could awaken, not all who awakened could fight, and not all who could fight could become stronger. Agatha gently touched the diary and said, and this was the reason why they formed an army composed of ordinary people, but ordinary people were still too weak, unable to contend with the endlessly powerful demons. Under such adverse circumstances, Acris ordered them to start researching ways to empower ordinary people, allowing them to break the limits of the human body. Judging from what was written in the diary, it seems she succeeded. When Roland asked Agatha whether she, being part of the research group, knew the result, Agatha admitted that she had left the group after this order was issued and built her own experimental tower in the hidden forest. She hesitated for a moment before she revealed, the research group used the power of the god's punishment stone to forcibly combine witches' power and ordinary people, but this process required the sacrifice of the witches' lives. She couldn't accept such an experimental approach. Roland and Tilly were taken aback by the response. Seeing the sympathy and shock on Roland's face, Agatha felt less guarded towards Roland. With sorrow in her voice, the Federation is gone, and these experiments have disappeared as well. Roland interjected, telling her the god's punishment army still exists. This made Agatha's fingers stiffen as she incredulously stared at the prince. Roland, not knowing how to break it to her, slowly explained, an organization called the Church now established the Holy City. They initiated the witch hunt and continue to search for orphans to take back to the monasteries in the Holy City. The Church has its own armies and territories, the most powerful warriors among them being the god's punishment army. Beyond that, they also possess a group of powerful witches. Roland went on to explain why he had given Agatha the god's punishment stone, admitting he had been unsure about her origins at the time. Agatha was in shock. An organization composed of ordinary people had stolen the Federation's most important secret, and then turned around to capture witches and create the god's punishment army. Seeing her fatigue and discomfort, Wendy gently laid her down on the bed for rest, and removed the god's punishment stone from her foot. As everyone turned to leave, just as he was closing the door, Agatha heard a calm and steady phrase, "One thing you were wrong, ordinary people can defeat demons too." Back in his office, Nightingale reported that Agatha had fallen asleep and had eaten dinner, and now it was Sylvie's turn to watch over her. When Nightingale asked Roland if he believed Agatha's words, Roland expressed his intention for Nightingale to discern if Agatha was telling the truth the next day, but he believed most of what Agatha said was true. What surprised Roland was that Agatha, coming from over 400 years ago, used the same language and writing as they did, while the history of the major kingdoms was only around 300 years. If it was the Federation that led the survivors to escape to this land, then everything made sense. Nightingale looked at Roland with a smile, suggesting a wager. If Roland guessed wrong, he would owe her a luxurious lunch. Roland asked what if Nightingale was wrong. To which Nightingale tilted her head, saying Roland could ask for whatever he wanted.
Oh my God!
Roland forced his gaze away from Nightingale's perfect figure and back to the papers. He needed to sort out the information provided by Agatha. Suddenly, Nightingale mentioned, "Agatha doesn't seem to like Roland very much." Roland chuckled, not particularly concerned. He understood that Agatha once lived in a world where witches were superior to ordinary people, so in her eyes, Roland probably held no more significance than a weed by the roadside. When Nightingale asked if Roland didn't resent her for this, Roland shook his head. He had no reason to despise a pitiful person abandoned by time, who had slept in an ice coffin for over 400 years only to wake up to a completely different world. The unfamiliarity and fear would be present in anyone in such a situation. He knew that one day Agatha would gradually change her perspective. Nightingale smiled. This was the Roland she knew in her heart. When Agatha woke up again, the room was empty. She flexed her fingers and found that her strength had mostly returned. As she called on her magic, a sudden chill overflowed from her fingers. She walked to the window and lifted a corner of the curtain. The outside world was pitch black. When she opened the window, the cold wind instantly blended into the room. She was thinking about Roland's words today, wondering what kind of changes had occurred. Suddenly, a voice behind her asked if she was cold. Startled, Agatha turned around to see a woman sitting on the edge of the bed. Agatha looked at the door, it was closed, and she hadn't heard any footsteps. Nightingale introduced herself. Agatha frowned and asked if Nightingale was also a high-order witch. Nightingale thought for a moment, then understood Agatha was asking if she had evolved her abilities. Nightingale shrugged, said she wasn't as smart as Anna. The formulas and theorems in the books made her head spin. Agatha was stunned. Each word was understandable, but when strung together, they made no sense.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Remembering the prince's words, she asked Nightingale if she could see the book. Nightingale smiled and told Agatha that she could if she joined the Witch Union and served His Highness. Agatha's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "How is it possible to serve a mere human?" Calling Nightingale gone mad. Nightingale was curious why Agatha came to this conclusion. Agatha replied proudly, she was once considered an oddity because in the holy city of Takira, most witches would only treat ordinary people as lowly servants, or even tools for reproduction. Although Agatha herself did not see it that way, she still thought ordinary people were stupid, but she believed through education, they can be changed. She taught them to learn and think, and handed over her work to the common people. However, the idea that the witches of the Federation would recognize a mere human as their master was too crazy to her. Nightingale shrugged and said that His Highness didn't regard them as servants. The truth was that he had taken in witches, allowing them to practice their magic and evolve into new powers, and allowed everyone to live in peace with the citizens. Together, they built the city and fought against their enemies. Agatha argued that this model has been proven to be a failure. During the first divine battle 900 years ago, humans and witches co-governed and were utterly defeated in the face of the demons' attack. This was the first time Nightingale had heard about this, and Agatha mocked them for their lack of knowledge about the demons. She warned that the third divine battle is in the corner and it's imminent and there is not a single safe land left in the world. Agatha believes that the Federation should be re-established, witches should be united, and then using what Roland described as the probability of high-order awakening through knowledge, to fight the demons. Nightingale didn't respond to Agatha's words, but continued to ask why she think that way. Just as Agatha was about to speak, Nightingale interrupted her. Nightingale didn't understand why Agatha couldn't let go of the notions from over 400 years ago. His Highness also mentioned that ordinary folks can defeat the demons, not just witches. His Highness wants to unite every ordinary person on the continent. Agatha was about to refute such nonsense, but Nightingale stepped closer to Agatha, asking her to lower her guards and let go of her arrogance, then confirm it with her own eyes. This time, Agatha's silence lasted for a while. She could tell that Nightingale didn't like her. Many witches from the Exploration Society often looked at her the same way, simply because she employed a group of ordinary people as assistants. She didn't understand why Nightingale, who didn't like her, would come and talk to her. Nightingale simply said that if Agatha could let go of her arrogance and treat His Highness normally, she wouldn't dislike her. She paused for a moment, adjusting her hair, and told Agatha that His Highness had said he didn't want to see Agatha being abandoned by the times again. In the Holy City, Oberlin sat on the throne, gazing at Maine, who knelt on the ground. Oberlin's voice had become weaker. Maine stood up straight and sought his wrinkled face and his fatigue. Oberlin looked at Maine, knowing that his time was near. He had called for Maine today to pass on the position of Pope to him. Maine wanted to speak, but was interrupted. The guards serving the Pope helped him onto a trolley. Maine followed closely and entered the basement of the cathedral. Oberlin asked Maine to continue pushing him. Maine took the handle and pushed the Pope into the wooden door. The wooden door closed behind them again, leaving only the soft glow emitted by the yellow crystals in the room. Beside the crystals were hung different portraits, and soon they came to Oberlin's portrait. Maine recognized that all these portraits were previous popes. The archbishop listened to Oberlin's summary, while looking at the portraits, but a strange unease lingered in his heart. The people in the paintings were too realistic. As they passed halfway through the hall, Maine suddenly noticed that the characters in the paintings had turned into women. They had different faces and were dressed differently, but they were all too beautiful. Directly across the central aisle of the hall was a full-body portrait that occupied the entire wall. It hung behind the prayer table, surrounded by glowing crystals. When his gaze fell on the painting, he felt his heart jump. Maine found it hard to find words to describe the woman in the painting. Her red hair was like a burning flame, and the cold light in her hand was uncontrolled. She stood with her sword, her eyebrows slightly raised, and her eyes looked down. Maine struggled to turn his head, only to find that Oberlin had already knelt down. Oberlin bowed his head and said, "She was the first pope, the transcendent, Acarus." Maine's heart jumped. His previous guesses were indeed entirely correct. The early portraits of the popes were all witches. He couldn't understand why the founder of the church would be a witch. Oberlin didn't answer his question, but asked Maine to bow. After Maine completed the ceremony, he helped Oberlin back onto the trolley. Oberlin called Zero's name and asked her to take Maine to another room. Maine was somewhat confused, wondering how witches could be here. Zero went to the prayer table, and magical light flashed. Then she took a pendant from the Pope's neck and opened the door behind it. Maine followed Zero into the room. Looking at Zero's various rude behaviors, Maine thought that once he took control of the church, he would definitely make Zero understand the rules she must obey. Zero lifted a hidden panel on the wall, pressed her hand on the magic stone, and Maine sat down. Zero said this was the first time she activated this thing. Maine held his breath, and everywhere he could see was black. Suddenly, the ground lit up again. Maine incredulously watched as one by one lifelike female figures appeared in his field of vision. They were dressed in gorgeous robes, sitting around a long table, and sitting at the head of them was the first pope, Acarus. The witch next to her reported that the God's Punishment Army experiment had been successful. Some people knew that such experiments would cost the lives of witches and raise doubts, while some people did not care. Soon, both sides started to argue. Acarus said softly, "Enough." Although her voice was very low, the scene instantly quieted down. Acarus said that humans cannot defeat demons. They can do nothing and wait for the next demon invasion, or they can make a last bet and pin their hopes on the God's Punishment Army. She asked the witches present to make a choice, whether to give up resistance or to make an all-out effort. Maine stared intently at this illusion, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. He finally knew the true history. The conversion ceremony of the God's Punishment Army was actually invented by witches. In order to defeat the demons, they did not hesitate to use their own kind as sacrifices. No one gave up. The witches who raised doubts just smashed the table hard. The witch next to Acarus said that no matter how many witches are sacrificed in the conversion ceremony, new witches will always appear to replace them. The more humans, the more witches. When asked if the God's Punishment Army can really defeat the demons, even Acarus did not know the answer. But Acris's style of doing things is that even if there is a slight possibility, she will do her best. Everyone stood up and saluted Acris. The next step is to convince the other members of the Federation. An older witch said that many witches would not agree. If they want to implement the God's Punishment Army's conversion without resistance, witches cannot exist as privileges above all, the Federation must be disbanded, and everything that has happened in the past must be completely buried. The image disappeared quickly, and Maine returned to reality. Zero came over, and Maine asked her to open the door. They walked out of the secret room. Maine staggered out of the illusion room. It took Maine a long time to calm his breath, finally knowing the origin of the church. In the end, Acris led her witches to defeat the witches from the other two cities and achieved victory, establishing new rules. Witches are no longer the chosen people above all, but the evil ones who are tempted and fallen by the demons. Acris died together with another transcendent witch not long after establishing the church, and the second pope inherited her will until all other factions were subdued. Ordinary people who did not want to participate in the witch war took root in different places and later formed civilization as the four major kingdoms known today. The witch war suffered severe casualties, thus they were unable to unify the continent. Oberlin said Acris died too early. Acris's close friend Natalia did not accept Acris's plan, and according to the history book, she attacked Acris during the meeting, but in the end, both of them died together. Oberlin said that if Acris were alive, the witch war could end 50 years earlier, and all the witches would be included to unify the continent at that time. After a moment of silence, Maine asked a question. He didn't understand why the previous popes were all witches, but later all became ordinary people. Oberlin asked Zero to leave the room first. Only then did Oberlin speak, saying it was because of cowardice and fear. Maine couldn't believe what he was hearing. After sending Zero away, Oberlin fell silent for a moment. It was due to cowardice and fear, he said slowly. That to reclaim the glory of the witches after defeating the demon, Acris decreed that only the transcendent witches should ascend to the throne. But transcendent witches were extremely rare, and over time, some remarkable ordinary witches took on the role of the Pope. Fearful that one day they might face retribution from those oppressed witches, the mortal archbishop directly usurped the position. Oberlin intently told Maine that this secret must be kept within his heart. As for the other parts of history, Maine will come to know them in illusion chamber. Oberlin said even if Maine decide to let go of the Pope position, it could also be a good decision. Maine didn't quite grasp the weight of Oberlin's words, but he noticed that Oberlin's breath was fading, his eyes slowly closing. In the final moments, Maine thought he heard an apology, a whispered, "I'm sorry." In the border town, Agatha dressed up and, after breakfast, accompanied Wendy to Roland's office. Roland first inquired about Agatha's well-being and how she felt about the breakfast. Instead of replying immediately, Agatha studied the prince. For the first time, she found herself unable to read a mere mortal. Roland suggested that Agatha could tour the town with Nightingale or inquire Scroll about the books she might want to read. Shaking her head, Agatha showed no interest in these offerings. All she wanted to know was how Roland planned to prove that ordinary people could defeat the demon. Roland shrugged. Besides heavy industry, light industry, and people's livelihoods are also important. He don't know why Agatha so interested in cannons. Agatha frowned, once again confronted with unfamiliar terms. Roland chuckled, offering no explanation, but promised to show her the latest weaponry in the afternoon. Before, Roland had wanted to ask about the daily lives of the people in the holy city of Takira from 450 years ago, such as what they ate. Agatha was taken aback by such a question, not expecting him to be curious about such matters. She explained that she never paid attention to what ordinary people ate. As for the guards and servants in her tower, they were provided with 3 meals a day. Apart from the month of the demons, they would have meat once a week. When the topic of wages came up, Agatha remarked, mortals serving her and dedicate their lives to her. In return, she provide them with shelter and food, and impart knowledge to them. She felt there was no need to offer them any additional wages. Roland's curiosity grew as he listened. After those initial questions, he moved on to inquire about Agatha's knowledge of magic power and magic stones. Agatha explained that magic stones originated from the god punishment stones. However, their research on this topic cost them a lot of time and effort. To gain more insights, Roland would have to exchange it with knowledge that could increase the chances of a witch's awakening. Roland agreed. Tilly showed Agatha her flying magic stone and asked why they chose to walk when they had access to such stones. Agatha explained that while they understood magic power and magic stones, they couldn't manufacture the stones themselves. She went on to reveal that the stones were a creation of the demons. Within the demon species, there exists a peculiar kind they refer to as the Chaos Beast. Once these creatures consume a god punishment stone, they can produce various magic stones. They had once captured one alive. Although it continuously produced magic stones, they didn't know how to care for it properly, and the Chaos Beast died after just 6 months. Common demons also use magic stones in combat, Agatha explained. The type of stone that Tilly possesses likely belongs to one of the more powerful demon leaders. When Roland asked if the demons had always had these stones, Agatha rolled her eyes, telling him, if what Roland implying were true, humans would have been annihilated long ago. During the First Divine War, most demons didn't wield magic stones. They relied on their enormous strength, donned heavy iron armor, and attacked human cities with iron spears. This is well documented in historical records. The war raged on for centuries. Ultimately, humans were defeated and retreated to the plains. By the time of the Second Divine War, the demons' tactics had evolved significantly. That war only lasted 35 years before they were thoroughly defeated, largely due to the vast disparity in numbers. As to how these demons reproduced, Agatha admitted she didn't know. However, she did know that demons cannot survive outside of the red mist. The flying and other beasts of the demons, however, didn't require this mist for survival. Upon being shown a photograph by Roland, after hearing their encounter, Agatha recognized the presence of demons in the forest. She suddenly stood up, her voice trembling with excitement, saying those were squat stone towers, they are devices to produce and store the red mist. She wanted to attack the demon camp. Upon hearing the proposition to launch an offensive attack against the demons, the witches inhaled sharply in surprise. Agatha said, if there are watcher demons in place for surveillance, it's guaranteed that there is a chaos beast within the camp. Otherwise, a small outpost in such a remote location, nestled between mountains and sea, wouldn't deploy rare high-ranking demons for protection. Roland recalled the highly corrosive nature of the red mist and how they couldn't get close to it. Agatha clarified, the red mist is only effective against witches. Ordinary humans, animals, and plants can survive beneath it, and flames can accelerate its dispersal. Agatha stated bluntly, this could be an opportunity for Roland to show her firsthand how mortals can win over demons. Pointing at Tilly, she suggested, Roland could use the flying witches to distract the flying beasts. Roland chuckled, shaking his head, telling her that last reconnaissance wasn't carried out by flying witches but by a hot air balloon. This transportation tool can only accommodate about 10 people and isn't suitable for transporting soldiers. Furthermore, Agatha's plan isn't foolproof. They don't know the number of enemies they are facing, and he don't want to see casualties. A wave of irritation washed over Agatha. She thought to herself, how could there possibly be a perfect plan when battling demons? How could there not be casualties? This prince is undoubtedly deceiving her. Only someone who's never experienced the brutality of war would be so concerned about the life and death of their troops. Although she felt disappointed, Agatha managed to keep her emotions in check. She kept these thoughts to herself, deciding to reserve her judgment until after seeing the new weapons. However, her hope in Roland had greatly diminished, and she didn't harbor much expectation for these new weapons. A prince who only knew of battles from books, a group of supporting witches, and frail, powerless mortals, how could they ever defeat the demon? She slowly took a seat. When asked why they named the war against the demon invaders the Divine War, Agatha responded with a hint of desolation. The annals don't document the reason for the war's name, But that's what everyone calls it, she then continued, revealing that the demons came through the stone gates, also known as the gates of hell, rising from the depths of the earth. According to the annals, every time the blood-red moon descends, the gates of hell would open. In any case, these stone gates open once every few centuries. Roland clapped his hands, encouraging everyone to stay optimistic. They now had a general understanding of the demon. He opened the office door, suggesting everyone take a break for lunch first. A surge of irritation bubbled up in Agatha's heart as she fiercely cut into the meat on her plate. She was immensely displeased with the prince's luxurious lifestyle, indulging in gourmet food even during times of war. This only fueled her anger more. It was a mix of resenting her inability to resist the allure of delicious food and her frustrations towards Roland. When she saw Roland leave alone after his meal, Wendy explained, "His Highness is taking his afternoon nap, it's his usual routine. He always says that maintaining one's health is of utmost importance and ensures he gets adequate rest." Agatha grew even more angry, thinking that it was just an excuse for laziness. Agatha couldn't fathom why all the witches here placed such unwavering trust in this prince. Did they truly believe that he could defeat the demon and the so-called church? Wendy softly replied that she wasn't certain about the thoughts of the other sisters, but she believed in His Highness. Because Roland can turn things others can't even dare to imagine into reality. Wendy reminisced about Roland rescuing witches, establishing a town where witches and ordinary people coexisted harmoniously, leading commoners against the demonic beasts. Also defeating a duke with territories several times larger than his own, and even triumphing over Timothy's vast army. Agatha countered, claiming these are mere mortal conflicts, incomparable to the God Punishment Army and the demons. Wendy shook her head gently, "It's not just that. Roland imparted knowledge and ideals that evolved the abilities of 4 witch sisters. Roland not only created machines of immense power but also weapons that enable ordinary people and night to overcome even extraordinary witches." And as these miracles unfurled daily around Wendy, her eyes twinkled with mirth, yet her voice brimmed with conviction. She firmly believed that one day, Roland will become the king of Grey Castle, leading them to a brighter future. After Wendy left, Agatha was lost in thought for a long while until Nightingale appeared at the door, inviting her to witness the trial of a new weapon. Seeing Prince Roland, who looked drowsy and was yawning, Agatha had a sudden urge to splash a handful of icy slush on his face to wake him up. But she held it in. As they left the castle, it was her first time seeing the full view of the town in daylight. The town was remarkably orderly, even Takara's inner city couldn't boast such neatness and organization. After all, it was just a small town, Agatha thought dismissively and snorted. Turning to Nightingale, she asked, "How many people live here?" Nightingale pondered a bit and said, "It used to be 2,000, but now it's close to 30,000. Agatha initially only heard the 2,000 part and thought Roland was planning to use such a number to fight the demons. But hearing the figure jump to 30,000 made her eyes widen in surprise. How could such a small place house 30,000 residents? Agatha remembered when the population of the Holy City exceeded a certain threshold, the city's demands would multiply. First was the sharp increase in food and water needs, followed by the expansion of slums leading to a deterioration of public order. Having experienced this firsthand, she knew the challenges of expanding a city's population. She thought Nightingale might be misleading her and decided to seek clarity from Wendy. Walking through the bustling streets, Agatha followed the prince and others to climb a segment of the city wall made of mud. Her disappointment deepened. Soldiers saluted Roland, and as they walked along the wall, Agatha soon saw the object of the trial. The weapon's design was quite peculiar. It was a long, metallic cylindrical object. Apart from its fixed stand, there were 2 shorter tubes attached above and below the main body. She couldn't fathom how it would be used to attack enemies. Roland announced, "This is the latest weapon of Border Town, the emblem of justice and glory, the 152mm Fortress Standard Cannon." Agatha couldn't help but frown. Justice and glory? Fortress Standard? The terms sounded frivolous. The subsequent explanations seemed to be full of crap, forcefully coined terms. Was this truly the knowledgeable Prince Wendy spoke of, who was deeply trusted by the witches? After his speech, only Nightingale clapped, making the atmosphere momentarily awkward. Roland cleared his throat and signaled Axe to begin the test fire. Agatha watched intently, not missing a single movement. Roland motioned for everyone to cover their ears. Just as Agatha was about to ask why, an explosive boom sounded next to her. A ringing echoed in her ears as silence surrounded her. The metallic tube emitted an orange-red flame. Nightingale supported her from behind. Agatha looked at the open snowy field ahead but saw no change. Looking puzzled at Roland explained that the weapon could launch shells, or she could think of them as giant crossbow bolts, to strike distant enemies. There were flags placed at intervals of 1,000 meters, the farthest one being 5,000 meters away. Roland converted the distances using ancient measurements, leaving Agatha stunned. Unfortunately, 5,000 meters was too far for them to see where the shell landed. He then prepared for a rapid-fire demonstration. When the cannon fired a second time, Agatha was prepared and had covered her ears. What she saw next was incredible. The prince was not lying, the weapon indeed fired projectiles, and at a speed that was impossible to track with the naked eye. She saw explosions in the distance. Gazing at the long-barreled weapon, Agatha was mesmerized. When asked if it was a weapon made by witches, Roland said it was a combined effort of witches and ordinary folks. Agatha felt a crack in her long-held beliefs. Had the Federation been wrong all along? Was what the prince said true? When Tilly saw the new weapon, she was equally astonished. Ashes and Andrea were perplexed about how the weapon could generate such immense power. Tilly felt they had been left far behind in technological advancements, which left her slightly despondent. Seeing the painstakingly assembled ammunition get depleted so quickly, Roland felt a pang of pain in his heart. Still, he had to maintain an enigmatic demeanor to hide his reluctance. The firing process went smoothly, and the results were encouraging, at least judging by Agatha's stunned expression. The cannon's performance surpassed her expectations. However, for Roland, the cannon was far from satisfactory. There were still many technicalities to be refined, particularly the weapons chamber was too small, leading to less than ideal range. After dinner, Roland awaited Tilly in his office. He wanted to discuss their strategy for the upcoming Third Divine War and their shared future. Pouring a cup of tea, Roland handed it to Tilly. Accepting the tea, she blinked, seemingly waiting for him to continue. Roland hoped Tilly can continue saying the strength of the demons is unpredictable. They need to gather all the power they can to have a chance at winning this war. He then mentioned her about the weapon they saw earlier that were capable of defeating the demons. Taking a sip of her tea, Tilly remained silent for a long time. Though Roland tried to maintain a calm face, Roland anxiously awaited her response. Finally, breaking the silence, Tilly asked, if she were to stay, what will happen to the witches back on Slumbering Isle? Suppressing his excitement, Roland said, bring them all to Border Town. He can allocate land specifically for Slumbering Isle witches. They'd still be led by Tilly. He didn't care if those witches couldn't fight for him. He believed support witches could play a significant role. Tilly seemed tempted by the generous offer, keen on both fighting the demons and pursuing her academic interests. However, she expressed concern about the independence of the Slumbering Isle witches. If they relocate to the western regions and a conflict arises, the witches would be defenseless. Before Roland could protest, saying it will never happen, Tilly cut him off, emphasizing the precariousness of relying solely on verbal assurances. She posed a question that left Roland stumped. If the roles were reversed, would Roland simply entrust everything to an ally based on words alone? Roland hesitated. The answer was clear. He wouldn't easily trust anyone either. In a last attempt, Roland confessed, Tilly is his sister. He won't harm her. With a painful expression, Tilly closed her eyes, trying to wave off the terrible memories. For now, she only wanted to remain ally while support Border Town's development to the best of her abilities. After Tilly's departure, Nightingale appeared. Sitting atop the desk, she remarked, she didn't expect someone who wouldn't be swayed by Roland's words. Roland knew Tilly wasn't entirely convinced. Their relationship had always been tense. But Nightingale was curious about Roland's past antics in the royal palace. As he recounted tales of his mischievous youth, Nightingale commented on how terrible he had been, but also how Tilly didn't seem to despise him now. Teasingly, she added, if the slumbering owl witches join them and there are more witches like ashes around, she'll be too busy. Not everyone is as cute and obedient as Maisie. Perhaps it was just Roland's imagination, but Nightingale seemed quite pleased with the evening's outcome. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Much to Roland's surprise, for it was nearly midnight, the one who pushed open the door was Agatha. Agatha learned from Wendy that all of Roland's knowledge, be it about firearms or cannons, was documented in books. Upon hearing this, Roland took out 2 books, telling Agatha that they contained the principles but not the crafting methods, they were merely introductory textbooks. Agatha then inquired again, confirming that only members of the Witch Union could study these materials. She expressed her desire to join the Witch Union. Roland, somewhat curious, remarked that the Witch Union was an organization specific to the border town and that the lord of this small town was just a mere mortal. Agatha lowered her gaze, saying that if weapons can be crafted potent enough to counter demons, while keeping the witches safe and also not in conflict with the Federation, she wouldn't mind collaborating with a mortal. She hesitated for a moment, perhaps finding it a bit difficult to say to serve Roland. Roland had initially thought Agatha would accompany Tilly to the slumbering isle. However, Agatha declared she no longer wished to flee, she hoped to witness victory right here. After a pause, Roland said he couldn't ensure they wouldn't be at odds with the Federation. Roland, suspecting the Federation might not have disbanded but rather rebranded and gone underground. Based on the information Agatha provided about their escape from Takira, Roland deduced that when the Federation, with their transcendent witch leading and a group of saintly warriors, migrated here, they shouldn't have gone unnoticed. He suspected the Church might be the new face of the Federation. He doubted that mere mortals could wrest control from witches, suggesting instead that the Federation witches might have turned the Federation into an organization that hunts their own, making it easier to mass-produce the God punishment soldiers. Agatha listened in disbelief to Roland's words, though Roland mentioned it was only a hypothesis. Retrieving 2 hefty books from the bookshelf, he presented her with chronicles penned by the Church itself and the annals of the 4 great kingdoms documented by astrologers, suggesting Agatha give them a read. With utmost seriousness, Roland stated that the Church must be eradicated at all costs. If Agatha was willing to stand by his side against the demons, he would welcome her into the Witch Union. The following day, in the back garden, Agatha showcased her powers. Scroll documented her ability, which was to generate cold, which, after evolving, allowed her to solidify objects even at room temperature. When questioned about the evolution of her powers, Agatha shared how she'd continually tried to chill water more rapidly. Until a particular scene she saw led to her epiphany that everything existed in 3 states: gas, liquid, and solid. This realization of hers was then recorded in the universal laws. Upon Roland's inquiry about what the universal laws were, Agatha was taken aback by his apparent lack of surprise. Roland commented on the ubiquitous presence of gases in the world, adding it was a regular occurrence. He mentioned there were different gases, each with unique boiling and melting points, all of which were common knowledge in the books. A sudden weight pressed on Agatha's chest. Pouting, she explained that the universal laws documented the insights and journeys of high-order awakeners as their powers evolved. Roland once again welcomed Agatha and subsequently assigned her to the alchemy workshop. During lunch, Roland pondered on the large-scale production of nitroglycerin. The most crucial step was temperature control. If the temperature of a large reaction container could be maintained, nitroglycerin could be produced safely in large batches. However, he wasn't entirely sure if this approach was feasible. At the dining table, he shared lunch with Margaret. She assumed Roland's concern was due to the high costs of transporting refugees, causing him to be distressed. Roland waved off the idea, expressing that his mind was on something else and conveyed his gratitude for everything Margaret had done. After slowly finishing her soup, Margaret regretfully mentioned she might not be able to visit the border town as often the next year. She explained that Timothy had issued an order prohibiting the trade of saltpeter. This revelation made Roland puzzled. According to the information Margaret had gathered from City Hall, the royal capital seemed to be planning a comprehensive blockade and sanctions on the western regions. It wasn't just saltpeter, even merchants might be stopped at Crimson Water City. This would not only affect Border Town, but also Chang'e Stronghold and Willowtown would be impacted. Although many nobles were against it, Timothy had no intention of retracting the order. Thus, Margaret probably wouldn't be able to visit Border Town next year. Roland realized he had pushed Timothy to the brink, but trade was the Achilles heel of Border Town. Currently, the municipal treasury held a limited amount of gold. And saltpeter, essential for the mass production of acid, was in short supply. This would cause significant delays in the weapons upgrade. If no merchants came to Border Town, its economy would collapse. Standing up, Roland spoke to Margaret, assuring her that this situation wouldn't last long. The next time she visited, she would see an entirely transformed city. Margaret looked at him, somewhat surprised. Roland explained that once the month of the demon concluded, he would establish a direct trade route connecting to the fjord. He invited Margaret to be part of it. Margaret, with evident curiosity, pointed out that there seemed to be no good port here that led to the sea. Roland replied, "Not now, but he can build one." He planned to set up a port in the southern part of Border Town, leveling the coastal ridges to facilitate the transportation of goods from the Western Territory. Roland hoped Margaret would provide ships to handle the transport and sales. Soon, Roland had his guards bring in the newest products of Border Town. A guard entered, presenting a plate filled with transparent crystal bottles. Margaret, driven by curiosity, uncorked one and sniffed. Her eyes instantly lit up. It was perfume. She examined the bottle from every angle, clearly enamored. Compared to the products from the royal capital, this perfume seemed even more fragrant. Generously, Roland gifted Margaret several bottles. When she inquired about the annual production capacity, Roland mentioned it could be tenfold that of the royal capital. However, internally, Roland knew that with Leaf and Evelyn, he could produce even more. But rarity adds value. He hoped Margaret could act as an agent to sell these goods. Margaret agreed without hesitation. She was well aware of the golden opportunity in front of her. Outside the window, the snow grew heavier, large flakes as big as fingernails fell from the sky. Looking out, the town was covered by snow. In a room, Tilly, Anna, and Agatha sat close together, enjoying the warmth of the charcoal fire, discussing and learning fascinating new information. When Agatha asked Tilly what Roland was like before, Tilly hesitated for a moment. Then said he was arrogant and timid, also very obstinate. Overall, he had a terrible character, she said with a hint of complaint. Even after coming here and showing some improvement, it's still hard to guess what's on his mind. The room went silent. Tilly felt the strange gaze of the other two. Anna chuckled, indicating that it was the first time she'd heard Tilly speak like that. Realizing she had spoken too freely, Tilly felt she had been impolite, especially coming from an ally. Perhaps she had been too relaxed recently. Before Tilly could explain herself, Anna waved her off with a smile, saying the prince wouldn't mind such words. Anna reasoned that Roland probably had his own difficulties and past regrets. Tilly was surprised, as Roland never discussed these things with Anna. Anna added that she never asked and believed that if Roland wanted to share, he would. From their conversation, Agatha inferred that Roland had changed significantly from his past self. There were rumors in the Exploration Society that the more extraordinary a person, the more peculiar habits they might possess. Such a transformation in Roland might be seen as a normal phenomenon. Agatha asked if Roland ever howled at the moon in the royal palace or stared at walls for a long time. Tilly shook her head, saying that other than acting somewhat eccentrically, he was no different from ordinary people. However, she had heard stories of him proclaiming in a court lesson that he wanted to marry a witch. Likely, because of this, both his elder brothers and his father began to dislike him. Agatha mentioned that marrying a witch was a grand ideal in Takira. Tilly clarified that times were different 400 years ago. If he married a witch, he wouldn't have an heir to inherit everything. It was unthinkable for a prince. Tilly sighed, hoping that after all this time, Roland had forgotten about the foolish things he'd once said. Anna suddenly spoke up, but the prince still wants to marry a witch. Upon hearing this, both of them widened their eyes in surprise. Petrov got up from the bed. The woman beside him turned over, her sleepy eyes fluttering open, telling him it was too early. She exhaled warmly by Petrov's ear, coaxing him to stay with her a bit longer. As Petrov got dressed, he explained he had official duties to attend to. The woman reached out, looping an arm around his waist, reminding him, even if Roland has taken Changji's stronghold, Petrov is in control here. Petrov fondly patted her head, replying, "But His Highness is the true lord of the Western territories." Outside, the biting cold air reminded him of a journey he made a year ago, when he had braved a snowstorm, sailing to the border town to deliver a threat letter from Changji's stronghold on behalf of Duke Ryan. And now, he was on his way to the border town again. As he walked through the outer city district, heading for the docks, a commotion from a street corner drew his attention. Distinct shouts of "demon" and "hang her" pierced the air. Petrov sent a knight beside him to investigate. It didn't take long for the knight to control the scene. 2 children and an elderly woman were kneeling on the ground. The children's clothes were ragged, making them appear all the more pitiable in the biting cold. The old woman suddenly pointed at a red-haired girl, accusing her as a demon and telling Petrov, "This girl has become a witch." A blond boy stood in front of the girl, his posture aggressive as if ready to pounce, his face covered with fresh bruises. He shouted, "Witches aren't minions of demons." Petrov disregarded the boy, addressing the old woman, asking her how is she sure that the girl is a witch. The elderly woman went on, urging Petrov to hang the girl. Growing impatient, Petrov demanded the full story. Reluctantly, the old woman explained that she was a follower of the church, waiting for the holy city of Hermes to send a new priest and rebuild the Western church in Changji's stronghold. By chance, she had witnessed the red-haired girl using magic to remove snow from the rooftops of local homes. In her recount, the old woman constantly lamented the absurd teachings of Roland and the theater's twisted performances such as the Witch Diary that muddled right from wrong. After listening, Petrov instructed his knights to take the elderly woman for further interrogation and to arrest all the followers associated with her before his return. Before the woman could protest further, a knight silenced her with a sharp slap. Petrov then turned his attention to the terrified young girl, asking her to demonstrate her abilities. The blond boy once again stepped up to protect the girl. Falling to her knees, she showed no immediate response, evidently frightened. Petrov continued, stating that if she could prove herself a true witch, he would provide her shelter. Hesitantly, she stretched out her hands into the snow, forming a snowball. Slowly, the snowball melted into water in her hands. Petrov reached for the young girl, telling her to accompany him. When she lifted her head to ask where they were going, he smiled and told her, "A place suitable for a witch." An attendant beside him gently lifted the girl, continuing their journey towards the dock. The blond boy tried to rush forward but was held back by several knights. His shouts gradually faded into the distance. Aboard the ship, Petrov draped a coat over the girl and served her a bowl of hot porridge. The girl introduced herself as Paper, a street urchin. She took a sip of the porridge and burned her tongue, but eventually managed to finish the warm meal. When Petrov inquired about the boy who had defended her, Paper revealed his name was Snake Fong, and he often brought food for them. She expressed her hopes that Petrov wouldn't capture him. Paper then shared her story. Knowing that people no longer feared witches as they once did, she used her powers to clear the accumulated snow from residents' rooftops in exchange for food. However, she had only cleared snow from 3 houses. One household drove her away, while the other 2 provided her with some food. At the 4th house, she encountered the old woman. Petrov patted her head gently, advising Paper to rest well. He promised to bring her more food later in the evening. He added, in 3 days, she'll be able to meet His Highness. Several days later, the ship docked at the border town. Petrov, escorted by guards, entered the castle. Roland welcomed Petrov's arrival, and in turn, Petrov greeted Roland with a respectful bow. After taking a seat, Roland revealed the reason for summoning Petrov. It concerned a matter of utmost importance, one that would shape the future of the entire Western territory, including the Changji stronghold. Petrov's expression grew serious. Roland presented a blueprint to him, detailing his plans to build a city on this land. With methodical precision, Roland explained his vision. Within the vast boundaries of this city and its lands, a singular set of laws would govern all, which is overseen by the newly established city hall. No noble, regardless of their rank, would be permitted to meddle in the affairs of the city. Petrov felt a jolt of recognition in his heart. He had harbored a similar idea a year ago, but Duke Ryan had dismissed it. The fact that Roland was sharing this with him now indicated that the decision had been made, and no one would be able to stand in his way. Petrov realized that his primary objective at this point was to find a way to ensure his interests were secured in the midst of this change. Subsequently, Petrov inquired, if the 5 major families are restricted from involving themselves in the city's affairs, how can his family serve and support Roland? Roland seemed somewhat taken aback by the question but was appreciative of Petrov's proactive attitude. He took a sip of his tea before replying, as long as Petrov's family is willing to accept his governance, he can continue to assist Roland in managing the Changji stronghold. Petrov quickly responded, whether it's him or his father, they have always followed Roland's will. Roland interrupted him, clarifying, he was not referring to individuals but to territories. Any noble families that seeks his protection will have their territorial governing rights revoked. Whether it's laws, law enforcement, or any other policies, everything will be based on the ordinances issued by the city hall. Petrov hesitated for a moment. Roland continued, the territories can still be passed down from generation to generation, including their noble titles. They are still free to manage various industries and own businesses. These industries and lands will belong to their family, and no one will infringe upon them. The territories they possess remain unchanged compared to before. In fact, under the stimulus of the new policy, they might even flourish even more. Petrov didn't provide an immediate answer. After excusing himself, Nightingale appeared, asking Roland whether if he think Petrov will agree. Roland took a sip of his warm tea, he was not certain. Petrov has to persuade his father first. If they don't agree, it would be very regrettable. Nightingale knew Roland was fond of Petrov. Among the nobles, Petrov wasn't narrow-minded and always seized opportunities. He was also very adept at doing business and trade. Nightingale hopped off the table, not wishing to dwell on this topic any longer. The new witch will arrive soon. She will call Wendy over. For security reasons, and under Skrull's suggestion, the Witch Union decided that every time they received a foreign witch, Nightingale should first verify the newcomer's identity by discerning any of their lies. Roland couldn't be present during this, as the witches didn't carry God punishment stone with them. There was always the risk that a newcomer might lash out unexpectedly, causing unintended harm. Roland found this protocol a bit amusing, but understanding the witch's good intentions, he decided to comply. Leaving the office, he returned to his office and immediately summoned Barav, the chief administrator of the city hall. Barav was surprised that Roland wanted to recruit witches with a monthly salary of 1 gold. Roland explained that this salary was on par with other top professional positions, and by offering it, he was not just giving them a wage but also affirming their status here in the western region. Barav inquired why Roland didn't mobilize the people to seek out witches, just like how he did with the spies. Roland replied that he didn't want to mimic the church's methods, he hoped the witches would come forward willingly. Just as Barav was taking his leave with a bow, Wendy entered swiftly, informing Roland that the identity of the new witch had been verified. Roland chuckled, commenting that they were being overly cautious. Wendy firmly replied that such prudence was necessary, emphasizing that Roland's personal safety was their top priority. Roland was deeply moved and instructed Wendy to bring in the new witch. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old, with dirt-matted red hair, and her eyes radiated timidity and panic. For a moment, Roland was at a loss for words. According to the records, she called herself Paper, born on the outskirts of the Changji stronghold. She became an orphan after a heavy snowstorm 3 years ago. Roland knew that she was still in a state of shock and would likely need a significant amount of time to adjust to her new life. He looked to Wendy and told her to first give the girl a bath, let her rest for a while, and ensure she had a good meal. Wendy bowed in acknowledgement and then led the girl away. Steam wafted in waves from the tub inside the bathroom. Wendy once again relished the joy of being an elder sister. Without the disguise of clothes, the girl's frail body covered in wound and malnutrition was laid bare before Wendy's eyes. Fortunately, she was a witch, and with proper care, she would recover in no time. After cleaning herself, it was time for a delightful bath. Wendy tested the water temperature before gently placing the girl into the tub. The girl, Paper, had awakened her powers 2 years ago. Wendy explained to her knowledge about witches and magic. Holding her close, Wendy reassured her that everything would be all right once she settled in the border town. Suddenly, the bathroom door burst open. Lily, with a towel in hand, rushed in, pulling a puzzled Rem behind her. Lily leaned over the tub's edge, curiously staring at Paper, startling her. Wendy introduced them gently, saying, "Rem and Lily are witches from the border town." When they first arrived, they were just as apprehensive as Paper. Especially Rem, who was quite timid. When asked about Paper's abilities, she softly responded that she could melt snow. Paper couldn't turn water back into ice, but she could rapidly cool hot water. Lily fetched a basin of hot, bubbly water and prompted Paper to demonstrate her skill. The girl cautiously dipped her hand into the basin. In moments, the steaming surface cooled, and the bubbles dissipated, leaving the water clear and transparent. Petrov once again visited Roland's office. After bowing respectfully, he expressed his desire to serve Roland, and so did his family. Roland was immediately in high spirits. Petrov candidly spoke of the remarkable transformation he had witnessed in Border Town over the past few days, stating it was the kind of city he also envisioned. He hoped to see his own territory thrive similarly and wished for his family to join this new city. Roland was slightly moved by these words. Petrov planned to return to the stronghold to convey this to his father. Roland told Petrov that there were the other 4 major families and all the nobles of the Western Territory. Any family willing to accept this proposition would be welcomed by the new city without holding any grudges from the past. Roland hoped Petrov would convey this message and once again wished for Petrov to act as his ambassador. Petrov accepted with another heartfelt gesture of placing his hand on his chest. As he was about to leave, Roland called out to him, commending his handling of the witch matter and suggesting that there was no need for concealment in the future. Roland then stretched his arms and headed outside. Entering the garden, Roland sensed something unusual. The trees and plants were too full of life. At first, he thought he was mistaken, but as he ventured deeper, he noticed the olive tree branches bowing down, seemingly paying their respects to him. The grass at his feet leaned to one side as if greeting him. He thought he was tripping. In the center of the garden, Roland stopped in surprise. At the end of the path, there stood a quaint room constructed entirely of plants. A small bonfire burned in the center, and Wendy greeted Roland. Tilly informed Roland that Leaf's abilities had evolved. Leaf had become one with the plants. A wave of concern washed over Roland, fearing that Leaf might not be able to revert to her original form. However, Leaf's voice soon resonated, assuring him, as long as she deactivates her ability, she can return to her normal state. She seemed quite pleased and explained that she could sense every change within the garden. As she spoke, a large rolled-up leaf descended from above, gently unfurling beside Roland to reveal a cup filled with a purple-red liquid. The cup was crafted from overlapping olive leaves. Leaf's abilities had evolved during her regular care of the new crops. When asked if she could extend her power throughout the entire hidden forest, Leaf responded that it would take a long time. Expanding her control would slow her cognition. She could gradually extend her power, possibly covering the entire hidden forest in several years. However, attempting to do so instantaneously might cause her to lose her consciousness. Wendy congratulated Roland on having another evolved witch in the Union. According to Agatha's words, they now equaled half the size of the Federation. Roland smiled and then looked at the little girl sneakily peeking at him from the side. Wendy said that they still need to continue testing Paper's ability, but she noticed an odd phenomenon. She snapped her fingers, and 2 bundles of snow quickly fell from the roof. She then instructed Paper to apply her ability. Roland noticed that the snow close to the bonfire quickly turned into a puddle of water, while the one further away only melted halfway. Wendy picked up the melted water and walked to the wall, knocking on it. Tightly wrapped vines retracted, revealing a hole, and the cold wind from outside rushed in immediately. She asked Paper to use her ability again. To Roland's astonishment, the water in the leaves froze into a thin layer of ice. At first, Roland speculated that it might be a manipulation of time. Still, he quickly dismissed that theory, reasoning that time is just a concept created by humans for convenience and doesn't inherently exist. Wendy dangled a stone in front of Paper using a vine, making it sway like a pendulum. Paper used her ability again, but the pendulum's movement remained unchanged. It swung at the same amplitude. Roland realized that Paper was influencing the motion of particles, either slowing them down or speeding them up. Of course, Paper might not understand this herself, she just released her ability based on her sensations. If Roland guessed correctly, her ability was like a natural catalyst. If Paper's ability stabilizes, Bordertown might witness a new peak. Just then, a melodious bell tolled from the northwest direction. It was a warning of the demonic beast attack. Nightingale suddenly appeared and rushed over. Roland told her to be careful. Perhaps on this snowy day, only witches were feeling restless, especially the combat witches Tilly brought. They were probably waiting for those mixed-breed demonic beasts that could scale the walls, eager to showcase their skills. Ever since she learned about it, Nightingale had taken an interest, rushing to the scene whenever the alarm rang, probably to see who was the strongest combat witch. Combat witches had their fun, but the support witches were missing out. Maybe it was time to create some new entertainment. With that thought, he summoned Soraya. The beautiful artist, who had made significant contributions to Bordertown, looked spirited, her face radiant with a youthful exuberance she couldn't hide. Such a fulfilling life made Soraya very happy, and she was even happier that she could use her abilities to help Roland. Roland was deeply moved by her smile. He called for Soraya this time to design new playing cards. He knew that everyone had grown tired of Gwent. Pulling out a blank paper, Roland quickly sketched the rough design. He explained that there would be 4 suits, numbered 1 to 13, with an added king and queen card, making a total of 54 cards. Soraya's abilities had come a long way, and using the sketch as a reference, she quickly painted the cards with a coating. Roland told Soraya that there were many ways to play with these cards and asked her to bring Anna and the others. He would teach them how to play. Ferlin stood behind his wife, watching her with a gentle smile as she meticulously chose goods from the stall. At moments like this, Eileen's gaze was always exceptionally serious. Ferlin thought all pieces of meat were priced by weight, so it didn't matter which piece she picked. However, Eileen insisted that while Ferlin liked lean meat, without a bit of fat, the dish wouldn't be fragrant when cooked. So, she had to choose carefully. Ferlin couldn't help but chuckle, telling her to keep selecting as he'd go buy some wheat. Ever since the snowfall, Prince Roland had set up windbreak shelters around the market. There were also notices proclaiming that sales would continue even in winter. This meant that throughout the daunting month of the demons, the town would still offer a steady food supply. People in line recognized Ferlin and even offered him their spots. However, Ferlin showed his gratitude but took his place at the end of the line. A middle-aged man ahead chuckled, commenting that Ferlin truly lived up to his reputation as the once-renowned first knight of the Western Territory. Ferlin was taken aback. He hadn't expected the man to know of his past. The man laughed, saying it was no secret. His children adored Ferlin, with his eldest son even aspiring to be a knight one day. Ferlin smiled, and then realized that perhaps, in the future, His Highness wouldn't need knights anymore. When Ferlin was the Duke's knight, most commoners wouldn't dare meet his gaze, let alone having a conversation with him. After his defeat and capture, bringing him to this border town, he had assumed he would merely serve under a different lord. Yet, to his surprise, he eventually became a teacher, imparting knowledge to commoners, and during his time being a teacher, he earned people's respect. This respect felt entirely different from his knightly days. People no longer avoided or distanced themselves, instead, they hoped to draw closer to him. Perhaps, he mused, he wasn't meant to be a knight after all. Soon, it was his turn in line. Behind the counter stood a girl, one of the first students he had taught. He was pleased to see his former student now working at the town hall. A look of delight spread across her face after seeing Ferlin. They then exchanged some words. Not wishing to delay others, Ferlin purchased a batch of wheat, hoisted the sack over his shoulder, and stepped aside. Just then, a flash of blue caught his eye. A stunning woman with rare blue hair and delicate features. Ferlin felt as though his blood had frozen, not because of her extraordinary beauty, but because he recognized her. He had seen her likeness in his family's grand hall. And a large portrait of her was hanged in the grand hall. If his memory served him right, she was depicted as the founder of his family lineage. Eileen's voice pulled him from his disarrayed thoughts, and he responded distractedly. Back home, the image of the woman continued to haunt him. Why, he wondered, had he seen an ancestor of his family in the town? After much contemplation, he decided to return to the Changji stronghold. He knew too well that having left his family, he shouldn't set foot in the family territory again. But he knew he had to tell this to his father. Upon arriving, to Ferlin's astonishment, the first to greet him was his younger brother, Miso. Noticing Ferlin was alone without any attendants, Miso tauntingly asked if Ferlin had returned to ask for money. Ferlin calmly replied that he wasn't there for money and had no intentions of contesting for the heir's position. Ferlin said he have a comfortable life being a teacher in the border town. When Miso heard that Ferlin was teaching commoners in the border town, he dismissed it as a fabricated tale. Miso even went so far as to insult Eileen. Suddenly, a stern voice echoed from behind, causing Miso to flinch. Ferlin turned to find the voice and was met with the gaze of his own father. The nobleman stated firmly that Lady Eileen was in no way inferior to any noble. Miso needed to be respectful. Without sparing another glance at his younger son, the nobleman instructed Ferlin to join him in the study. Ferlin followed his father to the mansion's second-floor study room. As they passed through the grand hall, Ferlin's eyes were instinctively drawn to the wall adorned with portraits, and once again, he was met with the visage of the blue-haired woman. Upon entering the room, the nobleman started by mentioning the recent successful performance at the theater. He had seen Ferlin's wife, and it seemed they were leading a good life. Ferlin felt a sudden warmth in his eyes, touched that his father had begun the conversation with this topic. Ferlin shared that they had made a home in the border town and intended to start a family after this year's month of the demons. Ferlin took a deep breath. Ferlin composed himself and spoke of the woman he had encountered in the border town, remarking on her uncanny resemblance to the woman in the portrait in the grand hall. The nobleman's hand trembled, nearly knocking over his teacup. He looked up, eyes widening. Ferlin theorized that the woman might be a descendant of the person in the painting. However, the nobleman immediately shook his head, insisting that it was impossible for her to have descendants. Ferlin, conceding, lowered his gaze, suggesting he might have been mistaken. After a moment of thought, the nobleman voiced that while she couldn't be a descendant, she might very well be the person from the painting herself. Ferlin could hardly believe what he was hearing. The idea was even more incredulous than his own. A person living for over 4 centuries? The nobleman recounted how Ferlin, as a child, would frequently go into the basement and would often receive a beating for it. It wasn't that the nobleman wanted to be strict, it was because the basement housed a precious heirloom of their founder ancestors. Following his father into the basement. The walls were lined with stones of god punishment, and opening one chest revealed it to be full of magic stones. It was only then that the nobleman confessed their family lineage was built under the protection of a witch. Their ancestor, in the times of Lady Agatha, had led a group to the tower in the hidden forest. Among them was their housekeeper. He should have accompanied his master, Lady Agatha. But he had faltered, instead opting to stay behind and oversee their supplies. In some sense, his act was akin to betrayal. After reaching the Western Territory, he was consumed by deep regret and self-blame, and documented these feelings. The witch never returned, and their ancestors severed ties with the Federation. From the very beginning, the nobleman knew that everything the church did was wrong, but he was powerless to stop it. The most he could do was ensure that if a witch ever appeared in his territory, he would protect and hide her. Their ancestors, over several generations, had done the same. Ferlin was puzzled as to why the nobleman believed the ancestor might still be alive. The nobleman explained that witches possessed a myriad of powers and were unable to bear offspring, leading him to believe that she might be still alive. The hidden forest was treacherously dangerous. Even witches could not safely return from it. For ordinary person to venture there was tantamount to courting death. However, in his last will, their ancestor had noted this, expressing hope that future generations could journey to the stone tower in the hidden forest, even if just to catch a glimpse. Ferlin opened this long-forgotten journal, and from the very first page, he could feel the remorse imbued within every line. Much of the writing had faded over time, becoming nearly illegible. He took his time and eventually he reached the last page, where the contents of the will were written. Perhaps it wasn't so much a will as it was an unfulfilled wish. The nobleman decided to bring the journal along to meet the lady Ferlin had spoke of. Andrea, munching on dried fish, asked Roland why he had summoned them. Roland playfully suggested they guess, promising an extra serving of ice cream sandwich for dinner if they got it right. Andrea's interest was immediately piqued. Ashes hypothesized that it might be to install plumbing in the room. Nightingale scoffed, pointing out that for simple plumbing, such large pipes wouldn't be necessary. Andrea felt a rush of camaraderie. Nightingale had thought just like herself, only Nightingale from the Witches' Union had the audacity to address the extraordinary witch in that tone. Since arriving at the border town, the only witch she felt closest to was Nightingale. They shared noble backgrounds and identical hair colors, recognized each other's combat abilities, and Nightingale was even willing to share her dried fish. Most importantly, she also had some beef with Ashes. Ashes huffed in response. Nightingale, smirking, mentioned that she was by Roland's side when he was drafting the designs, so she knew what they were for. Rem protested that it was unfair. Roland chuckled and declared that Nightingale was disqualified from this guessing game. As a hint to the witches, Roland mentioned the pipes were just a part of a system and suggested they might get their answer by exploring other places. Maisie and Lightning immediately zoomed out of the room. Andrea whispered to Nightingale, asking what it was all about. Nightingale confessed that even though she had seen the designs, she didn't understand them. She mused that if anyone in the Witches' Union could comprehend Roland's intentions just from the blueprints, it would probably only be Anna. After much hesitation, Andrea ultimately decided against asking Anna. Following the prince's hint, Andrea went from room to room, inspecting everything she could find. In the rooms that were completed, she noticed that the copper pipes were shielded with right-angled iron grates as if to prevent anyone from touching them. Outside, one of the pipes connected directly to the well in the courtyard. She speculated that it might be used to heat water, but that seemed too cumbersome. Prince Roland gathered all the witches in the Grand Hall and announced the official launch of the castle's heating system. Roland explained that firepan were inconvenient to move and required windows to be opened for ventilation, otherwise, there was a risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. The new heating system had no such concerns. Apart from Anna, Soraya, and Hummingbird who were involved in the installation, the only one who guessed correctly was Tilly. All of them would receive the promised ice cream sandwich. Today, Roland was set to give a public lecture on the preparation of nitrogen, with Kyle assisting in the explanation. Roland initially believed Agatha and Kyle might dislike each other. Since on one hand, there was the chief alchemist of Border Town, passionate about alchemy to a fault and seemingly indifferent to others' feelings and perspectives. On the other hand, was a witch from a kingdom that existed for centuries ago, wearing the pride of being a member of the top research institution, the Exploration Society. Both were incredibly straightforward, and pairing them up seemed like putting two volatile components together, an explosion waiting to happen. Surprisingly, they got along exceptionally well. Kyle felt Agatha had done him a significant favor, while Agatha thought highly of Kyle's vast knowledge. After extracting the nitrogen, the majority exclaimed that they couldn't see it. Roland then posed a question: how could one prove that nitrogen was different from air? Tilly, Agatha, and Anna all provided the correct answers. Roland was thrilled with the deep academic atmosphere. However, the rest of the witches were utterly lost. Barav and Axe, who were also present, were just as perplexed. Nevertheless, Axe firmly believed that if it came from His Highness, then it must be correct. Atop the city walls, the riflemen were poised and ready. Facing the looming tide of darkness on the horizon, they calmly conducted their final weapon checks before resting their rifle barrels on the crenels. One soldier caught sight of the witches. Another remarked on how beautiful they all looked, recalling how the church had painted them as ugly and terrifying before he came to the border town. Yet another said, not only were they beautiful, but they were also incredibly powerful. He spoke of Ashes wielding the massive sword, able to bring down a mixed-breed demonic beast with a single strike. How he wished he had such strength. Suddenly, a third soldier shushed him, whispering fears about it being the power of demons. The pony-tailed soldier gave him a good smack on the head, scolding him for such nonsense. He reminded him that Lady Nanoa was also a witch, asking if he considered her a demon as well. Lowering his voice, he warned that uttering such things in front of the veterans of the First Army would lead to a beating. With that chit-chat settled, their gaze shifted back to the oncoming horde. This wave of demonic beasts wasn't much different from previous encounters, but then they spotted something massive within, an enormous demonic beast, unlike any they'd seen before. It was much taller than the city wall itself, its massive horns and teeth were size of a full-grown man. They knew rifles would be useless against such a creature, they'd need the artillery crew. Glancing towards the position of the new cannon, its silvery barrel was already in motion. The gun slowly pivoted, aiming directly at the charging behemoth. A brilliant flash lit the scene, followed by a deafening roar. Unfortunately, it was missed. Andrea and Ashes hurried over upon hearing the commotion. As they arrived, a second earth-shaking roar resonated, this time, striking the colossal demonic beast squarely in the chest. The monster stiffly fell sideways with a heavy thud, its immense weight echoing across the battlefield, squishing many demonic beasts along the way. Unable to contain their exhilaration, the soldiers let out a triumphant cheer. Even such a fearsome and ferocious enemy couldn't stand against the mighty weapon invented by His Highness. And everyone on the city walls began to chant Roland's name. Roland only received the news after the battle had concluded. Upon rushing to the city wall, the massive body of the demonic beast still lay silently in the snow. Agatha, who had followed him, widened her eyes in recognition. She identified the creature as a hell dreadbeast. Agatha explained that several towns had been flattened by the hell dreadbeast's rampages. However, they were only ever seen as the ominous blood moon drew near. Roland then, recalling the diary entries mentioning that when the sky displayed a blood-red moon, the gates of hell would open again, he asked for an explanation. Agatha replied, implying that their time was running short, with at most 5 years remaining. At first, Roland was shocked but felt a bit relieved after fully understanding her words. Agatha looked at Roland, noticing his lack of urgency. Roland commented that 5 years are plenty, based on their current pace of development, he'd be able to equip the entire army with new firearms in just 1 more year. 5 years would grant him ample time to ensure that the land, population, and resources reached a higher standard. He hoped to establish 3 more industrial cities that would provide a constant supply of food and ammunition, along with providing basic education for the people. By the end of 5 years, he could line the entire city walls with these cannons. It seemed as though Agatha had made up her mind. She took a deep breath and promised Roland that she would do her utmost to produce liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen for him. Looking at Roland straight in the eyes, before she could finish her sentence, Roland reassured her that they would definitely defeat the demons. By evening, Evelyn returned to her apartment. The warmth of the hallway enveloped her immediately. The difference between the inside and the outside of the apartment felt like 2 different worlds. Walking through the living room, she noticed Andrea, Ashes, and Savvy engaged in a game of poker. Each of them had several pieces of paper stuck on their face. Andrea explained that the one with the most paper would owe the winner an ice cream sandwich the next time. Andrea invited Evelyn to join in. Evelyn pointed out that final exams were approaching, suggesting that everyone should be studying. Andrea responded by saying that the material was easy for her, and both Ashes and Savvy nodded in agreement. It was then that Evelyn remembered Andrea came from nobility, and both Ashes and Savvy can read and write. Politely declining the invitation, Evelyn chose to head back to her room and study. The next day, the witches sat together in the classroom, awaiting Scroll to distribute the exam papers. Andrea was mentally counting, besides the ice cream sandwich everyone would receive after the exam, she'd have the additional one she won from Ashes and Savvy yesterday. That meant she could indulge in 3 portions alone. As for the exam, Andrea was fairly confident. The test papers were quickly handed out. She raced through the questions on the first page, but as she flipped the page, she realized she couldn't understand the math problems that followed. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly turned her head to sneak a peek at Nightingale in the row behind her, but Nightingale's expression showcased that she had no idea what was going on. Nightingale was staring blankly at the paper, a quill held to her mouth, her gaze unchanging for a long while. Looking over to Evelyn, she and Maisie were slowly working out the problems with their fingers. And when she glanced at Ashes, she had the same stunned look as Nightingale. During the tension, Scroll announced the end of the exam. Andrea leaned back in her chair, watching as her paper was collected, suddenly feeling that the 3 portions of ice cream sandwich that evening might not be as sweet as she'd imagined. Scroll brought all the papers back to Roland's office. Roland saw a myriad of bizarre answers, or in some cases, he could sense the test-taker's agony and anguish between the lines. Nightingale asked why Anna didn't have to participate. Roland smiled while saying that Anna and Scroll were the ones who had prepared the exam. She then inquired about Tilly, to which Roland explained that Tilly had played the role of the examiner, having done the test in advance to check for any oversights, and had scored full marks. Once all the scores were tallied, he found that the first group of witches from Slumbering Isle had all shown noticeable improvement. Everyone had passed this time. Evelyn's improvement was the most significant. The scores of the 3 newly arrived combat witches were somewhat low. Nightingale's performance was rather disappointing. Her scores in 3 subjects were even lower than her previous test, making Roland somewhat bemused. It seemed that learning truly was a natural talent, sometimes it just couldn't be forced. The only one that puzzled him was Maisie. She hardly got any computational questions right in mathematics and sciences, and the formulas she used were utterly gibberish. However, she scored 90% on the multiple choice and true or false questions, resulting in an overall score of 63, which was somewhat unexpected. Roland really couldn't fathom how Maisie managed to do it. In the kitchen, Maisie and Lightning were preparing food. Maisie joyfully remarked how lucky she was to have gotten a double-yolked egg again. Lightning commented how Maisie always have such good luck. Maine had become the new pope. He once again descended into the dungeon. The last time he came here, it was to secretly execute the King of Grey Castle, Wimbledon III. He ignored the lamentations and cries of the others, heading straight to a specific cell door. The guard opened it for him, and he stepped inside. He saw Zero. The pure witch stood with her back towards the entrance, hands shackled to an iron bar above her head. Dozens of fresh whip marks marred her back. Main asked Zero if she realized her mistake. Zero groaned softly as if roused from sleep. Seeing that it was Main who had come, she laughed and asked, "When Main seek obedience, does he mean obedience to Main specifically, or a respectful attitude towards all the other bishops as well?" Although displeased by Zero's tone, Main answered straightforwardly, "Obviously it's obedience to his commands." Zero responded that if Main demanded as such, she would obey. Main then ordered the guards to unshackle her. With his staff, he picked up her clothes, tossed them to her, and instructed her to get dressed and follow him. He had a mission for her. Zero casually draped the clothes over herself and followed him out of the long prison corridor. Main began explaining that this year's month of the demons might last up to 5 months. He commanded Zero and the other pure witches to head to the Grey Castle. They were to exploit the chaos brought by the heavy snowfall to exterminate the rebels. On their list was Timothy Wimbledon and Roland Wimbledon. After waiting a long while without getting a response from Zero, he was about to punish her once again. Main, with a stern face, turned only to find Zero's lips curled in a smirk, her eyes radiating a dangerous glint. A shimmering light appeared. When Main opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a vast plaza. He suddenly realized that this was the old holy city from when he had just become a believer. Zero suddenly materialized, mentioning that this was the place that left the deepest impression on Main and that she admired it. Memories that momentarily faded reconnected in an instant. He felt a surge of anger and whipped around, his eyes locked intensely on Zero. He couldn't believe Zero dared use her powers on him. Zero spoke nonchalantly, "She is well aware of what she is doing. But for Main, perhaps he don't fully understand." Main was familiar with this power, knowing well that this was a spiritual battlefield, where one battles solely with consciousness within the world constructed by the intruder. Here, the victor gains all, and the loser is stripped of everything. He reached for the god's punishment stone necklace hidden under his clothing, wondering why it was ineffective. Seeing through Main's thoughts, Zero chuckled, "Its domain has been nullified." A realization hit Main. Only one person possessed such an ability, Isabella. He felt the sting of betrayal. If he had known earlier, he would have converted them all into God's punishment army. But regrets were futile now. All he could do was take a deep breath and probe for answers. Main quickly regained his composure. He threatened Zero, "If Zero kill him, the judgment army outside will notice and apprehend her. And what awaits her won't just be flogging." Zero shook her head, she had no plans to flee. Instead, she aimed to replace Main and ascend to the position of the Pope. Main was taken aback by Zero's declaration, exclaiming, "A pure one could never become the Pope. And the one to be crowned in front of the multitude of believers in the Grand Cathedral is Main. No one would recognize Zero as the Pope." Yet, Zero responded, "She don't need to show her face. Acting as the Pope's messenger will suffice." After all, Oberlin remained secluded in the holy secret temple for years, and on the rare occasions he ventured out, he would wear a mask. No one will notice a change in the Pope. As Main continued with threats, Zero coolly interjected, "Once the spiritual battle begins, it cannot be interrupted. Furthermore, no one will apprehend her." Main were mistaken from the very start. Main gazed into Zero's eyes, finding no trace of emotion, only a serene, unwavering gaze staring back at him. Main's mind suddenly raced back to Oberlin's last words, "Let go of the Pope position could also be a good choice. My child, I'm sorry." He felt as if he had plunged into a chasm of ice. With chilling clarity, Main finally understood everything. Zero then elaborated, "This battlefield was orchestrated by Pope Oberlin for them. Once the spiritual battle concludes, the survivor will become the true ruler of the church." Main couldn't fathom why Zero had turned out this way. Perhaps it was the memory she acquired from the king of Wolfheart and Garcia. Slowly approaching Maine, Zero explained that the church was originally founded by the Federation. What the old pope did was merely to provide the witches an opportunity to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. She told Maine that if he were to win, he could gain the memories Zero had accumulated over 200 years. Maine thought to himself, the decision to let Zero activate the secret room was strange from the beginning. Despite being favored by Oberlin, she was just a witch, and shouldn't have access to the church's deepest secrets. Remembering when Zero had unlocked the room, and she said this was also her first time here. Pieces was coming together. Unfortunately, Maine had overlooked this. Maine asked Zero where she would lead the church if she won. She tilted her head upwards and responded, towards victory, or perhaps defeat, but certainly not flee to the fjord. Zero was already privy to the secret orders Maine had issued. As the Third Divine War approaches, Maine diverted some resources to secure an escape route for himself. A hint of sarcasm laced Zero's tone. The Divine War hasn't even started, and Maine have already lost faith in victory. How can someone like Maine be the spokesperson for the gods? Maine couldn't hold back his fury, and started screaming if the gods truly favored them, why have they allowed humanity to suffer defeat time and time again? Maine then laughed, to fight against the demons, they can only rely on God's punishment army. But with their current numbers, they can't change the outcome. Should he rely on the witches? Zero drew her long sword, pointing it at Maine. She shook her head, the glint in her eyes sending a chill down Maine's spine. Zero knew that this battle would determine the fate of humanity. Regardless of gender or age, everyone would become valiant warriors, rushing to the battlefield in waves, until they either defeated the demons or met their collective end. Maine found this plan utterly ridiculous. Ordinary people would be paralyzed with fear at the mere sight of a demonic beast. How could they possibly combat the demon? Zero didn't respond, prompting a sudden realization in Maine. The only way to grant ordinary people the ability to fight was... He can't believe it. Zero intend for everyone to consume the church's pill. Zero replied, they can rely on sheer numbers. In 5 years, they will have stockpiled 4 million pills. Apart from the God's punishment army, the Pure Ones, Knights, and Judgment army, they will have millions of additional forces. Maine was convinced Zero had lost her mind. How could an Pure One nurtured by the church ever suggest such a thing? He believed that the memories inside Zero's head must have backfired. Zero took deliberate steps toward Maine, believing that acquiring knowledge was inherently a process of self-transformation. She had no intention of continuing their conversation. It was time to decide who would rule over the church. Maine fired the crossbow he held in his hand. Zero effortlessly dodged, following it up with a swift sword strike. Gritting his teeth, Maine watched Zero intently. Suddenly, a billowing red mist began to emerge from beneath him, spreading in all directions. Zero paused, her eyes widening slightly. Then, clutching her throat, she let out a harrowing scream. Standing within the red mist, Maine introduced this was the demon mist. Lethal only to witches. If he were to fill the entire square with it, Zero would die again and again. Zero laughed. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind surged, whisking away the red mist surrounding Maine. He recognized the wind magic stone set into Zero's ring. Without hesitation, Maine produced and swallowed a batch of pills. Zero nodded approvingly, deeming it a wise choice. Maine felt a rapid surge of power coursing through him. Meanwhile, Zero began forging her weapon. The blade was as broad as her own body, embedded with numerous magic stones. It felt eerily familiar. Indeed, it was the weapon of Icarus. The magic stones on the blade lit up one by one, followed by a blinding golden light emanating from its edge. The light dispersed the surrounding red mist. Maine saw nothing but consuming golden light. In an instant, the entire world seemed to crumble and dissolve within this golden glow. Back in the dungeon, Zero casually threw her draped cloak onto the ground. The Judgment Knight standing by respectfully bowed his head, presenting Maine's golden robe to her, a garment symbolizing the pinnacle of church power. He then knelt, proclaiming welcoming their new pope. Ferlin and his father arrived to the border town to meet with Roland. They were invited in the dining hall. Due to the heavy snow outside, both Ferlin and his father were clad in thick coats. Upon entering, they immediately felt the warmth of the room. Roland suggested they remove their coats, explaining the indoor warmth was due to central heating, a concept foreign to the father and son. He briefly explained what central heating was. The primary reason for their visit was to meet Agatha. Roland advised Ferlin's father to remove the stone of God punishment as a basic courtesy towards Agatha. Shortly after, Agatha, draped in her snowy cloak, entered the dining hall. Pushing open the grand doors, she hesitated for a moment before speaking. The divine war is upon them. She needs to use every available moment to produce weapons. She brushed the snow off her cloak. Perhaps due to working closely with the chief alchemist, her tone carried a hint of Kyle's mannerisms. Roland inquired if Agatha remembered, some 400 years ago when Takara was on the brink of destruction, a group of her servants separated from her, following the others to the mountains. Agatha thought for a moment. The memory seemed vague, but she couldn't fathom why it was being brought up after so long. As she removed her snow-covered hood, revealing her blue hair and face, both Ferlin and his father gasped in unison. They immediately knelt on one knee before her. Ferlin's father proclaimed he was a descendant of Kaga, and asked if Agatha recalled the name. In her time, Agatha had two main attendants, Kaf, who served as her guard captain, and Kaga, her chief housekeeper. Her expression turned frosty as she mentioned Kaga, asking if they were descendants of the very housekeeper who sneaked away with the magic stone and experimental records? Ferlin's father's eyes widened, and just as he was about to explain, Agatha's expression darkened, urging them to leave immediately. She claimed she no longer wished to see them. Without waiting for a response, the witch swiftly left the hall, not even allowing the pair an opportunity to explain themselves. Roland, puzzled, turned to Nightingale, seeking her insight. Whispering into his ear, Nightingale mentioned that both parties were indeed telling the truth. Roland contemplated this for a moment, and he quickly summarized the situation. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. He suggested to Ferlin's father to reside in Ferlin's house for the time being and take the opportunity to explore the town. He promised to discuss the matter further with Agatha. Trembling from head to toe, Ferlin's father gratefully thanked Roland. It was evident to Roland that Agatha's reaction had deeply shaken the noble. Roland then advised them to bring in the magical stones and the records they had in their possession. Seeing the remnants from over 4 centuries ago might alleviate Agatha's feelings, he mused, hopeful that their material proof could bridge the chasm of misunderstanding that had formed. In the evening, the prince summoned Agatha to his office. Roland recounted the story he'd been told to Agatha, informing her that regardless of how her housekeeper had acted, Ferlin and his father's intention had at least been to return things to their rightful owner. Perhaps he had even hoped to atone for the responsibilities their ancestors had shirked. Agatha remarked that Kaga had merely deceived his descendants, and they owed her nothing. Besides, weren't they among the nobility of the Western Territory? If Agatha were to accept them, it would only hinder Roland in his future plans and expansions. Agatha understood Roland's ambition to bring the entire Western Territory under his control. Roland hadn't expected her to think this, yet from her tone, it didn't seem like she held it against Ferlin and his father. Gently touching her hair, Agatha decided not to carry the anger from 4 centuries ago toward the present descendants. Roland was even more moved by the enlightened witch before him. He then jokingly inquired if Agatha would be interested in check her inheritance. Shooting Roland a sharp glance, Agatha replied that it wasn't her inheritance but that of the Exploration Society. Tilly opened the first box. Out of 10 boxes, each was filled with magical stones. Agatha referred to them as glow stones. Infusing them with magical power, a pale yellow light immediately emanated, rapidly surpassing the brightness of a torch. Only when the light became somewhat blinding did she release her grip. Roland's eyes gleamed as he observed these magical stones. When Anna brought up the topic of the ore veins and the treasure map, it was only then that Agatha remarked, "These are ore veins marked by the Exploration Society, intended for the location of the upcoming holy city." When Roland asked why is the stone in the mine was so tough, Agatha explained. When the god stone is divided, its hardness diminishes dramatically with the reduction in volume, and its area of influence also drastically shrinks. For instance, the easily portable god's punishment stone people often carry can be effortlessly shattered with an iron hammer. Roland then inquired if there were any methods to transform the magical stones. Agatha replied that there weren't. At this point, Tilly recalled seeing a perpetually shining lightstone at the ruins, which had been shining slightly dimmer for 400 years. Agatha mentioned that this would require the collaboration of a dozen or so witches. Some witches can replenish the magical power of others. By infusing it with a substantial amount of magic, it can shine for an extended period. However, these magical stones don't offer much assistance in battle situations. Pointing to the black leather books in some other boxes, Agatha's cheeks turned a rare shade of red. Some of them are copies of the Compendium of All Magic, intended as a guide for the witches who will settle the new lands and teach them how to evolve their abilities. Why would Agatha be embarrassed about that? Roland gave her a puzzled look, continuing his search through the remaining boxes. Sylvie found a secret compartment in one of the boxes. Upon opening it, Anna took out a cast iron square box. Agatha stared at the box in shock, her hand trembling as she looked at the divine seal imprint, unable to believe that Kaga would possess something of this nature. She suspected he might have stolen it from other witches of the Exploration Society. Roland speculated that someone might have been attacked and entrusted it to Kaga. He then inquired about the nature of this divine seal imprint. Agatha responded, certain magical stones, when connected, can produce additional effects, either altering the nature of the magical power or amplifying its outcome. This has been one of the primary research focuses of the Exploration Society. These interconnected magical stones are referred to as seals, and the divine seals are the most powerful among them. Their magical stones are all sourced from high-tier demons. Throughout the entire Takira, there are only 3 or 4 of them. When Roland asked how powerful it was, Agatha calmly responded that it could level Roland's castle to the ground. Agatha commented, "The amount of magic needed to utilize this is staggering." Back then, only the top 2 seats of the Federation could employ the divine seal. Roland pondered for a moment and considered letting Anna give it a try. Agatha shook her head and began explaining why only Transcendents could use it. Almost in the blink of an eye, as Anna took the seal, the 4 magical stones on it lit up one by one. Their golden light grew increasingly bright, making the entire seal resemble a nascent sun. Agatha shouted for Anna to let go. The brilliance vanished in an instant as if it had never appeared. Exhaling deeply, Anna gently placed the seal back into its iron box. A hushed silence enveloped the office. Sylvie covered her eyes trying to recover from the sudden light. Everyone took a moment to catch their breath. Anna commented that using it consumed a great deal of magic. She could at most use it twice. Her statement felt same as saying, "The exam was a bit challenging, I guess I could only score 99% twice." Paper had gradually become familiar with this place. She is surrounded by people who always cherished and cared for her. Without the need to search for food or worry about the firewood she gathered being stolen, she hoped to stay in this warm place forever. As she entered the main hall, Paper noticed the witches were not sitting at the long table for meals as usual. Instead, they were crowding around a wall, chattering incessantly. She blinked in curiosity but felt too shy to ask Wendy what they were up to. Wendy smiled, telling her that everyone is testing their combat strength. Paper was puzzled. Wendy added, "It's a quirky term that His Highness came up with, don't mind it." Lightning infused her magic and lit up 2 stones. Meanwhile, Maisie boasted that she lit up 2.5 stones, which Lightning found hard to believe. Wendy asked Paper if she wanted to give it a try. However, Wendy reminded her that Paper hadn't learned how to properly use her magic yet. Suddenly, Paper felt unwell and collapsed to the ground. A sharp pain racked her abdomen, and she felt as if magic quivered within her body. Wendy recognized these as signs of a magical backlash. She held Paper closely, trying to comfort her. The other witches stood up and circled her, offering comforting words and urging her not to be afraid. Wendy's suspicions were confirmed. The next day, she took Paper to meet Roland. Despite enduring pain the previous night, Paper remained conscious. Lying in the large bed and surrounded by the witches who came to visit, she listened to their comforting words and felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Roland looked at the young girl with joy, welcoming her as a member of the Witches' Union. Roland examined the experimental notes left by the Exploration Society. To him, this was an entirely new world. Roland was planning to build a mage tower for Agatha, allowing her to continue doing her research. This time, he waited until Agatha had finished her day of acid-making work before calling her to his office. Agatha declined the offer, feeling that a chemistry laboratory like Kyle's was sufficient. That would be so out of style. Roland exclaimed internally. He set aside the draft sketch, then recounted his ideas from the morning, asking Agatha if she could complete the rune crafting on her own. Agatha shook her head in response. Suddenly, Roland turned to Nightingale, inquiring about her combat strength test. Nightingale turned away, stating it was a secret. Roland surmised that she was probably disheartened by Anna. Agatha was somewhat displeased that Roland placed something as valuable as the divine seal in the hall. Nightingale remarked, if the witches from the Federation saw this, they'd be so outraged by Roland that they'd come back to life. Yet, Roland thought to himself that those items weren't that precious at all. They were equivalent to just over 10 kilograms of TNT. Agatha commented that although the rune was a product linked to the magic stone, the materials guiding the magic power were extremely intricate. The most crucial ingredient was the demon's blood. After countless experiments, they discovered that the blood of witches, demons, and demonic beasts differed vastly. Fresh witch bloods can be used to create god punishment soldier. Agatha looked disheartened. This was the Exploration Society's top secret. After the experiments began, she left the society. Initially, the Exploration Society combined the blood of elderly witches with the stone of God's punishment, then infused it into ordinary people. This required more than half of the witch's blood, and it had to come from the same individual. This meant that each transformation resulted in the death of a witch. Many ordinary people also couldn't withstand the procedure and eventually died. The success chance were also very low. According to Tilly's intelligence, the church now had a large number of God's punishment soldiers. Roland was livid. He knew that the church couldn't possibly have found that many elderly witches. They captured witches, raised them, and in the end, drained them of their blood to create God's punishment army. Thousands of witches, each possessing unique powers, were mercilessly killed by the church. They were branded as fallen, despised, and shunned by the world. Nightingale might have sensed Roland's rage. Roland took a deep breath and pronounced, word by word, he will stop them. After Wendy took her bath, she was taken aback when she opened her bedroom door. To her astonishment, Nightingale was sitting at the desk, flipping through the book given out by His Highness to teach the witches in Witch Union. Wendy's towel almost slipped off in surprise. She thought Nightingale had an argument or a fight with the prince. Nightingale clarified that she hadn't. After listening to Agatha's words in the office, Roland feared that Nightingale intended to take on the church alone. Roland knew that within the church there must be many witches loyal to them, some of whom were exceptionally powerful. Nightingale told him to relax. She knew that going to war with the church, they need to rely on the firepower of their powerful army, was the most prudent approach. Roland reassured her that he would defeat the church, and Nightingale had every confidence in him. Nightingale exhaled deeply, recounting the experiments on God's punishment army as Agatha had described. She felt the need to become even stronger, to contribute more to the impending battle against the church. Wendy agreed with Nightingale's sentiment, thinking that perhaps the comfort of the castle had made her complacent. She suddenly realized that enemies were still near, whether it be the church or the demons. And the threat wasn't entirely gone. Yet she hadn't made much progress in a long time. Compared to those sisters who studied hard, like Rem, Hummingbird, and Echo, she seemed to have been too relaxed. Despite being the older witch, she couldn't even light up 2 magic stones. At this rate, she felt she wouldn't be deserving of standing before them as an elderly sister. Wendy took a deep breath, deciding that starting from today, like the other witches, she would spend an hour every night studying the prince's knowledge before going to sleep. After changing into her pajamas, she noticed Nightingale had already dozed off over the desk, lost in dreams. Beside the Crimson Water River, the makeshift shipyard was bustling with people. Today, Roland led everyone to witness the launch of the new ship. The workers tore down the wooden shed facing the river, revealing a gray hull. It slid down the riverbank and plunged into the waters. Everyone had expected such a massive object to sink instantly, but instead, the ship floated gracefully. Some of the townsfolk knew that this new ship had been constructed in just a couple weeks. Furthermore, His Highness was currently recruiting a captain and crew members. Nightingale didn't understand why Roland would reveal his newest ship. Roland explained that it was a display of military strength. Nightingale was still puzzled. Roland continued, saying it was to let everyone witness the monumental transformation of their town. Many probably had never seen a stone ship that could float. He hoped it would instill a deeper sense of belonging among the townspeople. Kakuzum was completely fixated on the new ship. Even for a basic sailing vessel, the crafting of the ribs alone would take over a month, not to mention waiting for the timber to dry completely. It seemed impossible to make a ship in just a couple of weeks. Wade glanced at Kakuzum, asking why he was so familiar with ships. Turned out, many years ago Kakuzum had been a captain, navigating between various kingdoms. It was only due to some unexpected misfortunes that he had ended up like this. As Kakuzum watched this miraculous ship, he pondered, within 2 years, His Highness would likely fill every river within Grey Castle with ships like this. After some thought, he decided he might as well apply for the position of captain. Out in the hidden forest, Leaf gracefully navigated between the forest searching for Lightning and Maisie. Ever since her abilities evolved, she had turned her attention to the hidden forest on the town's west side. To avoid losing her senses, she cautiously expanded her ability, starting from the western city wall. Each day, she merged a little more. One day she will be able to cover the entire hidden forest. Maisie and Lightning were on the trail of a wild boar. Leaf appeared from the tree trunk, startling the 2 girls. Almost as if they were speaking to a ghost. Maisie landed directly on Leaf's back, pacing a couple of steps, and even pecked where Leaf's body connected with the tree trunk. Leaf felt ticklish and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Perhaps sensing nearby presences, the wild boar took off in a run, and Leaf signaled the 2 girls to follow her. Unable to maintain a human form while moving, Leaf let vines sprout from the ground to guide the girl and the bird forward. Before them, a massive boar crouched by the stream, drinking the icy water. Its tusks were thick and sharp. Lightning drew her dagger, and in the blink of an eye, she shimmered like a golden flash, swooping down onto the boar from behind. Against Lightning's aerial advantage, the wild boar was too clumsy. It wasn't long before it lost its ability to resist, collapsing onto the snow. Leaf manipulated the vines to wrap around the boar's hind legs, hoisting it up and started draining its blood. She remembers that His Highness mentioned that meat without bloodstains tastes better. Leaf suddenly sensed more creatures intruding into the forest. Directing her gaze to the edge of her control zone, she saw 2 gray wolves approaching. Something felt off. She knew that such beasts usually roamed deep within the forest. Even in winter, they rarely ventured so close to the town's outskirts. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared before her, making the hairs on her skin stand on end. The brutal battles she had experienced in the wastelands flashed through her mind. She saw 2 hulking demons slowly advancing towards the city walls. Their arms bore no magic stones, and they carried no spears on their backs, seemingly unarmed. However, Leaf noticed black iron gauntlets on their hands, the very weapons that had killed her comrades. With a deep sense of dread and unease, she urged the two girls to flee immediately. Briefly describing what she had seen, she cried out loud, "Go now!" Leaf told the two girls that the demons had no mounts, and won't catch up to them. Unexpectedly, Lightning hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. She wants to stay and fight them. Leaf asked her why. Lightning took a deep breath and then replied, if they flee upon meeting the enemy now, how will they ever defeat them in the future? The young girl drew a handgun from her waist. She remembered what her father once said, where you fall is where you rise. And she will not run away again. Lightning inspected the chambers of her pistol, ensuring every slot was loaded with bullets. She knew demons could be killed, their greatest weakness was their reliance on the red mist to survive. If they let such a dangerous enemy wander the town's outskirts, the risks would only grow. Leaf seemed momentarily persuaded by her words, falling silent. Maisie chirped softly by Lightning's side, and Lightning chuckled, "I got that." "What did Maisie say?" Leaf asked. Lightning translated with a smirk. Saying Maisie said she wants to shred their heads with her claws, flatten them with her wings, then roast them over a fire to see if they're edible. But Maisie only chirped twice, Leaf pointed out. Sensing the demons were about 300 meters away. Leaf hesitated, likely because the past encounters with the demons had left deep scars in her memory. But now wasn't the time to dwell. They planned for Leaf to first entangle the demons with vines, after which Lightning and Maisie would launch an aerial assault. After a brief search, Maisie transformed into a hawk, spotting the prey. Under her hawk-eyed gaze, even a rabbit dashing through the snow couldn't elude her pursuit. One target each, Lightning proposed. When they are halfway in their dive, Maisie will then transform into the giant winged beast. Lightning exhaled a frosty breath, gripping her pistol tightly as she began her descent. The biting wind whipped past her face, making her ears sting. She recalled the shooting techniques Nightingale taught her. The iron gauntlet worn by the enemy was likely embedded with electric magic stones. Their effective range was about 5 meters, similar to witches. Thus, shooting from 7 to 8 meters was optimal. The enemy's figures became clearer. Suddenly, one demon halted, lifting its head to roar at them. Simultaneously, countless vines sprouted, coiling around the demon's legs and climbing upwards, ensnaring the demons tightly. A flash of white light enveloped Maisie, and in an instant, she transformed into a massive beast, letting out a resonant cry as she dove. Gritting her teeth, Lightning sped up. She took a sharp turn and pointed her gun at one of the demons. As one demon broke free, Lightning's shot struck its chest. The demon charged at her, she fired 3 more shots, but she missed. Calming her breath, she took another shot. A red mist exploded behind the demon. The bullet had not only pierced its body but also shattered the gas tank on its back. With a painful wail, the demon quickly fell to the ground. Maisie's situation, however, was far worse. A bolt of lightning from another demon struck Maisie directly, sending sparks flying. Her screeching turned into a scream of agony. Her wings curled up, and she crashed heavily onto the demon below, sending up a wave of snow. The impact was so fierce that Lightning felt the ground tremble beneath her. Perhaps the collision had shattered the gas tank on the demon's body because a red mist began to spill from beneath the giant bird, making the young girl's heart skip a beat. Leaf reacted immediately. Dozens of vines combined into one and lifted Maisie off the demon. The giant bird rolled a couple of times in the snow before lying still. Lightning felt anxious and dashed towards Maisie, cradling her massive head and shaking it gently. Maisie opened her eyes, seemingly unable to maintain her magical form any longer, reverting to her original form. Lightning checked her over, and after ensuring she was unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. She was glad that Maisie was okay. It seemed that while in her flying beast form, Maisie couldn't be harmed by the red mist. Moreover, her resilience increased when she grew larger. The electric shock had merely knocked her out temporarily, and the demon had cushioned her fall. It looked terrifying at first, but she hadn't sustained much damage. Leaf appeared from a nearby tree trunk and inspected the lifeless bodies of the two demons. They decided to bring back the corpses for the Highness to handle. Roland was taken aback when he heard the news. Without taking the time to ask for details, he rushed with Leaf to the castle's back garden. There, he saw Lightning unloading the bodies of two demons from Maisie's back. Just as Roland was about to ask if anyone was injured, the young girl jumped down, darting straight into his arms, proudly announcing they had defeated the demons. She tilted her head upwards, her eyes gleaming with a "praise me" look. If she had a tail, it would undoubtedly be wagging. Roland exhaled deeply. Thank goodness that none of them were injured. Seeing Lightning like this, he couldn't very well yell at her for not reporting back after encountering the demons. He decided to set that issue aside for now and began asking about the details of the event. Listening to their back-and-forth recounting, he was finally able to grasp the gist of what had happened. The battle might have looked easy, but it carried significant risks. If Maisie hadn't miraculously withstood the bolt of lightning unscathed, or if the demon had managed to break free from Leaf's binding, the outcome could have been unimaginable. Nightingale couldn't help but appear and reprimand them for taking such risks. But we won, Lightning pouted in response. Nightingale retorted without hesitation, saying it was mere luck. Had Maisie been severely hurt by the electric strike, things would have gone very badly. She then turned to Maisie, saying that she should have reported back, instead of frolicking with Lightning. Make such a mistake again, and she can forget about getting any dried fish treats from Nightingale. With that, Maisie lowered her head in guilt. Truly deserving of her title as the strongest witch in the border town, Roland thought to himself with an approving glance at Nightingale. Looking at the two bodies in the back garden, Agatha wore a somber expression, warning everyone not to underestimate these demons. Roland closely inspected the two demon corpses. Their frames were massive, both standing over 2 meters tall. The variance in their blood color made sense. Human blood is red because it's rich in oxygen-transporting hemoglobin. These creatures might not even need to breathe oxygen, so any blood color wouldn't be surprising. What puzzled Roland, however, was the fact that even though the two demons resembled humans so closely, they seemed to lack certain parts. Roland wondered how the demons reproduce. Roland curiously asked Agatha if the demons had genders. Agatha replied, "There's no concept of gender among them, and how they reproduce remains an enigma." Over the hundreds of years of battling the demons, many had noticed an intriguing phenomenon: the evolution of these creatures. Some demons, previously gravely wounded by witches, would reappear on the battlefield in a different form. Yet from the remnants of their old wounds, it was evident they were the same demons. This suggested that the higher-ranked demons weren't born that way but evolved through countless battles. Once their evolution was complete, even their physical form would change. With the advancements in demonic stone technology already being a major concern, the enemy's ability to evolve made it no surprise they had dealt severe blows to humanity in the two divine wars. Crouching down, Roland examined their clothes and belongings. Thankfully, these items didn't seem technologically advanced, some even appeared rather outdated. Among the items, Roland came across a stone tablet. "It's their way of recording information," Agatha explained, "but they've never managed to understand the writing." The remaining magic stones were standard gear for scout demons. A dull ache began to throb at the base of Roland's skull. He thought the demons were aware of the existence of the town, and now sending scouts over. Agatha shook her head, saying if they were truly intent on scouting human settlements, their movements wouldn't be so careless. For effective reconnaissance, they would send 2 to 3 squads, usually accompanied by demonic beasts as mounts, and they wouldn't stray far from each other, at least within the support range of their spear-throwing fiends. Ashes chimed in. Could it be that the demons deemed border towns too insignificant, so they casually sent just 2 of their kind? Agatha pondered the suggestion and eventually rejected it. During the Federation era, even the smallest of border towns would have a witch stationed for protection. The demons can't possibly be aware of the human world's changes over these past 4 centuries. Hence, their scouting should still be based on the tactics from the Second Divine War. Roland felt a weight lift from his chest. Agatha believed the demons might not even be aware of a human settlement here. They might just be surveying the surroundings of their camp, expecting to encounter primarily demonic beasts. That's probably why they didn't bring the magic stones or spears and chose the more convenient lightning stones instead. However, when he learned of the nearby demonic camp, a fresh wave of headache washed over Roland. Having the enemy set up a base right at one's doorstep was vexing. How are they supposed to live their days peacefully now, he mused. Tilly cast a concerned glance at Roland. Roland knew he needed to locate the camp and eliminate the threat. The praise from Ashes says this is the decision a good lord would make. They will support Roland wholeheartedly. Entrusting the task of scouting to Lightning and Maisie, Roland instructed them with emphasis, under no circumstances should they engage the demons on their own. Their safety is the most important. After a pause, he added, if they successfully locate the camp, there will be an ice cream sandwich for dessert every day for the next week. Salivating at the thought, both promised to accomplish the mission. Days later, not far from Border Town, a site resembling a demonic camp was discovered. A deep cave mirrored the one previously found at Agatha's experimental tower site. To ascertain the situation, Roland consulted Sylvie and Soraya. Upon viewing the sketches, Roland was taken aback. Another cavern? Could there be another massive creature inside? If the previous one devoured the experimental tower, he wondered if this one swallowed the demon camp? He pondered if he had missed crucial information linking the two incidents. To Roland's unease, Sylvie pointed out that the underground tunnels were directed towards the snowy mountain, aligning perfectly with the direction of the cave found in the hidden forest. All signs led to one location, the Grey Castle, specifically beneath the palace. Inside the palace, Timothy sat languidly on the throne, his right hand propping up his face, displaying slight impatience as he observed an assassin demonstrating his skills. Perhaps Timothy's generosity has made these gestures overconfident. A man in a black hat proclaimed, should the traitor Roland ever cross his path, he will easily take Roland out. Casting a fleeting glance in front of the man, Timothy noticed 4 daggers impeccably lodged into a barrel not far from him. Timothy coldly watched the man in the black hat boasting about his skills. Without much of a word, he signaled to one of his knights. The man in the hat started to panic, inquiring about Timothy's intentions. Defeat the knight, and his reward shall be granted, Timothy declared. A scream soon filled the hall, revealing the outcome. Timothy, without casting another glance at the fallen assassin, shifted his attention to the status of the new weapon made from the snow powder. An official reported the not-so-promising progress, revealing that the weapons made were nowhere near as powerful as rumored. Only a few could penetrate a knight's armor from within 10 steps, and hitting a target beyond 50 steps was almost impossible. Timothy clenched his fist in frustration. Their manufacturing rate was low and the quality was unreliable. Many of their metal tubes had exploded, causing the soldiers to distrust the new weapon. He couldn't fathom how Roland, in a town much poorer than the royal capital, managed to produce hundreds in just one winter. To Timothy, it could only be the aid of the demons. A minister interrupted his thoughts, announcing the arrival of envoys from the Kingdom of Dawn. Since the palace was bombed, Timothy had to receive guests in his study. To invite the foreign envoys into a basement would be a grave insult. As Timothy entered his study, 2 young envoys, one male and one female, with strikingly similar features, awaited him. After formal greetings, Timothy assumed they were there to beg for resources or food. But the male envoy corrected him, they are not here to seek aid, but to address a greater threat. Taken aback, Timothy inquired, what threat? The young woman continued, the church has occupied 2 kingdoms. Numerous refugees are flooding into their borders. Their king believes the church's ambition does not end there. Both Grey Castle and the Kingdom of Dawn are in grave danger. Their king wishes to ally with Grey Castle to stand against the church. As she finished, they presented an agreement, a potential treaty for mutual defense. The gravity of the situation was undeniable. The world was changing, and alliances were becoming more vital than ever. Taking out a map. The young male envoy spread it out in front of Timothy. If the church launches an attack from the holy city against either the Kingdom of Dawn or Grey Castle, then the other kingdom will lead their forces northward to lay siege to the Hermes holy city. This move will halt the church's advance, leaving them vulnerable at both ends. Timothy still relies on the church for supplies of the pills. With this agreement, the chances of obtaining pills from the church were dimming. Without the pills, how can they expel Roland from the western regions? However, the church was an entity they had to be wary of. It would be ideal to purchase enough pills and unify the entirety of Grey Castle before forming an alliance with the Kingdom of Dawn. Timothy mentioned that he needed to consult with his ministers. He then asked, how much do they know about the situation in Everwinter and the Wolfheart Kingdom? He wondered if all the information came from the mouths of refugees. The envoy's knowledge was limited, especially when asked about Garcia and her black sail fleet. The female envoy reported that Garcia and the King of Wolfheart had fled the capital and met their end during a chaotic battle, yet no bodies were found. Timothy exhaled, feeling a slight regret, but this was one of the few pieces of good news they'd received since winter began. He hoped the intel was accurate. Watching the envoy depart, a smirk crossed Timothy's lips. He thought to himself, saying this is the fate of traitors. And he claims that Roland will end up just like them. Meanwhile in the fjord. By the time the last house was built, the horizon was already turning a dusky hue. A man clapped his hands in delight, gazing at the newly built structures. Lien adjusted her scarf to cover her ears, enveloping them in the soft warmth of cotton wool. She had picked up this warming technique from the western regions and introduced it to Slumbering Isle to keep the residents warm. The man inquired about the cost if he were to hire her long-term, hoping to have Lien develop other areas of his territory. He was keen to find out how much it would take to persuade Tilly to let Lien go. Lien had no intentions of leaving, but the man interjected, painting a picture of a better life elsewhere, where she could stay with him, enjoying fine wine and delicacies from the 4 great kingdoms, and always having attendants by her side wherever she went. Lien frowned, recognizing this all-too-familiar attitude. They claimed it was employment, but in reality, it felt almost like she was being bought. Just as she was about to retort, Breeze pulled her hand. Standing between them, Breeze obstructed the man. The man's tone shifted irritably. He claimed that the sleeping curse promised to grant any request. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. The man turned to look and was taken aback. It was Thunder. Seeing Thunder, the man changed his demeanor, muttered a thanks, and hurriedly left. Lien sighed in relief and expressed her gratitude to Thunder. Thunder had just finished an adventure and happened to be passing by. Speaking of his adventure, his eyes lit up with enthusiasm. For the first time, he saw the sea with completely different heights. It was as if the ships were flying towards the towering walls of waves without falling into the deep sea. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he'd never believe such bizarre sights existed in this world. In the evening, the witches gathered. They snuggled together on the warm heated bed, sharing tales of their experiences in the border town. The group would chat deep into the night, answering their curious and envious questions. When the conversation turned to the Western Territory and Prince Roland, the atmosphere was jubilant. Amid the overlapping chatter, a thought uncontrollably popped into Lien's mind. What if it was Prince Roland who wished to employ her long-term, instead of the fat merchant? Would she have accepted? Thinking about it, she realized that if it were Roland, she wouldn't be able to refuse. How embarrassing. Lien nestled deeper into her blanket, glancing around. Thankfully, the lamp was already extinguished, so nobody could see how red her face was. She wondered when would Lady Tilly finally accept Prince Roland. Wouldn't it be wonderful if they could be together forever in the border town? Lien hugged her scarf tighter. That way, both she and the other witches could happily live in the border town. Back in border town. Nanawa stretched and yawned as she rose from her bed. Reluctantly leaving the warmth of her blankets, she slipped into her thick winter coat and made her way out of the bedroom. There, she found Aunt Ada tidying up the living room. Munching on a piece of bread, she greeted her, to which Aunt Ada responded with a warm smile. Soon after, Nanawa stepped outside, greeted by a gentle snowfall. Every morning, she followed the same routine, leaving her house to go to the medical center. If there were injured people, she would help them. Otherwise, she would practice her skills on injured animals. Waiting at the medical center could sometimes be dull, but she persisted for the sake of treating the wounded as quickly as possible. Another thing that kept her going was the smiles and warmth of the townsfolk. Everyone would greet Nanawa, often inviting her for meals. As she walked, she was continuously showered with greetings. This contrasted sharply with a year ago, making it seem like two different worlds. Her sisters often said that she had become the most popular witch in the border town, even surpassing Anna. But Nanawa didn't care about popularity. She simply cherished her life in the border town. Every townsfolk she had treated would greet her warmly, filling her heart with a sense of accomplishment. Upon reaching the medical center, the soldiers by the door saluted her with respect. Nanawa, in her typical energetic manner, ran up to the second floor. But as she opened the door, she found Rem, Hummingbird, and Lily lying listlessly by the table. Seeing her, they immediately stood up to greet her. Nanawa was overjoyed to have her friends around. Rem brought a deck of playing cards, mentioning she learned a new game from Andrea. Lily chided her, suggesting if Rem put the same effort into learning the prince's new knowledge, she wouldn't be lagging behind. Nanawa chuckled at the scene, feeling like she was back in Professor Carl's academy, living those carefree days. By evening, everyone had returned home. Rem, drying her hair, leaned close to Lily, who was seated by a desk. Rem admitted her envy of Nanawa. Without even turning her head, Lily just nodded. Rem had mentioned how both the soldiers and townsfolk deeply respected Nanawa. Rem too yearned for such regard. Lily explained that it was because over half of the people living in the town had received Nanawa's help. Rem wanted the same. Then learn from Nanawa, Lily advised. Proactively help the townsfolk or evolve her own abilities. By bedtime, Rem still had these thoughts weighing heavily on her mind. Although she knew that what Lily said was true, she couldn't shake the feeling of being useless within the witches' union. She didn't want to continue feeling this way and certainly didn't want to take this opportunity for granted. After all, it had taken her so long to find a place where she truly felt at ease. Spending her days aimlessly made her feel restless. During the night, she hardly slept. The next day, with dark circles under her eyes, Rem knocked on Roland's office door. Roland, seeing her, assumed Rem had recently been bullied. She shook her head, leaning over his desk. She reminded him that Roland once said she had great potential, yet her abilities hadn't evolved. Roland couldn't help but chuckle. He had been pondering the same issue. Agatha mentioned that aside from constant practice, another way to evolve one's skills was through sudden insight. Wanting to assist Rem, he posed a question about her understanding of magnetism. After hearing her textbook response, Roland realized that while she could recite the concept, she didn't genuinely understand it. He drew a diagram and started explaining. Rem's eyes widened as she tried to follow, but she was lost. Seeing her confusion, Roland reassured her. He told her it was all right if she didn't understand right away. He asked her to follow a specific method of practice, if possible, try to change the direction of magnetic field lines, like switching from the left hand to the right. If she can get a hang of this method, Roland said, he will then prepare a small toy for Rem as a gift. Once Rem masters this technique, Rem will naturally evolve her ability. Returning to her bedroom, Rem held in her hands what His Highness referred to as a little toy. Along with it, Roland had included a set of instructions: hold both ends of the square frame and practice her abilities. Note, remember to draw the curtains. Rem examined this so-called toy. It was a square frame crafted from copper wire, with a clear spherical glass attached at the top. Upon closer inspection, she could see that the copper wire inside the sphere was replaced by a much thinner metal filament. Scratching her head in confusion, she decided to follow the instructions anyway. After all, it was all in the name of practice. Taking a deep breath, she began to channel her magical powers. At first, nothing seemed odd, but soon, a glimmer of light caught her eye. The filament within the glass sphere had turned into a fine line of yellow light, and its brightness intensified rapidly. In moments, the radiance was so dazzling that Rem could barely believe her eyes. The dark room was illuminated by a soft glow, far brighter than that of any candle she'd ever seen. That is, until a soft pop extinguished the glow, plunging everything back into darkness. Rem was still in shock. In a rush, she hurried into Roland's office. Pushing the door open, she blurted out her question, "Why did the glass light up?" But no matter how she tries now, it doesn't light up. Roland looked surprised as he set down his quill, taking the toy from Rem's hand. He hadn't expected Rem to achieve it so quickly. Roland told Rem that this was a light bulb. Twirling the glass bulb in his fingers, Roland removed it and then started to explain. The lightning Rem harnessed ignites the filament, causing it to emit a continuous light. Bringing the copper wires close together, he reattached the bulb and encouraged her to keep practicing. When Rem returned to her bedroom, Lily was lounging at the head of the bed, reading the textbook titled Fundamentals of Natural Science. Lily hadn't expected Rem to wake up so early and asked her to bring her some breakfast. Rem huffed in response, reaching out to draw the heavy curtains closed, plunging the room into darkness. Confused, Lily inquired what she was up to. To which Rem replied that she was practicing her abilities. Lily rolled her eyes, intending to head to the main hall to continue reading. However, Rem stopped her. With a mischievous smile, Lily teased, asking if Rem is afraid of the dark? Puffing up her cheeks, Rem just wanted someone to be with her. She yearned for someone to witness her progress, and maybe compliment her abilities. And if she failed, at least there was someone to offer some comforting words. But she will never admit these out loud. Upon hearing that Rem intended to harness lightning, Lily swiftly moved closer to the doors, clearly looking anxious. Remembering the past, Rem channeled her magic. Recollections of her time at the camp flashed through her mind. Hakura would certainly condemn her actions every time Rem tries to practice her abilities. Yet the prince, in help with her training, had replaced all iron objects in the room, down to the smallest nail, with copper equivalents. Such experiences in the border town further fueled her desire to be more useful. With these memories stirring within, she found herself quickly tapping into her abilities. Magic leaped from her hands, increasing in both speed and intensity. Then, Rem saw a spark. Then after a brief moment, she distinctly saw the arc of electricity. For the first time, she had witnessed the true extent of her power. Electricity generates magnetism and magnetism generates electricity. She finally understood that's how it worked. She suddenly felt a newfound clarity in her own abilities. The door to Roland's office was suddenly flung open as Rem rushed in, cradling the copper wire frame. Roland opened his eyes just in time to see her place the device on the desk. Even though she wasn't touching the frame, an arc of light persisted at the point where the copper wire was broken. Gazing at this astounding sight, Roland involuntarily dropped his jaw. The quill slipped down, tumbling to the ground. What was he witnessing? A system that continues to produce electrical energy without any external source. Roland inquired how Rem had accomplished this. Her eyes shining, she excitedly explained that since Roland had mentioned that electricity and magnetism are intrinsically linked, she wondered if her ability to magnetize objects could also be used to induce electrical current. Roland had mentioned that generating lightning would require changes in magnetic forces. So she experimented by continuously altering the magnetic force she applied to the copper wire. The result was the phenomenon before him. Roland knew better than to measure a witch's abilities using common knowledge. Rem had the power to make magnetism change autonomously without any external interference. What puzzled him was whether Rem had never noticed changes in the magnetism of enchanted objects before. Rem explained that during her time at the Witch Association, she had contemplated allowing an object's magnetism to change at will. She thought of decreasing its magnetic strength when not needed to avoid inconveniencing her fellow sisters. However, it seemed to have no effect. The object's magnetism always remained constant. She believed that her idea was unattainable, so she never tried it again. Roland then turned his gaze to Nightingale, inquiring about the Rem's magic. Nightingale appeared from the mist, smiling as she described it to be like flowing water. Rem's voice quivered with excitement upon hearing this. Roland affectionately patted her head, informing her that her abilities had truly evolved. He commended her, stating that without relentless practice over a long period, one couldn't grasp and ascend their abilities so quickly. She had done incredibly well. Starting from today, Rem would be the sixth witch in the Witches' Union to have evolved abilities. Rem's eyes sparkled as she questioned when she started helping Roland. Roland smiled and replied, "There will be countless things, just as he mentioned before. Rem's potential is boundless. However, Roland hopes Rem to take a good rest first." He noted the dark circles under her eyes. Rem nodded vigorously. After Rem left the office, Nightingale immediately closed the door, then locked the door and came over. Instead of going back to the desk or standing by the window as usual, she teleported right next to Roland. Excitedly, she gripped his shoulders, bending slightly so her golden hair tickled his face. As Roland gazed into her dewy eyes and soft red lips, his heart raced. Is she thinking of, right here, right now? In broad daylight? Nightingale's next words caught him off guard. She wanted Roland to tell her a method to evolve her abilities without understanding the textbooks. She knew that Rem probably didn't understand the contents of the book either, but she still evolved a new ability. Nightingale inquired about what she should do, asking if she needed to practice with toys too. The direction the conversation took was slightly disappointing for Roland. Clearing his throat, Roland explained that it might be challenging for Nightingale's ability to evolve just by practicing. According to Agatha, one would need to witness a phenomenon related to their ability in reality to trigger an evolution. Nightingale's ability is too mystical. Roland doesn't fully understand its principles, let alone guide her in understanding it. Roland said. To consolidate her magic, Nightingale may have to master all of the scientific knowledge, including advanced mathematics. Nightingale's face became fairly disappointed at his words. She slowly walked backward and leaned back in disappointment. After Rem had rested, Roland conducted a comprehensive test on her new ability. He named it Indeterminate Magnetism. Like her previous ability to bestow magnetism, it could be attached to any object and followed the cycle of the magic infused at the time of enchantment. However, for insulators, there was virtually no electrical effect. Moreover, among the evolved witches, Rem's magical energy ranked the lowest, only lighting up 2 stones on the divine emblem. After a series of tests, he found that Rem's new power was relatively stable when used as a battery. However, it was nowhere near sufficient to drive large motors or match the power of a steam engine. Despite this, Roland did not reveal these findings to Rem and instead encouraged her to continue honing her new abilities. After the tests, Roland rewarded Rem and Nightingale with the latest chocolate cake to share. Furthermore, Roland recalled Agatha's mention of a method involving multiple witches injecting their magic power into magic stones. If there was a witch who could manipulate or transfer magical energy, it would bypass Rem's limitation of insufficient magic. During the evening, he sought out Tilly. Tilly confirmed that no one on the Slumbering Isle possessed such abilities. However, she knew where he could find someone. Tilly introduced a witch, her name is Spear Percy. She possesses the ability known as the Magic Channel, which allows her to link the magical energy of several witches. She resides at Dragon Fall Ridge. Not only is she a marquis, but she is also the Lord of Dragon Fall Ridge. Tilly went on to explain, her father, the former Lord Percy, bequeathed all of his titles and lands to her, rather than to his second or third sons. Due to her high status, she had managed to conceal her identity and has lived a much more comfortable life than most witches. During the Great Migration, she took the initiative to assist Tilly, which greatly sped up the process of gathering witches from the towns in the southern part of the kingdom. Roland sensed something was off. Why didn't she shelter her fellow witches? Tilly shook her head. Spear Percy hoped the witches would leave her territory promptly to avoid persecution by the church. To the Marquis, her position as a lord is paramount. If the church discovers that a lord is harboring witches, her position would undoubtedly be in danger. During their conversation, Spear had once told Tilly that if witches are captured by commoners, she'll try to replace them in prison with other death row inmates and then smuggle them out of her territory. But if they're caught by the Judgment Army or by the church, she'll likely turn a blind eye. Roland wasn't sure if they could persuade her to come to Border Town. Tilly wasn't very hopeful either, but thought it was worth a shot. Roland decided to send a messenger to discuss it with her, with Nightingale undoubtedly being the best choice. Suddenly, Tilly mentioned that another witch had evolved their ability in the castle. Roland nodded and briefly described the process of Rem's evolution. He hypothesized that the witch's power was the specific manifestation of magic, not a naturally occurring phenomenon. They conversed for a while until Tilly abruptly asked if Roland comes from a world without magic. Taken aback, Roland almost spat out his tea and questioned her meaning. Tilly explained that she had read all the books Roland had written over the past month, and something felt off. Roland had consistently excluded magic from nature. Every textbook failed to mention the concept of magic. Yet, Tilly asserted that magic was an intrinsic part of nature, causing Roland to be stunned. He suddenly realized that he had forgotten he was interacting with someone from a world where magic was a natural phenomenon. He had inadvertently placed magic in opposition to natural occurrences and took such a stance for granted. Roland felt at a loss for words. He knew Tilly was no ordinary witch. Besides being his sister, she was also an extraordinary witch. Within just a month, Tilly had read all the books Roland had written and keenly noticed this inconsistency. During the awkward silence, Tilly spoke again, her voice much gentler this time. She wasn't in a rush to hear an answer from Roland and decided to rest for the night, suggesting Roland do the same. As she was leaving, Roland watched her, momentarily forgetting even to stand to bid her goodbye. At the door of his office, Tilly paused and looked back, questioning, "Can I trust you?" Usually, Roland would have confidently said yes, but at that moment, he hesitated. In the end, he could only give a slow nod. Nightingale suddenly appeared, remarking in surprise that Tilly had left without getting a response from Roland. Roland gave her an irritated look. Nightingale had a look of regret, casually sticking out her tongue and saying, if Tilly had pressed Roland a little more, she might have known about his real origin. Roland sighed deeply, knowing Tilly did not want to strain their relationship by pushing too much. Leaning back in his chair, Roland felt a chill run down his spine. Tilly's behavior was impeccable. In the face of the present dangers, trust in an ally was more crucial than learning their true identity. That's why Tilly posed her questions and chose to depart, giving both of them some breathing space. But it didn't mean she didn't need answers. If Roland continued to evade, once the external threat was dealt with, their trust could still be lost. Yet Roland wasn't ready to reveal everything to Tilly, unsure of how she truly felt about him. Shaking off these worrisome thoughts, Roland turned to Nightingale and asked if she, along with Maisie and Lightning, could investigate the situation in Dragonfall Ridge. Nightingale agreed without hesitation. However, Roland continued, while holding her hands, expressing his concerns for her safety. Nightingale's voice became slightly soft as her face started to blush, but she reassured Roland to not worry. Even if she has to tie the Marquis up and bring her here, she will manage. Roland rapped on his desk, saying that was exactly what he was worried about. He does not want Nightingale to kidnap her to Bordertown. If she did that, the Marquis would be so angry. Roland told Nightingale to not act recklessly. First, he wanted Nightingale to gather information and then find an opportunity to meet with Spear Percy. If she refuses, it's okay. Do not threaten her. That's it? Nightingale sounded disappointed. Furthermore, Roland needs Nightingale and Lightning to scout the surroundings of Dragonfall Ridge, note down the city's defenses, patrol teams, and garrison deployments, and then return as soon as possible. Nightingale muttered a response of acknowledgement. Finally, Roland said, pausing for emphasis, remember, their safety is most important. Soon, the three witches set off on their journey. Roland worked tirelessly to record his knowledge. Roland hoped that Scroll could transform the Book of Magic into a storybook, just any story that Anna hadn't read before. Suddenly, Scroll remembered that tomorrow would be Anna's awakening day. The following evening, sitting by the bed, Roland felt as if he was trapped in a dream. It seemed as though he wasn't in the outdated age of monarchs nor a modern society filled with electronics, but rather in a childhood that was sandwiched between the two. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but look at the girl seated beside the bed. She was flipping through a storybook, but what stood out the most were her sapphire-like eyes. At some point, Roland realized she had put down the book and was tilting her head, looking at him curiously. She asked if he was watching her. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, only to return it moments later, admitting that he was. After a year of being together, they had become very familiar with each other. They locked eyes for a moment and then broke into simultaneous laughter. Anna wondered aloud if her request was too capricious. Everyone cared about her and wanted to be on her side, but she pushed away those who cared about her. Roland reassured her that it wasn't. And everyone understands her decision. Blushing, Anna admitted that if Agatha hadn't mentioned those ancient methods, she wouldn't have made such a request. However, in the future, the other sisters would likely follow suit, and then Roland would truly have his hands full. With a wry smile, Roland said, most of their requests would mostly be about wanting more ice cream sandwiches. Upon learning that Anna's awakening day was approaching, Agatha immediately shared her experiences from the Federation. According to Federation research, for witches undergoing awakening or maturing, apart from needing to empty their magic to minimize backlash, their emotional state is also crucial. Positive emotions like joy and satisfaction can greatly enhance their success. Thus, for powerful witches, the Federation might even assign people specifically to meet their requests during this transition. After Anna learned about this, her sole request was for Roland to accompany her on her awakening day. With Roland on her side, made her extremely happy. Faced with her earnest look, even Roland felt a little embarrassed. On impulse, he took out a book, declaring it a gift for her awakening day. He had painstakingly tried to transfer the knowledge about calculus and advanced mathematics, all for this significant moment. To a witch, the awakening day held more importance than even a birthday, representing a second rebirth. Anna was very happy about her gift. But when she took the book, she didn't open it immediately as usual. Instead, she placed it beside the storybook, murmuring her thanks. Suddenly, Anna stood up, coming closer to Roland, saying she wanted to hear something special. A thought crossed Roland's mind. The last time he'd shared a story, Anna had drifted to sleep before he could finish. Anna wanted to hear the rest. Back then, Roland had spoken of living in a vast city, but he wasn't referring to the Grey Castle capital. In a soft voice, Anna said she knew. Unexpectedly, she pushed Roland gently. Looked into Roland's eyes. Anna understood that it wasn't easy for him to speak of certain things. But if that was the case, he didn't have to. As she leaned against him, she felt certain she wasn't the only one who felt this way. The closer everyone was to Roland, the more they felt that Roland was unlike anyone else. Playfully, Anna suggested a wager. She believed she could guess a lot about him. She'd record her speculations in a notebook. When the time came that Roland no longer hesitated and wished to share, they could see how much she had guessed right. He didn't ask what the bet entailed, winning or losing held no significance between them. Anna probably proposed this more to comfort Roland than to genuinely want to bet. Among all the witches, Anna was the one who understood and resonated with his thoughts the most. He nodded in agreement. The three witches, donning the special wind-resistant coats that His Highness had provided them before their departure, arrived at their destination. After ensuring that Lightning and Maisie had entered the city with her, Nightingale headed straight for the castle. Seated at a desk, the Marquise quill danced across the parchment, seemingly engrossed in her writing. She suddenly looked up, questioning who was there. Nightingale revealed herself, bowing respectfully. "Who might you be?" the Marquis inquired again. Nightingale introduced herself as a witch from the border town. Trying to keep her composure, the Marquis's hand subtly slid towards her sleeve, asking why she didn't knock on the door. Nightingale replied with a soft chuckle. If she had knocked, she would have been greeted by the guards instead of the Marquis. She doesn't intend to harm the Marquis, so there's no need for the hidden crossbow in her sleeve. The Marquis, taken aback, withdrew her hand and folded her arms defensively across her chest. Nightingale is here to relay a message from Roland, the fourth Prince of Grey Castle, explaining that he had established a new order in the western region where witches could coexist with ordinary people. He hoped that the Marquis could aid him in the border town. Upon hearing it was the fourth prince, the Marquis suddenly recalled the often ridiculed and deemed incompetent prince. A look of disbelief crossed her face. She thought Nightingale was lying. The Lord of Border Town was nothing but a rebel prince exiled to some desolate place. Nightingale promptly corrected her, stating that it was Timothy who was the real usurper. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before Prince Roland would reclaim his rightful throne. But that wasn't the main point. All Nightingale wished for the Marquis's assistance with her magical channel ability in the border town. The Marquis remained silent for a moment before finally asking if this was a threat or an invitation. Nightingale shrugged. Obviously, it's an invitation. His Highness does not believe in coercing any witch. In fact, she herself dislikes that approach too. Without hesitation, the Marquis declined. She believed that if Roland truly needed her help, he should have visited her with the manners befitting a noble, instead of having people sneaking into her castle. Nightingale acknowledged the response. She gave the Marquis a gentle nod, then she put on her hood, bowed, and prepared to leave. The Marquis looked genuinely surprised. Nightingale replied that she had delivered the message and received a response. Her mission is now completed. She smiled and asked if the Marquis was hoping that Nightingale would kidnap her. The Marquis hesitated before inquiring, how did Nightingale know about her abilities? Did she have contact with the witches who went to the fjords? Nightingale responded by saying that her speculation was correct. Tilly Wimbledon is currently in Border Town with her brother, aiding His Highness in the month of the demons. It was Tilly who informed His Highness about Spear Percy and her abilities. The Marquis poured a cup of tea and handed it over, then asked, "Is it really true that the fourth prince has established a system in his territory where witches and commoners coexist?" Nightingale explained with a smile, not only that, Roland had expelled the church's influence from his territory. Currently, over a dozen witches live in Border Town, and the townspeople accept them as a part of daily life. The Marquis handed Nightingale another cup of tea, wanting to hear more. Nightingale smiled, prepared to discuss the creation of the Witch Union by His Highness, the war with Duke Ryan, and the governance after reclaiming Chengdu's stronghold. Suddenly, there was an urgent knock at the window. Nightingale opened it to find Maisie crouched outside. Lightning discovered something unusual. "A force from the Judgment Army is rushing towards the castle," reported the pigeon, flapping its wings. "And saying there are at least 20 of them." Nightingale asked if they were here to meet with the Marquis. In which the Marquis responded she hadn't scheduled any appointments with the church that day. Nightingale advised her to hide or have her personal guards intercept them outside the castle to ascertain their intentions. Before she could finish, chaotic footsteps echoed from below the castle, and the clashing of sword sounds became more and more clear. The Marquis's expression shifted as she loudly summoned her guards. Nightingale once again urged the Marquis to leave, vowing to protect her. But the Marquis refused, declaring, "This is her territory." Before the words fully left her lips, the door was violently pushed open. A group of fully armed Judgment Knights stormed in, their swords raised as they surrounded the Marquis. At the same time, Nightingale melded into the mist, noticing that these knights carried God's punishment stones. Through the window, she observed the two little girls, Maisie and Lightning, hiding nearby instead of fleeing. Suddenly, an angry rebuke erupted from the Marquis. Questioning a man named Redwin, has he lost his mind? How dare he bring them into her castle? A man's voice emerged from the crowd of knights, saying Father was mistaken in passing the title to a minion of the demon. He is merely correcting his error. The Marquis looked at her younger brother in disbelief. This is a blatant fabrication. Redwin retorted loudly, the high priest will make his judgment. Father might be deceived, but others won't be. The Marquis's tone shifted. She questioned who was behind all this because there was no way that Redwin could come up with this story on his own. After all, her father chose her not for any reason other than the fact that Redwin and their younger brother are utterly useless. The man yelled, telling her to shut up. Following his outburst, Nightingale heard a sharp slap and the Marquis's painful grunt. A priest from behind told Redwin, until the trial, Spear Percy remains a noble. He should treat her with proper manners. After the Marquis was taken away, the room was left with just two men, Redwin and the priest. The priest informed Redwin that he would soon take over the Dragon Fall Ridge and become the new lord. The priest mentioned that Spear Percy would soon be hanged in the square as a witch. He suggested that Redwin gather her ministers, knights, and subordinates to inform them of the matter. By reallocating some of the Marquis's privileges and treasury among them, his position would be further consolidated. The two men laughed heartily. Only after the two left did Nightingale appear from the mist. Lightning and Maisie descended after her. The two young girls declared their intention to rescue the Marquis, and then crush the church entirely. Nightingale shook her head. Ever since they defeated the two demons, the confidence of these little ladies had inflated quite a bit. This was a sign that wasn't necessarily good. Nightingale disagreed, saying that they couldn't confront the church just yet. She hoped to discreetly rescue the Marquis so that she might agree to accompany them to the border town. Combat was too risky, with the enemy greatly outnumbering them, and all of them wielding Stone of God punishments. Nightingale told the two girls to hide, while she decided to first gather more information. During the night, Nightingale had scouted the entire area. She had even located where Spear was held captive. She was deep within the basement of a nearby tower. Nightingale plans to rescue her later in the night when everything is silent. But first, she had to discern the church's intentions. She stealthily re-entered the tower. Into the mist, she followed a path taking her straight to the top floor where she hid in a lavishly decorated room. Footsteps echoed from outside. Nightingale discerned there were two people. To her surprise, the first to speak was a woman, who seemed to be discussing how they found out that the Marquis was truly a witch. It appeared her plan would need some tweaking. Following her was the very same priest from earlier. His tone brimming with deference, he thought such an outcome was perfect. The woman shook her head, telling him things had changed. According to the Pope, any new witch should be discreetly handed over to the Holy City. They should switch the sentence from hanging to burning while they need to find a hooded prisoner of similar stature. When the door opened, Nightingale was puzzled. She wondered who this woman making even a high priest afraid to talk back. Nightingale saw a magic core within the woman, only to recognize the woman as a witch. Nightingale's first instinct was to retreat. The woman responded with swift precision, unleashing a blinding silver whip that lunged at Nightingale. Reflexively, Nightingale leaned back, the silver whip narrowly missing her. Using the momentum, she rolled away, creating distance between them. The high priest, in sheer panic, hid behind the woman, suggesting they call for the judgment soldiers. The woman, however, smirked at Nightingale, dismissing the priest's proposal, telling him there was no need. It's been a while since she hunted a witch herself. As they conversed, Nightingale studied the witch. Although she suspected the church had covertly cultivated witches, confirming it with her own eyes filled her with anguish and anger. This witch had wholly become a puppet of the church, viewing herself as different from her kind. Nightingale recalled an assailant she encountered at the royal capital, who had unhesitatingly stabbed Wendy. These individuals couldn't be considered kin anymore, they had chosen entirely different paths. With this realization, Nightingale drew her revolver. The white-haired witch, blindfolded by a ribbon covering her eyes, knew Nightingale had some stealth ability and questioned, "Where is she from?" Nightingale remained silent, her gaze fixated on the ribbon that obscured the witch's vision. The white-haired witch tried to persuade Nightingale to serve the church, to become one of the pure ones. Nightingale laughed scornfully, not believing such bull crap for a second. As she voiced her defiance, Nightingale emerged from the mist, pulling the trigger. Flames burst from the gun barrel. Astoundingly, the witch countered the bullet with a swift motion of her silver whip. The witch expressed an interest in Nightingale's concealed weapon, but her tone suddenly grew cold. She had made up her mind, Nightingale must die. The silver gleam lunged at Nightingale again, but this time it split into dozens of whips, aiming to ensnare Nightingale entirely. Nightingale dodged frantically, but the room was small and difficult to dodge. A streak of silver flashed past, numbing Nightingale's leg and sending her sprawling to the ground. Without time to assess her injuries, Nightingale emptied her revolver from her position. The silver whip contracted and whirled rapidly, deflecting all the bullets. Nightingale had no time to reload, she had to get out of this confined space. The white-haired witch barked orders at the high priest, demanding a swift lockdown and sending extra guards to the basement. Only when the flustered high priest had left did the witch slump to the ground, fingers trembling. She felt utterly drained. She couldn't comprehend what weapon Nightingale had used. The white-haired witch's powers were both offensive and defensive. Particularly her defensive capability was considered the strongest shield among the pure ones. Nothing should have been able to breach her defense. Yet, deflecting Nightingale's projectiles had depleted all her magical energy. Now, she couldn't even maintain her abilities and felt an overwhelming exhaustion. The white-haired witch gritted her teeth in anger, determined to capture Nightingale. Acting on her prior knowledge of the layout, Nightingale landed directly in the basement where Spear was imprisoned. Spear, hearing the commotion, looked up, her eyes widening in surprise, questioning how Nightingale managed to get in. Nightingale gestured for her to be silent. Hobbling outside the cell door, she quickly dispatched 2 guards with her dagger. Only when she returned to the cell did she check her injuries. Blood continued to flow from her calf. Nightingale briefly explained that all of this was a conspiracy led by the church, desiring nothing more than the lordship of the Dragonfall Ridge. When Spear inquired about her brother, Nightingale told her he had become a puppet of the church. Spear's neck was still bound by the stone of God punishment. They needed to find a key first. Just then, the clear tolling of a bell sounded from the top of a high tower. It was the alarm. Paradoxically, this alarm aided Nightingale. The church soldiers stationed in the basement, hearing the bell, gathered at the only exit of the basement. This offered Nightingale an opportunity to neutralize them all at once. She aimed and fired, swiftly taking down all incoming guards. Soon, they entered another room. There was a metal apparatus in the middle of the room. Using the tools, they unlocked the God's punishment lock. But as they did, the sound of armored footsteps approached the basement entrance. Nightingale pulled Spear into the mist, only to realize that the approaching judgment army was armed with crossbows fitted with bolts bearing the stone of God punishment. Hearing the whirring release of crossbow strings, Nightingale pulled Spear in front of her and yelled for her to duck. A sharp pain pierced her back as several bolts found their mark. Enduring the pain, Nightingale, with Spear, plunged back into the mist. Escaping from the basement, Nightingale checked if Spear was injured. Spear, dazed, asked if Nightingale had shielded her from the bolts. Nightingale explained that if Spear had been hit, there would have been no chance to survive, but it struck Nightingale, she might still survive. She then produced a bamboo tube, releasing a blinding red beam of light that shot toward the sky. The Judgment Army noticed and prepared to strike. Just then, Maisie arrived, its massive tail smashing the surrounding walls. Huge boulders fell, causing the judgment soldiers to scatter. Spear gazed at the giant bird. Lightning quickly hoisted Nightingale up, telling Spear to climb atop Maisie. They soared upwards, hastily departing. On a ridge not far away, they expertly set up a tent large enough for the four of them. The campfire drove away the cold. Lightning and Maisie motioned for Nightingale to undress so they could tend to her injuries. As she removed her top, a burning pain shot through her back. Spear gazed at Nightingale. Her voice tinged with worry, questioning Nightingale if she was all right. Spear's tone was somber as she recounted how Nightingale had been shot by the crossbows while protecting her. Maisie rummaged through a large backpack, pulling out a collection of first aid supplies, along with bandages and a bottle of disinfectant alcohol. There were herbal leaves prepared by Leaf. The sharp sting of the alcohol made even Nightingale grimace. The two girls worked together, one disinfecting the wound while the other applied the herbal paste. Seizing the opportunity as they treated her, Nightingale inquired about Spear's plans, especially considering her brother's betrayal under the church's influence. She told Spear of what she had learned from earlier. Spear clenched her fists, vowing to make both Redwin and the church pay for their actions. Nightingale shook her head, warning Spear that the church's reach and ruthlessness were beyond comprehension. Even if it was a king in their way, the church wouldn't hesitate. The fates of Eternal Winter and Wolf Heart Kingdoms were prime examples of this. Spear calmed herself, then asked, "Is the church really planning to annex the four great kingdoms?" Spear have occasionally heard such rumors from merchants, but most of the nobles in the capital believe it's nonsense. Nightingale chuckled, "There's much Spear and those nobles don't know. If Spear wishes to uncover the concealed conspiracies." Nightingale told her that she would have to join the Witches' Union. To reclaim Dragonfall Ridge, she can also seek assistance from His Highness. Hesitantly, Spear asked, would Prince Roland really help her? After being bandaged, Nightingale smiled at her. She said with a confident smile, telling her that eradicating the church is their undeniable duty. Moreover, if Spear ever wishes to leave the Western Territory, she can leave any time. His Highness never forces anyone. Spear fell silent, seemingly contemplating something. Again, Spear sought confirmation, questioning if Roland truly achieved harmony between witches and commoners. Upon hearing this, a sense of pride surged within the hearts of the witches from the border town. Nightingale looked at her intently and replied, "His Highness's territory is precisely such a place. It's the holy mountain for witches." Spear nodded, suggesting, "They should set out tomorrow then." Both Nightingale and Lightning simultaneously responded, "Not yet." After glancing at each other, they burst into laughter. They knew that in the coming days, the church would surely send messages to the new holy city. Their task would be to intercept all carrier pigeons. Maisie was set on returning Lady Spear to the border town, while Nightingale and Lightning had other tasks at hand. 3 days later, Lightning and Nightingale were perched on a tree, watching the church's envoy. Unexpectedly, Maisie appeared, and following right behind her, a witch gracefully descended. With one swift motion of her massive sword, she cleaved the lead envoy in two. The entire envoy army drew their weapons, but none could withstand even a single strike from Ashes. At the same time, Andrea made her entrance, releasing arrows shimmering in golden radiance from her fingertips. The duo worked seamlessly, swiftly eliminating the church's envoy. Nightingale glanced to the other side. With the support of the Witch of Slumbering Isle, they could undoubtedly defeat the entire envoy group this time. Since the others didn't matter as much, Nightingale was determined to deal with the white-haired witch herself. Nightingale drew her pistol, suddenly emerging from the mist, and swiftly dispatched the enemies in front. She then fired at the carriage, prompting the church's Pure One to immediately leap out and flee towards the forest. Although the Pure One managed to deflect several bullets, this was no longer the confined room. Nightingale's evasive maneuvers kept her safe from the gleaming silver whip of the Pure One. As Nightingale fired a few more shots, the light of the Pure One's whip began to dim. Seizing an opening, Nightingale's bullet struck the Pure One's shoulder, causing her to lose balance and fall to the ground. Nightingale quickly subdued her. Attempting to harness her power, the Pure One saw Nightingale throw a stone of God punishment at her, mentioning that it was taken from her own followers. Nightingale looked at the Pure One while telling her the church uses these to control and harm witches, and yet she abides by such evil. Gritting her teeth, the Pure One hissed, calling Nightingale a damned demon, saying the gods will punish her. Nightingale, her face void of emotion, aimed her gun at the Pure One's chest. She felt no remorse, as she had made a vow to Roland that she would become the shield and blade for him. Then, she pulled the trigger. Moments later, the forest returned to silence. Nightingale examined the items on the Pure One. From the inner pocket of her robe, she found a letter, a seal, and a badge. Other than that, she had nothing. Perhaps, she never enjoyed anything in her life. Removing the ribbon from the witch's face, Nightingale discovered an unexpectedly youthful face. However, scars around her eyes marred her beauty, appearing as though they had been repeatedly seared with a red-hot iron. Whether these scars were from before she became a witch or after serving the church remained a mystery. Lightning suddenly appeared from mid-air, carrying a struggling man, before effortlessly dropping him onto the ground. The man appeared to be a high priest. Lightning glanced at the fallen Pure One on the ground. Given her appearance, it's hard to believe she sees them as enemies that must be killed. Nightingale cast a cold gaze at the captured man. As she began to draw out a piece of cloth in his mouth, the man shouted, proclaiming the woman to be Archbishop Tathon's Pure One and vowing that the church would hang them on the city gates to be fed to the crows. Unfazed, Nightingale coldly reminded him to be more concerned about himself. He continued cussing. This is exactly why they should gag him. Lightning remarked with a shrug. Nightingale stuffed the cloth back into the man's mouth. Let's hand him over to His Highness. She has heard that Axe is quite adept at interrogations. Andrea, Ashes, and Maisie soon arrived. Andrea cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Pure One, seemingly expecting Nightingale to spare her life. However, Ashes intervened. The enemy is a witch. Any hesitation or oversight can be deadly. If it were her, she wouldn't let her live either. She reminded Andrea that these witches tend to be even more brutal to their own kind. At least she had never seen a monster or a demon imprison someone and torment them continuously for years. Finishing her thought, Ashes removed her blood-streaked gloves, extending her hand towards Nightingale in a gesture of appreciation and agreement with Nightingale's actions. Nightingale took Ashes' hand and smiled, realizing that even someone like Ashes would comfort her. Perhaps, Ashes didn't want Nightingale to feel overly burdened about taking the life of a witch. Lightning placed her hand on top of theirs, followed by Maisie. Andrea rolled her eyes but eventually joined in reluctantly and placed her hand on top of everyone else's. With its thunder tone, she quipped, if it were just Ash's hand, she wouldn't want to touch it. She is doing this for Nightingale's sake. Subsequently, all five of them raised their united hands towards the sky. This marked the first collaboration between the Witches' Union and Slumbering Isle, delivering a resounding counterstrike against the church. A few days later, everyone returned to the border town and landed in the castle's backyard. Nightingale was immediately surrounded by her sisters. Nanawa hurriedly asked Nightingale where she was injured. Lily pointed out that Nanawa had been waiting for days and wondered why it took so long to return. Lucia anxiously inquired if her wounds still hurt. Nightingale patted Lucia's head, assuring her that she was fine now. Wendy was quite upset, condemning Nightingale for her recklessness. How could Nightingale wander around the church by herself? It was far too dangerous. Scroll comforted, saying it's good that they returned safely. Leaf mentioned she had prepared a new batch of herbs that could help reduce swelling. Lily insisted on disinfecting Nightingale's wounds before using the herbs. Witnessing their genuine concern, Nightingale felt a warmth surge within her heart. There was no doubt that this was the place she would give anything for. Then she saw Roland. Lightning had already darted into his arms, clinging to him like a gecko. Maisie too flew over, landing on Roland's head and nuzzling his cheek. Nightingale had the same urge, but she reminded herself that she was no longer a child. Suppressing the impulse to hug him, she approached the prince. His smile was as familiar as ever. He suggested that Nightingale take a warm bath and rest up. He also mentioned he had left several packets of honey-glazed fish jerky in his office drawer for her. Later in the evening, Roland held a grand banquet in the castle. Everyone jovially discussed the recent battle. Nightingale mused that even though she didn't know what kind of lives the witches from the church led, she was sure about the camaraderie within the witch union. This place was the true holy mountain for witches. After the banquet, Roland returned to his office. As he walked in, rubbing his slightly dizzy head, he found Nightingale already seated cross-legged on the desk, waiting. Roland told her that she should be resting for a few more days, but Nightingale, munching on her fish jerky, assured him she was back in top form. Just as Roland settled into his seat, she hopped off the table, circled behind him, and placed her arms around Roland. To Nightingale, an extra day of rest meant one less day with Roland. Roland's face reddened slightly, but Nightingale confessed she had wanted to do the same in the castle garden earlier, only there had been too many people around then. It wasn't until there was a knock on the office door that Nightingale pulled away, fading into the mist. It turned out to be the Lord of Dragon Fall Ridge. As Spear entered the office, she had already given deep thought to Roland's previous requests. Roland succinctly briefed her on the looming crisis of the kingdom, the origins of the church, and the threat of the demons. He also shared his subsequent plans. Hearing all this, Spear found it hard to believe. If it weren't for the testimonies of Tilly and Agatha, she wouldn't have accepted such tales. However, after that conversation, her attitude underwent a significant shift. When discussing Roland's future plans for the Western territories, she was agreeable but was curious about how to promote it across all territories. Roland firmly stated that he had to proceed in this manner. If not, Greycastle would merely be scattered sands. Before the final enemies arrived, he needed to gather as much strength as possible. Spear slowly remarked this move would offend all the nobles by curtailing their rights, especially regarding hereditary positions. This will undoubtedly solidify Roland's reputation as a rebel king. Roland clarified he didn't intend to change their status. He merely wishes for them to adapt to the new system. They can still retain their territories, they'll only lose some of their privileges. Spear realized Roland was resolute in his decision. She thought that if she didn't accept, she might also be overthrown by Roland's army. Roland shook his head and sincerely added, "What he is lacking most right now are administrators." Telling Spear that she won't lose her territory and that she can appear openly before the people as a witch without any threat from the church. Spear was silent for a moment, setting down her teacup. She says she has one condition. She wants everything to remain the same for a while after Roland helps her reclaim Dragon Fall Ridge. Only when Timothy is dethroned can she fully support Roland. Roland understood her stance. It was neither an outright refusal nor full support, but it gave her room to maneuver. Her meaning was clear: Roland had to prove he had the capability to unify Greycastle. Roland was undeterred. He had confidence that Timothy's reign would soon end. Hesitating, Spear inquired about joining the evening lessons. This took Roland by surprise, as those were foundational lessons, seemingly of little use to a noble like Spear. However, Spear mentioned finding the calculation methods was intriguing and expressed her desire to learn. Roland wondered if she referring to the multiplication tables or algebraic equations. Roland couldn't help but chuckle. If Spear wishes to join the Witch Union, she naturally can. After lunch, Axe brought good news. Roland followed Axe to the basement where the priest was being held captive. The priest was unharmed, and his clothes were intact, but he appeared listless and kept muttering a phrase repeatedly. Upon seeing Roland, he yelled accusingly, claiming that Roland had unleashed demonic powers and the divine beings would punish them. Axe glared coldly at him, warning him not to utter nonsense unless he wanted to relive the punishment from the previous night. Frightened, the priest suddenly sat on the floor. Slowly, he introduced himself. When asked about the witch's identity, the priest said her name was Aurora, the pure one of Archbishop Tayfun. Roland glanced at Nightingale, who was hidden within the mist. Nightingale confirmed the priest wasn't lying. When pressed about the purpose of framing the Lord of Dragonfall Ridge, the priest admitted he was clueless. His only task was to monitor Aurora until they discovered that the Lord was a true witch, at which point they intended to capture her and bring her to the Holy City. Their plan involved passing through 3 cities, though the priest didn't know the reasoning behind choosing these particular cities. Roland thought to himself that these 3 cities were situated on the western borders. Could this operation be specifically targeting him? When the questioning was over, it was clear the priest didn't know much. Oddly, he neither pleaded for mercy nor did he condemn Roland and Axe. Eyes closed, the priest stated that his final judgment would come from the gods, not Roland. Axe suggested handing the priest to him for a night, assuring that his attitude would change. But Roland, believing the priest had shared all he knew, declared that the priest's judgment wouldn't come from the gods, but from the people's verdict. In the town square of the border town, a wooden platform had been built. However, this time, it wasn't for a show performance, but for the town's very first public trial. On the day of judgment, the area around the platform was packed with townsfolk. They waved their arms at Roland, their shouts rising and falling in waves. Pressed by the crowd, the priest was brought forth. Facing the throngs of people, his expression shifted. Roland wanted to unveil a heinous crime to the public. He had been pondering for 2 days on how to best expose the church's misdeeds without inciting panic. Roland couldn't talk about the divine war or matters related to the demons. If he wished to rouse public indignation, he had to speak about matters that concerned them directly. He revealed that the church had branded witches as evil minions of the demon, ugly and dangerous. Yet, he revealed, the Pope and archbishops harbored these very witches. This fact, he proclaimed, was admitted by the priest himself. Turning to the priest, there was a prolonged silence before the priest confirmed the claim. The crowd erupted in a flurry of whispered discussions. Someone in the crowd asked if the priest truly hailed from the Holy City. Roland presented evidence, including the priest's documents, robes, insignia, and official proclamations. He emphasized the church's hypocrisy in harboring witches. To amass more witches, they not only sheltered homeless women under the guise of charity but even colluded with street gangs to steal babies. The realization that kind-hearted girls like Manhwa could be taken by the church incensed the townsfolk. They waved their fists in anger at the priest. Parents held their children close, and young couples clung to each other. The crowd couldn't bear the thought of Manhwa or their own loved ones being harmed by the church. The priest, looking out at the incensed masses, trembled with fear. Roland then stepped forward, unfurling a long list of his crimes before the priest. He loudly asked, regarding his charges, "What else does he have to say?" The priest fell to his knees, admitting all accusations were true. The square exploded with chatter upon hearing his confession. Finally, in the snow-covered border town, the people made their choice. After reading the contract several times, Spear signed her name at the end. She never imagined that so many common people would support a noble. She had always believed that nobles neither needed nor cared for the understanding or support of the commoners. Yet, perhaps there was a power in it she hadn't realized before. Glancing at Roland, she found him seemingly lost in thought. Spear assumed he might be regretting the trial from the day before. However, Roland asserted that he never regretted opposing the church, they were enemies he had to defeat. Still, he was somewhat pensive. Even though he had exposed the church's genuine sins, he felt uneasy. Perhaps, he mused, he wasn't yet a qualified politician. This was the first time Spear had heard the term politician. She wondered what it meant. But before she could ask, Roland changed the topic. He put away the contract, and when the conversation turned to Spear's abilities, she explained them in detail, expressing her eagerness to serve Roland. In the backyard, Roland introduced Anna and Rem to Spear. Rem's magical power was considered on the lower side within the Witches' Union, but its consumption was shockingly high. Roland hoped to use Spear's abilities to connect Anna and Rem's magical powers. Spear nodded and used her ability, which manifested as a sphere emitting a soft white glow, floating mid-air. Under her control, two thin lines extended from the sphere, resembling a line reaching out towards Anna and Rem. As the line merged into Anna's chest, suddenly, Spear gasped sharply. Spear could sense that what lay inside Anna wasn't a swirling magical core, but rather a solid metallic cube. It was so immense that she felt like an ant standing below it, having to reach her neck to see its top. Spear tried several times to connect with it, but was consistently repelled. After numerous attempts, the line finally managed to touch the cube. However, there was no response. Spear has never channeled such powerful magic before. It's too overwhelming. Anna wanted to give it a try. As she began to pour her magic into it, a sudden change occurred within her. The magical energy from the cube rushed toward Spear. To Spear's surprise, it felt an immense weight. Yet, even as the orb filled with energy, Anna's metallic cube remained in its original form, as if the tremendous power was just a trivial portion of its capability. As all preparations were in place, Roland handed a cylindrical object to Rem. Holding it with both hands, Rem closed her eyes, and the magic within began to circulate wildly. Spear noticed that Anna's metallic cube shimmered faintly. The magic within her core kept getting drained only to fill up again instantly. Spear was having a troubled time keeping up. With the massive amount of magic surging within her, she knew that the receiving end. Rem should have felt much worse, but how was she able to continue channeling power for so long? Minutes later, she wasn't sure how she endured till the end. By the time Anna's magical power was nearly spent, Spear felt her legs wobbling, hardly able to stand. Opening her eyes, Rem excitedly held up the cylinder rushing towards Roland. Roland clapped in joy and carefully held the cylinder with wooden tongs, saying this was a magnet whose polarity keeps shifting. Spear looked puzzled, but Nightingale chuckled, telling her that these conversations were best left for Anna to join. Anna revealed a brand new electric motor nearby and Roland placed the cylinder inside. Rem grabbed a wooden lever attached to the machine and pulled it. The machine came to life instantly. Spear noticed the sparkle in Roland's eyes as if this crude iron instrument was a dazzling jewel. Watching this group, Spear was truly amazed. Whether it was the Witches' Union or Roland, they all seemed so different. The electric motor ran for 5 days, tirelessly working day and night, before finally stopping today. Roland leaned back in his office chair, letting out a long sigh of relief. He finally had a brand new power source. But the drawback was that each time, it would drain all of Anna, Spear, and Rem's magical energy completely. After some thought, Roland turned to Wendy, questioning if she could help tally up the daily magic usage of all the members of the Witches' Union. Then, they can systematically channel the surplus to Rem. This method would not only maximize the witches' power but also serve as intensive training. It would significantly boost their magical growth, especially during the Awakening Day. Wendy smiled, saying that sounds like a great plan. She then remembered that today was Lucia's coming-of-age day. She asked if she should gather everyone to celebrate with her tonight. Roland paused, almost having forgotten about it. Wendy gently said she recorded each sister's important dates in a notebook so that she never missed anyone. Roland nodded in appreciation. Tonight, he will prepare a grand feast. And it won't be just the Witches' Union, Roland himself be there to celebrate with her too. After dinner, Lucia's room was packed with witches. Seeing their comforting and encouraging expressions, her eyes moistened. Holding back the tears, she took a deep breath. Agatha was also present, and despite her yawning and the evident dark circles under her eyes, she seemed determined. Roland gave her a concerned look, hoping she wasn't pushing herself too hard. Agatha murmured, "The divine war is looming." Roland confidently affirmed that this time, they will surely defeat the demons. After a pause, Agatha turned her head and whispered, "Even if Roland doesn't keep his promise, she won't be able to hold him accountable anyway." Wendy interrupted, suggesting that they avoid such heavy topics today. Turning to Lucia, Wendy asked if she had any wish she wanted to be granted. As everyone's attention shifted to her, Lucia hesitated. Ling, hugging her sister, innocently telling her sister to ask for 10 ice cream sandwiches. Lucia lightly tapped her younger sister on the forehead, playfully chiding her for always thinking about food. Lucia then asked Roland if she could save her wish for later. Roland smiled, assuring her that it was possible. Lucia expressed her gratitude. She thought to herself that living in this town was all she desired, and she only wished for Ling to live a happy life. Knowing her sister was not a witch, and would one day leave her side to start her own family, Lucia hoped her saved wish might come in handy should any unforeseen event occur. Suddenly, Lucia felt a tremor within her body. "It's beginning," Nightingale said gravely. Even though her sisters assured her not to worry, Lucia instinctively clutched her blanket tighter. Wendy tried to soothe her, advising her to relax. The others attempted to divert Lucia's attention by sharing lighthearted stories and jokes. Lucia wanted to laugh, but her expression felt rigid, and her body was increasingly uncomfortable. Soon, her eyelids felt heavy, and the voices of the witches around her grew fainter. As their figures blurred, Nightingale hushed everyone, sensing something was off with Lucia. Agatha swiftly acted, telling Spear to use her ability. Spear used her ability to connect Lucia with Anna, and send the magical line to Lucia. Lucia clearly felt this magic was not her own. It was like a conduit, latching onto her magical core. With no time to question its origin, she channeled the tumultuous energy within her into the conduit, immediately easing her pain. Like finding a lifeline, Lucia continued to pour her magic into it, alleviating the anguish in her body. Anna grabbed the divine seal imprint and pointed it toward the window, letting an immense amount of magic flow out, shattering the nearby wall. Lucia didn't know how much time had passed before her vision returned to normal. Seeing her younger sister Ling on the verge of tears, she gently tapped her on the head, assuring her that everything was fine now. She noticed the sudden drop in temperature and turned her head only to be stunned. The wall had a huge hole. Standing in front of it was Anna, her eyes filled with concern and the divine seal imprint in her hand emitting a faint glow. Nightingale's gaze turned sharp as she focused on Lucia. Lucia has evolved her ability. The next morning, Barav rushed into Roland's office, wanting to know what happened the previous evening. Pouring a cup of tea for Barav, Roland asked him to calm down first. Upon learning that the phenomenon was caused by a witch's powers, Barav expressed his concerns. He mentioned that while the majority of the townsfolk had come to accept witches' abilities such as Nanawa's harmless healing powers, abilities capable of damaging castles and altering celestial phenomena were bound to instill fear. Roland, after sipping his tea, devised a plan to address the situation. He suggested to Barav that a rumor be spread. The golden glow seen the previous night was Prince Roland capturing the heavens' thunder to bring light to his town. Barav, rubbing his bald head, looked at Roland in surprise, wondering if His Highness truly harnessed thunder. Roland shrugged, telling him lightning and thunder are omnipresent. He didn't elaborate further, hoping Barav would simply spread the information as an intended rumor. To avoid any negative implications for future educational efforts, such information shouldn't deeply penetrate the public's beliefs. It merely needed to provide a temporary explanation for the time being. Soon after, Carl arrived with his plans to reconstruct the apartment, followed by others. Roland felt overwhelmed, realizing he would spend the entire day addressing the previous night's events. Carter gazed intently at Roland, asking if he was hurt. Axe looked Roland's way, wondering if the demons had launched their attack. Yet, what Kyle was most curious about was which had more power, the divine seal imprint or nitroglycerin. It wasn't until Roland had explained in detail that he managed to send them on their way. Leaning back in his chair, just as he was about to catch a quick nap, there was another knock on the door. The last visitor of the day was Tilly. With a smile, Tilly said she already knew about yesterday's events. She was simply curious as to why such an incident had occurred. After all, the witches of Slumbering Isle never faced such issues. Why then did Lucia suffer from magical backlash? And as for evolving abilities, she didn't find that odd. To her, every few days, someone in the border town would evolve. Roland poured her a cup of tea and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. He rummaged through a drawer and presented Tilly with a report card, suggesting it might be the reason behind it all. Tilly took the report card with a puzzled expression and gave it a quick glance. She noticed Lucia's remarkable progress. Tilly never doubted Roland's theory, but she wondered, how does this relate to the magical backlash? Roland explained, based on his observations of Lily, Leaf, and Rem, when one's abilities evolve, it often increases one's magical level. Incremental understanding and sudden realizations don't boost magical power as much as a comprehensive understanding of the world. Rem is a prime example. Her evolution was driven by sudden insights, and her magical level is nowhere near Anna's or Soraya's. Tilly pondered for a moment, quickly grasping Roland's point. Lucia, having always been at a low magical level, was used to her magical level. This time, her coming of age coincided with her evolution, causing her magical power to multiply several times over, far exceeding what her body could handle. Roland nodded, that's the gist of it. As for magical power, Roland stated that during awakening, becoming of age, and evolution there will be an increase of one's magical ability. While they may seem similar, he believes the first two are forced growth, while evolution is an active growth. Tilly and Roland talked for a long time. Suddenly, out of curiosity, Tilly asked, if Roland were a witch, how powerful would his magic be after evolving? Roland nearly choked. While he was curious about experiencing this wondrous phenomenon firsthand, the price one might have to pay. It was better not to think about it. Tilly then inquired if she could bring a copy of the textbook he authored back to Slumbering Isle. Even though she seemed casual in asking, Roland noticed her right hand gently clenching the hem of her dress, indicating some nervousness. With a smile, he replied, of course. He hopes to assist the witches of Slumbering Isle in their evolution. Followed up by saying Tilly is his sister. Tilly didn't respond to the latter part of his statement, making the atmosphere in the office a tad awkward. She gave a slight nod, thanking him before taking her leave. Roland wondered if he had been too presumptuous, thinking that she might not be interested in such an approach. Yet, to his surprise, as Tilly reached the door, she paused, turning back to softly say, sometimes, I wish you weren't my brother. After Tilly left, Roland sat still at his desk, lost in thought about her last words. Nightingale appeared, noticing Roland's prolonged silence. What did Tilly mean? Roland suddenly inquired. Nightingale shrugged, perhaps Tilly sees Roland more as an ally than family? Roland didn't venture into uncharted speculations. Having spent half a winter with her, he had come to deeply understand the nature of this princess. Could it be that she wishes the real fourth prince doesn't return? Or did Roland's efforts to bond backfire? Nightingale remarked nonchalantly, saying Roland wasn't her real brother anyway. She could tell Roland was lying even without using her ability. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Roland touched his nose. Nightingale then asked, since Tilly isn't his real sister, is it okay to give her the textbooks? Roland looked at Nightingale, telling her that this winter, she could have copied the entire book. Roland was sure Tilly was already familiar with its contents. Yet, she formally requested, which speaks volumes about her intentions. He paused for a moment, then continued, moreover, the Slumbering Isle is primarily composed of witches. Even if all of them evolve, their strength still derives from the witches. But Roland is different. This knowledge can empower not only the witches but also the citizens. Roland relies on the strength of all the people. Facing the howling north wind and drifting snow, Lucia walked into the backyard of the northern slope. She closed the wooden door behind her. Anna, who was standing in front of a workbench, turned her head, signaling Lucia to come and warm up by her side. Lucia jogged over, and soon she was enveloped in a warm green fire, feeling as if she was submerged in a castle's bathtub, a comforting warmth spreading from her head to toes. Looking at the workbench, Lucia noticed Anna crafting parts for a new firearm. Anna curiously asked, how has her ability evolved? Followed by a smile. Anna bet no one in the Witches' Union has caused as much of a stir as Lucia when they evolved their ability. Flushing, Lucia touched her head modestly. She said if it weren't for everyone back then, she might not have made it to the end. Anna reassured her, advising her not to dwell on it, and then asked Lucia to demonstrate her new power. Lucia nodded, beginning to harness the magical power within her. The peculiar sensation she felt that night resurfaced. The outlines of objects around her no longer seemed familiar and continuous, but rather fragmented into tiny blocks. However, this time she didn't feel the painful backlash of magic, allowing her to calmly observe each block in detail. After describing her vision and thoughts to Anna, Anna pondered for a moment before saying, "This might be a kind of branching ability. Agatha once mentioned that only a few possess it. It seems it only appears on one's coming-of-age day, and if missed, can never be acquired again." Anna believed it to be closely linked, perhaps a complement or enhancement, to a witch's primary ability. For instance, Soroya's magical pen requires no ink, as she would otherwise need to mix pigments before drawing. The same goes for the magical books of scroll. Perhaps Lucia's main ability involves decomposition and reconstitution. Anna speculated that these colored blocks might guide Lucia in precisely isolating specific elements. Anna then asked Lucia if she could try separating a single color block. Lucia nodded and focused her ability on an iron ingot by the workbench. Unlike her previous disintegration, this time she carefully channeled her magic into thin strands, pulling at the small blocks. The blocks began to loosen and were drawn out of the ingot, causing the remaining colors to shift and change. Subsequently, the entire ingot collapsed, curling into a yellow-green crystal the size of a fingernail. Beside it lay the remaining block of iron. Anna picked up the tiny crystals. This might be a compound formed from the other elements in the iron. She prepared to conduct a small experiment to verify her theory. Anna speculated if Lucia can extract a specific element from a whole object, and the remaining elements don't just disintegrate but instead recombine according to the conditions after losing that element, then any obsolete or inferior material can be reborn as valuable materials in Lucia's hands. Floating on the sea was a ship. The captain asked a blond man why he wanted to visit the Western Territories. Telling him things aren't like before. The captain advised the blonde merchant that he won't find any jewels and furs anymore. The merchant feigned curiosity. Why is that? Don't they make a living off of that? Have the people of the Western Territories turned to banditry now? The captain looked away. Ever since the fourth prince took over the border town, the Western Territories have become peculiar. No one really knows what he's up to in his territory. But traders and merchants have a wonderful time. Whether it's grains, fabrics, or general goods, everything gets sold out in the border town. Otto put on a conflicted expression, saying he hoped he wouldn't return empty-handed. In reality, he didn't care whether he'd leave with nothing. His sole purpose for this trip was to meet the lord of the border town. Due to Roland Wimbledon's title as a rebel king, he couldn't approach openly as an envoy. So, he disguised himself as a merchant and headed for the border town. What puzzled Otto the most was how Roland had managed to solidify his power in the Western Territories and pose a significant threat to the new king. This was starkly different from Roland's previously known character. The fight for the throne grew fiercer by the day. The eldest prince, Gerald, and the third princess, Garcia, had died one after the other. The fifth princess, Tilly, remains missing. Cities in the south and east had been destroyed during the relentless war, while only the Western Territories remained untouched. Only by arriving at border town could Otto ascertain the reasons for this. Upon reaching the dock, Otto took a deep breath of fresh air and stepped out of his cabin. The moment he set foot on the port, he was taken aback by the scene before him. He couldn't believe that a border town could possess such a dock. Even the dock of Greycastle's royal capital wasn't half as big. But what surprised him even more were the ships docked beside the pier. A line of unprecedented wide-bodied gray stone ships stood in front of him. Otto got on the carriage. As they passed the first checkpoint, Otto couldn't believe that no one asked them for any tariffs. The captain chuckled, informing him that those were the border town's police, not bandits or mountain robbers. Witnessing the smooth, hard roads beneath his feet, rows of neat houses, and the bustling residence, Otto, a noble, had seen grand architecture in his time. However, in his kingdom outside of the inner city, dilapidated houses, muddy paths, and sewage were common sights. Yet here, he couldn't find a single house that looked old or worn. As the captain and his crew left to unload their cargo, Otto decided to explore on his own. He saw goods he had never seen before. Then, a commotion arose in the crowd. Turning his head, he saw two women walking past him. Upon seeing the blonde woman, Otto felt his blood boil with recognition. His hands trembled slightly, and he rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. He shouted the name Andrea. Ashes and Andrea turned to look, and upon spotting him, recognition flashed in Andrea's eyes. In a nearby tavern, they settled down at a table. Even now, Otto's heart raced uncontrollably. His eyes were fixed intently on Andrea, fearing she might suddenly vanish. Otto spoke up, saying that he, Belinda, and Oro had thought Andrea was dead. They never imagined they'd see her again. Ash, sitting next to them, teased, "Is he an old friend of Andrea?" Why'd Andrea rush into the tavern the moment she saw him? Andrea shot her a glare. Ash laughed and said, "She came here to protect her." After all, it was Andrea who dragged Ashes here to buy gifts for Tilly's birthday, and now Andrea trying to chase Ashes away. So much for being noble, like Ashes said. Andrea retorted she doesn't need to act noble around Ashes. Otto, feeling left out of the conversation, felt a bit awkward. He turned to Ashes and hesitantly asked if she was a friend of Andrea. Before Andrea could respond, Ashes introduced herself to Otto and then asked, "How did Otto know Andrea?" Upon hearing Ash's question, Otto was visibly surprised. The frankness of her words lacked the manners commonly associated with the nobility. It puzzled him as to why Andrea would be in her company. Nevertheless, he chose to introduce himself sincerely. "He's Otto from the Kingdom of Dawn. He's known Andrea since they were children." They grew up side by side alongside Otto's younger sister and Oro. Ashes, not missing a beat, asked why had he mentioned Andrea was dead. Before Otto could respond, Andrea interjected, not wanting to dive into that painful memory, simply stating that the eldest daughter of the Quinn family, whom everyone knew, is dead. However, Otto felt compelled to clarify. He needed to understand what had happened. In the Kingdom of Dawn, aside from the royal family, the most distinguished noble families were the Tokate, Quinn, and Loxi. The patriarchs of these families were not just close confidants of the king but also influential ministers. This age-old tradition was still very much alive in their generation. Andrea, being the firstborn of the Quinn family, was flawless, both in appearance and lineage. She had countless admirers, Otto and Oro was among them. Yet, tragedy struck during a spring excursion. Andrea's carriage had veered off its path and tumbled into the mountains. The calamity was so severe that even the king was alerted. The three noble families, collaborating with the royal family, mounted an extensive search. At the base of the mountains, they discovered her mangled remains. Everyone was in sorrow for a long time. In his own mind, Otto had harbored feelings for Andrea but hadn't had the chance to reveal them. He believed that he'd never get another opportunity. Yet, in this unfamiliar territory, fate had reunited them. After a pause, Andrea sighed softly, revealing that the carriage accident 5 years ago wasn't an accident at all. It was orchestrated by the Quinn family when her father discovered she was a witch. Otto froze at the revelation of witch. Andrea, paying no mind to Ashes's reactions beside her, continued. When her father learned of her identity, he immediately arranged the accident. The people on that carriage weren't her, but the groom and her maid lost their lives because of it. Subsequently, she was exiled from the Kingdom of Dawn by her father and sent to a small town up north in Grey Castle. Otto remained silent for a moment, processing the information. In his mind, fabricating the accident might have been an attempt to protect Andrea. After hesitating for a brief moment, he voiced his thoughts only to be interrupted by Andrea's cold laughter. Andrea retorted, "So what if people found out she was a witch?" Had her father refused to hand her over, what could the church possibly do to him? Her hands clenched into fists. Would the church dare to storm into the kingdom and into her home with the judgment army to arrest Andrea? Her father was the chief minister, and he controlled the city's patrol squad. She remembered Miss Nanawa's father was merely a baron, but he stormed the Lord's castle, confronting Lord Roland face to face for the sake of his daughter. Yet Andrea's own father exiled her from their home. She doesn't see that as protection. For a moment, Otto was left speechless. Andrea stood up, telling Otto she was glad to see an old friend once more, but she hoped he would forget everything that she said today. Because the daughter of the Quinn family had died 5 years ago. As Andrea was about to leave, Otto finally spoke, telling her that Oro visited her grave every year, unable to forget Andrea. As she reached the door, she whispered softly, "One day, he will forget." Watching the two disappear outside, Otto sat back onto the chair. He despised his own weakness. Even now, he brought up Oro instead of confessing his true feelings. He too couldn't forget Andrea. In Roland's office, Roland learned from Anna that Tilly was approaching her 20th birthday. While Anna was considering what gift to present to Tilly, it was only now that Roland remembered Tilly's birthday. The original fourth prince, he hadn't cared about Tilly. Previously, when Wimbledon III was still alive, grand birthday celebrations were held annually for Tilly, a privilege that even the highly favored Timothy had never enjoyed. Roland recalled that during Tilly's coming-of-age ceremony, the 4 great border generals had returned, and she had even received congratulatory gifts from the other 3 major kingdoms. Timothy and Garcia were somewhat jealous at the time. The two of them approached the fourth prince, trying to instigate him to do something horrible. However, ever since Tilly had sternly taught the fourth prince a lesson 8 years ago, Roland, the fourth prince back then, had been too cowardly to participate. He wasn't sure about Timothy's actions at the time, but the end result was the poisoning and death of a bear cub, a gift from the Wolf Heart Kingdom. It had been Tilly's favorite present. Regardless, it must have been a terrible memory for Tilly. Having reflected on the past, Roland's thoughts shifted, and he quickly came up with an idea for a gift. He spread out a sheet of paper and began to sketch his gift. Anna noticed the outline of a bear. Roland smiled, explaining that as Tilly's brother, he wanted to craft a unique gift himself. When the time came, he would need Anna's technical expertise. On Tilly's birthday, Roland arrived at her room with a gift box in hand. After knocking on the door, he found her alone. Seeing that it was Roland, Tilly looked a little surprised. Roland mentioned that it was her birthday today and that he would host a grand dinner in the evening. But before that, he wanted to give her a gift. Tilly seemed a little taken aback as Roland placed the gift on the floor of the living room. It was a large pink box. Tilly noted that Roland had never given her a gift before. Roland corrected her, mentioning the quill he gave her when she was born. Tilly chuckled, reminding him that it was a Grey Castle royal tradition. She then asked if she could open the box, to which Roland eagerly agreed. As Roland watched with a smile, Tilly slowly untied the ribbon. When the box was opened, she blinked in surprise, asking, "What is this?" Roland explained it was a bear. Tilly curiously circled the plush toy, then couldn't resist hugging it. She remarked how different it looked from any bear she knew, but it was very soft. Roland had designed it after the pandas from his memories of another world. Known in that world as creatures that thrived primarily on their cuteness, Tilly commented on its strange colors, seemingly at a loss for words, but her sparkling eyes revealed her delight. Roland told her it's called a panda. Tilly quickly realized it was a creature from the world in Roland's mind. Roland nodded and prompted her to pull something on the panda's neck. When Tilly did, the toy suddenly moved, startling her and causing her to fall back. Roland quickly picked up the toy, explaining he had implanted some machinery in the panda that allowed it to perform various actions. As the panda moved step by step towards Tilly, Roland expressed his hope that she would like the gift. Tilly didn't respond immediately but tightly hugged the panda, asking him why he chose this particular gift. Roland asked if she remembered what had happened during her coming-of-age ceremony. Tilly looked at him, questioning if he was behind it. Roland recounted the past events. Although Timothy and Garcia were to blame, he felt he shared in the blame. If he had informed his father, none of it would have happened. Tilly knew that if Roland had spoken up back then, Timothy and Garcia would have beaten him severely. She decided to change the topic and asked about the other intriguing things from Roland's memories. Seeing Tilly's cheerful demeanor, Roland couldn't help but smile and promised that if given a chance, he would share more about his memories and the wonders of the other world. Just as their conversation deepened, they were interrupted by Andrea's voice from outside the room, closely followed by Ash's voice. Roland chuckled and rose from his seat. He looked at Tilly and said, "Many unpleasant things happened in the past, but they are behind them now. Whether it's between him and Tilly, or Border Town and Slumbering Isle, if there's ever any trouble, she can always come to him. He will always be her brother." He paused for a moment and said, "Happy birthday, Tilly." As he opened the door, the two witches outside stared at each other in surprise. The prince grinned and said, "There's no need to compete, I was the first to give a gift." Otto walked despondently through the streets, the words of Andrea still echoing in his ears. He made his way to a stone bench in a corner, brushing off the accumulated snow before sitting down. Although he couldn't forget Andrea, he still remembered the purpose of his visit. Apart from the military camp, he had explored every corner of the town, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the place. According to the townsfolk, this was once an impoverished land, and all the changes were due to Roland. He not only led the people to fend off the terrifying demonic beasts but also invented various amazing machines and tools to improve their lives. Otto documented everything he saw, including those machines. As he spread out his notebook to document the day's findings, two figures appeared before him. It was what the townfolks called policemen. They called out the fake name he used when posing as a merchant. When Otto inquired about their purpose, the policeman's reply caught him by surprise. They had received a report of suspecting Otto of a spy and asked him to come with them, instructing him to put his hands behind his back and not to resist. Seeing the two policemen trying to arrest him, Otto dodged and continuously argued that he was innocent and claimed to be a nobleman from the Kingdom of Dawn. He managed to break free from their grasp but was suddenly punched hard in the stomach. Just a few days ago, he had claimed to be a merchant, and now he was a noble? The policeman sneered. After struggling briefly, the two policemen overpowered him, suggesting that if he confessed, there might be a way out. After a day in jail, Otto was met by Carter. He quickly identified himself, stating that he was on a mission from the King of the Kingdom of Dawn. He soon presented his identity seal and claimed that he was seeking an alliance with Grey Castle against the Church. He demanded to meet with Prince Roland Wimbledon. Looking over the records Otto kept, Roland shook his head. Recording so much is bound to raise suspicions. He told Otto that he shouldn't take to heart about the rough arrest. There had been malicious individuals in the past who had resisted arrest, while pulling out daggers to injure two officers in the process. Otto added that such a policy might wrongly accuse innocent outsiders since not everyone carries documents to prove their identity. Roland looked toward Nightingale in the mist and reassured Otto, saying they had various measures to ensure the innocence of the wrongfully accused. Prince Roland spread his hands and remarked, "Perhaps in this endless winter, Timothy is growing restless. After all, every month he seems to send some people to stir up trouble." Roland made no effort to hide his hostility towards the new king. Otto realized that the differences between the two sides had become irreconcilable. He earnestly asked Roland if the popular rumors were true. Was Roland genuinely planning to overthrow Timothy? Roland responded bluntly, stating Timothy should never have been anywhere near the throne. In his pursuit of power, he had murdered their father, framed the eldest brother, and driven their sister out of Grey Castle. The entire southern territory was ravaged by war, with its people displaced, all because of Timothy's misdeeds. Only by throwing him off the throne could Grey Castle regain its past prosperity. Otto was taken aback. Timothy lacked the character that Roland displayed, and their auras were distinctly different. Otto slowly stood up and gave a formal bow. As a friendly neighboring nation, the Kingdom of Dawn hoped for Greycastle's swift stabilization. He was here to bring the treaty from the King of Dawn. Roland, intrigued, asked where it was. Otto explained that to avoid any leaks, he hadn't brought the written treaty. However, the King of Dawn had granted him the authority to formalize the agreement. He reiterated the terms of the defensive and offensive alliance given by the King of Dawn. Such an alliance would effectively counter the Church's advances, avoiding the fates suffered by Eternal Winter and Wolfheart. Roland's response took Otto aback. That's it? What did Roland mean, that's it? Otto felt he had been very clear. He assumed Roland hadn't understood and wanted to explain again, but Roland interjected while saying this plan will not work. The Church's determination to conquer the four great kingdoms is much stronger than Otto or the King of Dawn have imagined. Clearly, they are unaware of the Church's secrets. Roland would provide the Kingdom of Dawn and Otto with the intelligence he had, hoping Otto would relay the information to their king. Otto glanced at the documents in his hands: transcendent warriors, pure ones, demons. These terms caused cold sweat to drench his clothes, realizing that the Church's purpose to annihilate the four kingdoms was to prepare for an impending doomsday battle. This information was utterly mind-boggling. Stammering, Otto said he couldn't make the decision alone, he must report immediately to their king. Prince Roland calmly responded, "The matter concerns the life and death of both of their nations. Caution is necessary, but they don't have much time." Andrea stood atop the castle, gazing southward towards the direction of the flowing crimson water river. Seeing the howling cold wind, Shavy asked Andrea if she wanted to say goodbye in person. Andrea shook her head, saying it was the same whether she did it here or there. Reflecting on what Prince Roland had told her, Otto had mentioned Andrea before leaving, earnestly requesting Roland to take good care of her. Watching Shavy curled up from the cold, Andrea told her to head back inside. Shavy shook her head, mentioning that if she caught a cold, she could take a couple of days off to play cards after Lily treated her. This seemed reasonable, and Andrea gave her a thumbs up, then looked towards the dock again. The ship began to sail, and Andrea thought that time would heal all wounds. Forgetting might be the best outcome for everyone. She was well aware of Otto's feelings. But as members of the most prominent noble families, they should marry more suitable ladies, not waste time on a witch. Staying away was the best choice. Such a relationship would surely be fruitless, and she didn't want to return to the land that had forsaken her. "Goodbye, my friend," thought Andrea. Roland entered the workshop and pushed open the wooden door. Anna and Lucia immediately noticed him. Anna quickly warmed up Roland, who nodded with a smile. He then approached Anna and asked what she was working on. She pointed seriously at the steel barrels on the table, mentioning she was manufacturing new gun barrels and locking mechanisms based on Roland's blueprints. Anna suggested some improvements, and Roland, unable to resist, tried to pat her head, but she playfully swayed away. Roland didn't mind her questioning his designs. After all, the firearm blueprints were inferred by him based on his memories, and there might be room for error and improvement. Especially considering Anna's exceptional learning aptitude and leadership abilities, he believed that one day her understanding would surpass even his expectations. After a while, Anna put down the components she was working on, walked over to Roland, and slightly bowed her head. Roland was momentarily surprised, wondering if this was her way of accepting the earlier patting. He tentatively patted her soft hair. Turning his attention to Lucia, she reported on her work. The mine had produced a vast array of ores, and she had been working tirelessly to break down the elements. She needed more time to document them. Roland nodded approvingly. He then inquired about the samples from the 12th test. Lucia promptly presented the sample. Observing the element, Roland felt a sense of familiarity. He asked Anna to process the ore into fine metal wire, suspecting that this might be tungsten. Tungsten is an extremely hard metal with a very high melting point. In many applications, it's typically used as tungsten wire, especially in light bulbs. Roland instructed Anna to process the material into extremely fine metal wire, twisting it into a spiral shape and affixing it to a glass frame. This frame was then encased within a glass bulb, thus completing the primary part of the electric lamp. However, for it to emit a stable glow, two more crucial steps were required. These were also the most challenging aspects of creating a light bulb. Firstly, the bulb needed to be evacuated to prevent the tungsten filament from reacting with oxygen, and secondly, it had to be sealed to ensure that air wouldn't penetrate inside. Two witches had the capability to perform these steps. Roland first approached Agatha, using her abilities to fill the bulb with pure nitrogen as an ideal inert gas. Then, Soraya was responsible for sealing it. With that, a rudimentary incandescent lamp was successfully created. That evening, Roland gathered all the members of the town hall in front of the castle, ordering his guards to extinguish the torches in the courtyard. Everyone surrounded him, curious about his intentions. With a clearing of his throat, Roland drew everyone's attention. In the midst of a snowy evening, as the entire courtyard was pitch black, Roland flipped the switch. In an instant, the center of the courtyard was illuminated by a warm orange-yellow glow. At that moment, words were unnecessary. The unwavering stares of everyone and the silent atmosphere said it all. Roland has brought electricity to this world. Roland then declared. From now on, every household in Border Town will be blessed with this kind of light. A few days ago, the Justice Department received a tip-off. Some serfs were secretly peddling grain. After some investigation, they had a lead. Some police decided to shed their uniforms, put on tattered jackets, and brought along a sweeper while keeping an eye on all suspects. A man pushed a cart full of snow quickly appeared, and saw a serf at a street corner. He cautiously looked around before slowly approaching the blonde serf. After inspecting the contents of a cloth bag, the man pulled out a bag of coins. But just as the blonde serf began counting, police officers rushed from all directions. The man was pinned to the ground. Seeing the dire situation, the blonde serf tried to escape. Wade quickly swept at him with his broom, picked up the coins, and told them they were under arrest. Roland got wind of the situation through Carter. He had always known this day might come, but still, when it did, he felt a pang of helplessness. The trial was set to take place in the castle hall. Roland summoned Barav to the castle to jointly adjudicate the grain smuggling case. In the hall, the two apprehended suspects knelt on the ground. Roland, seated prominently, asked them to recount their actions. Both men hurriedly explained their grain trade. The balding man is a resident of the town and explained that he hadn't consumed all the grain he'd bought from the city hall. He processed the remainder into flour, mixed it with wild vegetables, and sold the resulting pancakes in the market. He made a decent profit each month, but to earn a bit more, he had to scrimp and save. Since he couldn't save enough, he approached serfs who hadn't sold all their grain to the city hall. Hearing this, the serf also confessed, yelling out that he was guilty. But he explained that if he didn't sell the grain, he wouldn't survive. He claimed that the officials didn't purchase grain as per Roland's instructions, leaving him with no other choice. By then, the entire case was quite straightforward. From their testimonies, Roland had a clear understanding. After all, the strict prohibition against selling grain privately had been repeatedly emphasized. Still, some would risk it all for a small profit. However, what did the serf mean that the officials weren't buying grain according to the rules? When questioned, the officials responded without hesitation. They had followed Roland's directives. After a bountiful harvest, they never halted their grain purchase. However, they gradually lowered the buying price based on the grain's quality. For the first couple of months, the price was the same throughout. But as winter approached, most serfs lacked proper storage facilities, leading to a sharp decline in the grain's quality. During the purchase, they frequently found damp, discolored, or moldy grains. That's why the price has been reduced by 20 to 30%. As for the blonde serf's grain, the majority was damp and moldy, unedible grain that was nearly impossible to store any longer and would have to be thrown out upon purchase. Therefore, the only price they could offer was about 20% of the price compared to the first couple of months. Before Roland could question why didn't the serf sold the grain upon harvest, the serf suddenly shouted, 20% is no different from not buying at all. He then played the victim card, saying he has been toiled in the fields all year, and the price he got from his crops is merely nothing. He even claimed that even the back alley dealers wouldn't be so ruthless. Barra snapped back, had the serf sold on time, none of this would have happened. Everyone here is aware of the serf's true intentions for hoarding grains. If the town ever faces a grain shortage, the serf would be selling it at multiple times the price. But even in the month of the demons, the border town had sufficient food for everyone, resulting in the serf's plan to fail. The case's details were now clear, but the outcome surprised Roland. He initially thought it was a simple case of grain smuggling, only to discover it also entailed selling substandard food. The balding resident, fully aware of the poor quality of the grain, had agreed to purchase it at half its value, likely not caring whether the moldy grain was edible. What would happen if someone got severely poisoned by the pancakes he made and sold? After discussing with Barra for a moment, Roland finally rendered his verdict: both men were guilty. The blonde serf was punished for violating the rules, while the balding resident faced punishment for using substandard moldy grain to make and sell pancakes to other townsfolk. While Roland felt a twinge of regret, as the inaugural case of its kind, a stringent penalty was needed. He instructed the officials to create a public notice about the incident, hoping to deter such occurrences in the future. When Roland asked Carter if Wade had been responsible for the arrest, Carter nodded. However, the fact that Wade had ditched his uniform and was reported by citizens as being involved in a brawl during the apprehension made Carter feel he should reprimand him. But Roland shook his head, believing Carter should commend Wade instead. Wade knows how to adapt, Roland thought. This time, acting undercover to arrest the culprit shows he's a natural investigator. When the time is right, he should recruit Wade into the security bureau. Inside a secret chamber of the Hermes Cathedral, Isabella held a torch in one hand and gripped Tayfun's arm with the other. Though Tayfun was puzzled as to why the newly appointed pope had requested to meet him here, Isabella explained that Maine had a profound trust in Tayfun, the archbishop with whom he'd worked for so long. It was time for Tayfun to be privy to deeper secrets. Tayfun sighed, thinking of the two new archbishops. They had already struggled with merely accepting the existence of the pure ones. How long would it take them to adjust? Isabella whispered, the new archbishops haven't fully understood the pure ones yet. Of course, assist archbishops in tasks that cannot see the light of day. Besides that, they can offer companionship at night, serve as an outlet for anger, or even provide other forms of entertainment. She drew nearer to Tayfun suggestively. Tayfun swiftly pulled his arm away, admonishing her to refrain from making such a joke with an old man like him. They soon arrived at another room, guarded by a witch named Black Veil. She instructed Tayfun to entrust her with the god punishment stone he was carrying. Her gaze felt as if it pierced through him, prompting Tayfun to reluctantly take the stone hidden within his robes. Once the stone was secured, Black Veil opened the chamber's doors. Inside, Maine stood playing with two magic stones in his hand. He warmly greeted his old friend, assuring Tayfun that they were in private and he could be at ease. Tayfun felt a comforting warmth in his heart, yet he remained ever conscious of the church's hierarchy. Pope Maine chuckled, asserting that his words were the new embodiment of order. Quickly shifting the topic, he inquired about what was happening outside. Tayfun reported on the church's recent affairs, notably the order to apprehend witches. One of the witches had escaped, and in the pursuit of her, many believers, including prospective judgment soldiers, had died. He feared that such incidents, if they persisted, would instill a dread of witch hunting among the church's members. Maine had summoned Tayfun primarily for this very matter. He stated that combat witches were only a minuscule fraction. Most of the witches lacked the power to resist. Such confrontations would be rare. He hoped that Tayfun would increase his efforts so they could produce even more god punishment soldiers. The pressure on the Hermes defensive line grew daily, and they urgently required more god punishment soldiers to combat the demonic beasts. Looking at Maine, Taefun observed how the former youngster had become more decisive and mature since his ascension to the Pope. Taefun also brought good news. Apart from a few cities that continued to resist, the majority of nobles in the Wolfheart Kingdom had already pledged allegiance to them. However, when the conversation shifted to the Kingdom of Dawn, the Kingdom of Dawn had recently been expelling church believers, leading to uprisings and riots. His men were covertly aiding the rebels. Maine nodded in understanding. He believed that next year's offensive strategy needed adjustment, prioritizing the capture of the Grey Castle. Maine perceived signs of decline in Grey Castle. Maine knew the fight for the throne decree and the church's pills had achieved their intended effects. The Kingdom of Dawn was also plagued by internal strife. The downfall of both was inevitable, so the order in which they were dealt with didn't matter much. Maine was most concerned about Roland Wimbledon, saying he is not just an ordinary lord. Maine believes that Roland might be the greatest threat they've ever encountered. There was an unmistakable seriousness in his voice. He knows their believers are powerful, but they must not underestimate this man. He is not suggesting Roland possesses supernatural abilities, but Roland certainly has some sort of talent or strategy that has allowed him to defeat both Church and Grey Castle forces. Taefun nodded in agreement. Maine then explained the reasons why he wanted to capture Grey Castle first. The first reason is that the Grey Castle covers the most extensive territory and has the richest resources, offering greater benefits than conquering the Kingdom of Dawn. The second reason, a chilling look appeared in Maine's eyes as he uttered the name Roland Wimbledon. Taefun looked a bit taken aback. Maine turned to him, explaining that over the past year, Maine had come across an astonishing piece of intelligence. No matter whether it was actions taken by the church or those by the Grey Castle against Roland, every attempt failed without exception. Outsiders believed that Roland had allied himself with demons to defeat Duke Ryan's knights. Yet, the church knew that apart from those witches with extraordinary abilities, one or two witches wouldn't pose any threat to fully armed knights equipped with stones of God punishment. Subsequent intelligence became more and more baffling. For instance, a secret letter sent to the Holy City 2 months ago mentioned that the new King Timothy had dispatched nearly 2,000 soldiers, all consuming the church's pills, to attack the Western territories. Yet, they were defeated upon the first encounter. What did this imply? Taefun couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. 2,000 frenzied soldiers. Even in Hermes, this was a force to be reckoned with. If things drag on for another year, perhaps the Grey Castle would fall into Roland's hands. And by that time, the cost to annex Grey Castle would be significantly higher. Maine looked to Taefun. With so much on his plate, Maine hoped to delegate some responsibilities to Taefun. After the archbishop left, the two witches waiting outside bowed. Taefun acknowledged them with a nod and then departed. As the archbishop exited, the room underwent a transformation. The Pope's figure gradually faded, morphing into Zero. Zero praised the illusion created by Black Veil, noting how it's becoming more and more realistic. Zero patted her chest. Though she had consumed Maine and was familiar with his memories and consciousness, she found it relatively easy to deceive the old man. However, whenever Maine's conservative thoughts resurfaced, she found them quite tedious. Isabella sat on a table, twirling her hair, remarking how interesting the fourth prince of Grey Castle appeared to be. She even thought he held more promise in defeating the demons than the church. Black Veil shot her a displeased glance, asking what she meant by that. Was she suggesting a betrayal of the church? The two began to bicker. Isabella argued that wasn't the church established to ensure humanity's survival in the divine war? If someone else could achieve that, she wouldn't mind whom she served. Zero interjected, urging them to stop arguing. She believed Isabella had a point. In the so-called divine war, only the ultimate victor would be the favored one of the gods. She looked at the two and said, "As for whom the gods will smile upon, whether it's the Federation or a prince from Grey Castle, only through this war would provide the answer." In Sir Eltek's residence, Sir Eltek and his steward hurriedly rushed to the door, questioning his son Miso about why he was wearing armor. Miso stated his intention to join Lord Mead to gain honor and rank. He informed his father that Lord Mead had gathered most of the nobles from the western territories in his castle and brought with him a letter penned by the king himself. The letter promised that anyone who assisted in capturing the Canggu stronghold would have their titles and territories elevated. Upon hearing this, Sir Eltec involuntarily stepped back, his heart sinking. Jacques Mead was the eldest son of the Mead family, and now it seemed the new king, Timothy, was also involved. Everyone knew that Roland Wimbledon of the Western Territories was at the top of Timothy's list of adversaries. When he learned that the four major families had immediately decided to act upon receiving the letter, the elderly Sir Eltec exclaimed in anger, questioning if Miso had forgotten how Duke Ryan met his demise. Miso dismissively replied that this time was different. The king had delivered a batch of snowpowder weapons, the same kind used by the fourth prince. According to Lord Mead, even more powerful weapons were on their way, and without the advantage of these weapons, Roland was sure to be defeated. Miso belted his long sword, donned his helmet, mounted his horse, bid his father farewell, and rode off into the distance. The old lord, livid, threw his cane after him, but Miso had already spurred his horse, rushing towards the battlefield. Miso, full of himself, thought he would bring glory back to his family. The old lord was so infuriated that he was out of breath. The housekeeper looked at Sir Eltec with concern. However, Sir Eltec said, he fears their family faces imminent disaster. The housekeeper comforted him, what if the four major families won? The month of demons is still ongoing, and the snow needs at least 3 more months to melt. By the time the fourth prince arrives, perhaps the king's army would have already surrounded the entire western territory. If it had been before, Sir Eltec would have thought the same, but since he had been to the border town, he had a completely different view of the fourth prince. Roland was a wise and kind lord, not to mention his eldest son, Ferlin Eltec, and the family's benefactor, Lady Agatha, were both living in border town. He looked at the housekeeper and ordered, "Go to the border town now and bring this information to Lord Roland." No matter what, the housekeeper must deliver this message to him. Before the housekeeper had even left the boundaries of the Eltec family's territory, Roland had already received a plea for help from Petrov. The four major families of the Western Territories had actually rebelled. Who gave them the confidence to plot treason right under his nose? Roland immediately summoned Carter and Axe, slapping the letter in front of them. After reading it, Carter speculated that they had been planning this uprising for some time. For them to unite like this, there must be a new influential leader driving them. Axe concurred, suggesting that perhaps a larger power was now involved. They quickly deduced that it was Timothy from the royal capital. This didn't surprise them, but the second letter mentioned that the enemy had firearms. Roland wasn't overly concerned because the snowpowder was no longer a secret to Timothy. However, for them to effectively utilize it, they had a long way to go. What Roland didn't understand was, even if they had the support of powerful forces behind them, where did they get the confidence to go against the soldiers of the First Army? Nightingale speculated that it might be because of the month of the demons. Currently, the roads were blocked by heavy snow, and with the demonic beasts constantly attacking the border town, they probably thought that border town would need at least 2 months to recapture the Canggu stronghold. Axe suggested they might think that having the same kind of weapons would allow them to resist the assault from border town. However, they knew nothing of the true power that border town possessed. Roland then called out Axe's name and Axe immediately stood at attention. Roland ordered Axe to put the First Army into a state of readiness for deployment and to set off early the next day. The prince loudly declared, 500 men, equipped with 6 field guns. Axe will be in charge of arranging the teams. Axe saluted in standard military fashion. Roland instructed Carter to stay and guard border town. The corner of the knight's mouth dropped instantly. He didn't want Roland to leave him behind. Roland looked at him seriously and pointed out that it was the month of the demons and the threat from the demonic beasts was greater than that from the nobles. Roland hoped Carter would guard his town well. Roland turned to Nightingale, telling her that he needed the witch's company for this journey. "Wherever you go, I'll be right by your side," Nightingale said with a gentle smile. Roland pushed the door open. Initially, his plan was to slowly integrate the nobles after establishing the city. However, this rebellion presented him an opportunity to swiftly annex the lands beyond the stronghold, and this time, he wouldn't let those nobles off the hook. In the early hours of the morning, the housekeeper reached the docks, seeking an old boatman to transport him to the border town, offering a handsome payment of 10 gold. The boatman, stuttering, explained, his boat doesn't even have a proper shelter against the snow. It's fine for river crossings, but if they head to the border town, they might survive the journey, but the freezing nights would be their end. When the housekeeper inquired if there might be someone else capable of making the trip, the boatman waved his hands dismissively. Only the larger ships in the stronghold can manage such a journey. All they have here are small boats. The housekeeper's face contorted in despair as he stared at the crimson water river. Suddenly, a massive fleet of ships was approaching. Kakosin commanded the sailors to keep stoking the coal. They were making a beeline for the stronghold. Roland was aboard, with Wendy manipulating the wind direction. Lightning had already scouted the situation inside the city and briefed the prince. Roughly 200 men besieged the castle. They had already breached the first layer. These attackers wielded weapons resembling firearms, yet they were nothing like what Roland's side used. Roland's primary concern was for Petrov's safety. Lightning relayed that Petrov was unharmed, but shaken. However, there was a pause, and Lightning somberly added that Petrov's family had suffered greatly. It seemed that Petrov had received word beforehand and had summoned his father into the safety of the castle. Yet, the rest of his family, including the countess who remained in their home, were taken hostage by the treacherous nobles and executed one by one as a ploy to force Petrov's surrender. Seizing an opportunity, Lightning managed to slip into the castle and relayed the news of Roland's impending arrival. Petrov only had one request for Lightning to transfer to Roland. Roland listened intently. Lightning turned to him. Petrov says the debt must be paid in blood. A chilling look overtook Roland's face. Among the nobility, there was an unwritten rule: rarely would one lay lethal hands upon another of a noble title. The audacity of these nobles to inflict such harm on Petrov's family, aside from their resentment towards Roland's substantial profits from the partnership with the merchants, indicated another force was likely pulling the strings. Roland was now fairly certain that the person behind this assault was the newly crowned king, Timothy Wimbledon. He gazed towards the direction of the stronghold and ordered coldly, "Full advance into the stronghold. Secure the docks." Atop the city walls, soldiers from the Second Army relentlessly fired upon the enemies below. The invaders had secured the city gates and launched several waves of attacks, yet they had not been able to capture the northern section of the wall. The battle had raged on since noon the previous day. The Second Army's ammunition was quickly depleting. Enemy troops, shielded by heavy shields, inched closer. Watching his comrades fall one by one into pools of blood, he found himself unable to think of anything else. The captain signaled to his squad to fix their bayonets, preparing for a final, bloody standoff. They would not surrender. They knew that surrendering would lead them down a path to certain death. He lunged at an enemy shield with his bayonet, only to be knocked off his feet by a powerful kick, his weapon flying from his grasp. Despairingly, he looked up, thinking his end was near, but suddenly noticed a looming shadow in the sky rapidly descending onto the steel-clad soldier. As the person became clearer, he realized it was a massive creature. Just as he thought they were faced with a demonic beast, a silhouette jumped from atop the creature. The giant creature tells him they are the reinforcement. The sight of the talking beast still instilled fear in the soldiers, until they saw the giant creature approach the injured among them. She helped lift them onto the creature, reassuring them to hang on, and that she'd swiftly take them to where Manhwa was for treatment. The man looked at the beautiful woman with numerous questions, still unable to believe they were the reinforcements dispatched by Prince Roland. The enemies swiftly reached the top of the city walls. When they realized it was a woman defending, they burst into laughter, spouting derogatory remarks. The captain raised his weapon, thinking he'd need to protect Ashes. However, Ashes grinned, and in a flash, a silvery light slashed through the air, immediately silencing their laughter. The enemy leader was cleanly cut in half, with neither his shield nor his iron armor able to halt the blade even slightly. He hadn't even seen how the woman had attacked. The once laughing faces now froze in horror. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Ashes took a step forward, swinging her great sword in a wide arc. The movements were so swift that they were nearly imperceptible, and in moments, the adversaries lay defeated on the ground. Ashes turned to the captain, instructing him to gather the remaining comrades atop the wall, assuring that someone would soon come to transport them. Ashes immediately leaped off the wall, charging through the enemy lines with unrivaled ferocity. Her weapon danced fluidly in her hands, cutting down any who dared stand in her path as if she was merely harvesting wheat. In less than minutes, the enemy forces had collapsed. The captain sat on the ground, cold sweat drenching his back. So, this is the power of a witch, he thought to himself. Regardless, he had survived. The stronghold was surrounded by the forces of the four major families, making escape seemingly impossible. After a day and night of relentless combat, the second floor of the castle was taken. Petrov's family and his guards had been pushed back to the very top, presumably enduring the tortures of hunger and fear. Meade stared at the imposing lord's castle, recalling the secret letter from King Timothy. The message had stated that if the capital could maintain control of the Canggu stronghold until the snow melted, the royal army would rally here to suppress the rebellious Prince Roland Wimbledon. If they could successfully quash the rebel prince's influence, it wasn't impossible that Meade might be given governance over the western territories. Furthermore, he could also divide the lands obtained by Petrov's family. By then, he would be a duke in both name and rank. A night approached to report, the 6th Assault Team has retreated. Should they send in the ironclad squad next? Meade nodded in agreement, signaling the knight to make the necessary arrangements. The so-called ironclad squad was a team specially designed to combat firearms, typically made up of 3 or 4 members. 2 of them would hold shields, crafted from layers of heavy iron and metal which covered them entirely. They'd slowly advance behind this protective barrier with the new snow powder weapons. Meade couldn't help but scoff internally, although the enemy's swift reaction was somewhat unexpected. By the time the united forces of the 4 major families stormed the stronghold, a significant number of the patrol soldiers and guards had already been pulled back into the castle. Nevertheless, their numbers didn't even reach 100. They could simply be worn down through attrition. It would probably be days before this news reached the ears of the 4th prince. He wondered how Roland Wimbledon would react if he were to send him Petrov's head as a gift. A steward approached, reporting something amiss at the western docks. He had dispatched 2 teams to investigate, yet none had returned. Meade casually suggested that perhaps it was just a homeless person snoring. But the steward shook his head, saying that for such a loud snore, it would have to come from a titan nearly as tall as the city walls. A soldier, torch in hand, headed towards the dock, puzzled by the darkness. He wondered where were the guards. From a corner, dozens of rifles aimed right at him. Shortly after, Roland and his rifle team appeared, swiftly taking down these soldiers. A guard stumbled back to Meade, loudly exclaiming, "The rebel king is here." Thousands of them, they're approaching the castle. Meade angrily kicked the guard. How could there be thousands? He warned the guard that if he continued with such nonsense, he'd hang him from the castle gates. The guard, not daring to dodge, knelt and insisted, "It's truly the banner of the great castle royal family." The guard then said they saw the rebel king and charged at him when a volley of concentrated gunfire took them down. He had never seen such intense shooting before. Without at least 1,000 men, how could they have instantly wiped out the noble's guard force? Meade wiped the sweat from his forehead. He figured the guard was exaggerating the numbers, probably having his wits scared out of him by the enemy's simultaneous gunfire. In Meade's mind, these snow powder weapons only had a range of about 40 steps. Although they packed a punch, their loading speed and accuracy were extremely poor. He quickly devised a plan. After the enemy's first volley, he would immediately launch a charge, with mercenaries and guards following in tow. This way, they would defeat the rebel king. When questioned about the whereabouts of the other nobles and their soldiers, the guard replied, "They have already retreated from the front lines." However, at that moment, bursts of gunfire echoed from outside the castle, just as the guard had reported. A chill ran down Meade's spine. He cast one last look at the castle before reluctantly giving the order to retreat. He commanded the ironclad squad to take the lead, with others following. They soon encountered Roland's army. Meade ordered a full-on assault. The ironclad squad held up their heavy shields with one hand, wielding their newest weapons with the other. The faint glow of their weapons and their limited range didn't manage to hit Roland's troops. In contrast, the weapons of the First Army emitted dazzling bursts of light. Those in the front, holding the shields, were instantly killed. Splinters of metal pierced through bodies, and behind the shields, a dense mist of blood rose. Before Meade could even shout the command to charge, another volley knocked him straight to the ground. Even in his dying moments, Meade couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Why didn't the weapons given to him by the king require reloading and have a short range, unlike those Roland wielded? How could there be such a difference? Roland walked into the castle. Petrov and his father were already kneeling in the hall, awaiting his arrival. The lingering scent of blood permeated the air. Approaching them, Roland bent down to grab Petrov's arm, lifting him up. He told Petrov that he had done well and that the four major families would pay for their deeds. Petrov trembled, apologizing through tears for failing to defend the Changji stronghold on Roland's behalf. Roland sighed, consoling him that it wasn't his fault, he had done his best. Roland knew that Petrov wasn't a battle-hardened administrator. The previous light cavalry's seizure of the city and the recent noble rebellion were proof. Petrov excelled in managing territories, was adept at trade, and had a knack for seizing opportunities. Yet, he wasn't a strategist nor skilled in combat. Had it not been for the Second Army stationing at the castle as an emergency measure, Petrov might not have lasted even 2 days. However, this didn't mean that Petrov wasn't a competent administrator. If he wasn't inclined to warfare, Roland thought, then he should be given a territory safe and away from warfare. Compared to military talents, Roland favored Petrov for what he was good at. He scanned everyone present, calmly claiming that there was a catalyst behind this uprising. It was an absolute conspiracy, with enemies scheming to subvert the order of the Western territories. They didn't hesitate to commit grave sins, conspiring against nobles and slaughtering the populace. After today's battle, he wondered how many civilians would lose their loved ones and how many homes would be left pillaged and empty. But in the end, their scheme had failed. Turning his gaze to all present, he spoke, "It's because of the unwavering resistance of everyone here that the stronghold didn't fall into an even greater tragedy." Their performance was nothing short of heroic. Unconsciously, everyone present puffed their chests a little higher. Roland continued, "However, the battle is not over. These traitors are fleeing in panic, and now it's their time for retribution. Be it the four major families or the royal capital," he paused for emphasis, then firmly declared, "those responsible for inciting the rebellion will face retribution. Their blood won't be spilled in vain." Tears streamed down Petrov's father's face. Roland ordered, "Starting tomorrow, the First Army will take control of the territories surrounding the Changgu stronghold. Any resisting nobles can be killed on the spot." Roland hopes to see a united Western territory in a week. Petrov and father kneeled once more. Axe gave a military salute, followed by the surviving knights and soldiers of the Second Army. Soon, everyone present knelt on one knee, standing straight from the waist up, placing their right hand over their heart, and chanting a unified slogan. "Long live King Roland." Ron Meade, consumed by anger, flung his food away. He had been trapped here for a long time, shouting fervently for the butler to release him. He had thought he could restrain his elder brother, but to his surprise, his brother acted prematurely. Ron needed to stop his brother quickly, otherwise, he would ruin their family. Ron asked the butler to release him, appealing to the memory of his father. Regretfully, the butler shook his head. Looking at Ron, he stated that if his father were still alive, he would have already expelled him from the family. Had Ron forgotten that it was the fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon, who killed his father? The butler said his elder brother was currently rectifying this mistake, and Ron did not deserve the title of a knight. Ron angrily responded that his brother was blinded by greed. The butler shook his head while leaving, stating that even as a younger brother, Ron should maintain the basic respect. After all, his elder brother is now the count and the head of the Meade family. Having said that, the butler no longer paid any attention to Ron and quickly left the basement. Ron punched the floor brutally. Since Duke Ryan's defeat, he had become a captive. His elder brother refused to pay the ransom, and it was only the intervention of his good friend Petrov that allowed him to escape the prison. The relationship between the two brothers had reached a freezing point. Even so, Ron had no intention of disputing the position of the head of the family with his brother. Upon hearing the prince's plans to build a city in the Western Territory, he even considered going to the border town and pledging loyalty to the fourth prince, and maybe serving by his side as a knight. However, during a private party held at Meade's castle, he overheard news that the four major families were preparing to unite against Changji's stronghold. That very night, Ron stormed into his brother's study to confront him about the matter but was thrown out by his own brother. Ron had wanted to send a message to Petrov but was discovered by his brother and then imprisoned here. Ron recalled the weapons and the army of the fourth prince. No knight would have the courage to stand up against the fourth prince and his army. His elder brother hadn't realized what he was about to face. Just as he closed his eyes, footsteps sounded again in the basement. It was only when the visitor came to the side of the cage that he realized it was Aurelia, the third child of the Meade family. Aurelia had slipped in while the attendant was not paying attention. She had prepared some food in the kitchen for Ron. Seeing how much her brother had suffered, she felt super upset. During their conversation, Ron noticed that their elder brother was no longer in the castle. Ron's heart sank immediately. He asked where he had gone, but Aurelia said she wasn't sure. When Ron heard that his elder brother had left 2 days ago and had taken most of the guards and knights with him, his heart sank instantly. By now, including today, it was already the third day. It was too late. Even if he could get out now, he feared it was already too late. Aurelia, with a worried expression, asked Ron if it was true that their elder brother intended to harm Petrov and his family. Would Petrov be all right? Aurelia had always liked Petrov, and Ron had also tried to bring them together, but regrettably, it seemed that his friend had affections elsewhere. But thinking about these now was useless. Just then, through the thick ceiling, Ron heard a faint booming sound, followed by a slight tremor of the ground, as if something had violently crashed into the castle. Then there was another explosion, but this time it was much clearer, followed by short, continuous rumbling sounds, and the panicked shouts of servants came from above. Aurelia stood up wanting to go have a look, but Ron grabbed her hand, telling her not to go anywhere. After a while, a group of people stormed into the basement, wearing brown uniforms and holding strange long-stick weapons. Aurelia stood up and rebuked them, asking who they were and why they were intruding into the Count's residence. A tall, robust man stepped out from the group, asking who was the second son of the Meade family, Sir Ron Meade. Aurelia was a bit scared but still stood in front of her brother to protect him. Axe did not harm the siblings but introduced himself after saying that he was sent by Prince Roland, especially to convey to Ron that Mr. Petrov wanted to see him. Roland was in the castle, observing the firearms used by the rebels. Petrov mentioned that he hadn't expected Timothy to also produce such weapons. What Roland thought was that these couldn't yet be called firearms. They lacked triggers and firing mechanisms, structurally resembling the earliest prototypes of firearms. But whatever Timothy had made, by the time Roland's army launched their spring offensive, Roland's army would be equipped with revolving rifles, bolt-action rifles, and machine guns. Soon, Axe brought the Meade siblings to the office. Entering the room, the siblings saw Petrov, who was standing respectfully to one side. At the desk sat a young man. Ron immediately knelt on one knee, and Aurelia also curtsied. Roland told them to rise and look seriously at them. Roland informed them that before he ordered an attack on the Meade family's territory, Petrov had repeatedly assured Roland that Ron would absolutely not participate in the rebellion planned by Jack Meade. It seemed he was not wrong. Roland emphasized that Jack Meade, alongside the other three major families, had attacked Changgu stronghold 3 days ago. This assault resulted in numerous innocent casualties. 2 entire blocks of residential properties were burnt down, and, to force the family to surrender, they even laid hands on Petrov's family. When Ron heard the last sentence, he almost doubted his ears. He couldn't believe that his elder brother could commit such a disgraceful act. Cold sweat broke out on Ron's back, and just as he was about to explain, Roland gestured to interrupt him, stating that those involved in the attack would not escape the punishment of the law, but Roland would also not misdirect his anger at the innocent. He assured Ron to be at ease. There was no need to worry about the Meade family being wiped out. In fact, Roland had a question for Ron. With Jack Meade already deceased, would Ron be willing to inherit the title of Count and serve Roland like Petrov? There was almost no other answer to this question. Ron Meade knelt without hesitation and swore allegiance with the standard knight vow. Looking at this prince who had taken his father's life, there was no hatred in his heart. On the battlefield, anyone could have accidents, especially when the war was provoked by Duke Ryan and not the prince. After the war, this prince did not treat the nobles harshly but allowed them to ransom the captives in a noble way. Jack's actions were completely without honor. Moreover, for the sake of Aurelia and other innocents in the family, he must also accept. Without the protection of the Count title, they would probably never be able to live a stable life again. Looking at his friend who had lost much weight, he felt a mix of emotions, and after a long thought, he could only say to Petrov that he was very sorry. Petrov said it was not Ron's fault. For a moment, Ron saw something different in the eyes of this friend he had played with since childhood. It was the eyes of a leader. He felt some distance had been created between them. It was at this very moment that Ron realized that on Aurelia's birthday banquet a year ago, the two had already taken completely different paths. The rebel nobles were no match for the onslaught of the First Army. With the pace of clearing 1 territory a day, Axe successively captured the bases of the Meade, Wolf, and Rose families. However, when the troops advanced to the Maple territory, the momentum of the attack slowed down. They encountered unexpected troubles. Brian stared at the towering Count's mansion in front of him, surprised to find a moat there. In the last round of attack, 2 soldiers were lightly wounded, one hit by an arrow in the arm and the other in the back. But the injuries weren't serious. The soldiers were at a disadvantage shooting upwards from below. Even if the opponents only had crossbows and short bows, they didn't have the upper hand. The only passage was the arch bridge, but it was heavily guarded there. Brian said, if the artillery squad was here, it would be great to fire a few shots at the gate. Regrettably, the stronghold was too far away, and the snow was too deep, thus, the cannon couldn't be transported there. According to the intelligence they gathered, the Maple family contributed very little to this rebellion. Even the Count himself did not appear, meaning the enemy's strength was almost intact. If they all holed up in this fortress-like mansion, it was indeed hard to deal with without siege weapons. If the soldiers were ordered to charge against arrows, they could probably capture the place, but there would be substantial casualties. But Axe had to be responsible for the lives of these soldiers. After a long silence, he looked at Brian and said, "Please ask the witch for help." Axe didn't want to do this. He remembered the prince had once said that a competent army should be capable of completing tasks independently at any time. But now wasn't the time for stubbornness. To unify the western region within a week and minimize casualties, he wouldn't be obstinate about maintaining unnecessary pride. Because the prince also said, a good general is responsible for the lives of the soldiers. They sent messengers and asked for Maisie's aerial support. The next day, Maisie arrived at the camp. The soldiers on the wall saw a giant shadow flying towards them. They started shooting arrows, but they couldn't harm Maisie's skin. Maisie transformed into a giant beast, clutching a package of new explosives in her claws. She opened her claws, and with a howl, the package went straight down towards the rooftop. Soon after, a mushroom cloud rose from the top of the mansion, and in an instant, it almost felt as if the earth shook and the mountains moved. Axe couldn't help but recall the first time he witnessed Prince Roland trying out this weapon. But this time, the explosive power was far superior. After silently praying to the sand god, he shouted loudly, "All troops, attack!" Soldiers rushed towards the count's mansion. This time, no one dared to stop them. When Axe returned to the Canggu stronghold with his troops, it was the evening of the 6th day. The entire western region was finally under Roland's control. Petrov knocked on the door twice, and Roland let him in. Petrov walked into the office and placed a stack of white papers on the desk. It was a list of nobles, categorized by those guilty and those innocent, and then arranged by family surname. There were 64 guilty nobles, and 137 who refused to participate in the rebellion or were completely unaware of it. The highest-ranking noble in this rebellion was the Count Maple. According to Axe's report, this noble hid in a barrel in the basement after his mansion was breached, and when he was found by the soldiers of the First Army, he was so scared that he wet his pants. In summary, the 6 major families of the western region have become a thing of the past. Ryan, Maple, Wolf, and Rose families have no chance of resurgence. Halls and the Mead, although remaining, are also no longer noble families in the traditional sense. All the power of the western region will belong to Roland alone. Petrov hesitated for a moment before saying that the lists of the guilty and the innocent were all provided by Axe. Petrov worries that there might be any mistakes. Roland shook his head, saying Axe was proficient in interrogation. Moreover, Roland also knows that with Nightingale around, mistakes are impossible. With Nightingale's assistance, he can truly ensure that no bad people escape and no good people are wrongly accused. Petrov then asked how Roland plans to deal with the guilty nobles. Roland lifted his head and looked at Petrov, asking if there were Petrov's friends on the list. Petrov immediately denied it, just worried that if Roland executed them all, it might be detrimental to his future rule. Roland finds this interesting, asking wasn't it Petrov who wanted blood for blood a week ago, why does he want to spare them now? Petrov tightly clenched his fists, he indeed wanted all these people to go to hell, but even if Petrov strangled each one of them to death, it wouldn't change anything. If the news of the mass execution of nobles spread, other cities might also rise against Roland's rule. Hearing this, Roland was somewhat surprised. Such thinking is indeed the thought process of a mature politician, putting aside personal feelings and more about weighing the benefits. It seems Petrov has become more mature through this entire situation. Roland stood up, walked to the window, and told Petrov that he would inform everyone of what had happened, then publicly sentence all rebels in the center square, including nobles, guards, attendants, and mercenaries. The main culprits, that is, the direct initiators of the rebellion, and the villains with the blood of the people on their hands would all be sentenced to hanging, while the accomplices would be stripped of their titles and sent to the northern slope mines. This way, only those who have blood on their hands will be sentenced to death. And the rest would essentially exchange their titles for their lives. Once this news goes out, people shouldn't think the sentences are too harsh. After all, betraying the royal family is a serious crime in itself. Petrov nodded, then left the office. Their Highness the Prince is indeed merciful. Roland looked out the window, feeling a sense of fulfillment he had never felt before. This operation had completely cleared the obstacles to integrate the Western territory, and from now on, whether it was enacting laws or issuing policies, it would be unimpeded in the Western territory. Roland wiped the condensed moisture off the window and looked through the blurred glass at the city enveloped in pristine snow. Changes will start from here. 3 days later, Roland delivered a speech at the theater of Canggu Stronghold. The crowd gathered in the theater was smaller than he had imagined. Roland first mourned the casualties caused by the rebellion and said he would be distributing compensation. Most of the people of Canggu Stronghold were skeptical about the compensation. Because previous officials were often corrupt, even the relief grain in winter could be mixed with sand and spoiled grain. But the prince's words still caused a stir among the people. Apparently, no one had ever heard of a royal prince apologizing to the public, but there was still not much response from the crowd. Roland had to let Echo use her ability to voice and ask some questions, but unfortunately, the crowd still wasn't very responsive. However, Roland had already thought of a way to deal with this. Axe brought a large box of gold and poured all the gleaming coins on the table. The reaction of the people finally became enthusiastic. By the afternoon, many more people came to the theater, the seats were all filled, and many people even squatted directly in the aisles. The verdict had already been decided. The criminals were brought onto the stage, kneeling in a line before the people, with armed soldiers standing behind them. Axe declared the crimes, Petrov read the verdict, and some of the victims' families, seeing their enemies, clenched their fists tightly, some even burst into tears. In the end, a total of 132 people were sentenced to death, including 6 nobles, with the rest being mercenaries, guards, and servants who had committed murder during the rebellion. The remaining over 900 people, although they participated in the rebellion, did not have blood on their hands, so they were simply imprisoned, waiting to be sent to the northern slope mines. The next day, Roland summoned all the innocent nobles to the castle hall. Clearing obstacles was just a start, but to truly rule this place, he had much more to do. The most important thing was to establish a new order. To soothe the uneasy minds of the nobles, Roland specifically arranged a lavish dinner. To his surprise, these small nobles here did not seem to oppose Roland, and in their conversation, it seemed like they all had intentions to pledge allegiance. After some nice wine and dinner, Roland spoke and distributed small notebooks he had prepared in advance to the nobles. As expected, a noble quickly expressed surprise, asking how the paintings in it could be so lifelike and realistic. Roland mentioned that these paintings were made by a painter who was a witch, and she used magic to draw these pictures. This statement made everyone uneasy, unsure whether to keep holding the notebooks or put them down. Roland told them that the church's influence in the Western Territory had completely disappeared, and they didn't need to fear. Moreover, witches were no different than they are, a point he had verified many times.
What did he say?
Hearing this, Petrov almost choked but quickly agreed, affirming that the prince was correct. The other nobles awkwardly laughed along, saying they naturally believed it since it was confirmed by the 4th prince. Roland realized he might have said something ambiguous. Acting nonchalant, he changed the subject to the Pine family, describing how he met Manhwa and Viscount Pine in the border town. Some nobles also knew the Pine family, some were even neighbors with the Pine family before. Roland briefly explained how he met the Pine family, and how they are now living in the border town, protecting the town under the new system. After the month of the demons, Viscount Pine would also take her daughter out for hunting and enjoy life. They sold their territories in the Changji stronghold and settled in the border town, where his noble rank increased a level and their family wealth multiplied several times. Roland knew that fear comes from the unknown, and the resistance to changes in the system is the same, as the nobles here are uncertain how the changes will affect them. Roland had Soraya depict the town life of Tigu Pine in the form of a comic, hoping to give them a more vivid picture of the life in border town. Some of the nobles knew about Roland's plan to build a city in the western region. A young noble asked, "What about their territories then?" Roland replied they would still belong to them. Roland taking back the power does not mean they would lose everything, and under the new system, they will no longer need to fight, and the task of resisting external enemies would be completed by the professional army, and they only needed to operate according to the law, earning far more benefits than before. After all, compared to dividing a small cake, it's better to make the cake bigger. Seeing everyone silent, Roland said maybe they didn't know how much benefit it could bring them since they hadn't been to the border town. In fact, the town's income in the second half of the year reached as much as 30,000 gold. If not for the early arrival of the month of the demons, this number could likely have increased by another 10,000 more. The nobles all gasped in surprise. 30,000? It was clear to the nobles that their stronghold's annual income wasn't even close to this amount. Roland hoped they would become the managers of various industries in the stronghold in the future. As long as they obeyed the laws, they could naturally receive generous earnings and returns. Hearing this, a noble asked if this meant giving them the management of the stronghold. Roland gave a faint smile, saying well, yes and no. The stronghold would become a part of the city under the jurisdiction of the central city hall. There would also be a subordinate city hall in Changji stronghold. And everyone here would be responsible for various affairs in the stronghold and city hall. There's a lot to talk about, but end of the day managing a region is a very complex task, and Roland will provide them with courses in management at a later date. Roland sipped his tea slowly, giving everyone time to absorb this information. Maintaining the daily operations of a region requires a significant number of people, and with the literacy rate still very low, Roland needs the nobles. What Roland is implementing right now is similar to mayors and governors in the 21st century. After a few minutes, Roland began to address the next issue. He turned to Ron and asked how much he knew about rats. Ron seems to be somewhat embarrassed to admit that he used to be the leader of the Fiery Gang, having fought over territories with several other rat gangs. Some nobles on the spot couldn't help but burst into laughter. Roland was also stunned for a moment, wondering how the second son of a major family would end up leading a gang of rats. Petrov explained that a few years ago, the underground gangs in the dock area were very rampant, with civilians and foreign merchants being harmed and threatened almost every day, and the stronghold patrol team turned a blind eye to this. Ron, unable to stand it, led his guards to recruit a group of people in the refugee area and drove the rats out of the dock area. Petrov smiled, saying during that time, Ron even wrote daily battle situations into letters and sent them to Petrov, who was far away in the royal capital. In the letter, Ron claimed that this was a great battle, no less than the struggle against demonic beasts. Hearing this, Ron's face turned red, and he pled Petrov to stop talking. Roland plans to eradicate these rats to allow civilians to live a stable life. However, Ron hesitated for a moment before saying that although these rats were not a match for knights, if Roland dealt with them as he did with the rebels, probably very few civilians would be left in the stronghold. Ron respectfully explained that the transformation between rats and commoners is ever occurring, as many commoners, in their struggle for survival, end up performing illegal activities. This is the reason why most lords and nobles tolerate the existence of the black market and rat gangs. Allowing internal struggles among them is more manageable than dealing with an uprising of the starving commoners. Roland's expression turned grave, realizing the unexpected circumstances of the origin of rats. When questioned about the organizers behind these people, Ron replied that some were locally supported by the nobles, and some were exiled criminals from other places. The prince, with a cold expression, scanned the long table, inquiring if anyone present was nurturing such rats. The nobles collectively lowered their heads. Roland declared that he would absolve them of their past actions if they cooperated with him. He assigned Ron a task to intensify the crackdown on all criminal activities within the stronghold in the coming month. Ron would need to cooperate with the First Army to remove the leaders of various gangs in the stronghold, thoroughly dismantling all rat organizations. As for the specific methods to accomplish this, Roland would have someone inform him. Petrov's task was to open the granaries and continuously distribute food until the end of the month of the demons. At this point, some nobles objected, thinking that doing so would only make the people more dependent and worsen the situation. Eventually, everyone would become beggars. Roland looked at these nobles. It seemed they always presumed the worst in common people, deeming them lazy and ignorant. However, Roland was well aware of the strength of the common people. In fact, with the right guidance and proper role models, common people are the real backbone of this world. Roland forcefully knocked on the table, stating that he had already decided, and there was no need for further discussion. He looked at the nobles present. It was time to teach them the first lesson. To properly become a qualified city hall member, it is crucial to communicate policies to the people, address their concerns, and listen to their feedback. Roland knew that reforming the nobles, unifying laws, integrating policies, and cracking down on crimes were all preparations made by Roland to establish a new order. Echo is walking on the street, with Axe following behind her. Echo tells Axe that he doesn't need to follow her. Axe, maintaining a distance of 2 steps behind her, insists, noting that this place isn't border town and isn't very safe. Furthermore, His Highness has ordered that if Echo leaves the castle without any other witches around, he should protect her safety. Echo also told Axe that there's no need for such formality towards her, but in Axe's heart, Echo will always be the chief of the Iron Sand tribe. Hearing this, Echo falls silent. Axe wants to comfort her but doesn't know what to say, so he just closes his mouth and silently follows her at a slow pace. Because of their tall stature and distinctive skin and hair color, pedestrians often stare at them. Echo apparently doesn't like being scrutinized like this and decides to head to a less crowded place. Echo remarks on how Iron Sand City never had such sceneries, and before she left the Southern Territory, she always thought the world was just sand. Back home, water was a life-essential resource that had to be fought over, but here, they don't need to fight over it. Axe remarks that they would fight over other things though: wealth and status. Conflict is inevitable everywhere. Echo lifts her head, looking towards the gray sky, and while walking on the bridge, Echo says that Nightingale has told her that she believes His Highness can stop these conflicts. Whether it's the Sand People or the other races and kingdoms, whether it's common people or witches, everyone can have an equal and free life. Suddenly, Echo asks if Axe would like to return to Iron Sand City. Axe snapped back to reality and without hesitation, replied, no. Axe had sworn an oath to the Sand Gods to always serve Prince Roland and to expand his territories for him. Axe knew that Prince Roland had promised to avenge them. Once Echo returns to Iron Sand City, no one would dare disrespect her again. Echo continued her stroll by the river. She didn't want to be the chief again. She loved places where trees were evergreen. She enjoyed being with Wendy, Nightingale, and the rest of her sisters. She cherished the songs Prince Roland taught her. Perhaps one day she might visit the Iron Sand City, but she didn't wish to live there and endlessly fight for water. It seemed Axe had more to say, but in the end, he merely added, no one can force Echo. Reaching an open space, Echo stopped. She planned to practice here, so she wouldn't disturb anyone. Axe nodded and stepped back, ensuring he was there to protect Echo. She looked at him, asking if Axe would like to hear a song she composed for their homeland. Axe was taken aback. Echo explained how she utilized the music composition techniques taught by Roland, blending the sounds of various instruments. However, she found the names Lord Roland gave to some genres, like electronic and heavy metal, were quite quirky. In Axe's mind, Roland was the cherished child of the gods. So what Roland says will always be right. Echo concurred strongly, noting that no one had ever treated witches with such genuine kindness as he did. Before Axe could respond, the singing had already begun. When the varied tunes flowed into his ears, he was immediately stupefied on the spot. What an unimaginable melody! It was like sand brushing over an oasis. At that moment, Axe felt he was back in the sunlit desert. Was this an illusion? He lowered his head, only to realize the snowy landscape had disappeared, and unbeknownst to him, he found himself in a desert, the burning sands filling his entire field of view. The woman in front of him had her eyes slightly closed, her singing voice echoing in the clear sky. She was standing in shallow water, ripples slowly spreading, breathtakingly beautiful. When the singing voice gradually faded, Axe found himself back in the snow-covered stronghold, everything like a mirage, as if nothing had happened. But in his palm, a few grains of sand were shining brightly. When Roland heard Axe's report, he wondered for a moment if his ears had deceived him. Axe solemnly placed the grain of sand on the desk. Nightingale looked at the sand, declaring it showed no traces of magical power. Turning her gaze to Echo, she mentioned that Echo's magic had consolidated, something Echo herself hadn't realized. Hearing that her abilities had evolved, she was extremely excited. Nightingale explained that Echo's magical power had solidified into a piece of blue transparent crystal, as clear as water, and the total amount of her magical power was equivalent to that of Maisie. Roland hoped Echo could sing again. Echo was somewhat embarrassed, but facing the gazes of the three, she reluctantly agreed. Echo took a deep breath, and soon, a symphony, completely out of this era, resonated, and the sweet singing voice unique to women enveloped the office. Initially, she was a bit reserved, probably having never performed indoors, but as the melody reached its climax, she became wholly immersed in the music. Roland seemed to hear the sound of warm winds brushing through green forests, and the room's temperature appeared to rise slightly. However, he did not see the boundless desert. He looked at Nightingale, who shook her head at him. Clearly, she hadn't seen those strange illusions either. Roland hoped she could sing a few more songs and invited everyone to come and listen. In no time, the office was full of witches, and all the songs received enthusiastic applause from them. After inquiring about everyone's experiences, Roland had it in his mind. That was, the extent to which one is affected by the song also depends on the listener's subjective experience. Those who have experiences resonating with the atmosphere of the song are more profoundly affected. Someone like Axe, who was from the Iron Sand City, naturally resonates strongly with music filled with the charm of the southern lands. However, Roland can't yet determine through testing how deep this influence can reach. Meanwhile, Ron stood in the center of Changji's stronghold reading the proclamation from Prince Roland. The stronghold city hall has started purchasing grains, which everyone can sell at any time. But selling grains privately will be prohibited starting next month. Upon hearing this, a commotion stirred within the crowd. They feared that the city hall would buy it at a low price and then sell it back to them at a high price. A blond boy squeezed out from the crowd, realizing that the food in the market would soon be swept away by nobles and merchants, which would lead to great chaos. He found his friends in a street corner, who had also heard the news. They were unclear as to why they were sent to gather this information. A man named Kanash controls them and forces them to come to collect intel. However, every mention of Kanash seemed to drain their spirits. One tall boy named Tiger Claw said they had no choice, as their food source was controlled by them. Since Snake Fong was also caught bringing out paper, and now that there were no witches, Kanash was targeting them. Snake Fong scorned, saying Kanash wanted to sell the paper to the church, while another girl K said that paper was not an item, she was their friend, they couldn't let the church take her. Next to them, a boy with a mushroom haircut, looking feverish and weak, wondered how paper was doing in the border town. Suddenly, everyone heard the next announcement from the speaker. In 5 days, the city hall would distribute relief food rations in the center square. Everyone could receive 2 servings of grain porridge, one at noon and one in the evening. This was declared by the prince himself. As soon as this statement was made, a stir occurred in the crowd. The group also heard this message. The weak Joe spoke up, saying that this way they might temporarily escape Kanash's threat and wouldn't have to starve to death in the cold snow. The tall boy quickly covered Joe's mouth. If such words reached Kanash's ears, all 4 of them would have to die. Following was the final declaration. His Highness the Prince would severely crack down on crime in Changgu Stronghold, including eliminating underground organizations, combating theft and robbery, and all illegal activities threatening the lives and property of the citizens. Ron advised everyone not to linger in the black market, nor to go to casinos, taverns, and other mixed places. The prince would also dispatch personnel to ensure everyone's safety. The 4 of them had no mood to listen any further. Hearing that they were going to be swept away, they began to fear. Returning to their camp, a man was sitting in a chair. This was Kanash, who had a fierce-looking scar across his eyes. He was muscular and tall with a woman behind him giving him a massage. He looked at Snake Fong and the other 2, scornfully saying that no matter how big a noble is when they are on other people's turf, they have no sway. This is Changji's stronghold, not border town nor the royal capital. Without the approval of the Mead family, Roland can't do anything. Hearing that Roland wanted to be a protector of the western region made Kanash laugh. Just look at who is sitting in the royal capital. That so-called king is also nominally ruling over Grey Castle, but who cares about his orders? The woman by his side also agreed, saying it has nothing to do with them. But the second message Snake Fong brought is a bit strange. Before, when nobles distributed grain to earn a good reputation, they would inform them in advance, but why not this time? Kanash sat on the chair, planning to go and ask his leader later. Only he knows about things related to nobles. Kanash looked at the 3 of them and said their report was timely. But Kanash sneered, saying he knew they wanted to taste the grain porridge distributed by the city hall. He fiercely stabbed the dagger into the table, saying that on that day, everyone must stay in this building, no one is allowed to go. If anyone dares to, he guarantees they won't be able to eat anything for the rest of their lives. On the first porridge distribution day, Tiger Claw carried Joe on his back, running through the alleys with Snake Fong. Tiger Claw was somewhat scared, as Kanash had threatened them before, but Snake Fong said that Kanash hadn't been back for several days. Maybe the prince really was going to take action against them. Kay was looking out for them. The weather was very cold, and those people wouldn't notice them while huddling around the fire indoors. Moreover, Joe's condition was getting worse. A bowl of porridge might just help him hold on. Panting, they arrived at the square and saw that porridge really was being distributed. They hurriedly ran over but were stopped by the guards, who told them not to cut in line and to line up properly. Snake Fong knelt down in the snow, begging them to save his friend. His friend was sick and hadn't eaten for several days. Wade and his colleague exchanged glances. One of them reached out to lift the unconscious Joe, told them to go line up, and he would take care of Joe. Wade asked them if Joe knew the way back. If not, they could come back to find him. The two boys looked at each other. No one had expected this outcome. They thought either they would ignore them or they would let them bypass the fence to get the porridge first. Snake Fong decided to go back first. The queue was too long, and he feared accidents. They must return immediately. Reflecting on the truth of the porridge distribution, he began to wonder about the other two declarations. He faintly felt that a major change was about to come to the Black Street. The two sneaked lightly back into the house, only to see Kay, her face bruised, hanging at the doorway, with her feet on a wobbly stool, and Kanash's man stood beside her, sneering at the two. In an instant, Snake Fong's heart sank to the bottom. The guard said that Boss Kanash had already arranged for people to specifically watch them. It seems they street children needed discipline. It was time to give them a taste of consequence. Subsequently, one of the rats kicked the stool under Kay's feet. Her body immediately tightened. The rope dug into Kay's neck, her body trembled and her legs started to kick everywhere. Tiger Claw rushed up but was hit hard in the back of the head with a stick, and he fell stiffly to the ground. Snake Fong kneeled and pleaded with them to let Kay go, as Kay had not left the room. The man, wielding a dagger close to Kay, said she had been lying to him, and even after losing 2 teeth, she still wouldn't admit it. He violently stepped on Snake Fong's head. Snake Fong realized they were going to die here. He struggled to lift his head, seeing Kay's struggles were gradually weakening, and her body started to convulse. Suddenly the rope broke. Kay fell down without making a sound. The rats did not know what had happened when a line of blood sprayed from one side of the neck. Then the rats fell one by one. They all looked at each other, drawing their weapons. Before they could see the enemy, the wall broke, and a person flew in. It was their scout. Ashes walked in, her black ponytail casually tied behind her, instantly surrounded by the rats. The scene was only quiet for a few seconds. Seeing such a beautiful woman, they wanted to capture Ashes alive and then hand her to their boss. Ashes raised her great sword, and the nearby rats were knocked down with a single blow. Snake Fong suddenly heard a voice telling him to protect his people. At this time, Nightingale appeared behind him. Snake Fong clumsily crawled to Kay's side and gently placed his hand on her nose. There was a faint breath. It seemed that she was still alive. Tiger Claw also got up. Although he had a headache, it was no major issue. Suddenly, more men in uniforms rushed into the room, and the battle was soon over. Wade looked at Snake Fong, telling him it was all over, and they were safe. Snake Fong felt a twinge in his nose. The feeling of surviving a calamity made him unable to suppress his emotions. Everything declared was true. These people were sent by the prince to eradicate gang and rats organizations. They could all survive. Kay then slowly opening her eyes. Wade then brought out all the rats, their hands tied, one by one. All the surviving rats were ordered to stand in a line, including the 3, Snake Fong, Tiger Claw, and Kay, walking out of the building one by one. They saw Kanash kneeling on the side, his hands tied behind him. They couldn't believe Kanash was really captured. Each rat was asked the same question. When it came to Snake Fong, Nightingale asked him if he had killed anyone or committed theft and robbery. Snake Fang honestly replied that he had not. Nightingale nodded and told him to wait in the square for His Highness to distribute dinner. Snake Fang took a few steps and then stopped, plucking up the courage to ask, "Are you a witch?" He thought he wouldn't get an answer, but Nightingale openly admitted that she was. Snake Fang then plucked up his courage and said that these people were just underlings of Kanash, who hadn't been back here in 4 days and was certainly hiding with Bloodhand. Bloodhand was the real boss here, and they mustn't let him get away. Nightingale smiled confidently, saying no one would escape. The 3 were then released. They happily said it was really the witch who saved them, and His Highness's territory really accepted witches. Tiger Claw happily said then Paper must be doing very well. Kay, smiling, asked, "Does Tiger Claw want to see Paper?" But Paper's status is definitely very high now, going there would only embarrass her. The 3 shook their heads. End of the day, they were still just rats. Tiger Claw told them not to think too much about it and they should start eating. Ron stood on the high platform, answering the crowd's questions one by one, telling them that His Highness was determined to eradicate all rats from the stronghold and let everyone live safely without threats. After the month of the demons, His Highness will build a city, by then everyone can go help and work. The 3 quickly received their porridge, and they couldn't remember the last time they had such clean food. As Snake Fang looked at the steaming porridge in his hand, he thought to himself that one day he would shed his rat identity, and by then, he would be seeing Paper without embarrassing her. Wendy and Scroll were savoring premium black tea. Blowing the heat away from the rim of her cup, they took a gentle sip. Once they dealt with her daily tasks, having another cup of tea was a pleasant respite for them both. Across the table, Paper was still grappling with the divine seal imprint. She had now mastered the technique of infusing the seal with magic and could control the output of magical power with relative precision, but no matter what she did, she could only light up the first magic stone on the seal. The 2 would watch Paper and remember the days at the Witch Association, sighing with sentiment. Back then, probably no one had imagined that they would ever lead the life they had now. But things were much better now. Their sisters would not have to endure the hardships they had experienced. Paper walked over, holding up the divine seal imprint, and complained to Wendy, "When will she be able to light up the second magic stone?" Wendy responded with a smile, suggesting that perhaps Paper needed to grow bigger a bit more. She then extended her arms to the young girl for a hug. Paper grasped her hand and found solace in Wendy's arms. As Wendy gently stroked Paper's head, Paper squeezed against her chest and mumbled unclearly, "How much bigger?" "Like Sister Wendy?" Spear closed her book, watching the 3 of them, feeling a sense of peace within her heart. Wendy inquired about Spear's thoughts on the city hall, to which Spear shared her fascination with its organized, closely linked management structure. Compared to having several ministers manage separately, having the city hall handle employee salaries made transition smoother and allowed competent civilians to join without hindrance. It was hard for her to imagine how Prince Roland could conceive such ideas. Just then, a guard entered the hall, reporting that a resident outside the castle claimed his daughter had just awakened as a witch. The guard remembered that in Prince Roland's absence, matters like this were to be handled by the Witches' Union. The 3 were taken aback. A newly awakened witch? They hurried to the hall, where 2 women were already waiting, one visibly aged, slightly hunched, and another significantly younger, standing rigidly beside the older woman. They both bowed respectfully to Wendy. The guard reported that they claimed to be migrants from the south, having moved into the inner city residential area a month and a half ago. He had verified their IDs, which matched the provided information. Wendy looked at the young girl and, in the gentlest tone she could muster, asked for her name. The girl didn't respond, prompting the older woman to nudge her to reply. The girl timidly said her name was Summer. Scroll turned her gaze to the woman, inquiring if she was Summer's mother. The woman nodded rapidly, mentioning that the child's father was at work, so she brought her daughter first. Then she queried if it was true what the prince's announcements said about witches receiving a gold coin per month as salary. Scroll squinted at the woman while Wendy clarified that, indeed, if the girl decided to join the Witches' Union. Summer opened her mouth and was about to speak, but the woman interrupted, pushing her forward, asserting that Summer would join, and her daughter would certainly be willing to dedicate everything to the prince, and then inquired when they could receive the money. Wendy couldn't help but furrow her brows at the woman's words. It wasn't hard to discern from her tone that the woman seemingly viewed her daughter as merchandise and the Witches' Union as a place to entertain the prince. Suppressing her displeasure, she responded calmly, telling the woman His Highness is currently attending to official affairs at the Chengdu stronghold. It's uncertain when he will return. Furthermore, joining the Witches' Union requires some evaluation and testing. The woman can let the girl stay in the castle first until His Highness returns to decide. The woman, pleased, patted her daughter's head and told her to behave well. Summer called out to her mother, wanting to say something more, but her mother had already turned and was walking away. Wendy stepped forward to hold her hand, gently reassuring her not to worry. The Witches' Union wasn't as her family thought, and she didn't have to stay in the castle if she didn't want to. The girl asked weakly if it was true, to which Wendy earnestly nodded. She then led Summer inside to warm up. The girl obediently followed her into the castle, lowering her head. At this point, Agatha also arrived. With Nightingale and Sylvie absent, it fell to Agatha to discern the girl's abilities. Summer, gazing at the strangers, felt tense. She held the green magic stone Agatha gave her and answered some questions about her age and when she awakened. Interestingly, her awakening day and her coming-of-age day were the same, a situation Wendy had never encountered before. Summer closed her eyes and let the magical power within her circulate. As she spoke, the magic-filled stone radiated a soft green light, enveloping Summer in its glow. After observing for a while, Agatha confirmed that the girl wasn't lying. Indeed, her characteristics were consistent with those whose awakening and coming of age occurred on the same day. It appears that Summer possessed a summoning-type ability, but her magic level was extremely low. Wendy, slightly taken aback, asked if such occurrences had happened in Takira before, and why was Summer's magic level so low? The Federation had witnessed the awakening of thousands of witches, and such incidents were not rare. Witches who awakened just at the cusp of adulthood essentially lost the coming-of-age day and abilities that other witches have, leading to weaker magic. Agatha pondered for a moment, concluding that contemplating these factors was pointless. It was the ability itself that determined a witch's worth. Hearing this, Wendy was somewhat displeased, stating that every witch should be viewed as a sister, not measured by their capabilities, as they are not tools. However, Agatha stands by her view. Summer opened her eyes, looking puzzled, and asked what they were arguing about. Wendy managed a smile for her and gently encouraged her to display her ability. The little girl held her breath and slowly extended her hands. Soon, the four of them witnessed a transformation. By the side of the hall's tea table, the figures of Wendy, Scroll, and Spear appeared again. Wendy and Scroll seemed to be in conversation, but no sound could be heard. Paper, who had left the hall long ago, appeared beside Wendy and slowly crawled into her lap, showing a sweet smile. Instinctively, Wendy reached out towards her other self, but her hand passed through the figure as if there was nothing there. After the illusion disappeared, an unusual silence enveloped the hall. Summer was drained of her magic power, and Wendy held her from behind to prevent her from falling. Agatha slowly mentioned that the ability to create group illusions was quite rare. She knew during her time in the Federation that at least 2 people had similar abilities, one of whom was a high-ranking witch. Wendy had Summer sit down and then asked her how many times she could use such ability in a day, to which Summer softly replied 2 or 3 times. Summer didn't understand many terms that were being asked, and Scroll patiently explained them to her. Summer gently nodded. Wendy smiled at Summer, telling her they would teach her slowly in the future. Wendy then had her use her illusion ability once more with all her strength. This time, the scene displayed was from a day and a half ago. The lamps in the hall were lit, and the sisters of the Witch Union were enjoying dinner at the long table. Wendy and Scroll recorded these and planned to let His Highness make a judgment. However, Scroll, who is always cautious, suggests that Summer can't stay in the castle before Nightingale returns to detect lies. Scroll knew that the possibility was extremely slim, but don't forget, His Highness Roland was the person they could least afford to lose, and his safety was more important than anything to the Witches' Union. Wendy also understood where Scroll was coming from. The two left the castle with Summer. After leaving the castle, the girl suddenly became much livelier and began to hold Wendy's hand, asking more about witches and the Lord. Wendy satisfied her curiosity by answering each question one by one. Summer then shyly lowered her head and said she had heard that the Lord, or His Highness the Prince, was a very scary person who tormented the women around him every day. Upon hearing this, Wendy and Scroll were both shocked. No wonder Summer was so afraid of the prince. Wendy said those were just rumors and not true, and the prince was a very nice person. Not long after they arrived at the small area where Summer's family lived, and the one who opened the door was Summer's mother. Seeing Summer, her mother looked somewhat flustered, thinking her daughter must have done something wrong, so the castle did not want her. Scroll said they could sign the contract once His Highness the Prince returned. The woman still seemed somewhat disbelieving, insisting urgently that Summer was a bit dull but was very well behaved and willing to do anything for the prince. Wendy felt a surge of anger rises in her heart, but she was stopped by Scroll before she could say anything. It wasn't until Scroll pulled out a piece of gold coin and waved it in front of the woman, seriously telling her that her daughter was indeed a witch and could sign a contract once His Highness returned. This was the salary for the first month, and she instructed the woman that she was now taking care of Summer on behalf of His Highness. The woman quickly nodded and said she would take good care of Summer. Leaving the neighborhood, Wendy could no longer hold back the annoyance in her heart and questioned why Scroll had given the money to such a person. It should belong to Summer herself. Scroll's answer was straightforward, asking Wendy if she thinks that Summer could keep that gold coin safe. If not, sooner or later it would fall into the hands of her family. If she could, it might be worse, as they might then completely see her as an outsider. Conversely, by giving it directly to her mother, Summer wouldn't have any burden, and perhaps they might even treat her a bit better because of it. There are still many days to come. If one gold coin could be exchanged for a more comfortable living environment for Summer, it might not be a bad deal. Wendy thought about it, and realized that Scroll was right. She had thought too simplistically. Wendy was disheartened by the series of setbacks, thinking sadly that perhaps she wasn't the right person to lead the Witches' Union at all. His Highness had revealed to Wendy his plans to make the Witches' Union an independent organization, with Wendy in charge. However, Wendy didn't have the knowledge His Highness had, and she couldn't be as thoughtful as he was. When it came to dealing with risks and incidents, she wasn't as rational and decisive as Scroll. Wendy didn't see herself as a suitable leader. It was as if Scroll had seen through her thoughts, stating that no one cared about them more than Wendy did. Scroll looked at Wendy seriously and smiled, saying, after experiencing the witch associations led by Hakura, she realized that a leader who truly cares about the witches, regardless of their abilities, and is willing to put herself in the shoes of many sisters, is the most trustworthy leader. And that is something irreplaceable in Wendy. Outside the castle, Wendy and Scroll heard the distant voices of Lightning and Maisie and smiled, knowing that His Highness had returned. When they returned to the castle, the witches who had heard the news had already gathered in the hall. Roland barely stepped through the door, not yet having had the chance to enjoy the long-missed warmth when a warm body already threw itself into his arms. Smelling the familiar scent from the strands of hair, he smiled, patting her head, and told Anna he was back. Soon Maisie and Lightning also rushed over and jumped on Roland. Soon, everyone came to greet him, and the hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Although the Stronghold Castle was much larger than this place, only these warm smiles and this small place could make Roland feel comfortable. After the lavish dinner, Roland returned to his office. Just as he was about to organize the books brought from the Stronghold, Anna walked in. Roland was about to show Anna the new books he had found, but before he could finish speaking, he felt a pair of soft lips pressed against his. Looking into her rippling eyes, it seems these books can wait for a little while longer. The day after, Roland, humming a little tune, walked into the office to find Wendy already waiting in the room. She, with a warm smile, shared everything that had happened over the past few days. When Roland heard about the new witch, he was overjoyed, as Summer was the first to awaken in his territory. He instructed Wendy to bring her in the afternoon to sign the contract. Wendy agreed, but her expression suggested she had more to say. Roland asked her what was wrong. After a moment of silence, Wendy asked, with a degree of hesitation, she wondered if Roland was upset. She was referring to the perceptions and rumors refugees from the South had of him and the Witch Union. She also confessed that she didn't feel capable of managing the Witch Union and that Scroll, being more mature, should be the one in charge. Roland smiled and responded, saying that Wendy must have spoken to Scroll about this, but Scroll still believed that Wendy was the most suitable choice, right? Wendy was shocked. Roland put down his teacup and looked at Wendy, explaining that managerial skills and techniques can be acquired through practice and learning, but one's character and personality are hard to change. Among the witches, aside from Maisie, Wendy is the one most loved by everyone. Besides, Scroll is primarily responsible for the work of the education department and will be busier in the future, lacking time to interact and communicate with the new witches. This is where Wendy has an advantage, so she should have more confidence in herself. Roland assured her that he was quite accurate in judging people. Before Wendy could respond, the prince continued, as for the misguided views and rumors the refugees have about the Witch Union, it seems Roland had been neglectful. He also didn't expect his reputation to have spread throughout the kingdom. He pondered for a moment. To change this perception quickly, besides increasing publicity and debunking these rumors, he thinks it's better to let the organization operate independently as soon as possible. Roland hoped that the Witch Union could establish a system to operate independently and address employment arrangements for witches, while he would guide the usage and development of their abilities. Roland had considered this issue before. Right now, the Witches' Union only has about a dozen witches, a number he could still manage. But if the union expanded to hundreds, or even resembled the holy city Takira, having thousands of witches, it would not be possible for him to arrange tasks individually anymore. Wendy could consult Spear about structural issues and could also start recruiting town folks for paperwork. Wendy took a deep breath. If Roland decided to entrust this task to her, she would try her best to do it. After Wendy left, Roland continued to tidy up the books that he hadn't finished organizing the day before. Seeing the pages scattered on the ground, he couldn't help but think of the hot and breathless kiss from yesterday. Perhaps in his memory, the first time he met Anna, she was still a frail and helpless girl. But now she had grown into a graceful and charming young lady. The changes that occurred in her in just a short year were immense. Maybe Roland should take the initiative to respond to her feelings, Roland thought, but as he reached out, his hand touched another finger. Coming to his senses, he realized that Nightingale had handed the book to him. From the moment Anna had entered the office to the warm embrace, it was only a few seconds, and Roland hadn't noticed whether Nightingale had followed him into the room after the banquet. Nightingale smiled as if seeing through Roland's thoughts, saying that she had left the room immediately last night. She had guessed that Anna, having not seen Roland for a long time, would seek him. Saying Anna never repressed her emotions. With Nightingale's help, the books were quickly categorized and placed into the cabinet, filling the once empty bookshelf. For a moment, the two were silent. Roland stuffed the last book into the cabinet and thanked Nightingale. As Nightingale is about to leave, she questions how much longer will Roland drag it out? Don't keep Anna waiting. There was a hint of sadness in Nightingale's eyes, which Roland didn't see. When he turned around, he found that Nightingale had disappeared, but her half-spoken words still echoed in his ears. Though her voice was very low, he was sure he heard right. Nightingale had said, "Don't make me wait too long either." Roland was no longer the engineer dog who dealt with mechanical drawings all day long, and this was not the world he once knew. He was gradually becoming a lord governing a region, and he might even become the ruler of the kingdom in the future. He told himself to just act according to his heart. There was no benefit in forcing each other for some rules that were unsubstantial. It would only hurt Anna and Nightingale. Thinking this, Roland felt much relieved. Soon, Wendy brought Summer over. Roland walked slowly towards Summer and gently told her that she could choose to live in the castle or go home as long as she came to practice her abilities and attend classes every day. At the same time, Roland welcomed Summer to become a member of the Witches' Union. Regarding her unique ability, Wendy had already recorded it very clearly, so Roland did not conduct any more tests and directly placed the contract in front of her. Summer picked up the pen and stiffened for a while before shyly admitting that she could not write. Roland smiled and told her it was okay, a handprint would also do. Afterward, anything Summer didn't understand, she could ask the members of the Witches' Union. Summer then lowered her head and asked if her ability was of any use. Roland told Summer that her ability is very useful. Her ability will make her becoming a famous detective. Summer looked confused. What is a famous detective? Roland smiled and said that Summer would know soon enough, and then he called Nightingale out of the mist, telling Summer that from today onwards, this witch would be her superior. May looked carefully at the items in the box, wondering what else she needed to bring. Eileen thought about it and said it would be best to bring a set of pillows, quilts, and sheets. Hearing this, the other two simultaneously showed strange smiles. May said those things were not necessary. Carter said he would buy a new set in the market, reportedly a treasure from one of the 4 major families, found in the basement of the mansion. Eileen envied them, saying they must be made of the best silk. May pretended not to care. He seems to have said that a set needs 5 gold coins. After the jokes, May said she heard that Sir Eltec had come to the border town. How was he now? Eileen responded that Ferland's father saw in the town square that Prince Roland had quelled the rebellion and the 3 major families were annihilated. Only the barely surviving Meade family was left, and the Eltec family was almost implicated. As for Miso, he was captured by the prince's soldiers. Since he did not commit any murder and surrendered actively, he was only sentenced to 10 years of hard labor. But since Miso decided to rebel, he was kicked out of the family by the Sir. Therefore, Sir Eltec still hoped that Ferland could inherit the family's title. Sir Eltec believed that only Ferland could revive the family. Eileen said she would support whatever choice Ferland made. Whether keeps his work as a teacher or goes back to the family. The door was suddenly pushed open. Carter had arrived. Everyone greeted Carter. May asked Carter why he came today. It wasn't a holiday, was it? Carter scratched the back of his head and said he had received special permission from Prince Roland. Then Carter brought out a gift. The 3 of them had their eyes light up at the same time. The other 2 suddenly thought of something, found an excuse to leave, and also dragged Eileen out. Eileen protested, saying she wanted to see what May's gift was. Left alone in the room, Carter asked May to try on the clothes to see if they fit, mentioning that he had specifically requested Prince Roland to design them. When Carter reported their wedding date to the prince, he mentioned that there was a type of dress particularly suitable for weddings, but it was very troublesome to make. Carter pleaded with the prince for a long time and even bribed Miss Soroya with an ice cream sandwich to make it. As the layers of fabric unfolded, a touch of pure white filled May's vision. Not long after, May had changed into the dress, and a rare blush surfaced on her face. She could guess her appearance at the moment. The stunned chief knight was the best proof. May went to Carter to thank him for the gift. The knight, regaining his senses, didn't respond but instead opened his arms to hug her. Carter told May that the prince had said that, after the month of the demon ends, they would hold a new-style wedding in front of everyone. May commented that since coming to the town, she has encountered new things almost every day. Carter nodded, and they both looked out the window. Indeed, under the prince's rule, this place would also become a new city. Roland held the first expanded city council meeting in the castle's reception room, holding a copy of the kingdom's law and constitution. He stated that it was the general regulation to be implemented after the establishment of the new city, and everyone was free to refer to it. Baraf began to explain the structure and system of the new territory. 1. All power within the territories under Roland Wimbledon belongs to Roland Wimbledon. 2. The city hall is the highest authority in the territory. 3. The influx of people within the territory can be promoted to official citizens through various ways, and the city hall should maintain at least 3 promotion channels. For, after becoming an official citizen, there is no longer a distinction between their previous title, whether it's knights, freemen, serfs, servants, slaves, men, or women. Citizens are protected by law, enjoying all the safeguards and benefits of the territory, and have the obligation to pay taxes, serve, and defend. 5. Nobles are also members of official citizens. Titles no longer have corresponding power but can be inherited as honorary titles by law. 6. The personal safety and legal property of citizens are protected by Roland Wimbledon and cannot be violated. 7. Citizens have the right to freedom of speech, the right to education, the right to choose their work freely, and the right to free marriage. 8. The territory encourages legal commercial activities and free trade. These were just a few of the laws and constitution. It was a long time before Bara finished explaining each point. The meeting continued from morning to afternoon, with attendants serving meals directly on the table so everyone could eat while they listened. Barav's cup was refilled several times. Despite feeling his throat sore, he still enjoyed it. Finally, the meeting moved on to the last topic, which was also the only provision in the meeting that allowed everyone to discuss and decide, determining the flag and the name of the new city. After several rounds of voting and elimination, the flag and the name of the new city were finally selected. The flag is based on the emblem of the Grey Castle royal family, the base pattern still being a tower and a long spear, with a new pentagonal star added above the tower and 3 smaller stars below it. The large star symbolizes the Lord, Roland Wimbledon, while the smaller stars respectively represent the City Hall, the First Army, and the Witch Union. As the dark clouds slowly disappeared and the sun gradually rose, the horizon was dyed golden, and the whole world was enveloped in warm and bright sunlight, bringing light and heat to the earth. The new city was established as the City of Neverwinter. In the square, many townsfolk have already gathered. The laughter and cheers of each individual radiating throughout. The older residents still remembered how last year the prince, in celebration of the end of the month of the demons, named the first day following as the Victory Day. On this day, the entire town not only had a holiday, but a grand bonfire banquet would also be held in the central square. The new residents who had heard about this celebration all chimed in, enjoying the hard-earned moment of peace. By the time the sun had reached its horizon, the square was filled with people. Soon, the prince made his appearance at the center stage. The overwhelming cheers erupted. People around excitedly raised their hands, shouting, "Long lives the prince!" The fourth prince smiled, waiting for the people's cheers to subside, and proclaiming loudly, "Once again, they have triumphed over evil." The prince once more thanks everyone for their contribution to this land. This glory belongs to them. It belongs to everyone who has shed sweat and blood for the border town. The prince's steady and emotional voice, as if endowed with magic, clearly reached the ears of every resident. The prince continued, "Evil has not been completely eradicated, it will return sooner or later. But no matter how many times the enemy comes, as long as they are united and work together, victory will ultimately belong to the border town." The prince raised a glass of red wine. "Now, let them cheer, let them raise their glasses to celebrate this hard-won victory." Cheers reverberated across the square, everyone waved their hand to pay respect to the prince. Next, it was time for the Starflower Troupe to take the stage, and many excitedly whistled. Anna, standing by, held a thin black flame in her hands, cutting the wood into pieces, and then directly used the wood to ignite a soaring bonfire. Seeing the witch's power, the onlooking crowd did not feel fear. Instead, they loudly shouted her name. Whole lambs were roasted over the bonfire, and the atmosphere on the scene reached its climax. Everyone happily waved their flags, enjoying the food and drinks, while celebrating this hard-won victory day. Back in the Lord's castle. Just like a year ago, the castle's evening feast belonged to the witches. Compared to the last time when only 5 witches participated in the barbecue feast, this time it was much more lively. Not only did all the initial witches attend, but Maisie, Lucia, Agatha, Spear, Paper, and newly joined Summer were also here. Plus members of the Slumbering Isle. The total number reached 25. Agatha, eating delicious food, said she thought this was a waste of time, but she kept putting things into her mouth. Roland handed her a glass of red wine and told her to eat slowly. He told her that a balance of work and leisure was more efficient. Defeating the demon did not depend on a day's leisure, and even if they failed, they had at least enjoyed the beauty of life. Agatha gave him a look, took the red wine, and continued to enjoy the food. Wendy pushed a gigantic cake, dividing it piece by piece among everyone. Observing the warm scene before him, Roland felt quite gratified. After striving for over a year, the transformations in the Western Territory were gradually coming to light. Whether it was the enthusiastic cheers of the people in the square during the day or the joyful smiles on the witches' faces now, all were rewards for his efforts. As the bonfire slowly extinguished and the time approached midnight, Roland had Nightingale and Ash's escort Manhwa and Summer home respectively, while he went to the second floor of the castle, waiting for Anna's appearance. He decided to take this step proactively, rather than waiting passively or, should we say, prolonging it. The silver-white moonlight shone into the castle through the windows in the corridor. With this gleam of light, he saw Anna's figure, a sight seeming so familiar, as if he was brought back to last year. Roland didn't speak but walked forward and took her hand, heading to the third floor. Once back in his bedroom and the door closed, Roland took a deep breath and turned around. Just as he was hesitating about how to begin, Anna had already kissed him. Roland then brought out a gift from behind him. It was a heart-shaped magical stone, inlaid with a golden edge, and from the top hung a thin red cord. This was a combination of tracking magic stones, formed by solidifying the Pathfinder stone and Locator stone together with magic. Roland put the tracking stone around Anna's neck, telling her this way, no matter where Roland is, Anna can use it to find him. Anna seemed to realize something, staring blankly at him. He gently cradled her cheeks, asking word by word, "Will you marry me, Anna?" Anna's emotions remained serene. After a long while, Anna finally nodded and replied, "Yes." Everything that followed was so natural. The emotions that had been brewing for a long time broke through the last barrier. Not much can be shown here as I don't want to get demonetized. Feel free to check out the chapters yourself. Anyway, back to the story. Anna, resting on Roland's arm, leaned against him like a kitten. Anna whispered softly, she was so glad to have met His Highness. Roland looked at Anna, telling her to just call him Roland from now on. Turned out that Roland had never heard Anna call him by his name. Anna softly called Roland's name. He tickled Anna's earlobe, making her laugh. Roland then sighed, saying that this should be his line. He could never have imagined meeting such an outstanding girl in the past. For Roland, sometimes he even felt a sense of unreality thinking about it. Anna remained silent for a moment, moving closer to him, telling him she was here, and she will not go anywhere. These words instantly stirred his memories, recalling the time she had said the same thing to him before. Scenes of their shared memories appeared in his mind. Emotions are indeed marvelous, he thought, seemingly some words can make one feel an incomparable warmth inside. This time, the silence lasted longer. When he thought Anna had fallen asleep, Anna's voice rose again. Anna stated that she was a witch and that witches could not conceive. Anna whispered, Roland will face many troubles in the future. Roland confidently replied that he was not afraid of trouble. In fact, compared to the impending divine war, all these were nothing. Initially, he had been contemplating resolving the issue of succession through the new system, but the information brought by Agatha completely shattered his plans. The divine war determining humanity's fate was imminent. If they couldn't defeat the demons, all kingdoms would be obliterated. Compared to this, succession issues are not worth considering. Roland told Anna that he had been somewhat worried before, fearing that Anna would use this reason to reject him. However, Anna said that she wanted to be with Roland, whether she was a witch or not. Hearing her response, Roland couldn't help but laugh. Right, since he had met Anna, she had always been straightforward, never beating around the bush, always expressing her thoughts to him directly. They chatted for a bit, turned off the light, and the night was still long. The next day, Roland didn't get up until the afternoon. He looked towards the pillow. Anna was nowhere to be seen. Just when he thought that everything that happened last night was just a dream, he saw a few strands of long silky hair left on the pillow, and a faint fragrance came from the side of the bedding. Suddenly, Anna's voice rang above his head asking him what he was doing. Roland looked up, feeling a bit awkward. Anna smiled and placed the plate in her hands on the bedside table. The way she walked and her movements seemed a bit unnatural. Anna looked at Roland, asking him to get up quickly and finish his breakfast, as there was still work to be done today. Roland asked Anna if she didn't want to rest for a few more days. Anna seriously responded that they still have demons to deal with. Since Soraya and Miss Agatha are working so hard, she cannot slack off. She smiled slightly. You too, Roland. After breakfast, the prince came to the office in high spirits. Pushing open the door, he was surprised to see Tilly sitting at the desk waiting for him. Tilly smiled at him, saying Roland seemed to have had a nice dream. Roland couldn't help but touch the corner of his face. Tilly came to say goodbye today. Roland was stunned. Is Tilly going back? Tilly got up and walked to the window. She has been here for a long time. Although she has been in contact with the fjords by letter, she has to go back. Now that the month of the demons has ended, she has fulfilled the purpose of her visit. Roland, in a last-ditch effort to persuade her to stay, asks Tilly if she could move to the Western Territory. The south bank of the Crimson Water River has a vast expanse of vacant land, enough to accommodate all the witches. Tilly sighed, saying that they had already discussed this issue. It's not a problem of lands. It seems that she had made up her mind, Roland thought helplessly. This was not good news for him, but he hoped that Tilly could wait another week before leaving so he could prepare some things for the witches of the fjords. Tilly curiously asked what they were. Roland said, textbooks, teaching materials, and some practice questions. This could save Tilly the trouble of making their own copy, and this way it provides a better learning effect. Additionally, he will give her some revolvers, in case they encounter enemies carrying the stone of God's punishment. It could serve as self-defense. Also, they need to bring a couple of steam engines, which are very convenient for their daily tasks. Tilly was silent for a moment and said thank you. Then Roland smiled at Tilly, expressing his hope that she could witness the establishment of a city of Neverwinter with him. In the evening, Wendy takes a hot bath and returns comfortably to her bedroom, only to find Nightingale sitting by the bed, holding a textbook on her lap and seemingly lost in thought. Wendy sits next to her and asks what's wrong. Nightingale slightly turns her head and looks at Wendy. Seeing Nightingale's empty gaze tightens Wendy's heart. Wendy remembers this gaze from when they first met. Back then, Nightingale wandered alone on the streets where snow was fluttering, completely unconcerned with the snowflakes covering her shoulders. Nightingale murmurs that Roland is now with Anna, and it was Nightingale who had pushed Roland to her. Wendy is at a loss for words. Nightingale clutches Wendy's hand tightly. She had prepared herself, and knew this was the inevitable outcome, but why does seeing them together still hurt so much? Watching her like this, Wendy's heart aches too. She holds her trembling body. Nightingale has always been a strong woman, never showing fear in the face of any enemy. But in front of emotions, she is again that helpless child, and Wendy feels powerless to help her. Wendy can only hug her and gently pat her shoulder, telling her, if you feel hurt, it's okay to cry. Nightingale shakes her head, her voice muffled, saying that she had sworn never to cry again when she left the Garland family. Her voice gets lower and lower, finally almost inaudible. Wendy feels a growing warmth and moisture on her chest, but even so, not a single sob escapes Nightingale. She is resisting fiercely, her shoulders trembling, her grip tightening. Nightingale says firmly that she hasn't cried. Wendy closes her eyes, starting to regret some of the things she said to Nightingale. Staying by his side is a simple answer. In fact, most witches will stay by Roland's side because they have nowhere to go. Not many men could accept a woman who can't bear children and can't pass down the lineage. This was a universal fact all the witches understood. However, the most important thing about staying by one side is the distance between them. Like the sun, everyone can bathe in the light it brings, but the closer one wishes to get, the more likely they are to get burnt. And Nightingale clearly wishes to do more than just watch from afar. Wendy knows this is not an easy path to follow. Softly, she suggests to Nightingale that perhaps she should let go. Even if Nightingale steps back, she still has her sisters to accompany her. A long silence makes time seem to solidify at this moment. Several times, Wendy can't help but want to speak again, but the words ultimately fall back before they leave her mouth. Until Nightingale lifts her head. There's a slight redness around her eyes, but the tears are gone. Nightingale says she won't give up, no matter what, she wants to stay by Roland's side to the very end. This is her answer. Several days later, the wedding of the Chief Knight Carter and the Star of the Western Territory, May, took place in the castle garden. Everyone came to attend, even the busy chief alchemist, Kyle. Lily scattered petals and everyone offered their blessings to the new couple. Anna caught a petal from the sky. Just as Roland was asking Anna if she liked such weddings, suddenly, a bunch of petals fell from the sky. Lightning scratched her head, saying it was an accident. Roland helplessly looked up at the two little girls in the sky. Roland then looked at the two main characters for today. May appeared in the garden in a pure white wedding dress, and Carter, the other protagonist of this wedding, was dressed in a black suit. They stood together, they seemed like a match made in heaven. Barav, acting as a witness, read the new wedding procedure written by Roland. First, the couple exchanged rings. He looked down at the notebook and then told the new couple to kiss. There was a wave of cheers, especially from Eileen, who excitedly shook Ferlin and clapped for May, pulling Ferlin to cheer for May as well. Lightning said, "Isn't it just a kiss?" Every time her father came back from an adventure, he had to be kissed by Maid several times. Scroll blushed a bit, asking Roland if it was really okay to set this procedure. Roland said this was a special case, not every newlywed couple had to do so. After all, it was for publicity, the more eye-catching, the better. Saying this, he looked at Soraya, telling her to make sure to capture this moment in detail. Soraya's magic pen shone brightly, showing great interest in capturing this special moment. For the kissing, Carter seemed a bit nervous, and after a moment of stillness, it was eventually May who took the initiative, tiptoed, and kissed him. The garden immediately burst into a round of warm applause. Roland stepped out of the crowd, came to the two of them, and congratulated the newly married couple. Roland patted Carter's shoulder and gave him 2 days off. Then, the wedding ended with the lively sound of simulated fireworks. Anna watched the two happily, and Roland came over, held Anna's hand, and told her that their day would come sooner or later. In the afternoon, Barav came to report to work. Roland also had to plan to announce the newly established city in Chengdu Stronghold at the same time. The messenger had been sent out and should reach Chengdu Stronghold soon. The sun had risen halfway, and Roland walked to the city wall. Seeing the prince appear, the noisy conversations below quickly turned into uniform cheers, and the townspeople raised their hands. Waves seemed to surge through the crowd. Both sides of the city wall were filled with a dense crowd, the total number of people estimated to be over 20,000, meaning most of the town's residents had gathered here at this moment. Roland's voice clearly reached every resident's ears. Everyone who came here knew today was an important day because this town was about to become a real city. The original inhabitants of the border town consider the month of the demons to be a horrifying experience. However, they have now firmly settled here, defeated Duke Ryan, who threatened the peace of the Western Territory, expelled the church, and successfully resisted Timothy's attacks. Timothy has launched wars throughout the country, turning the South and the Eastern territories into battlefields and chaos. Hearing this resonates with those who fled their homes to come to Border Town. Remembering their home and cities were being plundered, where the acts of knights were no different from bandits, even more excessive, and children being abducted and forced into the royal army at the young age of 10. Roland promised that such tragedies would not occur again, and the new city was built for this purpose. Only by uniting more people can they keep malicious enemies out and make them pay for their arbitrary acts. Roland pauses and promises that he won't abandon his people and will stay here even when Grey Castle is unified. Barav looked at Roland with surprise. Roland continues, declaring this place will become the new capital of Grey Castle, where the kingdom will be reborn. He believes that even if boundless winter arrives, this city will still be warm as spring. After a brief pause, he raises his right hand. From today, Border Town and Canggu Stronghold will merge into one, and the new city will be named the City of Neverwinter. The citizens watched the new flag being raised and everyone started cheering, shouting out loud, "Long live Neverwinter!" Tilly watches the cheering residents, feeling a surge of emotion. The seeds of Roland's revolution have been sown, and one day, Roland will witness this spark turn into a raging fire that will sweep across the entire continent. Meanwhile, in the higher level of the Holy Hall, Zero sits on a sofa, slowly reading the latest news. After becoming the Pope, Zero has felt more at ease. She's not tense about the increasingly approaching divine war. Instead, there's a hint of anticipation. Few people can catch Zero's attention, and Roland Wimbledon just happens to be the only mortal who interests her now. She recalls from Garcia's memories that a mate of the fourth prince had once poisoned him with a fatal poison, but for some reason, it had no effect. Did the maid deceive Garcia, or is the present Roland Wimbledon no longer the fourth prince of the past? The transformation of the fourth prince is too dramatic, so Zero believes that something must have happened with the new fourth prince. Nevertheless, Roland Wimbledon must fall under the church's control, or rather, become a part of her. Zero can't help but lick her lips. She can't wait to have Roland. Isabella soon walks over, massaging her neck. Every day she is frustrated dealing with those meetings and bickering with those old men. Zero says that although witches are the essence of the church, without those men, they wouldn't be able to easily amass such resources to achieve their ultimate goal. Zero comforts Isabella, pouring her a cup of tea, and inquires about the progress of pill manufacturing. Yawning, Isabella mentions they have approximately 400,000 pills produced. She then asks if Zero really intends to engage all the civilians in a battle against the demons. Millions of people could deplete Hermes' resources in a short time. Besides, Isabella paused. But Zero urges her to go on. Isabella followed up saying, besides, victory isn't guaranteed. After consuming the first pill, the consumption of pills can't be stopped. What if the demons decided to not attack them? Consuming fewer pills would be ineffective, and consuming more would be a waste. Zero shakes her head, saying Isabella doesn't understand her intentions. She never planned to let the civilian army defend Hermes. She believes the final battle should be at the ruins of Takira. Isabella looks at Zero incredulously as she realizes that Zero plans to take the offensive. Zero calmly states that what they lack most is time. According to the Holy Book, the gates of hell would only open when the red moon descends. The tower referred to in the books isn't constructed by the demons, the tower is growing by itself. This was only mentioned in the personal notes of the Federation's top 3 seats. The demon's expansion must be based on the towers capable of producing red mist, and currently, the locations where the towers have appeared are all above God's stone mines. From the personal notes, they've noticed that below the tower, a giant monster larger than the tower base itself is corroding God's stone, transforming it into black crystals that emit red mist. Thinking about this, Isabella feels extremely disgusted. Zero continues, once the tower is formed, small-scale raids are hard to be effective. So, their only chance is to launch a direct assault and treat it as the final battle. She doesn't know how much time they have, but what she wants to do is to use the berserk civilian army, which outnumbers the demons, to carve a bloody path, then have the God's punishment army kill the underground giant demon beast. If successful, they will gain 400 years of time. Isabella remains silent for a while before saying that the berserk army isn't like the God's punishment warriors. While the pills can affect their minds, they won't grant them an unbreakable will. Faced with terrifying enemies, they might still flee in fear. Zero responds that the best candidates for the berserk civilian army would primarily be the lower echelon believers of the church, with the judgment army serving as the backbone. To acquire so many believers, unifying the 4 major kingdoms is the first step. When asked about the chances of success, Zero nonchalantly says perhaps 30%, or maybe 50%. Regardless, staking the fate of all humanity in this gamble, risking the few for the greater good only excites Zero. Isabella sighs, expressing her hope that Zero is right. She then asks, what would Roland, the fourth prince of Grey Castle, do? Zero frowns, asking Isabella if she thinks Roland can win over her. Isabella recalls that Archbishop Tayfun reported that the Pure One sent to Grey Castle hasn't sent any updates, almost as if they all vanished. Additionally, they've lost a Pure One in the royal capital, a candidate for bishop, and the cathedral at Changgu Stronghold. Since the church began moving against the four major kingdoms, they had never encountered so many setbacks. It seemed that dealing with the western region always led to their defeat, and Isabella pauses before suggesting that it almost felt as if the gods were favoring and protecting Roland. Zero abruptly bangs on the table and tells Isabella to shut up, glaring at her. She declares that Isabella knows nothing of the gods and insists that Roland is merely a mortal. His knowledge and schemes will, in the end, become a part of her. Regardless of what the fourth prince can achieve, she and the church will do better. When the church's army invades the western region of Grey Castle, Isabella realizes who is the true favorite of the gods. Isabella looks at Zero, seeing her like this for the first time and not knowing what to say. Finally, she remarks that Zero is becoming more and more like a pope. Zero understands the implication in Isabella's words but cannot explain to her that no matter who becomes the pope and regardless of their original intentions and ideologies, undergoing the divine prayer room will bring about unimaginable changes. It is there that Zero realizes that gods do truly exist. Isabella left with a heavy heart, leaving Zero standing silently beside the table, trying to settle her emotions. For someone who had lived for over 2 centuries, this shouldn't be the case. But when Isabella spoke about matters involved with God, she couldn't control it. Realizing her thoughts were in disarray, Zero simply closed the door and walked towards the bookshelves. Where she stood was the highest point of the secret holy room, also where the prayer room was located. Pushing open the secret door formed by the bookshelves, she climbed a narrow set of stone stairs and entered a room without windows. Zero closed her eyes, feeling as if someone was summoning her. Gradually, changes appeared in the room, as if something had leaped into her mind. Zero believed this to be the revelation of the gods. The giant painting at the very top was undoubtedly the god itself. It depicted a seemingly boundless world, with a massive red hemisphere hanging at the center, composed of substantial magical power. Just by gazing at it, one could feel its endless and surging strength. Zero was sure this was the god. Suddenly, 4 paintings appeared around Zero. The secret history of the church recorded the speculations of the former Federation leaders and popes about the paintings, and most agreed on one conclusion: the place for the final battle is within these 3 paintings. The first painting depicted a throne constructed of dozens of weapons and skulls, with a city composed of towering stone towers outside the window. According to the secret history, the content of this painting should point to the city of the origin of demons, and it is located within the northwestern corner of the Kingdom of Dawn. Zero focused her attention on the throne. Today, she did not see the owner on the throne. The visions in her mind were not always the same. Sometimes she could see a knight in armor sitting on the throne, but such scenes were rare. Most of the time, the seat was empty. The second painting was much more strange. Every time she looked, she saw something different. This time, she saw water. Pale blue water surged in enormous skeletal remains, and gradually, Zero felt the water level rise. Didn't take long to submerge the sky. Zero felt she was drowning. She struggled and soon broke free from the scene. The third painting, as mentioned in the secret history, was recorded during the early days of the First Divine War, but the record was too ancient, even the pages were tattered, no way for Zero to find out what was written. But one thing was certain: after the 100 years after the First Divine War, this painting turned black and never showed any content again. The last one was the fourth painting, a painting with absolutely no record in the secret history. Almost as if someone was trying to hide something. Zero didn't understand why even the Pope, the sole inheritor of secrets, was not permitted to know. Comprehending the revelations of the gods was extremely draining, and even she couldn't sustain it for too long. Zero knelt down on both knees and started praying. Her 2 centuries of memories made her believe that there was nothing in this world worth caring for, but after becoming the Pope, she discovered she understood too little of the world. Only eternal life could allow her to continue pursuing these secrets. Zero faintly felt in her heart that she was the chosen child of the gods. If she could approach the gods, not to mention 400 years, even 1,000 years, would be worth her anticipation. By the shore, a boat appeared. This was the boat to take the witches back to the slumbering isle. With a hint of regret in her voice, Andrea said it was time to return. She looked at Roland, saying she really liked it here and wondered if she could still make delicious ice cream sandwiches when she went back. Before leaving, Roland also gave her the recipe for ice cream sandwiches, telling her it would taste good as long as she had eggs and milk. The next time she came, Roland promised her that he would prepare even more delicious food for her. Andrea, with a smile, agreed, and Ashes, standing beside her, said if Andrea was reluctant to leave, Princess Tilly wouldn't mind having one less fat ass around. Andrea glared at her and told Ashes she wouldn't share any of her ice cream with her anymore. As Tilly was about to board the boat, Roland called out to her. She turned around, her eyes filled with a mixture of emotions. Roland wasn't good at farewells. He called her name subconsciously, then took a deep breath, opened his arms, and told Tilly that she could reach out to him with any problems and he would help her. Moreover, the city of Neverwinter would always welcome her. Tilly, looking into Roland's sincere eyes, smiled and thanked him. Andrea and Savvy waved goodbye to everyone. Ashes didn't speak but also waved. After bidding farewell to all the witches, Roland and the witches from Border Town headed towards the hot air balloon, with Nightingale's voice coming from behind. She asked if Roland was reluctant to see them leave. Roland felt a bit regretful and mentioned how nice it would be if all the 300 witches from the Slumbering Isle could come to the western region. Nightingale gave him a weird look, mentioning that would make his sins even greater. Roland and Anna were puzzled, wondering why there would be any sin. Wasn't life here better than on the Slumbering Isle? Nightingale, looking at them, was at a loss for words and could only angrily walk away while pulling Wendy towards the hot air balloon, leaving the 2 puzzled individuals behind. Watching Nightingale's back, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. After being missing for 2 days, Nightingale seemed to have returned to her previous state, which finally put him at ease. Roland and Anna looked at each other and smiled, holding each other's hands. They headed towards the hot air balloon together. Returning to his office, Roland started his day's work. Nightingale and Roland, seeing the latest message sent from the Changga district, discovered that the troublemakers and rats were active again. Since Nightingale had returned to the border town with him, the effort to combat crime in Canggu had immediately become a tough task. The public's reports were varied, making it hard to distinguish which were real and which were rumors fabricated for the sake of bounties. Petrov wrote at the end of the letter, hoping that His Royal Highness could provide manpower and technical assistance. Although he didn't specify any names, Roland knew he was hoping that Nightingale and Wade could go and give Ron some assistance. Nightingale sighed, expressing her reluctance to go as she needed to be responsible for Roland's safety. Roland said that, as the head of the Security Bureau, Nightingale naturally had to travel between the 2 places often, inspecting various tasks within the territory. Nightingale shook her head, mentioning that now Timothy and the church both had their eyes on Roland. If they sent witches in an attempt to assassinate Roland, only Nightingale could stop them. Roland wanted to continue speaking, but Nightingale interrupted him, telling Roland that no matter what Roland was about to say, she would not agree to it. Nightingale then said Wendy and Scroll would definitely stand by her side regarding this. It was only after Nightingale finished speaking that Roland told her he would also go with her. Nightingale was momentarily stunned, then somewhat flusteredly turned her head away, avoiding eye contact, saying if that's the case then she had no choice but to take action since Changga district had requested help. Roland smiled and said to also bring Summer along. It was time for her to learn and practice. Additionally, they needed to bring Sylvie and Soraya. In the evening, they set sail for Changga district. Petrov was waiting for Roland at the dock, and then he took Roland to the castle. After dinner, the four of them returned to the office. Petrov reported that recently, in addition to some thefts and robberies, based on the reports they received, they also encountered a big problem. He paused and then said that some people were openly resisting Roland's policies. Roland asked him to elaborate. Ron explained, according to Police Chief Wade, that this case should be referred to as the Outertown North Street serial killings. Roland became immediately interested. This style of naming was what he had taught Wade. Roland asked Ron to continue. Ron gravely said, starting 3 days ago, every night a resident would be killed at home, and they all have things in common, all male, living alone, with no family members, and most importantly, they all had declared to work with the city hall. In each victim's room, a painting was left behind, a crown with a red cross, painted with the blood of the victims. It was because of this mark that Ron then verified with the city hall and found out that several of them were on the list of people who were about to go to the Crimson Water River to build houses. This matter has already been publicized in North Street, saying that as long as one declares work with the city hall, they will be targeted by the killer. Petrov said that initially, the recruiting process was already very slow, and once this news spread, it might have a negative impact on Roland's construction plan. When Roland asked if there were any clues to the murderer, both shook their heads. No one had seen the crime scene, and sending people to search seemed impossible without any leads. When asked how such incidents were resolved in the past, Ron said that it was usually dealt with by the patrol team, but they didn't have any standardized procedures. If the impact was significant, the victims' families might appeal to the Lord, who would then pressure the gangs and rats to hand over the culprits. Whether the handed over individuals were the actual culprits or just scapegoats, nobody cared. If the killed were outsiders or someone who lived alone, the authorities would often turn a blind eye. This was outright lawlessness, Roland thought. This way, the judiciary was virtually handed over to the rats. However, no matter what, Roland would never allow scapegoating in his territory. Roland sat down and told the two that, starting tomorrow, the Security Bureau would take over this case. They only needed to cooperate. Nightingale asked Roland what he planned to do, but Roland had no intention of dealing with this matter himself. He intended to delegate this issue to Nightingale. His priority for the next day was to arrange for the nobles to establish a new secondary municipal hall. He hopes to set up this organizational structure soon, and the task of combating crime is handed over to Nightingale. Nightingale, baffled, sat cross-legged on the table, looking at Roland. Roland explained that she, as the head of the Security Bureau, should decide how to solve the case. All the police forces in the city of Neverwinter, including Wade and Ron, are under her command. Nightingale didn't understand, as Roland often spoke of separating departmental powers and maintaining equality in administrative status. She wondered if this put the Security Bureau above the municipal hall. Roland appreciated the question Nightingale asked. He put his hand on her hands and gently told her that the safety of the territory is paramount, which is also why Nightingale reports directly to him. While Roland hoped that the various departments would indeed separate and not interfere with each other, they also needed a network to bind them together to prevent abuse of power and corruption from within and to avert the collapse of the new system internally. Roland looked seriously into Nightingale's eyes, gently telling her that she is the shield to prevent all these from happening, whether it's his own safety or the safety of the territory, all are entrusted to her. Back in the room, Nightingale grabbed Summer's shoulders and declared loudly that they would capture all the criminals, ensuring they would never dare to show their faces in the city of Neverwinter again. Summer softly agreed, but mentioned it was nearly time for bed. Nightingale, her eyes sparkling, said it was still early and they should properly consider their strategy for the next day. She also told Summer not to call her my lady, as they were all sisters in the witch union. Summer nodded and softly called Sister Nightingale. Summer observed that Nightingale seemed very excited, repeatedly expressing her desire to catch the criminals. The two discussed for a long time that Summer's ability could only tide them over for 2 days due to her insufficient magical power and her inability to control the duration of her abilities. If that's the case, some luck will be needed, Nightingale thought. Soon, they lay down to sleep. Summer climbed into the large bed and immediately felt surrounded by soft bedding. This was her first time experiencing such comfortable pillows and mattresses, and in no time, a deep sleepiness enveloped her. In her drowsiness, she heard Nightingale whispering beside her, "I am his shield." Early the next morning, Summer, with reluctance, crawled out of bed, put on her coat, and followed Nightingale down to the first floor of the castle. Ron and 2 other police officers immediately approached and saluted the 2 girls. Ron was delighted to have witches to help him solve the case. Summer stared unblinkingly at them. This was her first time seeing a count, and she was somewhat afraid. However, looking at Nightingale next to her, this was the first time she had seen such a majestic and superior aura from her. Carefully, Summer voiced the concern to Nightingale. Nightingale smiled and said, "The prince has said, in his territory, nobility is just a title. Moreover, the security bureau has a higher status than the city hall, and Nightingale is Ron's superior." Hearing this, Summer looked at Nightingale, her eyes sparkling. This was truly her idol. The group left the castle and headed to the crime scene. Just last night, another victim had died at home, making this the 4th incident. They walked into a muddy alley, and after a short while, the leading police officer stopped in front of a dilapidated wooden house. Summer followed Nightingale into the house, her heart skipping a beat. Inside, she saw a man lying on his back on the floor. There was a deep cut in his throat, and on the wall facing the door, there was a dark red mark of a crossed crown. The intense smell of blood assailed her senses. She hastily covered her mouth, almost vomiting. Ron, with concern, approached Summer, suggesting she step outside for some fresh air, but Summer saw Nightingale had already crouched beside the body, calmly examining the wounds. She didn't want to embarrass Nightingale, she had to endure. Nightingale asked Ron when the body was discovered. Ron, consulting his notebook, replied that it was found at dawn today when local residents went out to fetch water. The door was left open, the murderer intended for everyone to see. The victim's name was Shovel, a free citizen who used to be a rat, but he didn't have any valuables. Also, no one nearby heard any noises. Nightingale pondered that to kill such an adult man some noise would have to be made. Even if his throat was slit, he wouldn't die instantly. Struggling or pounding on the floor should have created quite a commotion. Nightingale instructed Ron to bring over everyone from the surroundings. She wanted to question them personally. She also asked Summer to call Soraya over. When they returned to the alley, besides Soraya, 2 more individuals were with Summer. Lightning and Maisie flew into the house, loudly protesting about being left out of such matters, mentioning that they had specifically worn the detective attire recently designed by Roland to help with solving the crimes. Nightingale glared at the 2 angrily. While she was away, how could Lightning and Maisie leave the prince's side? Lightning weakly responded that Sylvie was there, and no one could easily approach him, and what danger could he meet in the castle hall during a noble meeting? Both wanted to help solve the case at the crime scene, but Nightingale, in her anger, told them they must go back to protect the prince before the meeting ends. Nightingale closed the room door and conveyed the capture plan to everyone. Summer will use her ability to rewind time to see what had happened, and Soraya will draw the criminal's appearance. Magical power surged from Summer's fingertips, and 2 police watched the scene curiously. One of them commented that these illusions were too realistic, saying it's like the power of demons. Before he could finish, Ron silenced them. Summer continued to rewind time. The body on the floor disappeared and then reappeared on the bed. At this time, the man had not been killed. It was then that Ron understood that Summer's ability couldn't last too long and might miss the murder process. Nightingale nodded, knowing the criminal would take a longer time to leave a mark, and continued to instruct Summer on when to rewind. Summer nodded, took a deep breath, and again used her ability, setting the rewind point between 2 and 3 o'clock. Magic surged towards the empty wall, forming into a standing stranger. He was using a blood-soaked sheet to sketch something on the wall. The killer was an ordinary male who was shorter than Shovel, since his face couldn't be seen, Summer continued to use her ability to rewind 10 more minutes. This time, everyone clearly saw the true face of the killer. The killer first tied a rope around Shovel and killed him, then dragged him onto the floor, pulled out a dagger and slit him. Throughout the process, Shovel didn't resist at all, he was completely like he was in a very deep sleep. Summer had used up her magic, and Nightingale supported her from behind, catching her fall. Ron seemed to realize something, questioning why Shovel hadn't resisted at all. He then looked around. The only thing he could think of to allow someone to be in this state was the dream water. The killer must have didn't want to splatter blood on himself, so he killed Shovel using a rope first. It was then a police spoke up, claiming to recognize the man, drawing the attention of everyone. He said this man used to be a patrolman, and he knew the man's approximate address. Nightingale nodded, their luck indeed was good, and she loudly instructed everyone to move out to apprehend the criminal. The group quickly obtained the exact location of the culprit's residence through inquiries. The group rushed into his house, and the police swarmed in, subduing Mance, who had just awoken from bed, and then tied him securely. Mance, in terror, shouted for release. Ron approached him, slapped him twice, pulled his hair, and threw him harshly to the ground, silencing him instantly. He glared at Mance, condemning him for opposing the prince, stating that hanging him at the city gate was too merciful. Mance continued to make excuses, and Ron's punch knocked out his teeth. Mance opened his mouth in pain, and the look in his eyes was a mix of disbelief and intense fear when Ron mentioned that they had witnessed the act of murder the previous night. Nightingale retrieved the dream water from Mance's coat and questioned who had instructed him to do these deeds. Mance continued to deny it, and Ron raised his fist again, warning him to tell the truth or experience the wrath of the nobility. Nightingale did not intervene. Mance hesitated, and the fists landed on him again. After several punches, Mance confessed that someone from the inner city area instructed him to do so. He was promised 4 gold coins for every person he killed. It was also said that this way, the public would grow resentful towards the police, and if everyone believed that if the police couldn't protect them, the patrol team could be re-established. Mance broke down and divulged the source of the dream water and details about their first meeting. When Nightingale asked if he knew the name and identity of the individual, Mance shook his head. Nightingale could tell he was lying. A look towards Ron resulted in him raising his fist again. Frightened, Mance changed his story, saying he wasn't sure as the man never revealed his identity or name. He didn't appear to be a noble but was very generous, dressed somewhat peculiarly during their hurried meeting 2 days ago. He seemed to be wearing a uniform underneath with a petal-shaped emblem. Nightingale and Ron exchanged glances. Was it the emblem of the Petrov's family? Mance was unsure because the Petrov family supports the Lord, so why would they oppose him secretly? Ron was sure it wasn't Petrov's doing and suspected others were involved. However, Nightingale felt she was overlooking something. The information provided by Mance is now all true, but something was off. Lightning and Maisie asked at the door if they were still needed since the meeting was ending and they needed to go back. Considering the inevitable roughness during the arrest, Nightingale had the 2 girls wait outside. Hearing the word meeting from the 2 girls, it suddenly clicked in Nightingale's mind. Wait! His Highness was in the hall with the nobles, discussing the establishment of a new city hall. This meant that there were no personal guards around him, with the closest ones stationed outside the hall. If this individual truly was from Petrov's family, he could undoubtedly enter the castle easily. Nightingale, leaving behind Ron and Mance, rushed out of the room and grabbing Lightning's shoulder, urgently said, "Quickly, take her back to the castle. The prince may be in danger." Although extremely shocked, Lightning didn't hesitate, picked up Nightingale, and flew directly toward the castle at full speed. Nightingale hoped she was overthinking, but the more she thought about it, the more alarmed she became. The murders started 3 days ago, the day the Petrovs' request for aid reached the border town. If the real goal was to divert attention to these cases and lure her away from Roland, that would be terrible. In the meeting hall, a man pulled out a dagger and was thrust towards Roland. Sylvie shouted a warning, but the dagger ruthlessly stabbed into Roland's abdomen. Nightingale sprinted into the castle. She dissolved into the mist, swiftly running into the meeting hall, her heart sinking instantly. The meeting hall was in utter chaos, with the nobles seemingly greatly shocked, all congregated against the walls, whispering amongst themselves. The guards were sealing off the scene. The high table, which should have been occupied by Prince Roland, was empty. A man lay on the floor. Due to the stone of God punishment he was wearing, Nightingale could not see the man's face. For a moment, she felt her entire world turned upside down. She emerged from the mist, and the scenes before her eyes regained color. It was then she saw that the man on the ground was not Roland, but a guard she had never seen before. He was wearing the formal attire of the Petrov family, with a dark red patch on his chest that looked like a gunshot wound. A familiar voice sounded beside her, calling her name. She turned her head, and the speaker was Roland, who was encircled by several guards in a corner of the hall. Nightingale opened her mouth, yet no words escaped her. Her body weakened as if she had survived a catastrophe. At this moment, all she wanted to do was to hug Roland tightly. She got into the mist, passed through the guards, and hugged Roland tightly. Her arms clung tightly to the prince's back, her head buried in his chest, listening to his heartbeat, as if only by doing so could it prove that everything was merely a false alarm. Roland also seemed to realize something, clapped his hands towards the nobles, apologizing for the turmoil, and told everyone to proceed to lunch and enjoy their meal, with the meeting to continue in the afternoon. Back in the office, Roland asked Nightingale if the murderer was related to this assassination attempt. Nightingale, her emotions gradually stabilizing, responded affirmatively. When she found out that the person behind the criminal was a guard of the Petrovs family, she immediately rushed over. Roland sighed, reflecting on the fact that the assassin, who had managed to plan to this degree, accounting for both Roland's visit and the witches, was truly wasted just being an assassin. Petrov immediately knelt on one knee before the prince. Roland told him to rise, for he did not like to impose blame unnecessarily. However, looking at Petrov, he did recognize that there was also wrongdoing on his part. The castle staffing and perimeter security had lapsed, marking his negligence. Petrov opened his mouth, attempting to explain, but eventually lowered his head, admitting his guilt. Roland instructed Petrov to investigate the assassin's identity. Petrov promptly departed to gather information about the individual. Only after he had left, did Nightingale voice her deep worries, asking what had actually happened. Roland smiled, crediting Sylvie's warning for averting disaster. After hearing the prince's recount, she understood the assassination attempt, but, in reality, it was not as casual as he described. Although weapons were prohibited in the hall, the enemy had hidden a short dagger in his clothes. Plus, being a genuine castle guard, no one performed a search on him, allowing him direct entry into the hall. The only mistake was that he was wearing the stone of God punishment. While it was normal for the perimeter guards to wear the stone, it became unusually conspicuous inside the hall. To avoid disturbing Sylvie's observations, all attending nobles were required to remove their god stone accessories. The sudden appearance of a black void immediately caught Sylvie's attention, and she issued a warning as the assassin approached the prince. What followed, while casually narrated by Roland, left Nightingale shocked. From the moment the enemy heard the warning, his approach was only a few short seconds. The prince had just drawn his revolver and flicked the safety off when the dagger was already thrust towards him. Fortunately, Roland, wearing protective gear crafted by Soraya, found that the dagger could not penetrate the coating, allowing him the opportunity to shoot at the assassin. 2 bullets took the assassin's life instantly. Nightingale was vividly aware of how perilous the process was and considered what might have happened if, in panic, Roland hadn't switched off the safety or if the gun hadn't fired successfully. She turned her head, her gaze sharply sweeping over Lightning, whose head sagged guiltily in a genuine expression of a terrible mistake. The little girl was terrified and continuously apologized, vowing never to leave Roland's side again. Nightingale insisted Roland must punish them when Nightingale was not around. Lightning and Maisie should stay by Roland's side to protect him from enemies. For instance, in today's situation, if lightning had flown Roland up, the assassin would have had no chance to harm him. Roland smiled and did not blame Lightning and wanted to plead on her behalf. With tear-streaked cheeks, Lightning listened to Nightingale insisting that they must be punished this time. If Scroll and Wendy were here, they'd agree with her thoughts. If they did not genuinely feel their mistakes, what would they do if a real incident occurred next time? The prince stroked his chin in thought, then looked to Nightingale, proposing a punishment of confining them to their room, not allowing them to leave until they finished 3 sets of comprehensive exercises in mathematics and science. Upon hearing this, Lightning seemed petrified. Nightingale couldn't help but inhale sharply, feeling that the punishment of 3 sets of comprehensive exercises in mathematics and science was truly horrifying. Nonetheless, realizing it was her initial proposal, she couldn't retract it now and sternly nodded her head. Sylvie, supporting a petrified and despondent little girl, left the office. After everyone had left, Nightingale spoke, expressing that she hadn't protected Roland properly. Roland shook his head, telling her that she did well. Why did the assassin choose to act in the meeting hall? Because he understood that Roland had a witch protecting him, and this witch was extremely powerful. Without drawing her away, there was no chance whatsoever. The more arrangements made, the more flaws could be exposed, so in the end, he could only launch an attack with a small dagger. Nightingale replied that he had almost succeeded, nonetheless. Roland smiled, stating that it wasn't a success unless he killed him. He looked at Nightingale and asked her, without her, what would he have done? Patiently wait for an opportunity sufficient to launch a fatal attack. So long as someone was lurking in the castle, such an opportunity would always exist. Therefore, Nightingale had protected him very well. Roland did not console Nightingale, this was his genuine thought, which made her feel a warm surge from within, dispelling most of her originally uneasy self-blame. Petrov returned to the office in the evening, revealing that the assassin was named Theo, a former guard of Duke Ryan. According to Nightingale and Petrov's speculations, this assassination didn't seem to be executed in revenge for the Duke. Theo's residence had been sealed off, and Summer would use her abilities to ascertain the true reasons, thus, Spear was also called to the castle. Sitting on Maisie's back, Spear felt a bit uncomfortable, continuously saying, "Slow, slow." Maisie, hearing the word slow, thought Spear thought it was too slow and so accelerated. Only upon reaching the stronghold did Spear finally take a breath, clarifying that she meant to say a bit slower. In the evening, Roland arrived at Theo's residence, where the room was empty. Clearly, all evidence had been destroyed before the assassin acted. Summer then began to recreate the events of these past few nights. Spear subsequently linked Summer's and Maisie's magic power, and Summer, temporarily possessing ample magical power, began to backtrack through the detailed events of each night. Theo was sometimes seen sitting by the fireplace in deep thought, sometimes writing something, all of which was recorded in a drawing by Soraya. According to the passage of time, this time, a ring appeared on the table. Roland's voice sounded somewhat astonished as he urged Soraya to draw the ring. The ring was quickly drawn by the magic pen. It was about thumb-sized, the main body around gemstone-shaped, engraved on both sides with the tower and spear emblem, a typical Grey Castle royal crest. Nightingale questioned, was he one of Timothy's men? Roland pondered for a while before shaking his head after a long pause, stating it was a token of Wimbledon III, that is, Roland's father. Everyone was taken aback, because they had heard that Wimbledon III had been killed by Gerald, the first prince of Grey Castle. Roland recalled his father showing him the ring when he was a child. His father told him that each gemstone represented a warrior loyal to the royal family, and the more gemstones, the more stable the throne of the Wimbledon line. Roland sighed. It seemed Theo was a hidden piece placed by Wimbledon III beside Duke Ryan to monitor the entire Western Territory's movements. Ron asked why Theo would attack Roland. Roland thought it was probably because Timothy found the list and passed down the assassination order. For them, the emblem meant everything, they would carry out any order, no matter what it was. Nightingale watched the scene. Theo stared at the ring for a long time, eventually throwing the ring into the fireplace with a somewhat disappointed yet slightly relieved expression. Perhaps in Theo's eyes, finishing this order also meant freedom. However, Roland, who had figured out the reason, did not show a relaxed expression but gazed seriously at the fireplace, and Theo did not take his eyes off it for a long time. During midnight, Nightingale quietly snuck into Roland's room. Nightingale hadn't visited Roland in the middle of the night for a long time, but today's assassination left her emotionally unsettled, and without Wendy and Anna, the castle also provided her with less restraint. Gazing at the sleeping prince, she stepped out of the mist, quietly walked to the side of the bed, and gently kissed his forehead. Then, she lay down beside Roland. When Roland got up from bed, it was already broad daylight. He thought he must have been exhausted from yesterday as his arm was still a bit sore. He saw a fried egg and 2 pancakes, along with a cup of tea, beside the table. Just like back in the border town, it was clearly prepared by Nightingale. Roland said thank you to Nightingale towards the empty lounge chair. Nightingale's figure gradually emerged. Roland smiled. Nightingale would always lie down if she could avoid sitting. With a flicker, she flipped and sat on the bed, saying she also liked it here. He smiled at Nightingale, saw that she was in a good mood, and asked if she had a good dream. Nightingale thought for a moment and then said that indeed, it was a nice dream. Today, he hoped Nightingale would stay by his side. Thinking back, if Timothy really got the list, perhaps there are other people who got the order too. These men were unwaveringly loyal to the royal family, brave and intelligent, as they should not be wasted on assassinations. Those people should be placed in more promising positions because they were all heroes of the country. Nightingale smiled and said, "As you wish, Your Highness." Roland opens the curtains, ready to first visit the mines and salt wells. Nightingale, Petrov, and Roland arrived at a mining area. The man leading them is named Denver. His family has lived around this mountain for generations. Moreover, one of his ancestors was the one who initially discovered this mine. He seems very proud of this mine. Even when facing the Prince of Grey Castle, he speaks eloquently. When asked why the mine has yet to be exploited, Denver replied that it was because the month of the demons had just ended, melted snow had entered the mountain and was flowing through it. The rate of water collection was too fast, so mining could only wait until the summer. Roland suggested that they should use several steam engines to help pump out the water, but Denver hadn't heard of such a thing. Roland smiled and said it was a machine that would allow the mines to operate in all 4 seasons, and Denver had much to learn in the future. Denver looked somewhat skeptical but didn't say anything. Roland didn't mind and began to move to the next inspection point. Perhaps Denver didn't expect the prince to prepare to leave immediately. He hurriedly stepped forward, took out a small wooden box from his arms and handed it forward, saying it was a small token from his family. Roland, intrigued, accepted the box and opened the lid. Inside lay 2 dazzling gems, the light from the torches causing them to refract a mingling of red and green, brilliant enough to almost dazzle the eye. He was momentarily stunned. None of Denver's words hit his ears, as his attention was entirely focused on the gems. Their gleam was all too familiar, and even with his lack of knowledge about minerals, he had heard of this kind of stone. There was another, more common name back on Earth, Diaspor. However, what excited him was not the gem itself. After a long while, the prince closed the wooden box and excitedly asked about the remnants dug out from the mine. Denver said all the waste was transported to the foot of the mountain. Denver didn't quite understand the implication of the prince's question and explained that they had carefully sifted through those minerals, which were either of too poor quality or had shattered during the mining process, making them unsuitable to be polished into gems. Roland smiled and shook his head, telling Denver that those things might actually be the real treasures. Denver was immediately stunned. Roland did not explain further, as in this era even steelmaking was already a tough challenge, let alone refining pure aluminum. The main component of Diaspor is aluminum oxide. Also, as a byproduct of bauxite, finding it is a strong indication that the area is rich in aluminum elements, and both the soil and rock can be used as raw materials for aluminum smelting. The uses of aluminum are vast. It has a low density, and corrosion resistant, and is an essential key material for future aviation technology. Airships and large-scale weapons could all be possible in the future. It seems that Roland's plans may need some adjustments. The ship slowly approached the pier, and Tilly stepped out of the cabin, seeing the pier was already full of witches coming to greet her. Molly was the first to pounce for a hug. Honey enviously declared she wanted a hug too. Andrea also came for a hug, followed by the other witches. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, and seeing the sincere smiles on everyone's faces, Tilly felt the depression that had lingered in her heart for days also dissipate quite a bit. Regardless, this place is her home, a nation built by witches. Camilla, the manager, while Tilly was away, watched Tilly, who was surrounded by everyone, and smiled, saying she would report the situation to Tilly later. The witches were very interested in Border Town, and everyone asked a lot of questions. Tilly responded to everyone's questions and concerns until the witches saw large crates being unloaded, which also contained books. Molly curiously asked what these were. Only witches who had been to Border Town had seen these frightening yet familiar books. Tilly clapped her hands, asking everyone to quiet down momentarily, and announced that this was a gift from Prince Roland to everyone, including manuals for reading and writing, basic mathematics, and science. In simple terms, they were knowledge. Most witches looked puzzled, but Tilly said that this was the only shortcut for everyone to enhance their abilities. Thunder also arrived at the pier, noting that popularizing education is not an easy task to achieve. It requires a substantial investment of money and time, meaning the territory would temporarily lose part of its labor force, and it demands rulers to implement it for a long time. Tilly nodded in agreement, but the change it brought was impressive, not only for ordinary people but even more so for witches. This was something Tilly had witnessed in Border Town. Before going to the Western Territory, she had never imagined that a group of ordinary civilians could also exude such vitality and life. Thunder maintained his usual demeanor, his smile hearty and friendly as he asked Tilly if her trip to the Western Territory had resolved the troubles in her heart. Tilly, shaking her head, hadn't found the answers she sought. Roland, after all, had kept some secrets from Tilly. However, under the current circumstances, those matters seemed to become less significant. The witches discovered a giant panda plush toy in another box. To which Ashes disdainfully remarked that the prince knew how to please Tilly with such gifts. Though other witches looked somewhat envious hearing it was a gift by the prince. Tilly, with a slightly blushing face, told Camilla and Thunder to return to the office to discuss further. Upon returning to the office, the trio began to discuss the information brought back from Border Town. Thunder was utterly astounded when he saw the documents in hand, which contained not only intelligence on demons but also 400-year-old writings from witches and their history. Enthusiastically, Thunder exclaimed that Tilly's western journey brought back more secrets than he had discovered in his entire life of adventuring. Tilly, intrigued, asked Thunder if he was not afraid. With his adventurous heart, Thunder naturally wasn't afraid but instead was inflamed with a burning desire for more exploration. His only thought now was to rush to Border Town to meet that very witch. Tilly was rather bemused. The primary purpose of heading to the Western Territory was to meet Agatha, not her own daughter. She didn't know whether to feel happy or sad for Lightning at this point. Thunder also shared his own discoveries. During his most recent voyage, he returned to the sea line, a cliff made of seawater that divided the sea surface into two planes, but ships could travel freely on it. Even more unbelievably, they witnessed the entire process of a tide rising. This time, the flow speed of the seawater gradually increased, finally rushing to a low point like falling over a cliff. If it hadn't been for Molly's slime servant protecting the ship, it would likely have been broken in half on the spot. They desperately turned the steering wheel. A strong wind blew at that moment, so the ship neither moved forward nor fell off the cliff. Only then did they discover the truth about the tides. Tilly commented that this simply defied logic. Thunder, preferring to trust his own eyes over conventional logic, noted that a couple of weeks later, the tide began to recede, in sync with the ebb and flow timing at the Shadow Isle. They theorized that the water did not vanish but flowed towards the Shadow Isle as if a gigantic hole in the seafloor was devouring the seawater. Of course, these were all Thunder's speculations. After all, no one had ever seen what the actual seabed looked like. But there was one thing he cared about deeply: why was the ocean they were in called the Vortex Sea? Tilly was taken aback when she heard this, and Thunder mysteriously smiled. This name had existed for hundreds of years. Even though ordinary people couldn't see any vortex, it didn't mean witches couldn't. Only when Tilly mentioned the history in witches from 400 years ago did Thunder realize that this name might have been passed down from that era. Tilly nodded, thinking that Thunder made a good point, but they didn't have the ability to investigate further, and neither did the witches of the Slumbering Isle. However, Thunder mentioned he knew one witch who might. This witch was in the fjords and hadn't interacted with humans for a long time. She used to be a good friend of Thunder's adventure crew but bid farewell to the land after awakening as a witch. Her melodious singing could only be heard when fog arose. Tilly should have heard stories about her. Tilly immediately remembered this was the mermaid who guides and helps travelers. Though Thunder was uncertain whether he could get her assistance, perhaps he needed to ask for a favor from his old friend, Margaret. Thunder also asked Tilly to inquire about purchasing ships from Border Town. Those ships didn't require sails, which would be very useful to him. However, he hoped that Lightning wouldn't find out about this matter. Tilly nodded, understanding that Thunder didn't want Lightning to insist on adventuring together. In the city of Neverwinter, at the Changga District dock, 2 concrete ships have moored, and many people are queuing to board. Kay, looking at her 2 friends, asked why they were not staying. Why would they go to a foreign place? Tiger Claw says working in the border town pays more than here. He patted Snake Fong, saying that when they save enough money, they could even buy a bicycle. Snake Fong nodded in agreement, while Kay's gaze fixed on him. Snake Fong agreed with Tiger Claw to earn more in the border town, but his true intent was that it was closer to paper. Roland then gave some instructions to Petrov. Patting Petrov on the shoulder, Roland told him that after he left, the place would be handed over to him, advising him to do well because being the executive officer of the Changga district would not be his end. Petrov bowed, promising not to let His Highness down. Roland boarded the ship, giving the order to set sail. With the ship's horn echoing, it slowly left the shore, heading towards the border town. On the ship, Roland looked at the Changga district. With only 1 week left to the spring offensive, he was at ease with Axe handling the military. For now, the most important thing is agricultural production. As long as they have enough food, everything will be alright. Nightingale mentioned the seeds have improved by leaf, and with the agriculture minister, the spring planting work will surely go smoothly. In addition to this, the spring offensive has the final highlight to look forward to. Returning to Border Town, Roland immediately headed to the Crimson Water River dockyard with Nightingale. Seeing Roland appear, Anna immediately waved to him. Anna reported her work to Roland. Some things hadn't gone smoothly. There were several troubles like the ship's hull deforming at the side, propeller leakage, the ship tilting to one side after welding the bridge, and the gun mount being unable to lock the cannon, but Anna had already solved them. Roland was quite surprised. Anna blossomed into a bright smile, then began explaining one by one where the problems arose, what caused them, and how she resolved them. The 2 of them looked at Anna, unable to speak for a long time. Anna was truly impressive. Anna asked Roland if the ship had a name. Anna said the First Army soldiers came to see the ship every few days, even vying to carve their names on the bridge. Roland suddenly remembered this matter. Although he had promised that the person with the best artillery skills could have a ship named after them, this ship was an exception. The name of the first warship not only represented the ship itself but also represented this class and type. He smiled while saying, "He can't give this honor to others, so let's call it the Roland, the first battleship of the Roland class." In a secret room, Tassa and his intelligence department were studying the latest information. The intelligence they collected wrote that the royal capital had dispatched a fleet of 500 people to block the Crimson Water River, including 4 warships and 200 fully armed guards. They believed that Timothy intended to block the trade route and cut off the supply of materials to the western region. Tassa was somewhat heavy-hearted. This was not good news. This message had to be reported to His Highness immediately. Just then, the sound of wings flapping came from the garden. A white falcon darted into the room. It was a message from His Highness. Tassa took off the note, unfolded it, and quickly scanned the contents of the secret message. His heart gave a violent thump. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. Although he knew that as an intelligence officer, he shouldn't let his expression show, the news was too surprising and he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. Tassa told his subordinates that they didn't have to worry about this matter anymore. His Highness was going to solve this problem from its roots very soon. Everyone was a bit puzzled, wondering what Tassa meant by solving the problem from its roots. Tassa clenched his fist, telling everyone that His Highness's first army and the fleet have already set off, and their target is the royal capital. The moment to dethrone Timothy has arrived. Roland stood atop the Roland-class warship. Apart from the flagship named after him, the rest of the ships were slow and cumbersome cement vessels. But one day, he believed, he would have his very modern fleet. Nightingale adjusted the tresses of her hair that had been tousled by the wind. Noticing Roland's upbeat mood, she asked if he was excited about returning to his homeland soon. With a smile, Roland shook his head. He had no intention of returning to the royal capital. The border town is his only home. His joy came from the hope of swiftly quelling the disputes and ending all conflict within the Grey Castle. Nightingale detected that Roland was only telling a half-truth. Caught off guard, Roland almost forgot Nightingale could discern lies. Coughing a few times, he admitted that he was immensely proud of having constructed so many ships in such a short period, precisely just within the month of the demons. Nightingale nodded, although this time it was a heartfelt confession. It did sound a tad boastful. Roland blushed, explaining that was why he hesitated to tell the truth initially. Nightingale chuckled lightly, stepping closer to assure him. She wasn't upset with Roland. Unless it concerned her directly, she didn't mind him telling some small lies now and then. Turning her gaze forward, Nightingale softly thanked him. Confused, Roland looked at Nightingale. Slowly, she explained her gratitude. Under his leadership, whether common folks or witches, all would be able to live happily. Although Nightingale always believed Roland would achieve this, she hadn't expected the day to come so soon. Roland took a deep breath, telling her they are not quite there yet. He was aware that even if Timothy was overthrown, most of the nobles would resist and struggle desperately. Fully unifying Greycastle might still take several years, perhaps way longer than what Nightingale had previously anticipated. With a soft voice, she admitted she was actually worried if she'd live to witness the day. Roland playfully flicked Nightingale's forehead, admonishing her to not speak such nonsense. Roland would never let Nightingale put herself in danger. Rubbing her forehead, she argued that as a combat witch, she was naturally on the front lines. Changes come with a price, she added, revealing that from the moment she pledged herself to Roland, she was prepared for what might come. Placing a hand on Nightingale's shoulder, Roland gently shook his head. He said he was sorry to disappoint Nightingale, while there would be a cost. But most of it will be paid by their enemies. Besides, he continued with a touch of gratitude, he owes a great debt to all of them. Nightingale looked puzzled. With sincere emotion, Roland confessed, had he not met the witches, he might not have been so quick to take this step. Maybe, deep down, if this world lacked its wondrous magic, he'd still be in some barren border town, living a primitive life, constantly on edge. Looking up at him, Nightingale realized that every word Roland spoke was the unvarnished truth. Suddenly, lightning and Maisie descended from the sky, landing beside Roland and Nightingale. Lightning reported, 20 kilometers away, for single-masted ships are approaching. They have oars on both sides and look a lot like the hawk-headed ships mentioned in the intelligence reports. Lightning piped up, saying but she didn't see any hawk-shaped statues. Patting her head, Roland explained, the hawk-head probably refers to the ramming prow underwater. Telling Lightning continue to monitor them and stay safe. The young girl gazed up at the prince with teary eyes. And asked, can she do one less set of exercises as punishment? Roland chuckled, saying, if she promises not to dash around recklessly in the future, she can just do one set. Lightning's eyes immediately brightened. Without wasting a moment, she leaped up and soared back into the sky. Nightingale commented, Roland shouldn't have done that. Roland waved while saying rewards and punishments make lessons memorable. The two returned to the command room. The Rifle Battalion's commander, Brian, the First Army's commander, Axe, the Artillery Battalion's commander, Vainer, and Captain Kakusin stood by a table, awaiting Roland's strategy for their upcoming naval battle. Vainer was the first to voice his opinion. It's hard to hit a moving target with their cannons. He suggests that they get closer before firing. He promises if they are within 50 meters, every cannon from the battalion can capsize an enemy ship. Brian shook his head. Cannonballs consume a lot of gunpowder, and currently, only Miss Anna can produce it. He suggests that they wait for the enemy to approach and then use the side-mounted machine guns to turn them into sieves. Roland turned to Captain Kakusin, questioning what was the captain's take. After hesitating for a moment, Kakusin bluntly stated they should just ram into them. Both Brian and Vainer stared incredulously at Kakusin. Kakusin slowly says, the Roland is both larger and faster, and it's made of steel. A wooden ship might just fall apart upon impact. Even if it doesn't break apart, the flooding from the damage would incapacitate them. Upon hearing this tactic, an image involuntarily formed in Roland's mind. Both their ideas seemed aligned. He finally decided, let's do it. Roland gave the order. The flagship, the Roland, hoisted the flag of the city of Neverwinter and sounded its steam whistle. Full speed ahead. Eden was a newly appointed knight from the royal capital, leading one of the ships meant to blockade the Western Territory's trade routes. If successful, he'd not only amass a great fortune but also earn a promotion. What he didn't realize, however, was who he was truly up against. A lookout sailor yelled, activity up ahead. Eden moved to the bow of the ship, squinting into the distance. Far away, plumes of black smoke rose, as if something was burning in the water. He could faintly discern a gray silhouette approaching. Undoubtedly, it was a ship, but what struck him odd was the absence of any noticeable sails. The crew observed that the oncoming ship moved at an incredible speed. Eden noticed it too. Even if it was downstream, its speed was astonishingly fast. The other two hawk-headed ships had also spotted the incoming vessel. One of them began rapidly moving its side oars, seemingly eager to be the first to board this peculiar merchant ship. A sailor chuckled, those guys love hogging the glory. Wasn't the merchant ship they nabbed this morning enough for them? The sailor then turned to Eden, asking if they should charge forward too. After pondering for a moment, Eden replied, no rush. They should observe for now. As the approaching ship became clearer, Eden's eyes widened in disbelief. Not just him, gasps of astonishment echoed across the deck. A sailor atop the mast shouted, my God, Captain, what is that thing? A deep horn sounded, echoing past everyone. The approaching ship not only maintained its speed but also slightly altered its course, heading directly for the foremost hawk-headed ship. With no time to maneuver, the Roland rammed headlong into the unsuspecting belly of the hawk-headed ship. The sound of splintering wood echoed crisply in everyone's ears. The slender wooden warship, as if struck by a massive hammer, lurched heavily to one side. In mere moments, the ship began to fall apart and sink. Upon seeing the colossal gray ship shatter the hawk-headed ship without losing any momentum, Eden was stupefied. Even though he didn't recognize the flag, in his mind, only the rumored prince of the Western Territory, said to have fallen with the demons, could produce such a thing. Men on the deck sprang into action, some readying crossbows while others loaded their newest weapons. Escape was out of the question. Grinding his teeth, Eden ordered, hasten towards the shore. Realizing their speed was insufficient, he figured hugging the riverbank would be their only defense against the oncoming ram. With the surge of the waters and the sudden maneuver of the gray iron ship, the bent hawk-headed ship finally detached. The second hawk-headed ship desperately attempted to change its course, aiming to distance itself from the adversary. But the Grim Reaper's horn sounded again. The Roland, with its deafening roar and trailing thick black smoke, accelerated, heading straight for the ship closest to it. The second ship met the same fate. Under the pressure of the onrushing metal behemoth, the warship's side was forcibly plunged underwater. Those who could, jumped into the water to save themselves, while others not as fortunate screamed and tumbled across the tilting deck. Eden was petrified, lost for words. In mere moments, 2 hawk-headed ships had sunk, and the one under his command seemed destined to be next. For a split second, he was ready to abandon the ship and flee. But, by some stroke of luck, his gamble paid off. Observing that his ship was now entirely close to the shore, the enemy adjusted its course, pursuing the last retreating ship. Eden realized that even if he managed to escape and return to the royal capital alive, it would be of no avail. He had to defeat this rebel ship and present it to King Timothy as a badge of merit. He knew the ship might have been forged by demons, but its crew was human, just like them. He ordered everyone to raise their bows and firearms, preparing to board and overpower those within the iron ship. Bellowing, he proclaimed, "For every man they kill, he will reward the brave warrior a gold coin." Hearing this, the sailors' courage surged back. Confident they wouldn't be rammed, the hawk-headed ship left the safety of the riverbank, progressing alongside the Roland. Soon, they were about to overtake the Roland, and the distance between the two vessels narrowed to a mere few meters. The sailors brandished an assortment of weapons, readying for an initial onslaught. Aboard, men aimed at Roland with a variety of weapons, including bows and arrows and the latest firearms bestowed by Timothy. However, they inflicted no damage. As they were about to climb up to the Roland, the deck of the Roland appeared deserted, but Eden spotted a long barrel surrounded by metal, with small holes exposed at the center. Before the crew could even make any move, flames burst forth from the barrels. Sailors dropped like harvested wheat. Those who reacted sought cover, but no hiding spot could shield them from this terrifying weapons assault. Bodies littered the ship, bullets penetrating their bodies. Even the mast, under the relentless assault of this fearsome weaponry, could not withstand, and with a creaking noise, it broke in two. The glory Eden hoped for never happened. He realized they faced a type of firearm, with an extraordinarily rapid rate of fire. He couldn't fathom how, in the hands of the rebel prince, a weapon known for slow reloading and imprecise aim became so devastatingly effective. Why were the weapons Timothy gave them so inferior and useless? Unfortunately, he didn't get any answers. Soon, a rain of bullets enveloped him. The last ship lay paralyzed in the center of the river, signaling the end of the battle. The air was filled with the enemy's moans and cries of pain. Those who survived had lost all will to fight, swimming towards the riverbank. The artillery battalion was somewhat disappointed, having missed the chance to showcase their latest cannons to the rifle battalion. As everyone placed the cannonballs back into their boxes, someone remarked that compared to the ammunition consumed by the machine guns just now, a single cannonball wasn't much more expensive or troublesome. Vayner frowned. These were handcrafted by Miss Anna herself. How can he compare them to the machine gun bullets they can produce by the hundreds daily? He instructed his men to aim carefully during the later siege, telling them to not ruin the reputation of the artillery battalion. Someone boasted, he promised to blast open the royal capital's city gates in 3 shots or less. All eyes turned to Rodney, expecting him to chip in. Cleaning his gun, Rodney mused, he wishes he had a ship like this as well. His eyes sparkled as he repeated, he wishes he had a ship named the Rodney. Hearing this, Rodney's older brother stepped forward. Shouldn't that honor be his first? As Rodney's elder brother? Rodney chuckled, he won't give this opportunity away to anyone. Vayner joined in. The second ship could only be named the Vayner. Catclaw then asked, what about the Catclaw? Staring at Catclaw. In unison, everyone responded, no way. Amid the light-hearted banter, the fleet set sail once more, heading towards the royal capital. 2 days later, they arrived at the royal capital, with its walls now visible in the distance. Lightning, responsible for scouting, reported, "A troop is stationed at the dock ahead, roughly 100 men, not heavily armed." Roland was slightly taken aback. It wasn't surprising that Timothy had defenses set up at the suburban docks. Surely, Timothy must have received news of their fleet through the carrier pigeons. However, the fact that only 100 men were positioned at the dock was unexpected. Roland had assumed that Timothy would have archers and firearms positioned along both riverbanks and might even have set up trebuchets to intercept their landing. It seemed Timothy had given up on the advantage of attacking them mid-crossing. Could Timothy possibly know the range and power of his 152mm naval cannon? Shaking his head, Roland thought it unlikely. He then turned to Sylvie, asking if she could spot the militia carrying the church's pills. Sylvie used her magic eyes for observation. She didn't see any pills. Most don't even have weapons. However, there's something strange underground. They've buried some things, clay pots and wooden barrels filled with a black-gray powder. Nightingale instantly thought of gunpowder. Roland then realized Timothy's strategy. The group of around 100 men was merely bait sent by Timothy to divert their attention. Their real intention was to wait for Roland to approach the deck and disembark, then set off the gunpowder. The dock was the essential path, and Timothy clearly recognized this fact. However, instead of mounting a direct defense, he opted for a hidden ambush, trying to catch them off guard. If not for Sylvie, they might have fallen straight into the trap. Now that they've discovered it in advance, the solution seemed relatively simple. Without wireless detonation capabilities, Timothy would undoubtedly have stationed personnel nearby to ignite the gunpowder. All they needed to do was neutralize them beforehand. Either way, they had to secure the dock, or it would be challenging to get the artillery and ammunition onto land. Roland asked Sylvie to help him identify the ignition points. He then instructed Nightingale to infiltrate, locate, and eliminate the individuals set to light the gunpowder and secure the area, preventing any potential backups from igniting the explosives. Leaning against the battlement of the western wall of the royal capital, a knight peered through his binoculars, monitoring the canal's activity. He had spotted Roland's fleet. He hadn't expected Roland to truly dare launch an attack on the royal capital. Chuckling, he mused, ever since the construction over 200 years ago, this royal capital city has never faced an assault. Any adversary, upon seeing its majestic tall stone walls, would lose the courage to attack. But he had to admit he admired Roland. No one else dared to challenge their enemy at their most formidable point. It's a pity that Roland was an adversary. But being a knight of the royal capital, he had a duty to protect it at all costs. A soldier rushed up to report, "The rebel prince's fleet has arrived." The knight set down his binoculars, remarking he was already aware. He then issued orders, 1st and 2nd cavalry squads, mount up and stand by behind the city gates. As for those mercenaries, just have them follow the cavalry closely. Ensure everyone readies the city's defense weapons. Also, get the oil pots heated. Although he didn't think Roland would come close to the city walls, it didn't hurt to be prepared. He jestingly warned his subordinates not to wet themselves when the gunpowder explodes, causing a round of hearty laughter among the surrounding knights. According to the plan, once the rebel troops occupied the dock, flags would be raised from the city walls. At that signal, a high explosive snow powder buried near the dock would be detonated, undoubtedly causing heavy losses and chaos within the enemy's ranks. Following that, the city gates would be opened, and a cavalry charge would seal their victory. He raised his binoculars once again, puzzled about how a ship without paddles and sails could move. Nonetheless, he deemed it irrelevant. Regardless of how unusual a vessel might be, it couldn't march on land. The strange ship gradually slowed down and eventually came to a halt opposite the dock. Another knight also lifted his binoculars, jesting, "Could it be that the mere 100-man militia has scared the rebel prince?" As the others looked on in confusion and the knight was about to say more, a burst of flame suddenly ignited from the front end of the ship. Only moments after the flash of fire did they hear a muffled boom. It had precisely exploded near the wooden hut meant to ignite the explosive powder. From such a distance, they couldn't understand how they were being attacked, but the knights suddenly realized, could the enemy have known about the snow powder buried at the dock? Information gathered from various sources indicated that the rebel prince possessed incredibly powerful weapons. Their range and accuracy far surpassed the iron tubes forged by the blacksmiths of the royal capital. Therefore, from the very beginning, Timothy has decided not to confront them head-on but instead set up an ambush with explosive barrels of snow powder, rendering Roland's weapons useless. Soon, a second warehouse was blown up. With this, Timothy's ambush plan was rendered completely fail. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed from the city walls. Countless amounts of soil and rocks were thrown into the air as all the snow powder buried in the ground was ignited. The knight cursed furiously, "Who is the fool who ignited all the snow powder without waiting for the signal?" The dock was turned into a mess of craters and pits, with countless militiamen and knights killed or injured. The knight ordered his subordinates to raise the blue flag. Suddenly, another massive sound resonated, causing the entire city wall to shake. This time, the anomaly was the city gate. A large gap appeared in the massive gate, and yet the enemy was still miles away. Someone shouted, "It's the demons have come." The scene, already chaotic, erupted into pure pandemonium. The previously prepared cavalry turned their horses around in retreat, and the mercenaries in the back began to flee as well. The leading knight was still trying to control the situation, but the thick smoke and the smell of blood prevented him from uttering any commands. At the same time, a hot air balloon approached above the city walls. Wendy pulled a lever, releasing a bomb from its bracket, which plummeted to the ground. Lightning effortlessly caught up with the bomb, guiding it straight to the city wall. As it descended, the young girl saw the horrified expressions of the knights on the wall. The bomb struck the wall with a massive explosion, creating a huge gap. Those nearby were instantly consumed by the ensuing flames. The previously prepared hot oil splattered everywhere, falling onto the soldiers guarding the city walls. Moments before, the knights who had been preparing for battle were now scattered and fleeing in panic. Many lost their way in the thick smoke and fell off the wall, others writhed and rolled on the ground, trying to put out the flames engulfing them. Looking at the smoking city wall of the royal capital, Sylvie's face showed a hint of reluctance. She slowly said, "Their defense has collapsed." Nightingale, expressionless, said, "They got what they deserved. If they had won, they would only become more ruthless." Roland took a deep breath, saying, "Either way, someone has to pay the price for this conflict. If not the enemy, then it will be them." He didn't want to lament the cruelty of war at this moment or cherish the value of peace. It was a struggle for power, a battle for survival, and a clash of ideologies. Soon, the horn for the final assault echoed over the dock area. The First Army, fully armed, led by Axe, prepared for the last push. Amidst the smoky city walls, the First Army quickly broke through the main gate. Their target was to seize the royal palace gates. Once inside the inner city, the pace of their advance abruptly slowed. Here, they met a powerful counterattack from the enemy. Members of the First Army were continuously injured, and those hurt were immediately pulled to the rear by their comrades, waiting for Nanawa's medical assistance. Field guns couldn't be brought forward due to various obstacles on the path, but they had no time to think about alternatives. The fully armored knights, boosted by the church's berserk pills, charged wave after wave. A burst of gunfire sounded, and the berserk knights at the front were riddled with bullets and fell, but the ones behind continued their charge undeterred. Even when shot in the arm or torso, their speed didn't decrease. The squad captain, after dispatching the enemies in the front, began to issue the next set of orders. However, their enemies weren't just attacking from the front. Suddenly, a group of berserk knights leaped from the residential houses on the side streets, smashing through the windows. Before the soldiers could turn their weapons, the berserk knights had already started attacking them. One of the First Army soldiers was cleaved in half by a knight whose eyes glowed a fierce red. The squad quickly killed the knight, but more were pouring out of the houses. The formation of the soldiers was disrupted, leading to close-quarter combat. Continuous screams and shouts of pain filled the air, and the First Army soldiers were injured one after another. Although terrified, their training kept reminding them that only by sticking together and utilizing their collective strength could they possibly survive in the face of such powerful enemies. They kept pulling their triggers, gradually reforming their formation. At that moment, reinforcements arrived. The artillery battalion had encountered trouble on East Street, but the heavy machine gun unit had come to their aid. The squad leader yelled to make way for the heavy machine gun. The Maxim heavy machine gun was dragged onto the street by the reinforcements, and after setting up in a firing position, it unleashed a hail of bullets onto the Berserk Knights, launching another wave of assault. The dense stream of bullets formed an invisible wall, halting the Berserk Knights in their tracks. Together with the First Army soldiers, the Berserk Knights were taken down one by one. By the time the gunfire ceased, white smoke was billowing from the barrels of the guns. The ground was littered with the bodies of the Berserk Knights. Those who were shot but not instantly killed writhed on the ground, groaning in pain and agony. The Berserk Knights continued their relentless attacks on the soldiers of the First Army, even on the floor. Remembering their fallen comrade, the squad showed no hesitation and swiftly ended the enemy. Once the path was cleared, the First Army was able to advance once more. Different units and squads began to converge from various directions. As a hot air balloon loomed over the royal palace, more bombs obliterated the garden wall and iron gate. The final assault had begun. Inside the palace, Timothy sat on his bed. His royal guard rushed in, urgently informing him that the enemy was at the palace gates, hinting at a hasty retreat. Timothy sat silently, contemplating his next move. The very room brought back memories of his father's tragic end, and now, it seemed history was about to repeat itself. Writing on the death of Wimbledon III, Timothy had cunningly shifted the blame onto the elder prince, Gerald, eliminating the major threat and ascending to the pinnacle of power. In the span of a year, he had managed to consolidate the eastern and northern territories, also forcing his younger sister, Garcia, into exile. His influence seemed unmatched. He had believed that the Western Territory would inevitably be his, and uniting the entirety of Greycastle was just a matter of time. Yet, he had not anticipated the sudden and swift turn of events. In merely 3 days, his world had crumbled, leaving him with nothing. Timothy furiously slammed a candlestick from the bedside table onto the floor, venting his anger. He shouted furiously, "This is all witchcraft! If not for the witches and demons, how could Roland's weapon be so powerful?" His voice was strained, filled with rage, and a slight tremor. The church is useless. They claim to hunt witches, yet they missed Roland Wimbledon. If it wasn't for witches, how could Roland's weapons be far superior to his? No matter the wealth, labor, or territory and resources, Timothy's advantage is hundreds of times greater than Roland's. There's only one explanation: the demon is helping Roland. The constant explosions and clashing of swords outside momentarily calmed Timothy. He couldn't die now, he needed to seek revenge. Looking at his guard, he ordered, "Into the secret tunnel." The knight escorted Timothy into the hidden passage, which was known to have a dead gate. Once the dead gate was activated, the entrance would be sealed forever, blocking any potential pursuit. The passage was filled with traps and stones of god punishment. Timothy was sure Roland would be clueless about this place. In the secret tunnel, Timothy pondered his next step. He needed the support of the loyal nobles and dukes. Although uncertain of their loyalty after Greycastle's fall, he knew he needed to give it a try. Or perhaps, he should seek refuge with the church? If the church could help him in avenging his loss, so what if he handed the Grey Castle over? The thought consumed him, rapidly growing stronger and more intense with each passing moment. If he could personally send Roland to the guillotine and torment every one of Roland's witches, everything would be worth it. In the dim light of the torches, Timothy made up his mind. He and his guards chose the longest tunnel and made their way out of the royal capital. However, as they emerged from the secret tunnel, they found themselves surrounded, rifles pointed directly at them. For a moment, despair washed over Timothy. The soldiers of the First Army stood at the city gates, welcoming their king Roland. The battle had raged on from yesterday and only ended early morning. After breaching the gates, the First Army took control of the inner city's royal palace and the Grand Cathedral in the eastern district. What followed was mopping up the remnants of the enemy, utterly extinguishing the resistance forces of Timothy. Brian, with palpable excitement, reported, "Your Majesty, the path to the palace has been cleared. The city is now yours." Roland glanced around and saw the same fervor mirrored on everyone's faces. Whether it was the soldiers of the First Army or the witches, their high spirits seemed almost overwhelming. However, contrary to expectations, Roland felt surprisingly calm. The magnificent capital representing the heart of Grey Castle did not resonate with him, nor did he feel like he had returned home. To Roland, this was just another city. All around the inner city were the sites of damaged buildings. Undoubtedly, this was the process of seizing the palace, although brief, was the most intense battle the First Army had ever encountered. Looking at the ruins lining the streets, a pang of distress hit Roland. The exact casualties had yet to be tallied, but the bodies of over 20 soldiers from the First Army had already been sent to the rear. This number would have been at least tripled if not for the timely rescue efforts of Manhwa. As they entered the palace grounds, the station soldiers went down on one knee, a rare sight in the First Army, where military salutes were more common. Roland did not voice any objections. From their uplifted expressions, it was clear that they weren't welcoming him as leader of the army but were paying respects as citizens of Grey Castle to their new king. The soldiers raised their weapons in unison, shouting, "Long life King Roland!" Amidst the cheers of the First Army, Roland advanced towards the palace. Stepping into the grand twin-towered palace. This place symbolized the supreme authority of the Grey Castle royal family. Within the grand hall, apart from the soldiers holding their weapons at the ready, there was a group of visibly anxious nobles and ministers. Upon seeing Roland, they all knelt in unison, collectively welcoming his arrival. Among these nobles, he recognized several familiar faces: the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Justice, the Chief of Intelligence Officer, and the Prime Minister, among others. These individuals had once served King Wimbledon III. Some of their lineages could even be traced back to the very inception of the Wimbledon dynasty. When Timothy ascended the throne, they had all pledged their loyalty to the new king. Now, they seemed ready to do the same for Roland, in keeping with tradition. Unfortunately, Roland didn't need any of them. This wasn't a court discussion, it was a trial. Roland took his place on the throne, looking down upon them all. He motioned for them to rise. He then announced that Timothy was under arrest for the suspected assassination of Prince Gerald, for treason, and for colluding with the church. His crimes would be announced throughout the city and the entire kingdom. He then asked the ministers if they had anything to say. One of the nobles was the first to respond, stating that such crimes were unforgivable. He claimed to have once tried to dissuade Timothy but to no avail. The other nobles nodded in agreement. Roland sneered and asked, "Is that truly the case? When Timothy was committing such heinous acts, was he merely a bystander, or was he aiding his tyranny?" Another older minister spoke up. After Timothy ascended to the throne, he promoted a large number of his loyalists. Whether it was deploying the knights or conscripting troops, it was beyond their control from the old ministers like them. Several other nobles and ministers chimed in, adding that when Gerald was sent to the guillotine, it bypassed the judicial court, and the executioners were the knights. They were powerless to stop them. Roland's opinion of these ministers dipped even further. Perhaps during the founding of Grey Castle, these noble ministers were indeed the king's valuable aides. However, over the centuries, they had become utterly rigid and corrupt. Standing up, Roland declared, if they claim that all the events of the past year had nothing to do with them, then they should play a game. The gathered nobles exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding Roland's intentions. Roland swept his gaze over the gathered nobility, introducing a game called Question and Answer, also known as the trial game. The rule was simple: tell a lie, and they're out. Roland told everyone that each person only gets one chance. The crowd swallowed nervously. Before anyone could utter another word, Roland casually mentioned that those who were out could face punishment such as the gallows, labor in the mines, confiscation of their assets, or exile. The ministers started to panic, with some even accusing Roland of treating this as some childish game. A few even thought of leaving. But Roland wasn't seeking their opinions. He approached Duke Wick and asked if he had participated when Timothy had forced the refugees to attack the Western territories. The Duke Wick, after a brief moment of silence and lowering his head, admitted he had followed Timothy's orders to recruit refugees from the eastern and southern regions. However, he claimed unaware of the latter half of Roland's statement. Roland felt a slight pinch on his right shoulder, a sign of lying. He coldly gazed at the Duke Wick. Stated that he was lying. Even as Duke Wick tried to correct himself, 2 soldiers from the First Army had already dragged him away. The hall fell silent, with no one daring to speak. Roland hoped for honesty, for he could discern lies. Hearing this, the ministers and nobles fell to their knees, confessing their sins and begging for Roland's mercy. As Roland had anticipated, this was a trial. He posed many questions, and by the end, the ministers and nobles had confessed their crimes and sins from the past year. One noble even confessed that his steward had slept with his wife while he was away hunting, and in retaliation, he had the steward castrated without a formal trial. Roland was momentarily taken aback, thinking, what kind of confessions are these? In the end, some were imprisoned, and others were let go. Roland stood and instructed everyone to leave for now. He would begin the process of restructuring the family order and would notify them later. But he warned them, this game would not be a one-time event. After spending an entire day addressing those issues, it was time to meet Timothy. Axe and Nightingale accompanied Roland as they headed to the basement dungeon where Timothy was confined. As they approached Timothy's cell, it was evident that he was not in the best mental state. However, the moment he saw Roland, he asked, "Who are you really?" His parched voice echoed throughout the dungeon, revealing a mixture of clear, discernible emotions. Roland wasn't surprised by the question. Compared to Tilly, with whom he had limited interactions, Timothy was more familiar with the Fourth Prince. After all, the Fourth Prince's erratic and volatile personality was, to a significant extent, a direct result of Timothy's own actions. Roland looked at Timothy and calmly replied, "He is Roland Wimbledon." "Don't Timothy recognize him?" Timothy responded shakily, "This is not Roland." Roland could never look straight in the eye at him. Roland would never dare to confront him directly. Roland shook his head, recounting an incident from their childhood when he was 12. Timothy, along with Gerald and Garcia, had invited Roland to explore the palace basement. They then stole a key from a guard and locked Roland in one of these cells. The plan was to come back the next morning to laugh at his misfortune, leaving afterward in a fit of laughter. In that pitch-black room, the young Fourth Prince was so terrified that he shivered uncontrollably, not even daring to shout out loud. In the end, he curled up in a corner, burying his head in his knees, sobbing softly. By the time the trio came to mock him the next morning, his face was smeared with tears and snot. Back then, he didn't even have the courage to face Timothy head-on. The two of them stared at each other in silence for a long time until Timothy, unable to bear it any longer, finally spoke, breaking the silence. "Roland is a demon who has taken Roland's body to steal his kingdom." Roland didn't bother to explain himself. Instead, he retorted, "Are the deeds Timothy committed any less demonic than those of a demon? Killing their own father, pinning the conspiracy on their brother, and then executing him. To hold on to the throne Timothy seized, Timothy not only allied with the church, which their father despised, but also forcibly conscripted innocent civilians to attack the Garcia's territory. Even the most weakest and inept Fourth Prince wasn't spared by Timothy. Within just a year, the kingdom is in shambles, with numerous cities ruined by war and refugees scattered everywhere. Perhaps even a demon couldn't have achieved such chaos. Timothy, in a state of panic, tried to defend himself, yelling that he didn't kill their father, saying their father committed suicide. Just like Roland, their father was possessed by a demon. Upon hearing this, Roland furrowed his brow. Timothy, gripping the iron bars tightly, insisted he was not lying. Their father was lying in bed as he usually did, and then he just smiled before stabbing himself with a dagger. At that very moment, their father was also wearing the stone of God punishment. Everything unfolded so suddenly that Timothy was powerless to stop it. Roland glanced back at Nightingale, who gave a subtle nod in affirmation. Timothy was telling the truth. This made Roland consider the possibility of an enchanted type of witch. Once their power is fully activated, they remain unaffected by the stone of God punishment. Could this have been the work of the pure ones? Or perhaps the church had orchestrated everything from the very start. The fight for the thrones, which appeared solely designed to incite conflict within the kingdom, now seemed plausible. Yet, Roland lacked concrete proof. For answers, only the high priest of the royal cathedral would need to be questioned. Roland spoke gravely, "This is not a reason for Timothy to betray Gerald and spread the flames of war throughout the kingdom. Colluding with the church and using the church's pill to sow death and make innocent people lose their lives." Timothy retorted, "Even if he didn't use them, what about Garcia? If everyone had recognized him as king from the beginning, none of this would have happened." Timothy crawled to the railing, gripping the iron bars tightly. What does this have to do with demons? What is Roland planning to do? Roland coldly met his gaze. What awaited Timothy was the declaration of his crimes, a judgment, and then the execution. Just like Gerald. However, the difference was that Timothy's guilt was undeniable. Fear gripped Timothy, making his legs weak. He clutched the bars tightly and shouted, "Roland can't kill him. A demon cannot stand in front of everyone, the power of the gods will destroy him. If Roland wants the kingdom, he needs Timothy's help." The church's power is far more powerful than Roland had ever imagined. Timothy only learned of this from their father's personal diary. Roland simply responded, "He knows far more than Timothy. Roland also knows what the path ahead will look like. It's a perilous journey, and Timothy is not fit to lead the people." Roland spoke slowly, "To prepare for the imminent challenges, Timothy's fate must end here. But worry not, his journey to hell won't be a lonely one. Many will accompany him." Having nothing more to say to Timothy, Roland handed him over to Hill before leaving. He stood up, ignoring Timothy's shouts and curses, and headed out of the dungeon. Upon seeing Timothy, Hill felt his heart tremble, not out of fear, but sheer excitement. It was an excitement he couldn't contain. He could finally exact his revenge. This man before him was the murderer of his wife. Hill introduced himself calmly, describing how he'd blended in among the rats and taverns, gathering information on Timothy's moves, then organizing and analyzing the intel to present to King Roland. Timothy, squinting with anger, shouted back, "Why is Hill telling him all this? He doesn't care about a traitor who betrayed his own king." He continued to yell, "Roland is a demon. And Hill is serving a demon just for the sake of a woman?" Hill's lips curled into a slight smile. When Hill pleaded to the gods and received no responses, he had made a vow: if he could achieve his revenge, he would willingly follow even a demon into the depths of hell. Nightingale perched at the window, looking out at the city under the cloak of night. Wendy's voice interrupted her thoughts as she walked up to Nightingale, rubbing her shoulder. Wendy yawned. She has no idea where those two little girls get their energy from. After everything today, they're still clamoring for a bedtime story. Nightingale chuckled. If they weren't punished with 3 sets of exercises last time, she bet they'd be out on an adventure tonight, not asking for stories. The two looked back at the girls. Maisie was sprawled on lightning. Nightingale smiled, saying those two really do get along well, Wendy noted with a soft smile. She remembered Tilly mentioning how Maisie used to transform into a pigeon, perching on the beams to sleep, always alert to any noise, ready to escape danger in her transformed state. Now, she can finally sleep soundly, like a regular girl. Wendy paused, her voice tinted with emotion, looking at Nightingale, saying they had made the right choice. Nightingale didn't respond, but every witch from the border town would likely feel the same way. After a prolonged silence, Wendy asked, "Do Nightingale want to go back and take a look?" Nightingale was momentarily taken aback. Wendy pointed out the window in a specific direction, Silver City, Nightingale's home. With Maisie's speed, it wouldn't take very long and her brother is still there. Nightingale didn't expect Wendy to bring this up. She hesitated briefly before shaking her head. Right now is a crucial time to stabilize the city's order. There are potential enemies everywhere. Nightingale won't leave His Majesty's side. But after Grey Castle is pacified, there will be plenty of opportunities to visit Silver City. There's no rush. Hearing this, Wendy seemed reassured, sensing that Nightingale no longer held resentment towards her own younger brother. Nightingale smiled, saying that if it weren't for her younger brother's betrayal, she wouldn't have met Wendy, nor would she have met Roland. Remembering what Wendy had often told her, Nightingale now just hoped to live a more fulfilling life than before. Wendy chuckled, and Nightingale took her hand, assuring her she wouldn't sneak away, suggesting it was time to sleep. After a while, once Nightingale confirmed Wendy had fallen asleep, she gently climbed out of bed, disappearing into the mist, and heading towards Roland's room. And only during the night, Roland belonged to her alone. The next day, Roland met with his old friend, Margaret. Happily, he mentioned that meeting the nobles and ministers over the past few days didn't bring him as much joy as seeing Margaret. He reassured her that the place was very safe and there were no outsiders, asking if she had anything confidential to discuss with him. Margaret said she was entrusted by someone to relay a message to King Roland alone. Lord Thunder wishes to meet with Roland. Upon hearing this, Roland was greatly surprised. Hadn't Lord Thunder, the most magnificent explorer of the fjord, already passed in a shipwreck? Margaret shook her head. Thunder didn't want to reveal his whereabouts, especially to Lightning, which is why she had to secretly inform Roland. Thunder mentioned that he had discovered an incredible site to the west of the Shadow Isles, possibly related to the ancient ruins from hundreds of years ago. Roland would definitely be interested in it. Only then did Roland realize that Thunder was already in the capital. He looked at Margaret, and she didn't seem the least bit surprised by Thunder's return from the supposed dead. Had Margaret known about this all along? She nodded, saying the magical stone lightning war was used by Thunder to track her location. Margaret's first trip to Border Town was also to ensure Lightning's safety. Once Thunder realized that Lightning had settled in Roland's territory, he decided to keep his whereabouts a secret to deter his daughter from the path of an adventurer. Roland was a bit speechless. He had thought that his technology had attracted foreign investors. Margaret chuckled, mentioning her gratitude to Border Town for opening up new trade routes for her. Realizing the whole story, Roland assured her that he couldn't leave the palace right now. If Thunder wished to see him, Margaret could bring him to the palace any time, promising he wouldn't reveal anything to Lightning. Margaret expressed her gratitude and bowed, promising a swift reply. As she left, Roland's guards reported that a noble, claiming to be an old friend of King Roland, was causing a commotion outside, insisting on entering the palace. This news took Roland by surprise. He inquired about the name of the visitor, and the guards replied, "His name is Sir York." Roland almost choked on his tea. Soon, a slightly chubby man with his signature upward curled blonde hair and fair skin entered. Roland had almost forgotten about this person, but upon hearing his name, memories flooded back. Sir York walked into the office, still exuding the air of a spoiled noble. Even knowing Roland had become the king, York greeted him with the same old enthusiastic hug. York mentioned he wasn't like the other cowards who were afraid of Timothy. Roland nodded helplessly, looking at his old friend, the man with the title Magic Hand, who was once as close to him as a brother. Back when Roland felt isolated by his siblings and even got beaten up by Tilly. It was York who saved him, introducing him to the pleasures of high nobility and even having a bunch of younger followers at their command. While the morality of their actions might be questionable, the fourth prince had always considered York his best friend. Leaning on Roland's shoulder, York suggested they should go for a drink since he was back in town. Then, leaning into Roland's ear, he whispered, "Did Roland want to see Lady Josephine or Miss Bird?" After spending the night together, they seemed to miss Roland very much. Suddenly, a chilling sensation emanated from behind Roland, a cold gaze piercing through him, directed straight at York. York's voice halted, looking around confusedly, feeling the sudden drop in temperature. Roland quickly interjected, saying he never had any relations with them. In Roland's mind, even if there was any connection, it was with the fourth prince, not him. His denial was sincere, and he hoped Nightingale couldn't discern any lies, as he was basically telling the truth since it was the old fourth prince who had done it, and not him. As expected, the chilly feeling lessened after his response. Touching his chin, York said, "But Roland clearly spent a night with them, didn't he?" Roland emphasized, "Nothing happened that night." York looked puzzled for a moment, but soon regained his initial grin, continuing to invite Roland to the best brothel in the capital. Roland waved his hand dismissively, saying he would only spend his nights in the palace now. He won't be going to those places anymore. Joining his hands together as if in prayer, he piously declared that he no longer had such worldly desires. York nodded in understanding. Ah, he gets it. With all the beautiful palace maids around, Roland must want to enjoy them first. He decided to share some of his unique skills with Roland to ensure that all the ladies would never forget him. Recalling the old times when Roland would always pester him to learn, he thought that now, as king, Roland would likely have even more lovers than he ever did. These skills would certainly come in handy. Roland quickly silenced York, almost reaching out to cover his mouth. He couldn't let York continue spilling their shared past, especially not with Nightingale potentially overhearing. It was like a complete expose of all his dark secrets. Roland emphasized, he is not the same person he used to be. York nodded, of course, Roland is the king now. Interrupting him, Roland grabbed York by the shoulder, questioning if he had a request for him. York grinned cheekily, could Roland perhaps give him a minister title, nothing high-ranking, just overseeing a patrol team would do. He promises to whip those rats and gangs into kittens. Roland inwardly rolled his eyes. Imagining York leading a patrol squad, flirting around, and directly instigating fights with other young noblemen was a terrifying thought. However, placing him in a suitable position might serve as good publicity, showing that anyone loyal could have a chance of promotion in this transition of power. Aside from York's inability to control his urges, he didn't have any significant vices. The key was to find a position suitable for someone like him. After pondering for a moment, Roland informed York that someone would notify him in a few days. With a cheerful expression, York departed from the office. No sooner had York stepped out than Nightingale materialized behind. Asking who are Lady Josephine and Miss Bird, her tone tinged with curiosity. "And what's this signature technique York spoke about?" That was indeed a challenging question to answer. Walking over to the window and feigning contemplation, Roland replied, "Just two women he chanced upon in the past." Nightingale interrupted, recalling York said they missed Roland very much. Roland with a serious tone said what they miss is not him but the prestige and wealth associated with being a prince. As for the signature technique, it's rather complicated and not worth mentioning. Besides, it's not something he would ever need or use. Nightingale stifled a giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. Roland said earnestly, he was curious back then, but he doesn't need those tricks anymore. He turned to look at Nightingale, who, for some reason, averted her gaze, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She nodded and said she believed Roland now. Roland felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He was relieved to have cleared up the misunderstanding with Nightingale. Now, his attention shifted to the explorer from the fjord, Thunder. Wrapped head to toe with only his eyes exposed, Thunder moved silently into the palace. Once inside, he removed his heavy cloak and scarf, offering a bow in respect. "It's an honor to meet your majesty, Roland," Thunder continued. And thanked Roland for taking care of Lightning. Roland smiled, responded, and he thanks Thunder for his care for Tilly. After she moved to the slumbering isle, she often mentioned the help she received from Thunder. Thunder then delved into the details of his astonishing discoveries, which left Roland dumbstruck. Water-forming solid platforms, defying gravity? Thunder expressed his desire to have a steamship built, one that didn't rely on sails and was extremely fast. After taking a moment to process the information, Roland responded, "This isn't about money. He will produce the ship for free and employ the best technology he has." Thunder looked slightly taken aback, but before he could voice his thoughts, Roland cut him off. "This isn't just about Thunder's personal endeavor anymore. To explore the unknown, to uncover the world's mysteries, holds as much significance as altering the destiny of mankind." Roland fully supports Thunder's explorations, and all Roland asks in return is that Thunder shares any new discoveries with him immediately. They further discussed logistics and plans. After the lengthy conversation, Thunder, once again enveloped in his cloak, took his leave. Reflecting on the groundbreaking discoveries Thunder had shared, Roland felt a deep, lingering sensation. It seemed the answers to the world's mysteries might be far more profound than he'd ever imagined. Nightingale, observing Roland's deep contemplation, approached with concern. "What's troubling Roland?" she inquired. Roland shook his head, exhaling a long breath. "Just some unsettling feelings," he admitted. Roland asked Nightingale if she had ever heard of elves, creatures with pointed ears, similar in stature to humans but more graceful, agile, and can live a long life, usually dwelling within forests. Nightingale shook her head in response. Roland mentioned that he had come across these fictional beings in a storybook. Once widespread across the continent, these creatures were gradually pushed into forests and more remote places due to the rise and dominance of humans. Despite their intelligence, the elves were outnumbered. Facing armies hundreds of times their size, they had little resistance. Trapped in secluded areas, they began to lag, both culturally and technologically, to the point where humans surpassed them. Eventually, these once mighty beings were reduced to mere pets. Nightingale slowly realized the parallels between the elves and their current situation. As a human, Roland had always overlooked this perspective. The chilling realization dawned upon him: in the present situation, it was humanity that was the minority, outnumbered and cornered to a small portion of the continent by the demonic forces. The vast world outside remained unknown to them. This revelation further solidified Roland's resolve to support Thunder's exploration. If they didn't broaden their perspective and actively learn about their position in the world, they might suffer the same fate as the elves in the story. 2 divine wars had already consumed nearly 1,000 years. Roland hoped this was not too late. A young girl watched Soraya work and excitedly commented that Soraya had finished drawing all the materials for so many bicycle inner tubes just in one morning. Jill, being among the first batch of graduates, had now become Soraya's assistant in the bicycle factory. The first batch of bicycles would soon be completed, and as workers of the factory, they would receive the first batch of benefits. Jill happily mentioned that she would soon have her own bicycle. After finishing her work, Soraya left the factory. A morning's work had consumed 1/3 of her magic power. Reflecting back to a year ago, she realized that such an amount of work would have completely exhausted her. But she was delighted now, recognizing that training genuinely enhanced her abilities. Soraya rode her bicycle towards the backyard of the North Slope mine. Both Lucia and Anna, hearing her footsteps, looked up and greeted her with radiant smiles. They waved to her, and Lily and Rem also came holding afternoon tea and a deck of cards. Time always flies when playing cards. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. After dinner, Scroll announced some unexpected news. That night's lesson was cancelled and replaced by an echo ability test. The only non-witch in the hall, Ling, raised her hand to ask how they should proceed. Scroll smiled and replied that all they had to do was listen intently. Agatha stood up, saying if there was no lesson, she'd go back to her room. Scroll shook her head, explaining that the reason for this test was because of Agatha. Everyone's gazes turned to Agatha, including Soraya's, and were fixed on her. Seeing the dark circles under her eyes, Scroll commented that Agatha was pushing herself too hard, consuming her magical power to its limit every day, which the body couldn't withstand. Agatha retorted that in Takira, high-ranking witches always did this. People hadn't realized the brutality of the divine war. Unless one side was utterly defeated, it wouldn't cease. If, 400 years ago, the Federation could find a path that might lead to victory, she believed they'd be willing to sacrifice everything, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Scroll spoke softly, but His Highness also said that pushing oneself relentlessly can lead to decreased efficiency. A balance between work and rest is the best approach, be it in studying or working. Scroll has conveyed Agatha's situation to Roland, and this test is an attempt at addressing it. They aim to test the revitalizing ability of Echo. Everyone was surprised and thought the Echo could heal the injured just like Manhwa. Scroll shook her head, saying she didn't know anything about it and clarifying that it was the prince's idea. Echo seemed a bit nervous as everyone instinctively held their breath, waiting for her to showcase her ability. Gentle music began to play, echoing like a serene spring in everyone's ears. For a moment, Soraya felt as if everything around her had transformed. It was as if she was enveloped in a warm spring. All the witches felt the same, their bodies completely relaxed, basking in the incredibly soothing sensation of the spring water. When the singing ended, it took Soraya a long time to slowly open her eyes. Without anyone explaining, she understood the meaning of the word revival as Scroll had described. Her inner magic hadn't increased, but the day's fatigue seemed to have vanished. She felt rejuvenated as if she had awoken from a deep slumber. The royal capital was once again bathed in clear skies with the sun shining brilliantly. It was the perfect day for a public execution. After nearly a week of gathering evidence, the treachery of the church in colluding with Timothy to assassinate the king and seize the throne was laid bare for all to see. Not a single person involved in the release of the plague was spared as the entire church in the capital was uprooted. Nightingale, standing by the window, asks if Roland is going to watch the execution. Without even lifting his head, Roland replied that he trusted Axe and Tassa to handle everything. They have more important matters to attend to. A letter had already been sent to the city of Neverwinter. He believed that Barov would soon arrive to help him manage the nobles. Kyle would also be here to present his research findings to the Alchemist Association in the royal capital. The moment York stepped into the study, he blurted out, "Your Majesty really executed those charlatans responsible for the plague." York praised Roland by saying the people in the square are all singing Roland's praises, saying it was Roland who saved them 6 months ago. Roland chuckled. This was all part of the narrative spun by the rats that Tassa had prepared. It resonated with the rescue of the refugees 6 months ago, surely making for effective propaganda. As for the unanimous praises, it was probably just York being flattering. Without pointing it out, Roland handed over an elegantly crafted parchment letter to him. Unfolding the letter, York's eyes widened after just a glance. He couldn't believe Roland intended to appoint him as the ambassador of Grey Castle. Roland had the appointment letter, the staff of authority, and the seal all prepared for York. York will be stationed at the royal capital of the Kingdom of Dawn. He asked York how he felt about it. York is nicknamed the Magic Hand of the royal capital. York held quite a reputation, though not necessarily a positive one, much like the former fourth prince. Many noble ladies had various connections with York. If he were given a significant role in the municipal hall, all the nobles and merchants would worry whether their wives would openly throw themselves at him. Those women who were already involved with York might even use the opportunity to advance their status. This was something Roland didn't wish to see. Sending him abroad seemed the best solution. Let him charm the noble ladies of the Kingdom of Dawn. The noble women had a unique allure and were particularly stunning. Perhaps York might even carve out a new destiny for himself there. York immediately understood what was happening. He knelt, fervently replying, he was more than willing. Before York leaves, Roland will have a protocol officer properly train York. Watching York leave in high spirits, Roland chuckled and shook his head. Having settled this matter, he turned to ask Nightingale about Wendy's whereabouts. He intended to call upon Wendy, Sylvie, Lightning, and Maisie to meet with the astrologers, and they would be going there by air. The Astrologers' Association was located on a high ground in the northern part of the outer city. The hot air balloon gradually descended onto the top of a tower. Brian and the guards approached to greet Roland. Brian reported that the area was secured and all of the stones of God punishment from the astrologers had been confiscated. Roland nodded approvingly and then turned his gaze to a row of individuals in gray robes standing behind. At the forefront stood an elderly man, the chief astrologer of the royal capital, a scholar of the scattered stars. The scholar bowed deeply. Scattered stars wasn't his real name. Taking a celestial name was a tradition every astrologer yearned for, but only those who discovered a completely new constellation earned this honor. This elder had identified 3 new dark stars, forming the constellation of the scattered stars. He also introduced the 8 master astrologers behind him, informing Roland that everyone here is the top astrologer in the association. Roland shook his head, clarifying that he hadn't come to seek their fortune-telling services. The elderly man looked puzzled. Roland's purpose was to have them take out all of the recorded star maps. Soon, piles of scrolls and parchments quickly accumulated on the long table. Some of the sheepskin papers had turned yellow, clearly showing their age. As Roland examined each map, he had a question in his mind. Was this truly a parallel universe? Roland inquired the scholar of the scattered stars about several of the most famous star maps. Turned out, all of the names were unfamiliar to him. There were mentions of the sun and the moon, which didn't surprise him. The sun was just an ordinary star. The Milky Way alone housed billions of such stars, and there were billions of galaxies like the Milky Way in the universe. Hence, encountering a stable star satellite system was not unusual. Given the vastness of the universe, anything could happen. However, he wasn't sure about the similarities in species. The evolution of life was filled with coincidences. Even under the same conditions, different life forms could emerge. Moreover, neither the demonic beasts nor the demons seemed like life forms naturally bred in nature. Unfortunately, familiar constellations like the Big Dipper or the well-known zodiac signs were absent here. This revelation left Roland somewhat disheartened. He sighed and glanced around the hall, questioning how many members the Astrologers' Association has. The scholar of the scattered stars responded, there are 9 astrologers, 156 apprentices, and 67 laborers and craftsmen. After listening, Roland announced his intention to shut down the observatory and instructed everyone to pack up and accompany him back to the city of Neverwinter. This statement caused everyone to be shocked. Standing up, Roland doesn't believe in fortune-telling, only in his own choices. As the king of Grey Castle, he has the authority to close this place. In the Western Territory, they will learn the true knowledge of the stars, rather than perceiving them as nebulous tracks of fate. The chief astrologer rose slowly and said, respected His Majesty, telling Roland that he cannot do this. At all times, they must observe the stars, undisturbed by other matters. This very command comes from Roland's ancestors. Roland was taken aback and noticed the surprised expressions of the crowd. Roland questioned who can say for certain if what the chief astrologer claiming is true. The chief astrologer lowered his head, asserting that the matter was undeniable and that he had proof, but he could only reveal it to Roland alone. Hearing this, the other astrologers left the room. After pondering for a moment, Roland nodded to the witches and his personal guards, signaling them to leave, only leaving Nightingale in the mist to follow him. The chief astrologer guided Roland into a small room next to the main hall. He presented an iron box which he respectfully placed in front of Roland. This is a decree left by Roland's ancestors, foreseeing this very situation. It was then that Roland realized, Was it about the closing of the observatory? The chief astrologer sighed, revealing that this was not the first time such an event had happened. Even though astrology, together with alchemy, was considered the study of sages, they weren't held in equal regard. Alchemical products brought substantial revenue to the kingdom, whereas the astrologers had to spend vast sums of gold on high-quality crystals and craftsmen annually, producing little to none in return. To prevent future heirs from dissolving the Astrologers' Association to save costs, Roland's ancestor inscribed his wishes, mandating that no one should oppose it. Upon opening the box, Roland found stacks of gold sheets. It seemed the Wimbledon family spared no expense in preserving this decree, opting for the stable properties of gold as the material. The first sheet held the exact words spoken by the chief astrologer: "No one shall interfere with the observatory, and shall not interfere with the astrologer observing upon the stars, for therein lie secrets foretelling the world's fate." Roland inquired about the meaning behind these words. The chief astrologer responded, "They bear a mission spanning centuries. This message isn't something they can disclose to the royal family, but only to the king's heir. And only when the heir reaches the age of 30 or older." Roland's ancestors believed that revealing this knowledge prematurely might plunge them into panic and confusion, leading to the kingdom's decline. The elderly chief astrologer's demeanor grew grave as he disclosed, "They are in search of the Star of Annihilation." Roland puzzled and asked, "What is that?" The chief astrologer spoke slowly, "A crimson-red star, or perhaps better termed as a red moon. When it descends, the world will plunge into an irreversible calamity." A shiver ran through Roland. The arrival of the red moon, whether it be the ancient text from the ruins or the information from the Agatha of the Federation, and now a secular organization, was concerned about it. Could there be intricate ties between the Astrologers' Association and the Federation? He pressed the chief astrologer to go on. The chief astrologer said with a serious tone, "Everything he knows was passed down orally from the previous chief astrologer. Legend speaks of a red celestial body floating in the sky. When it appears in the night, akin to a crescent moon, the world will face annihilation. Their duty is to locate it before it transforms into a full moon. By discerning its trajectory, they can foresee the apocalypse, and that's the true purpose of the Astrology Association." Roland pondered the phrase "transforms into a full moon." The chief astrologer explained, "Celestial bodies are always in motion. Take the sun and moon, for instance, they appear before them in a fixed cycle. Their alternating presence doesn't mean they vanish, they merely move to a position out of their sight. This path of movement is termed a trajectory. In fact, most celestial bodies have their own unique trajectories. Thus, the Star of Annihilation should be no different." Roland was genuinely taken aback. While these theories were common knowledge in the modern day and age back on Earth, for astrologers without sophisticated observational tools to discern that celestial bodies moved in fixed orbits was quite remarkable. Yet after all this time, they still hadn't located this so-called Star of Annihilation. The mission passed down from centuries ago didn't specify its arrival time, suggesting the star might still be lurking in a corner of the sky. They've been maintaining this search generation after generation. Turning his gaze to the elderly chief astrologer, Roland inquired, "How long has he been searching for the star?" The old man's voice revealed traces of weariness. "He became an apprentice to the Astrologers' Association 40 years ago. Throughout these years, he's never ceased looking up." When Roland asked if he ever regretted his choice, the chief astrologer shook his head. Perhaps 10 years ago, he might have felt some regret. But since taking up the mantle of chief astrologer and receiving this grave responsibility from the previous scholars, he understood what he was truly seeking. It will be a genuine act of astrology, an unparalleled prophecy, and the very essence of the Astrologers' Association's existence. Regrettably, his time to continue looking up is dwindling. Roland then queried, "If it truly foretells an apocalyptic catastrophe, didn't his ancestors leave behind any measures or strategies to counteract or avoid it?" The scholar bowed deeply, "That's a matter for your majesty to contemplate. The Astrologer Association is the eyes of Roland, showing what the sky reveals. How to lead the citizens and ensure their survival in the face of such a calamity is the responsibility of the king. Roland couldn't help but feel a profound respect. Day after day, they gazed upwards merely to validate this prophecy, remaining steadfast in their duty even in the face of the ominous red moon symbolizing the end. Such dedication was not something everyone possessed. Roland nodded. He won't shut this place down. He picked up his coat and started walking towards the exit. As he was about to leave the room, he turned to look at the chief astrologer, who was bowing in farewell. Roland said, when he has some time later, he'll provide the chief astrologer with better tools for observing, along with real knowledge of astrology. The chief astrologer looked puzzled by this promise. Without further explanation, Roland continued, moreover, even if the red moon does approach, it won't signify the end. They will certainly survive. The group boarded the basket of the hot air balloon, heading towards the royal palace. As they ascended, Lightning, perched on the edge of the basket, inquired, "What happened?" Gazing down at the astrologers, Roland recounted the events from the hall. He initially intended to relocate all of them to the Western Territory, but after considering their decades of watchful duty, he decided to let them complete their final vigil at the observatory. Wendy smiled. Roland truly is a benevolent ruler. Maisie, flapping her wings, repeated the same sentence. At this, Roland speculated that the star of annihilation they awaited might be related to what Agatha mentioned. The appearance of the red moon heralding the apocalypse, this prophecy was very likely associated with the witches. These events might have originated from the survivors of the Federation who established their city and kingdom here, passing down the lore through generations and entrusting the early astrologers with this task. As Lightning and Maisie playfully interact, Roland remains silent. Nightingale, sensing this, asked if something was weighing on his mind. Roland confessed that he'd recently reviewed the family history in the library, and there was no mention of the astrologers. The foremost ancestor was listed as Mond Wimbledon, with the first king being Turok Wimbledon. Neither the construction of the observatory nor any higher-ranking overseer was referenced. Someone had erased this part from history. Who could have done this? If someone wanted to hide something, why leave behind so much information? As an heir, one couldn't possibly be unaware of the true purpose of the observatory. What exactly happened with the Wimbledon family for centuries ago? In a mansion. Duke Calvin Cond stood up in disbelief, looking at the messenger before him. A cup on the table was thrown onto the ground, the cup shattering with a crisp sound. The messenger, with a grave face, relayed, he saw it all with his own eyes. The rebel prince, Roland, took the royal capital in just a day, and King Timothy has been captured. How is that possible? Murmured Calvin. That's the royal capital they are talking about. The massive, 50-foot-tall blue marble walls, thousands of guards and knights, with tons of the best trebuchets, and the snow powder. No force, even numbering in the tens of thousands, could breach it within a day. The messenger's voice trembled as he remembered the powerful weapons Roland wielded. Not even the knights, after consuming the church's pill, could halt their advance. Calvin's mind went blank, consumed by a singular thought: everything is over. Just over a week ago, he had received a command from Timothy, requesting him to send troops to aid the royal capital. As the newly ennobled Duke of the Northern Territories, he naturally had to respond. He had drawn a force of 2,500 men from his territory from various nobles and families, who had already set off quite some time ago. He knew well that having dispatched these forces would be deemed an act of rebellion in Roland's eyes, even if they hadn't reached the royal capital. Disturbed by the commotion, a young woman entered the room. She had a training sword hanging by her side, asking her father, "What happened?" He gazed intently at his daughter, and jumped towards his daughter, hoping she might offer a way out. Upon hearing that the fourth prince had taken the royal capital in a single day, his daughter's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, she quickly regained her composure and chuckled, asking if Calvin now saw why she had declined the proposal to marry Timothy. Calvin's eyes widened in shock. Had his daughter anticipated all of this back then? Edith, untying her ribbon, allowed her long hair to cascade down her shoulders. She shook her head. She didn't foresee the fall of the royal capital in a day. She simply believed that Timothy wasn't the right match for her. Calvin couldn't help but lament internally. Timothy was, after all, the ruler of Grey Castle. Even if his reign was brief, he was the veritable king of a kingdom. If someone of that stature wasn't suitable, then who on earth was worthy in her eyes? Edith, bending down to pick up the broken porcelain pieces. She then remarked that they should immediately recall the troops they had dispatched. Regret tinged Calvin's voice. The troops have been on the move for 4 days, and they aren't even certain of their exact route. He fears it might be too late to call them back. Edith arranged the broken pieces into the shape of 3 cities on the table. Advised her father to send someone to Valley Town immediately. If they leave now, they should arrive by dusk and then take a boat to the royal capital by dawn. This way, they should reach the capital a day before their troops. Regardless of which route their troops take, they will ultimately converge on the main road leading to the northern gate. If they search in the opposite direction along this route, they should be able to intercept their forces before they reach the outskirts of the royal capital. Calvin immediately issued the order, urging the messenger to set out now. Once the messenger had rushed off, Edith continued questioning her father if they could withstand an assault from the fourth prince. Calvin felt a shiver run down his spine. The walls of Eternal Night City weren't even half as large as those of the royal capital. They would likely crumble in less than a day when faced with those terrifying fire weapons. Edith added, merely recalling their forces won't be enough. Her father became a duke by aligning with Timothy. In Roland's eyes, their family might be seen as no different from an enemy. If they want their family lineage to continue, they must do more and be more proactive. Calvin understood the situation. He must pledge allegiance to Prince Roland. But how can the fourth prince be convinced to trust him, he questioned. With a swift motion, Edith brandished her training sword, smashing 2 of the 3 fragments on the table into dust. She declared, with sincerity. In the evening, Calvin summoned the northern nobles to the castle. The news that Timothy had failed to hold out even for a day was shocking, and for a moment, no one dared to speak in the great hall. After a long silence, someone finally suggested, why don't they send an envoy to feel out the intentions of the fourth prince? This was immediately agreed upon by another noble. If Roland does not interfere with the northern territory, then let him be king. Count Lister sneered, if they show any trace of weakness from the start, the ropes could be tightened around their necks at any time. In Roland's eyes, they are already traitors. An older nobleman clutches his fist while saying Roland killed his brother, he must pay the price. Another noble agreed, saying that the northern territory is treacherous and that while Roland's army might be invincible in plains and rivers, they might not necessarily win here. The hall gradually became noisy with similar comments. Because of the stances of the Lister and Hose families, people starting to shift on their side. Calvin remained silent but was becoming increasingly anxious. The attention then turned to him, questioning if Calvin had pledged his loyalty to the fourth prince. Just as Calvin was about to speak, Count Lister stood up and interrupted, there's nothing more to discuss then. Before leaving, he added with a smirk, if Calvin wants the fourth prince to spare his life, Calvin can offer up Edith with her hands bound and send her to the royal palace. Calvin's 2 sons, outraged at the insult to their sister, reached for their weapons, but Calvin gestured them to sit down. With unabashed audacity, Count Lister, standing at the door, commented on the fourth prince's fondness for beautiful women. Roland will surely spare Calvin's life seeing Edith naked on his bed. The laughter of the crowd abruptly halted as they saw a sword protruding from behind Count Lister, its bloody tip reflecting the dim glow. Edith, smiling, looked at the Count and asked if he was referring to her. Count Lister's body helplessly slid to one side. Count Hose's eyes widened in horror as he called for the guards, but all the guards at the door had been taken down. Edith, holding her sword, addressed Count Hose, perhaps Count Hose has forgotten who truly holds the northern territory. The vassals of the Lister and Hose family drew their swords, while the small nobles were paralyzed with fear. Calvin, no longer interested in verbal disputes, shouted to everyone to drop their weapons. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be shown no mercy. The two families ignored Calvin's words and clashed with the other side. Edith and her eyes are on Aiden Hose. He is the strongest knight in the Hose family. She first hurled a bottle of wine at him, then leaped onto a long wooden table, attacking him from above with her sword. At the critical moment, Aiden displayed a well-trained knight's reflexes, deflecting Edith's every move. Edith's face showed no fear, her gaze fixed intently on him. Aiden noticed her determination and realized that, in front of him, was a woman who was every bit as skilled as a professional knight. Confident in his superior strength, he swung mightily at Edith. Her sword was knocked from her grasp, and she lost her balance, tumbling off the table. Calvin yelled for his guards to aid Edith, but events were unfolding too rapidly for anyone to intervene. As Edith hit the floor, she made a swift move, slicing off a leg of the table. Unaware of this, Aiden, in his attempt to deliver a finishing blow, jumped onto the now unstable table. To his surprise, the table collapsed under Aiden's weight. Aiden crashed to the floor, hitting his head hard. Edith jumped onto Aiden's back, drew a dagger from her belt, and finished him off. Calvin looked at his daughter with a mixture of awe and relief. He stood up from his seat and surveyed the room. The smaller nobles all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. He declared loudly, "Lister and Hose family have been executed for their conspiracy against King Wimbledon. The rest of them have a choice, either follow the lead of these two corpses or pledge loyalty to the new king." The response was unanimous. The remaining vessels and guards dropped their weapons, and the nobles knelt in submission. Calvin used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his daughter's face. He asked if it was over and if King Roland would accept them. Edith teased, recalling her father's previous reference to Roland as a rebel prince. Calvin shot her a glance, reminding her that she'd said the same thing just a day before. Realizing that resistance was futile, and that submission was their best option, they considered the next steps. Edith reasoned that while they could make all the overtures of loyalty and submission, the ultimate decision would rest with King Roland. He could choose to place his trusted man in the Northern Territory, or even strip Calvin of some of his noble privileges. But, as Edith pointed out, nothing guaranteed their safety. But at least now, they had a fighting chance to prove their worth and loyalty. Calvin pondered this for a while, clearly struggling with the reality of the situation. While the truth stung, he knew his daughter was right. Edith, sensing her father's despondence, tried to lighten the mood. She reminded him that they needed to consolidate their power and reclaim the estates and lands of the two deceased counts. Only by demonstrating their capability and resourcefulness would they stand a chance of being accepted by King Roland. Calvin gazed at his daughter, seeming to realize what she intended to do next. Edith spoke earnestly, "She will personally escort these two heads to the royal capital and present them to King Roland as a testament to their loyalty. She wants to be the envoy for her father." Barav stared at the tall and blue city wall. After a year and a half, he had finally returned to the royal capital. The cement ship slowly docked, and Barav, accompanied by Kyle, traversed the familiar streets to enter the royal palace. Barav was filled with overwhelming excitement. The fourth prince had defeated Timothy as expected and did so cleanly and decisively. Once again, it proved that no one could withstand the mighty army of the Western Territory Lord. And now, Roland had finally become the king. Upon arriving at the study, Barav, with a heart full of emotion, knelt on one knee and exclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty." But when he learned that Roland had not yet been officially crowned and proclaimed the rest of the kingdom, Barav grew anxious. After consulting the ministers, Roland discovered that a complete coronation ceremony would take several months to prepare. Invitations would have to be sent to the church and the other three kingdoms, and only after their envoys arrived could the ceremony begin. Even excluding the church, Kingdom of Eternal Winter, and Wolfheart Kingdom now, just getting in touch with the Kingdom of Dawn would take more than a month. This would seriously hinder the objectives of the spring offensive. At this point, there wasn't much Barov could say. Roland then turned to Kyle, hoping he could recruit talent from the Royal Capital's Alchemist Association. With a smile, he asked Kyle if his chief alchemist would have a way to persuade the alchemists of the Royal Capital. Kyle laughed and said, "Of course." Recent events in the Royal Capital made Royal Capital's chief alchemist Bernard increasingly uneasy. Although the capital had gradually returned to calm, the fourth prince had yet to visit the Alchemist Association. Instead, he went to the Astral Observatory first. This seemed to be an ominous sign. Suddenly, a disciple rushed to the chief, shouting, "His Majesty is here." Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned to the disciple. The disciple pointed to the sky and said, "From above." A huge hot air balloon descended, landing in the center of the Alchemist Association. An alchemist standing beside Bernard remarked, "This must be the device the fourth prince used to travel to the Astral Observatory." Bernard whispered, gripping the person's arm, telling him it's fine for them to call him the prince in private, but they should show proper respect during the formal introduction. As the basket touched the ground, Roland, Kyle, and Nightingale stepped out. Led by the three chief alchemists, all the alchemists bowed in unison to welcome Roland's arrival. Roland smiled, recalling tales from his childhood about the renowned Alchemist Association. Whether it was crystal glass or perfume, their alchemical products were highly sought after, even exported to the far as the fjords, bringing substantial profits to Grey Castle. Roland told the three chief alchemists that after he arrived in the border town, Roland had also built an alchemy workshop. Upon hearing this, almost made the three chiefs burst into laughter. They struggled to hold back, their expressions betraying a hint of irony. "Setting up an alchemy workshop is like stacking up an equivalent weight in gold," one remarked sarcastically. Roland casually responded, "Is that so?" Yet, Roland didn't invest much gold. Everyone knows how barren the border town is. At first, Roland could only set up a few wooden sheds as refining rooms. Now, they have expanded and now produce numerous products, including glass and perfume. He added nonchalantly. Roland was curious, where does the Alchemist Association spend all the gold it consumes each year? Bernard's heart sank as he discerned Roland's implication. Roland gestured towards Kyle, "This is Border Town's chief alchemist. Kyle will review the accomplishments of the Royal Capital's Alchemist Association. If there haven't been any innovative products in recent years, Roland thinks it would be best to shut down the association. After all, they've just experienced a war and many streets and residences require gold for repairs." This statement caused an uproar among the alchemists. Bernard, holding back the two other furious chief alchemists, urgently said, "Roland has limited knowledge of alchemy, so it's likely he's been misled. The art of alchemy is vast and diverse, every formula represents a new achievement. No one can assert that a particular reaction's success is meaningless, and its value can't be simply measured in gold. If anyone says otherwise, they must be deceiving." Roland looked towards Kyle, who responded, "The Alchemist Association speaks this way because their understanding of alchemy is merely superficial. Kyle is willing to demonstrate to Roland that their formulas are nothing new, and whether their results are of any use has already been determined." Upon hearing Kyle's words, the alchemists glared at him fiercely. Bernard gritted his teeth. Though he is furious, his perception of Kyle is nothing but a madman. In his heart, Bernard already had a plan. If he could present a formula that Kyle couldn't decipher, it would prove Kyle was deceiving the king. Confidently, Kyle stepped forward, challenging the three chief alchemists to lay out their ingredients, and he would predict the alchemical result. They quickly entered the laboratory where various materials and a blank sheet of paper lay on a table. Kyle glanced briefly, looking slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the Alchemist Association to discover the dual stone acid method. Kyle correctly stated the resulting compounds would be multiple solids and an acid that could corrode metal. While answering, he wrote a series of chemical formulas on the paper. One of the chief alchemists' faces went pale, admitting Kyle was right. The observing alchemists began whispering among themselves, surprised that Kyle had swiftly answered the formula presented by the first chief alchemist. Bernard brushed it off, saying it was a lucky guess. There are still 2 more questions. For the second problem, Kyle took a casual look and identified a trap, knowing this was a reaction of iron sulfate with a copper strip. He stated that if the acid content is too low, the reaction can't proceed. If the concentration is high, heating it will turn the liquid blue, and bubbles will rise. Kyle picked up the bottle, shaking it slightly. He observed the white solid submerged in water, remarking, "This substance is quite rare. If left exposed to the air, it can spontaneously ignite, producing white smoke and leaving behind a white solid." Bernard was completely stunned. The number of people who have seen the solid probably doesn't exceed 10. He never imagined Kyle would know about it. The crowd was instantly abuzz. Everyone began bombarding Kyle with questions. To Bernard's surprise, the atmosphere in the hall shifted rapidly. Alchemists' anger transitioned to seeking guidance, and their attitude became markedly more respectful. It was then Bernard realized that Kyle was seen as one of the chief alchemists in everyone's eyes. A bald chief alchemist in the crowd banged hard on a table, silencing everyone. Saying, "These are merely formulas that the Alchemist Association has long understood," he declared loudly. If Kyle truly knows all the formulas like the back of his hand, then present one that none of them have ever seen. Perhaps, the ultimate pursuit of alchemy? The alchemists present felt such a feat was impossible. But to everyone's disbelief, Kyle's lips curled into a slight smile. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the Alchemist Association members, Kyle confidently said, "If they simply want to see turning stone into gold?" "Of course." A chief alchemist turned to Kyle, stuttering, "Have Kyle really refined the Philosopher's Stone?" The hall went dead silent, an answer everyone was eager to hear. Kyle shook his head. "The so-called Philosopher's Stone, as legend has it among alchemists, can transform into any substance." He smirked, "Is just a fabrication by ancient alchemists seeking shortcuts. What Kyle is about to show them is the true mystery of the world." He took out a glass tube from his pouch, displaying it grandly. He asked a young man nearby for a cup of clean water. Murmurs filled the room. They all recognized the tube's transparent, flawless hue, identifying it as high-quality crystal glass. Kyle took a block of melantorite from the table and smashed one end of the tube into shards, eliciting gasps of regret from the onlookers. They can't believe that Kyle would just break that high-quality crystal glass like that. He then requested 2 lead rods. One of the chiefs interrupted Kyle, asserting that since it's an alchemical reaction, it wouldn't matter who performed it, suggesting there might be some street performer trickery at play. They should proceed with caution. Kyle, unfazed, merely smiled, agreeing that the final step, whether done by an alchemist or an apprentice, would yield the same result. Bernard volunteered to proceed. Kyle instructed Bernard to wear gloves and a face shield. Holding a rod, Bernard carefully placed it in the cup. To his astonishment, a golden hue appeared on the surface of the lead rod. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Someone yelled out, "That's gold!" The bald chief in disbelief said, "It could be just copper. Kyle can't possibly know the method to transmute metals into gold. Otherwise, Kyle could have bought the entire Grey Castle with unlimited gold, instead of merely being the chief alchemist for a border town lord." Kyle shook his head. He chose this path not for gold or wealth, but for understanding this world. If anyone believes otherwise, they can conduct their own experiments. Surely the chief alchemists of the royal capital can distinguish between copper and gold? Yet the subsequent verification revealed no surprises. The golden strands from the lead rod were scraped off, placed in a dish, and melted over a flame, coalescing into a lump. Clearly, it wasn't copper, it was genuine gold. A sense of familiarity struck Bernard as he looked at Kyle. Memories from 30 years ago overlapped with the figure knelt before him. A young Kyle had been rejected by Bernard from joining the Royal Capital's Alchemist Association. Kyle later returned to Crimson Water City to continue his research, discovering his second alchemical formula only when he turned 30. 6 years later, he became the chief alchemist of Crimson Water City. Throughout this time, Kyle always saw the royal capital's Alchemist Association as a competitor, even though they never regarded Crimson Water City's Alchemist Association as a threat. It was Roland, from the remote border town, who eventually reached out to Kyle, opening new doors for him. As the apprentices swarmed around Kyle, bombarding him with questions about the real gold before them, Kyle raised his hand to quell the clamor. He explained that what they witnessed came from an ancient book. It encompassed all potential alchemical formulas and revealed the mysteries of the universe's composition. Through it, Kyle declared, they can even predict alchemical formulas they've never seen before, including transmutation into gold. If they follow Kyle to the Western Territory, Kyle promises to teach them all. Back in the palace, Kyle expressed his desire to return to the border town. Sipping his tea, Roland remarked, Kyle can find the best entertainment here. If he leaves now, he might not have the chance to return for a long while. Kyle sternly replied, he is not like His Majesty Roland. He doesn't wish to leave any lingering ties here. There's much work to be done in the laboratory and chemical factory. Roland felt somewhat stifled by the response. Ever since the stabilization of the situation in the city, everything became odd. At first, he heard many women claim to be his lovers, and later, even alleged children appeared. He knew these were mere rumors, but the problem was that his previous reputation had been so tarnished that many would believe even the most outlandish tales. Roland cleared his throat, informing Kyle that he would arrange for a steamship to transport him back to the Western Territory tomorrow. After a respectful bow, Kyle departed. Nevertheless, Roland felt joyous, knowing Kyle would be taking a multitude of alchemists with him to the Western Territory. Nightingale emerged from the mist, teasingly asking Roland if his happiness was because of Miss Bird and Lady Rosef. Roland nearly choked on his tea, laughing it off and explaining his delight was due to the 320 alchemists willing to travel to the Western Territory. These skilled individuals, with just a bit of training, would be invaluable assets to both him and the Western Territory. Roland scanned the list, chuckling as he noticed the last few names. The names of the 3 chief alchemists from the Alchemist Association were there too. Kyle hadn't rejected them. Before leaving, Kyle had told Roland that he had reclaimed what was rightfully his. Knowing about the rift between Kyle and the Royal Alchemist Association, Roland had initially thought Kyle would seek harsh retribution. Yet, to his surprise, Kyle chose not to perpetuate the animosity. Having gained the recognition he deserved, Kyle had graciously accepted Bernard and the other 2 chief alchemists into the city of Neverwinter. This filled Roland's heart with warmth. Despite the challenging times, there were still individuals who steadfastly walked the right path. As long as they were within his territory, the kingdom would surely flourish. Roland said it was time to return. Nightingale inquired, has something happened in Neverwinter? Roland shook his head, revealing that Honey and Lien had returned. Nightingale's voice seemed slightly subdued for some reason as she suggested, there's no need for such a grand assembly for the return. It's just 2 people. They can have Lightning and Maisie bring them here. They'll be much faster than the hot air balloon and would reach the royal capital within a day. Roland replied with excitement, but the letter mentioned that Tilly has sent a few more new witches. The vast expanse of the sea had returned to its usual azure hue. Captain Jack watched his ship, as sailors on the masts called out commands and pulled thick ropes, gradually unfurling the sails. In the unpredictable weather of the sea, this routine of hoisting and lowering the sails took place several times daily. He thought to himself how much easier life would be if he had one of those ships from border town that didn't need sails to navigate. The witches mentioned he could buy one. Taking a deep puff from his pipe, his face filled with concern. He'd heard from merchants that such a steamship would cost more than 1,000 gold, so much that even selling him won't be enough. Breeze playfully added that in the sleeping curse, Lien's wage was calculated in hundreds of gold. The last time, the fat merchant had even considered hiring her long-term for over 1,000 gold. If just Lien was valued, imagine the value of all four of them together. Lien, annoyed, playfully punched Breeze, saying that merchant was awful. Don't ever mention his name again. Breeze pulled her into a hug, chuckling softly. She was just joking, how could she ever think of selling Lien? Honey added that after Lady Tilly had heard about it, she'd specifically negotiated with the merchant associations to ensure such incidents wouldn't happen in the future. Captain Jack exhaled a ring of smoke, observing the camaraderie among the group. He asked, "It seems the other two don't talk to them much?" Referring to the two other witches, there was a brief silence among the trio. After a moment, Breeze finally said, "They were originally witches from the Blood Fong Association of Wolfshart Kingdom. They supported Heidi Morgan more than they did Lady Tilly." Captain Jack stroked his chin in thought. The name Morgan belonged to the royal family of Wolfhart. He seemed to realize something and decided not to press further. Back on the slumbering isle, Ashes, holding Tilly, inquired if sending Iffy and Shadowfeathers to the border town was a request made by Heidi Morgan. Tilly set down her quill and leaned back comfortably. Heidi doesn't want Tilly to be the sole point of contact with outside powers, and Tilly don't have a reason to refuse her. Ashes appeared somewhat annoyed, telling Tilly that Roland is her brother. What makes Heidi think she can hold the same place as Tilly? Tilly chuckled and shook her head, because Heidi is also a member of the royal family. The higher the status, the thinner the ties of kinship become. This is the same in any kingdom. Heidi is acutely aware of this, which is why she made this decision. Ashes realized Heidi's intentions then. Heidi's plans were clear. She wanted to compete with Tilly for Roland's support. Camilla had once mentioned that during Tilly's absence, Heidi had challenged Tilly's doctrine of witch equality on the slumbering isle. It was only Tilly's amiable nature and tolerance that garnered the trust of witches who had suffered under the church's oppression, bringing them together. However, this didn't mean that someone could mistake kindness for weakness and push the boundaries of trust. If someone dared disrupt the peace, Ashes would undoubtedly not spare them. Ashes believed it might be best to have a discussion with Heidi. But before she could turn away, Tilly grasped her arm, looking into Ashes' eyes, telling her that she didn't have a reason to refuse Heidi. The slumbering isle is everyone's home. All witches here are free citizens. As long as their actions don't threaten the safety and peace of the slumbering isle, Tilly won't stand in their way. She paused and said, "Sending them to the Western Territory isn't a bad idea after all." Ashes looked at Tilly with confusion. Tilly asked Ashes if she ever wondered why, at first, the Bloodfang witches were no different from other witches, but now they're starting to stand out. Most of the witches from the Bloodfang were combat witches. The pressure from the church used to weigh heavily on everyone's hearts, forcing them to stick together to survive. But now, with the churches on the fjord completely eradicated, Slumbering Isle has gained a more relaxed environment, and people's feelings and opinions have naturally started to fluctuate. This is a normal phenomenon. Tilly slowly stood up, emphasizing that mere suppression is not the answer. To have everyone work together as they did initially, they need a powerful enemy. Perhaps the demons, the Federation's crushing defeat 400 years ago, and the upcoming Third Divine War are all events only if Heidi understands it personally, it would comprehend better than simply hearing from Tilly. And in the border town, what they can witness is far more than just these events. Tilly opened the door and looked outside, explaining that only by going to the border town would they see how non-combat witches could also play an irreplaceable role. They would witness how ordinary people could have abilities comparable to combat witches, and see the amazing effects produced when everyone unites. Like this door, only by pushing it open could they welcome a broader world. Ashes silently gazed at the woman bathed in sunlight, unable to utter a word. After a long while, Tilly turned back with a mischievous smile, hoping her brother would understand why she chose Iffy and Shadowfeather. In the border town, Anna nudged Roland next to her, telling him it was time to get up. Roland turned and pulled her into his arms, telling Anna to wait a bit longer. After returning to the city of Neverwinter from the royal capital, they spent the entire night together. The brief separation made their reunion particularly passionate, leading to both of them being here all day. Anna, for the first time, missed her magical practice session. Not that she didn't want to attend, but Roland wouldn't let her leave. After some time, she pushed Roland away, reminding him that Wendy and the others should be returning soon. With new witches arriving, Roland should make preparations. Roland softly acknowledged, then climbed out of bed. The two dressed, and the water in the basin on the table had already cooled. Anna used her ability to warm it up a bit. Witches began walking into the castle's main hall, with Roland joining them. He spotted familiar faces. It was Lien, Honey, and Breeze alongside two unfamiliar faces. Breeze was the first to speak, congratulating Roland on becoming the king of Greycastle. Roland chuckled, mentioning that he hadn't held a coronation ceremony, so addressing him in the old manner was acceptable. Roland welcomed everyone to the border town, expressing his hopes for their pleasant stay. Breeze bowed in respect. Lien and Honey also curtsied, while the other two witches gave a simple chest salute but with cautious expressions. Honey brought up the scarves Roland had given them on their last visit. She teased that Lien wore hers every day and wanted to personally thank Roland. Lien instantly blushed and shyly said, "Thank you very much, Lord Roland." Roland smiled, telling Lien, "There's no need for such formality. Things haven't changed much since she left." Wendy came over to hug Lien and Honey, expressing that they were still sisters at heart. Evelyn and Candle looked a bit wary when they eyed the two new witches. After the banquet, Roland summoned the three of them and Wendy to his office. Since their arrival at the castle, Roland had been curious about something. He wanted to understand more about the two named Iffy and Shadowfeather. Weren't they from Slumbering Isle as well? Breeze briefly explained their origins, and Roland then understood that the witches from Slumbering Isle had different organizational affiliations, which explained their apparent unfamiliarity with each other. Breeze said Iffy could use her magic to summon cages, capable of trapping enemies far stronger than her. Even Ashes, if she didn't wear the Stone of God's punishment, would find it hard to escape if trapped. Shadowfeather wasn't a combat witch, but her power was unique. Anything she touched would become sticky. Once bonded, objects couldn't be separated until her magic wore off. Roland, with an expression of surprise, commented, "Such abilities should be very useful. How could that witch from the Wolfheart Kingdom, Heidi Morgan, agree to send someone with such capabilities over to the border town?" Breeze said, "The members of the Blood Fang Association are all very powerful. Not only are there many combat witches, but the remaining non-combat witches also possess outstanding abilities. Also, she hates to admit it, but the rapid development of Slumbering Isle owes much to them. However, they always seem to see themselves as superior and often bully other witches with weaker abilities. If it weren't for Lady Tilly's strong intervention, the number of witches heading to the fjords would be halved or more." This revelation helped Roland understand the peculiar behavior he'd observed in Evelyn and Candle when they were around the Blood Fang witches. But what puzzled him was why Tilly sent combat witches, especially when the month of the demons had ended. Reflecting on the letter Tilly had sent him, Roland remembered a particular ancient book and a picture of the demons. There were also various magic stones. An idea began to form in his mind. Could it be? Roland got into a deep thought. While it carried significant risk, the potential rewards were also immense. Nightingale, noticing Roland's deep thought, gently stroked his head and asked, "What's on Roland's mind?" Cold sweat formed on Roland's brow, and his heart raced. He hadn't anticipated that Tilly would leave such a crucial decision up to him. Everyone looked at Roland, asking, what did he mean? Roland, with gravitas in each word, declared, "They will be capturing the demons." The next morning, Roland took the witches to the forest behind the castle, with Shadowfeather being the first to undergo the test. She stuck several large stones together. Nightingale remarked that Shadowfeather's control over her magical powers was impressive and that her magic consumption was minimal. Even Axe couldn't pry the bonded stones apart with his full strength. Roland inquired how long she could maintain her magic at its strongest. Shadow Feather said that if it was just about sticking ordinary stones, with her full magical power, it could last for many decades, although she had never actually tested this limit. The most significant thing she had ever bonded with was a part of the seawall on Slumbering Isle. For the first time, a hint of pride showed on her usually stern face. She recalled that during a high tide, a segment of the seawall that rose on Slumbering Isle had a massive crack. Unfortunately, Lian wasn't on the island at the time. Shadow Feather converted the entire crevice into an adhesive bond, and by stuffing it with hemp and stone pieces, stopped the incoming seawater. Without this fix, the wall would not have lasted until the next high tide. Somehow, as she narrated this incident, it almost felt like she was silently urging Roland to praise her. Roland nodded in approval, saying, "Well done." Upon receiving the affirmation, Shadow Feather's expression reverted to her usual calm demeanor. The next witch to be tested was Breeze. While Roland had met her before, during her last visit to the western region, she hadn't had the chance to stay. Breeze expressed her delight at the opportunity to revisit the western region. Roland, with a smile, replied he hoped Breeze could enjoy life in the city of Neverwinter and make up for the regrets of the last trip. Feel free to ask Wendy if she has any requests. Breeze's power was domain control. Anyone entering within 5 meters of her would involuntarily act according to her will. She used her ability, and suddenly, Carter and Axe started dancing. Breeze mentioned she could use this power about 10 times a day. Roland nodded, recognizing it was a very powerful close combat ability. Plus, the domain was invisible to the naked eye. If she got within the 5-meter radius, she could control the fate of their enemy. Lastly, there was Iffy. Her magic could conjure a cage to instantly trap approaching enemies. She could also constrict the cage to inflict fatal damage. At most, Iffy could trap 2 adversaries. She provocatively glanced at Nightingale, claiming that not even Ash could escape. She suggested testing her power on Maisie, having heard Maisie could transform into a giant beast. Roland thought for a moment and nodded. Maisie soon flew over, landing on Roland's head, noticeably heavier than before. Roland explained the test, transforming into a giant beast to see if she could break free from Iffy's magical cage. Maisie nodded happily and agreed. With a leap, Maisie transformed into a massive creature, its large body covering the sun. Roland noted she seemed larger than her initial transformation. Iffy then smirked, extending her right hand. Dozens of purple threads emerged, quickly enclosing Maisie. Despite Maisie's attempts to break free, the cage remained unyielding. Maisie laughed and said she was really trapped and complimented the cage to be very sturdy. Roland noted that this ability could also capture any demon riding aboard. Roland instructs Iffy to stop her ability. Iffy suddenly clenched her fist. The cage constricted, embedding its bars into Maisie, causing Maisie to cry out in pain. Everyone rushed forward, drawing their weapon, demanding Iffy to stop, and asking what was she doing. Iffy curled her lips and casually dismissed the cage with one hand, leaving Maisie collapsing onto the ground. Lightning launched at Iffy with full speed, cursing her for being a douchebag. Just as her fist was about to land on Iffy's face, Iffy flung another cage, ensnaring Lightning and tossing her aside. As Lightning prepared to charge again, Roland stepped in front of Iffy, raising his hand. With a resounding slap, everyone froze. Iffy, most shocked of all, stared at Roland in disbelief. After a moment, she knelt, admitting her impropriety. Roland was furious. Roland didn't want to raise his hand against a woman, but seeing Maisie on the ground triggered an instinct. He acted without thinking, feeling as enraged as if his own daughter had been bullied. He demanded an explanation. Iffy calmly stated that people often exhibit more strength in dire situations. She just wanted accurate test results. She concluded that even evolved non-combat witches were still limited, and power evolution couldn't make up for inherent disparities. Roland was flabbergasted. What kind of environment did this person grow up in to think that hurting a fellow witch for a mere test was acceptable? Roland looked towards Maisie, asking Wendy about her condition. Wendy, with a heart full of pain, rolled up Maisie's sleeve to reveal the distinct marks left by the cage's constriction. Maisie buried her face in Wendy's arms, her voice filled with a sense of fear and sadness. Iffy dismissed the concern, stating that she was aware of the force she used and that such minor injuries would heal in a day or two for a witch. Roland, in a fit of rage, interrupted her, demanding an apology. Iffy looked at him in surprise and uttered an apology, but only to Roland. When Roland pointed at Maisie and insisted she apologize to her too, this time, she gritted her teeth, lowering her head but remained silent, her demeanor clearly stating she wouldn't apologize to Maisie. Upon seeing this, Roland's anger surged. It seemed the situation on Slumbering Isle might be far worse than he imagined. If the members of the Bloodfang Association behaved this way on his territory, what would it be like on Slumbering Isle? Perhaps there was constant dissent and defiance. More importantly, the issue was that Iffy saw no wrong in her actions. Roland knew he could come up with countless ways to punish her, but that would do nothing to correct her misguided sense of morality. Recalling the purpose behind Tilly sending the witches here, he sighed. Having previously boasted about being the dependable big brother Tilly could turn to, he couldn't simply punish Iffy and return her back to the Slumbering Isle. If he couldn't help Tilly pacify the conflicts on Slumbering Isle, the unity there would crumble. While he might attract some witches to his side, he would forever lose Tilly's trust. To make Iffy genuinely realize her mistake, Roland knew he had to challenge and break the very foundation of her pride and beliefs. Roland's voice grew colder, challenging Iffy. Questioning if she thinks that being stronger than others gives her the right to disregard the feelings of those she deems weaker? Do Iffy see herself as superior just because she's a combat witch? His gaze was piercing, making Iffy visibly uncomfortable. Roland continued, in thinking that combat witches should be held in higher regard than other witches. Does she believe that in the face of external threats, combat witches are more important for the group's survival? Such a thought is both pitiable and laughable. If it truly came to a fight, her excessive reliance on her own powers ensures that she stands no chance. Iffy's eyes flashed with anger and disbelief. Iffy's voice was dripping with contempt. Questioning if Roland believes that a non-combat witch can defeat her. Roland smirked. Most members of the Witches' Union could easily do so, even those who've never used their abilities in combat. His eyes then subtly shifted to Lightning, who after a moment of realization, gave a small nod of agreement. Roland is delusional, Iffy retorted dismissively. Roland proposed, then have Maisie truly test her skills. Maisie will personally show Iffy that Iffy has no right to consider herself superior to any witch. Iffy's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to process that Roland considered her opponent to be what she deemed a stupid pigeon. The duel is set for tomorrow, Roland declared, enunciating each word carefully, and by then, Iffy'll understand that she is not as powerful as she believes herself to be. Returning to their room, Iffy found a meal prepared and laid out on the dining table in their living room. Clearly, they were not expected to dine in the main hall today. This was unexpected. They had thought they would go hungry and only drink water that evening. Shadowfeather thought there would be something inside this food, with a hint of suspicion. Some kind of drug, perhaps, that causes endless diarrhea? Without hesitation, Iffy grabbed a piece of bread and took a bite. Shadowfeather watched her, eyebrows furrowed, asking her if was it really necessary to escalate things to this point. Lady Heidi might have asked them to assess the situation here, but she never instructed Iffy to cause a scene in front of the prince. Iffy touched her swollen cheek, recalling Lady Heidi's words about how rulers who waged wars and conquered territories should value combat witches more. However, today's events had taken her by surprise. This secular lord seemed to treat all witches equally. But that wasn't the most shocking part. The biggest surprise was Maisie. Iffy had never imagined that the seemingly stupid bird, who often couldn't even finish her sentences, was so beloved by so many witches, including the Lord himself. When Maisie appeared, the smiles of those around her were genuine. Yet, on Slumbering Isle, Maisie was nothing more than a dispensable pet. This realization ignited a raging jealousy and anger within Iffy. She slammed her fist on the table, viewing it as a betrayal. They had come to this land to demonstrate their worth, to make Roland understand their importance. In Iffy's eyes, combat witches were always the strongest, and she was determined to prove that to Roland. Returning to the room after dinner, Lightning urged Maisie to not hold back and to make that douchebag cry and beg for mercy. Maisie sat at the edge of her bed, her face hidden behind her hair, softly nodded, and said she understood. Lightning pushed aside her long white hair, holding onto her cheek, clearly recognizing that Maisie had no actual intention of giving Iffy a beating. Maisie looked at Lightning, her eyes reddened. "If Maisie doesn't make Iffy cry this time," Lightning said teasingly, "she won't bring the cowardly Maisie on any more adventures." Maisie hesitated, her expression even more teary. Another voice sounded from behind them. "Maisie isn't a coward," she interjected. "A coward couldn't have battled demons, and she even saved my life once." Emerging from the mist, Nightingale approached the bed and karate-chopped Lightning's head, telling Lightning she shouldn't have said that. The young girl held her head, admitting she just didn't want Maisie to back down when it mattered most. Nightingale sighed and gently held Maisie's hand. "This contest isn't simply between Maisie and Iffy," she said softly. His Majesty Roland arranged this to make the witches of the Bloodfang realize their mistakes and change their attitude towards other witches. There are many witches like Evelyn and Candle on the Slumbering Owl who've had similar experiences. If Maisie can teach her a lesson, in a way, Maisie is helping all of them. Nightingale gazed intently at Maisie, reminding her that she wasn't just fighting for herself this time but for everyone, just like when they faced the demons. Maisie blinked and gave a slight nod. With a relieved smile, Nightingale added, "Roland even said that if Maisie wins this time, Maisie will have unlimited ice cream sandwiches and pepper-grilled barbecue for a whole week, just for Maisie alone." Maisie's eyes lit up instantly, promising a decisive victory. The next day, outside the city walls on a grassy field, around 10 witches gathered around Roland. They overwhelmingly voiced their support for Maisie. Shadowfeather yawned, saying she won't be cheering for Iffy since she won't hear it anyway. Iffy slowly stepped into the designated area, looking coldly at Maisie across from her, thinking scornfully. If having more supporters meant victory, then the church would have unified the continent long ago. Mockingly, she suggested to Maisie that it wasn't too late to admit defeat now. Maisie replied with a determination that she wouldn't lose. Taken aback, Iffy wondered when Maisie had become so audacious to speak with such confidence. She scoffed, saying she'd lock Maisie up in a cage and never let her out. Standing tall, Maisie declared that Iffy wouldn't be able to catch her. The only one who could do so in the sky was Lightning. At the sound of the duel starting whistle, Iffy wasted no time, charging straight at Maisie. She arrogantly believed that even if Maisie had the Stone of God punishment, she still couldn't possibly defeat her, since she had undergone years of rigorous combat training. Little did anyone know the hardships that the Bloodfang witches had been through. Maisie, in response, transformed into a small blue bird, swiftly soaring towards the sky. Iffy extended her arm in the direction Maisie fled, but her magical lines failed to hit their mark. The bird ascended higher and soon vanished from sight, leaving behind only a series of clear chirps. Frowning, Iffy looked up at the blinding sun, which hindered her vision. She sneered, guessing that Maisie planned to use the sunlight to cloak her presence. But what harm could a fist-sized blue bird do to her? Iffy closed her eyes, using magic to pinpoint Maisie's location. Suddenly, she tried to use her magical line to trap Maisie but continuously missed Maisie. As Maisie drew nearer, to Iffy's astonishment, she transformed back into her human form midair and pulled out a silver revolver from her waist. Before Iffy could react, she felt as if she'd been fiercely struck in the abdomen by a sledgehammer, followed by hits to her thighs and shins. Loud noises echoed, with dirt flying up from the impact. The intense pain rendered Iffy mute, her legs buckling beneath her, unable to support her weight. More shots have been fired, she collapsed, curling into a ball while clutching her stomach, her consciousness blurring. Through the haze, she spotted a white silhouette landing in front of her, who said, "You lost." These were the last words Iffy heard before she fainted. A raggedly dressed little girl was being pulled through the woods by another tall girl. The gravel beneath their feet was hard, and every step felt piercingly painful. The little girl pleaded with the taller girl named Annie to slow down, insisting that she was too tired and they couldn't escape. But Annie tightly gripped her hand, tugging her forward relentlessly. They were being pursued by the church's judgment army. The little girl, Iffy, shook off Annie's hand, saying she couldn't run anymore and her feet hurt really bad. With a soft sigh, Annie picked Iffy up, carrying her on her back. Even though this meant they'd move much slower, Annie was resolute not to leave Iffy behind. No matter what happens, they will stay together, Annie said firmly. As long as they hold on and find the Blood Fang Association, their protection will ensure their safety. The Judgment Army drew nearer, and suddenly a barrage of crossbow bolts shot towards them. Annie shielded Iffy, taking her to the ground and protecting her with her own body. The mounted Judgment Knights, wielding their weapons, closed in, now only about 10 meters away. But then, the uneven gravel ground they were on suddenly collapsed, and the soldiers leading the charge screamed as they plummeted into a deep pit. The remaining forces scattered in panic, but their horses unexpectedly fell to their knees, incapacitated. A group of figures in red robes emerged in front of the church's judgment army as if they had risen straight from the ground. It wasn't long before the judgment army was wiped out. The last one, attempting to flee, suddenly became a horrifying spectacle for Annie and Iffy. His body twisted grotesquely, with the harrowing sounds of snapping bones filling the air. His body then exploded. Following the encounter, the red-robed figures quickly stripped the fallen Judgment Knights of their armor, weapons, and belongings. They even took the Stone of God Punishment. As the two girls watched these red-cloaked individuals, they realized they had been saved. Both fell to their knees in gratitude. One of the red-robed figures asked them why were they looking for the Blood Fang Association. Annie explained that they were both witches, and 3 others had been separated from them during the run. She hoped the Blood Fang Association could help to locate them and join the Blood Fang Association together. One of the red-cloaked individuals removed her hood, revealing long, fiery red hair. She stated they didn't have enough people to look for other witches. If Annie's companions couldn't make it here on their own, they weren't worthy of joining the Blood Fang Association. She added that even if they did make it, it wasn't guaranteed they would be accepted. Upon hearing this, Iffy felt Annie's hands grip tighten. The red-haired woman inquired about their witch abilities. After both demonstrated their abilities, the woman nodded at Iffy, signaling for her to follow, but told Annie she couldn't join the Blood Fang Association. Later, Iffy, donning a red robe, cried along the way, repeatedly saying she wanted to be with Annie. The red-haired woman, impatiently, scolded her, saying Annie was nothing but a burden. Iffy retorted, asserting that Annie was the combat witch they were looking for, and it was Annie who had saved her, telling them that Annie was very strong. The red-haired woman dismissively said whether one was a battle which was determined by the ability manifested during their awakening, not by physical strength. She believed Iffy only saw Annie as powerful because she was older. Annie's only abilities were to heat food and ignite wood, but the Blood Fang Association had no need for a cook. Blocking the red-haired woman's path, Iffy asked where they were taking Annie. The woman pushed Iffy aside, telling her it was none of her concern. Tears threatened Iffy's eyes again. The red-haired woman, with a furrowed brow, sternly told Iffy that their leader, Lady Heidi, despised the weak. If Iffy wished to survive as a member of the Blood Fang Association, she needed to forget about Annie and everything that had happened before. Heidi approached, inquiring about the commotion. The red-haired woman regarded Heidi with respect. Heidi glanced at Iffy and explained that the Blood Fang Association needed beasts, not weak lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They couldn't keep too many witches, the useless ones must be abandoned. Heidi then asked Iffy if she had heard of the mountain wolves. Iffy shook her head. Heidi elaborated that the mountain wolf was the symbol of the Wolfheart Kingdom and ruled the mountains. From one litter, 3 to 4 wolf pups might be born, but not all would survive. The mother wolf, based on how much she have hunted, would kill the pups that she couldn't feed, ensuring the others received ample food. Only offspring raised this way could survive the harsh mountain environment. Lifting Iffy's chin, Heidi told her that this was the revelation given to them by the gods, and Iffy had to become a beast. Terrified, Iffy looked up, only to see a mask reflecting cold light. She wanted to scream. Heidi, in a brainwashing manner, told Iffy that witches should be like wild beasts, and only such powerful witches deserved to live. Iffy felt an overwhelming force in her mind, as if every blood Fong association which was repeating one phrase, become a beast. Annie! She screamed. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open. Everything had vanished, leaving only a room ceiling and a hanging lamp in sight. Was it all just a dream? Relieved, Iffy sat up and noticed a young girl by her bed, curiously observing her. From the girl's unguarded expression, it was evident she had never experienced hardship or conflict. Introducing herself as Manhwa, she explained that King Roland had sent her to tend to Iffy's injuries. Asking if Iffy was still in pain, Iffy looked at the girl, thinking someone like her wouldn't survive a day in the Blood Fong Association. Manhwa, recalling something, guessed Iffy must be hungry and hurried out to get some food for her. Iffy rose from the bed, touching her abdomen. The pain was gone, but the humiliation of losing to a mere pigeon was something she couldn't come to terms with. She needed to understand what weapon Maisie had employed against her. Removing her clothes, her back revealed dozens of crisscrossing scars, resembling those from a whip's lashings. Looking at her in the mirror brought her back years ago, in a cave flashback. The whip resounded crisply against her back. The red-haired woman scorned, "Can't even endure this amount of training," calling all of them worthless trash. Iffy's mind wandered to memories from years past at the Blood Fong Association. She couldn't understand the likes of witches from Tilly's side and even those from the city of Neverwinter. With hardly any capabilities to defend against strong enemies, how could they survive in this world where the law of the jungle prevailed? In the cave, there was only one piece of bread on a plate. 4 people, but just one piece of sustenance. Glancing at the bread, Iffy lunged at the witch nearest to her and started fighting for the food. In her world, much like a beast, only the most powerful witches deserved to live. Iffy was convinced that Heidi was right. Tilly's ideology is wrong. It's only because she had 2 extraordinary witches by her side. Without Ashes and Andrea, her position would have undoubtedly been overtaken. Iffy's mind went back to the days just before she left the Blood Fong Association. Heidi, in a fit of rage, had smashed a cup to the ground. She was infuriated that so many witches were willing to heed Tilly's commands. Heidi's expression darkened as she heard that Tilly said that the Lord of the Western Territory believed non-combat witches were equally important. Heidi believed these were just lies made up by Tilly. Who better than her knew what a lord or a king truly desired? She ordered Iffy and Shadowfeather to head to the Western Territories immediately to expose Tilly's lies. Heidi wants the 2 of them to transfer a message that Heidi was willing to offer King Roland much more than Tilly could. Strangely, at that moment, Iffy thought that Heidi didn't seem like the beast she always portrayed herself to be, but rather like an exasperated lamb. Iffy's thoughts drifted to Annie. On the night of their separation, Annie had lovingly warmed food for Iffy as she always had, taking care of her until the moment she saw Annie was knocked unconscious and Iffy was forcibly taken away. Her reverie was interrupted when Manhwa returned to the room, handing Iffy a freshly baked piece of bread. Looking into those pure, innocent eyes, something in Iffy's heart stirred. She murmured a quiet thank you. As Iffy ate, she asked Manhwa if she had said some weird stuff during her sleep. After some thought, Manhwa mentioned that Iffy kept saying she was a beast. However, Manhwa found it odd because Iffy clearly wasn't a beast. Iffy bit her lip and shook her head, implying that Manhwa wouldn't understand. But Manhwa smiled and remarked that they were both the same, humans. She added that while witches might have special abilities, King Roland had said everyone was human and all were the same. Iffy slowly made her way to Roland's office. As she stepped into the office, Roland noticed a change in the Blood Fong witch. Her stride wasn't as firm as when she first arrived. The caution and pride once evident on her face had diminished, replaced by a sense of bewilderment and uncertainty. After bowing respectfully and a long pause, Iffy finally spoke up, expressing her desire to know what Maisie used to defeat her. Nightingale pulled the revolver from her waist and handed it to Roland. Roland expertly removed the chamber, pouring out the bullets, explaining that Maisie had used a gun similar to this one. The bullets used in the duel had been specially modified to not pierce the body, otherwise, Iffy would have died on the spot. Holding a bullet up, Roland elaborated on the intricate process of its production. It required hundreds of ordinary townsfolk and 3 witches. Without either side missing, it wouldn't be possible. And these 3 witches were the non-combat witches Iffy often deemed useless. She looked hesitant, struggling to find the right words. Roland didn't give her much time to ponder, continuing his thought. While those witches might not directly confront Iffy with their abilities, what did it prove? An ordinary person might struggle to defeat a wild beast with mere fists and feet, but ultimately, humans dominated the world, not the wild beasts. Roland looked at Iffy intently, emphasizing that rather than calling them non-combat witches, Roland would prefer to call them support witches. The support witches have the ability that empower numerous ordinary people with new capabilities. Iffy murmured, but these weapons, in the hands of combat witches, could be even more useful. Roland shook his head, asserting that the difference wasn't significant enough to determine the outcome of a war. Assuming Iffy is up against 10 ordinary soldiers armed with the same weapon, how confident is Iffy in her victory? Roland could produce many such weapons daily, but how many combat witches are out here? Moreover, simply having weapons wasn't enough. To maintain their operation, a massive production and logistics team was necessary, and the role of support witches in this was irreplaceable. Reassembling the gun and handing it back to Nightingale, Roland explained that perhaps Iffy might not fully grasp it yet, but humans were superior to beasts precisely because of their wisdom. Magic was undoubtedly one of the best tools they had, and Iffy was wasting her inherent talents. Looking for a definitive response and with thoughts of Annie in her mind, Iffy hesitantly asked, "Can supporting witches truly make a difference?" Roland rose from his seat and assured Iffy that every witch had unique abilities and, when used rightly, could create unprecedented miracles. He told her with a smile that the 1st Army's reserve team would be conducting live ammunition training this afternoon and invited Iffy and Shadowfeather to attend. Iffy could see for herself what real power looked like. As he approached the door, he looked back at a bewildered Iffy, reminding her, times have changed. After a busy day, Agatha returned to the castle to find the sky had already turned to dusk. Upon opening the door to her residence, she was surprised to find Wendy waiting for her in the living room. Wendy's tone bore a genuine concern. She wished Agatha had come back earlier, at least in time to have dinner with everyone in the main hall. Agatha admitted she had lost track of time, too engrossed in finishing the latest batch of nitrogen. Wendy placed the dinner on the table, urging Agatha to eat while it was still warm. Agatha was somewhat touched. She hadn't expected Wendy, the most beloved witch in the Witch Union and trusted witch by the Lord, to bring her dinner. Wendy gently patted her shoulder, telling her not to be shy, and if she felt too tired, she could always ask Echo to sing her the Song of Springs. Wendy added with a smile, reminding Agatha that she too was a part of the Witch Union. After closing the door behind Wendy, Agatha took a moment before she walked to the table and lifted the lid off the insulated metal bento box. Inside was a 3-course meal with a soup, mouth-watering grilled steak, sautéed mushrooms, bread slices, and an egg soup. To her surprise, there was also a small plate tucked in one corner of the box, half filled with honey. She couldn't help but salivate. Agatha can't believe that Wendy has remembered her fondness for sweet things. Thinking back to the decade she had spent battling demons in Takara, food had become increasingly scarce. On ordinary days, the main dishes were grains and fruits grown by the witches, and while there was meat, its supply was erratic. As for luxuries like spices, sugar, and honey were very rare. Agatha loved sweet treats, especially honey. She hadn't expected Wendy to notice that detail. Considering her status and origins, she had specifically requested a separate living quarter from Roland, much like the top floor of her solitary experimental tower. However, now, the large room felt slightly empty to her. Perhaps, living with others wouldn't be so bad? Taking out the honey, Agatha spread it evenly on the bread slice, savoring the sweetness that warmed her from within. Nightingale then approached her with a bright smile. After quickly finishing her bread, Agatha asked if Nightingale needed something. Nightingale relayed that Roland wished to see her. Agatha assumed Roland would remind her about the importance of balancing work and rest, and she responded that she'd be more mindful in the future. Nightingale winked, saying that wasn't the only reason, adding that Roland had plans to move against the demons. Upon hearing this, Agatha rushed out of her room. Barging into the office without waiting for Roland to speak, Agatha anxiously blurted out, "They can't even muster 10 fortress cannons at the moment, and how could Roland ever think of attacking the demon camp?" Agatha is afraid that Roland is making a big mistake. Roland looked genuinely surprised, clarifying that Agatha had misunderstood him. He didn't intend to destroy the demon camp, but rather, capture a few demons alive to bring back. Hearing this, Agatha's tension eased slightly. And Roland went on to describe the abilities of a new witch and sought Agatha's insights about the demons, such as the duration the red mist they carried could last and whether their blood could be used to craft magical seals. Agatha explained that a single container of the red mist could last a day. Roland then inquired if she could produce a magical seal if they brought a live demon back. Agatha calculated for a moment and said, with enough materials, an independent lab, and 20 assistants, the success rate of producing a basic magical seal is above 80%. She then emphasized the importance of having both herself and Anna present during the demon capture. Agatha pointed out that the Witch Union had several evolved witches whose combined strength with the firearms would be substantial. They could protect themselves even against the most powerful demons. Moreover, Anna could activate the divine seal twice. Roland nodded appreciatively, thanking her for the suggestion. She bowed and firmly stated, defeating the demons has been her lifelong wish. She hopes that Roland won't disappoint her. As Agatha was about to leave, Roland stopped her, curious about her strong initial reaction to the idea of assaulting the demon camp. Roland reminded Agatha of the first time they met. Agatha had once not only advocated for an aggressive offensive against demons, even to the point of capturing possible chaos beasts from their camp at any cost. Flushing a deep shade of red, Agatha was slightly shocked. She couldn't very well admit that her previous stance had been made in a fit of pique. She had once thought Roland had neither the ability to fend off the demons nor a realistic assessment of his strength. Her perspective later changed with the improving situation in the territory, believing that, given time, humanity's power would grow exponentially. She coughed a few times, claiming she didn't recall ever saying such things. Pretending to yawn out of exhaustion, she excused herself and left the office without looking back. Walking through the corridor leading to the witch's residence, the cool evening breeze brushed against Agatha's face, soothing her mood. Gazing up at the starry sky, Wendy's words suddenly echoed in her mind. Roland will one day become the king of Grey Castle and lead us to victory against any foe. That's what I believe, and so is everyone in the Witch Union. Seeing Wendy's unwavering conviction back then, Agatha felt a mix of envy and sadness. She envied them for not being crushed by the harsh realities yet and felt sad because mere trust could not bridge the gap in power. But now, she was starting to believe too. Even though Roland was just a mortal king, he truly seemed worthy of trust. Iffy returned to her bedroom and sat on her bed. Images of roaring guns echoed in her mind, hundreds of people lined up neatly, pulling the trigger at the targets ahead. Apart from the thick white smoke, she couldn't see anything. Even if she could sense the bullets using magic, she would never be fast enough to trap the bullets with her cage. His Majesty did not lie. The power of the metal bullets far surpassed the special bullets Maisie had used during the duel. Targets made of wood, 100 steps away, were riddled with holes. And the weapon called the cannon was even more terrifying. Moreover, these were just the oldest models of field guns. The first army soldier claimed that their 152mm fortress cannon was much more powerful. Thinking about these weapons, it all boiled down to one thought: Heidi Morgan had deceived them all. Combat witches are not invincible as she previously said. Shadowfeather also looked complex, clearly shaken by the afternoon live ammunition training as well. She looked at Iffy, asking what they should do next. Iffy shook her head, she didn't know the answer. Regardless of Heidi's previous intentions, it now seemed pointless, because Iffy knew that the Bloodfang Association could never offer what His Majesty wanted. The numerous support witches under Tilly were clearly more valuable than the Bloodfang's combat witches. Thinking about her experiences over the past years, she realized that her once prized abilities and power had become nothing but a joke. Except for Annie, nothing else was worth remembering. After a long time, she finally looked up at Shadowfeather, saying she didn't want to return to the Bloodfang Association anymore. Shadowfeather felt the same. Then she paused, looking at Iffy's reddened eyes. Iffy tried to wipe away her tears, but they kept flowing out. Only then did she taste the saltiness at the corner of her mouth, lifting her hand to touch her wet cheek. Realizing that she hadn't cried for a very long time. She has always been told that real beasts never cry. If only from the very beginning, she and Annie could encounter the Witches' Union and the border town, everything would have been so much different. Iffy really hoped that Annie could forgive her. The following day, the two went to Roland's office. The two no longer had their previous cautious expressions, their eyes were now filled with complex emotions. They explained everything to Roland, including the mission and history of Bloodfang. Roland asked if Tilly was aware of these matters. Iffy shook her head, telling him that Lady Heidi forbade them from revealing the past of the Bloodfang Association. And Lady Heidi rarely converses with Lady Tilly. Most of the other witches who joined the Slumbering Owl tend to be closer to Tilly. Even though some combat witches secretly agree with Heidi's words, most of them do not want to confront Ashes directly. After hearing the story about Bloodfang, it turns out that the burden on Tilly's shoulders isn't much less than Roland's. Roland silently reflected. Unlike himself, the rightful ruler of the Western Territory, the Witches of Slumbering Owl seemed more like a loose organization. Although Tilly was the leader, she didn't have the authority to dictate the actions of the smaller groups that had come to join. Furthermore, the Bloodfang Association itself was shrouded in mystery. As the daughter of the royal family, how could Heidi possibly not afford to maintain a group of support witches? It could only be said that she had never intended to take in those who she thought were useless from the very beginning. Unlike the previous witch association, which sought mutual protection for all witches, Heidi simply wanted a force of strong combat witches that could fight and die for her. Her obsession with the Wolfheart Kingdom made Roland even more cautious. Perhaps it would be necessary to write a confidential letter to Tilly, warning her to be wary of the Bloodfang Association's movements. Roland looked at the two witches, asking why they revealed the inner workings of the Bloodfang Association. Did they no longer listen to Heidi's command? Iffy bit her lip and lowered her head, saying they both want to join the Witch Union. Roland looked at her in surprise. Although he knew that the display of firepower would be a massive blow to these combat witches proud of their powerful abilities, he hadn't expected such a significant impact. However, he shook his head. Iffy had hurt Maisie, thus Roland can't just agree. Before Roland could finish, Iffy interrupted, asking Roland to punish her. She then began to unbutton her robe. Almost simultaneously, a pair of hands covered Roland's eyes. Iffy took off her robe, revealing her front, and turned back, to reveal her back filled with various whip marks. Roland was stunned. Nightingale immediately covered her with a cloth. Roland recalling what was said about the rigorous training within the Bloodfang Association, Roland could almost smell the scent of blood. In a deep voice, Roland demanded Iffy to put her clothes back on. Iffy looked at him fearfully, thinking Roland wouldn't forgive her. Roland suddenly felt a heaviness in his chest. After a pause, Roland told Iffy that if she wished to join the Witch Union, then don't bring the Bloodfang's ways here. First, apply to Wendy, and apologize to Maisie. Whether the rest of the Union accepts Iffy or not depends on Iffy's choice and future actions. Regardless, the city of Neverwinter is a home for all witches. Even if Iffy and Shadowfeather choose not to join the union, they can both stay here. Hearing this, Iffy visibly relaxed, grateful for Roland's kindness. After watching them leave, Roland walked to the window, taking a deep breath. With this, the team to capture the demons was assembled, but he didn't feel much relief. Nightingale said, honestly, Iffy was lucky compared to Annie. At least she's alive. If the Bloodfang Association was the only remaining witch organization in the Wolfheart Kingdom, those caught by the church or nobles would face a worse fate. A question suddenly arose in Roland's mind: had Heidi Morgan really sent non-combat witches to other witch organizations? Witches' contacts were rare and scattered to avoid detection, so how did Heidi get this information? After all, given the life and death nature of their locations, leaders of various organizations likely wouldn't easily disclose their bases. And even if she knew, sending witches there would be risky. Would other witch organizations willingly accept these new witches? The more Roland thought about it, the more suspicious he became. However, Nightingale had confirmed that Iffy wasn't lying. So, the problem seemed to lie with the very creator of the Bloodfang Association. With these thoughts, the danger posed by Heidi seemed even more significant. Roland realized he should inform Tilly of these findings as soon as possible. She needed to start an investigation and be prepared. The daughter of the Morgan family might not truly be loyal to the witches. Nightingale appeared atop Roland's desk. Roland hoped that before they set out, everyone could rehearse a few more times in advance, becoming familiar with the entire capture operation and the tasks each person was responsible for. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing in the direction of the snowy mountains, and roughly recounted the plan he envisioned. Then he paused. If the capture operation encountered the worst possible situation, Roland hoped that they could abandon the mission, and at least make sure everyone came back safely. Nightingale said she would do her best. Outside the window, Roland saw Barev's figure, knowing that Barev had finally returned from the royal capital. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, when Edith and her younger brother Cole arrived, they found out that King Roland had left here a week ago, and moreover, no coronation ceremony had been held. The two came as envoys representing their father from the Northern Territory. Upon seeing them, the guards were very respectful, informing them that Minister Barev had also headed to the border town a few days ago, and no one was currently residing in the palace. The guards told them that if they wished to negotiate with the city hall, the guards could relay the message to them. Edith shook her head, saying there was no need. She hadn't expected that her premonition would come true. Having spent the entire week on the ship, didn't dare to take any rest, only arriving here empty-handed. Unexpectedly, Roland truly intended to move the royal capital elsewhere, abandoning this splendid city to construct a new capital in the Western Territory. What exactly was Roland thinking? It's impossible to build a city of this scale without 3 to 4 decades of construction. Cole trailed behind his sister, asking what they should do next. Edith was prepared to turn around and head towards the Western Territory. Cole complained that they had been on the ship for over a week and hadn't bathed. He felt he was about to be infested with lice. Edith sniffed at her collar and detected an unusual odor. Finally, she sighed, deciding they should rest for a day and set out early tomorrow. Cole added that the 2 heads they were carrying were stinking. They finally didn't have to spend time on the ship surrounded by the terrible smell. Edith pressed her forehead. She was helpless. The Northern Territory was too far from here after all, and even though they had rushed, they still missed Roland. After resting for a day, however, when they arrived at the dock the next day, they found their ship burned down to its frame. The two were stunned. Why had their ship been burned? Cole waved to a passerby to ask what had happened. The passerby enthusiastically explained that a stupid person had hidden a corpse on the ship, which smelled by a rat that was trying to steal things from the ship. A terrible plague had occurred within the royal capital 6 months ago, and everyone was very sensitive to it. The plague was caused by the spreading of corpses from the church. Therefore, it could only be safe if it was burned down with fire. The passerby also mentioned the captain had been arrested and was being interrogated by the guards. He wondered if the two had any connection with the captain. Edith didn't know how to respond for a moment and simply said, "No." Looking at the burning ship, the two knew that the journey ahead is just going to get worse from here. Now, they needed to find a new ship. Outside the city wall, many witches had gathered. Ahead were 3 targets. Leaf, taking her first attempt, summoned vines with her ability, hitting the target's bullseye. Next were Wendy and Agatha, both of whom used their abilities to strike the bullseye as well. During the last couple of days, they had been consistently training and preparing for the capture operation. Iffy watched the 3 of them. Although Roland had said all 3 of them were support witches who had contributed a lot to the territory, from what she just saw, they were totally combat witches. She shifted her gaze towards Nightingale. This beautiful blonde woman was even more terrifying. Not only could she enter the mist and path through all obstacles, moving without a trace like an unpredictable reaper, enough to make any enemy despair. What surprised Iffy the most was hearing about an enemy called demons that had destroyed the kingdom created by witches that once ruled the continent. The blue-haired woman named Agatha, who was in charge of the capture operation, came from over 400 years ago and was one of the High Awakening witches. The outcome of the so-called divine war would determine the fate of humanity. And these demons were hiding just outside of the Western Territory? She thought she misheard. Turning her gaze towards the other witches, they were not surprised, as if they had known about it all along. Looking at Anna, this harmless-looking witch in front of them was seen as the secret weapon for this entire operation. Just how powerful were her abilities? Iffy did not have to wait long to know the answer. Roland asked everyone to stand back a bit and let Anna practice. Agatha waved in the direction of the hidden forest, and after a little while, several colorful balloons leaped out of the forest rising into the sky. Iffy thought the distance was too far. If Anna couldn't fly, how could she ever hit these balloons? Roland stood beside Anna, letting her release her ability freely. Anna nodded, activating the divine seal imprint. Iffy then witnessed an incredible scene. The 4 gemstones shone at the same time. The metal pieces Anna was holding turned golden in an instant, and thunder rolled through the clear sky. Fringes of light cascaded from the clouds as if a sun was forming in the heavens. Before she could say anything, a blinding golden light burst from Anna's hand, rushing toward the balloons. The streaming flashes of lightning in the sky were also triggered, as if countless thunders were striking down, violently sweeping over where the target was along the trajectory of the golden light. Iffy felt as if she'd just seen a punishment from the gods. The deafening boom exploded next to Iffy's ears, causing a buzzing in her head, and she could not fully recover even after the light disappeared. Looking up at the now empty forest above, Iffy's body trembled slightly uncontrollably. She feared that even all the combat witches of the Bloodfang Association combined could not withstand this godly strike. Is this the true power of a High Awakening witch? Roland was also witnessing the full casting process of the divine seal imprint for the first time. Roland looked at Nightingale and asked if all these electric lights were composed of magic power. Nightingale thought for a moment and said they should be. She could see the magical power within the lightning, but the color was a bit different. In the mist, Nightingale saw a dark, like void formed by the stone of God punishment. Roland approached Agatha and asked how much research she had done on the divine seal imprint. Agatha shook her head and said not much. After all, only the 3 seats of the Federation at the time were allowed to use the divine seal imprint, and their magical power was crucial in a real battle situation, so naturally, they could not be squandered on simple tests. Roland had a theory. The Stone of God punishment was not a void that restricted magical energy but contained extremely potent magic within itself, so powerful that it influenced the surrounding magic flow, rendering abilities non-functional. This also explained why the divine seal imprint rendered the balanced stone ineffective. Within its range, an interference zone similar to that of the Stone of God punishment was created, disabling the stone's operation. However, Agatha recounted that the witch responsible for observations had said that the balanced stone ceased to function upon the release of the divine seal imprint, pausing mid-sentence as a sudden realization struck her. Roland continued, perhaps that witch's observations were obstructed by the intense light burst emitted by the divine seal imprint. But in Nightingale's mist world, only magical power possessed color. Even gazing directly at the sun would not affect her vision, which was why they had not noticed it before. Agatha pondered Roland's theory that the divine seal imprint could penetrate the stone of God punishment because it had higher magical power. Roland nodded. Agatha seemed somewhat excited but then suddenly stopped. If it was truly affected because the magical intensity was too high, why didn't it happen with the witches themselves? Roland was stunned. Agatha pointed to Anna, wondering why the magical energy inside Anna could activate the divine seal imprint twice, theoretically saying Anna would have magical power higher than the stone of God punishment. However, her blackfire couldn't penetrate the stone of God's punishment, and no magic interference field appeared around her, which didn't make sense. Roland was momentarily speechless, unable to explain what went wrong. Even the lowest quality stone of God punishment could easily interrupt a witch's abilities, including Anna's powerful blackfire. Agatha said she had queried why magic stones needed magic power infused to be effective. Agatha's mentor believed that only living beings could hold magical power. Roland fell silent, pondering what he might have overlooked. After thinking for a long time with no result, he had to put the matter aside, hoping to find answers later. What they needed to focus on was the operation in 3 days' time. 3 days quickly passed. Having completed a series of preparations, Roland personally saw off the departing personnel at the dock area. This was the first large-scale mixed military operation where witches were the protagonist. There were 2 steamships in total, carrying only the most elite veterans of the First Army. They had followed Roland during the very beginning on the city wall of the border town, fighting against the demonic beasts. Before the operation, Roland had repeatedly warned during selection that they might face a very vicious enemy, much stronger than the mixed-breed demonic beasts. Those unwilling to participate in the operation could speak up, but to his surprise, no one backed down. Anna came forward and softly hugged Roland. Lightning and Maisie also came over. In the end, apart from Agatha and Iffy, everyone hugged Roland one after another. Agatha, with her tsundere personality, said it was just a simple capture operation, not a life and death separation. If the city of Takira were to dawdle like this every time she went on an expedition, the demons would have built an outpost at the city gate by now. Iffy was utterly shocked, for Roland said it didn't matter if the operation wasn't accomplished, only that they returned safely. A lord who cared so much for witches was truly wonderful. Iffy knew she had made a compelling choice. Suddenly, Roland felt an invisible pair of hands cradle his face, familiar whispers telling him to take care of himself while she was not there. She would be back soon. Then, a gentle lip touch brushed his face. The touch came quickly and left just as swiftly, almost like an illusion. Roland, returning to his senses, reached forward, but felt nothing around him. The steamboat was much slower than the hot air balloon, taking nearly 2 days to reach the end of the Crimson Water River. 100 soldiers from the First Army set up defenses 2 kilometers from the operation site, not directly participating in the capture. Only in the event of an accident would they intervene. The hot air balloon flew low, bypassing the obstruction of the snow mountain, allowing Sylvie to directly observe the eye demon atop the Blackstone Tower. Maisie and Lightning supervised from beside the hot air balloon. As Sylvie couldn't see everything from such a distant position, Wendy sped up the hot air balloon, the snowy mountains slowly becoming clear, and a thin red mist appeared before everyone. Sylvie gazed towards the distance again, this time deliberately intending to alert the demons, to lure them into the trap set up in the forest. Suddenly, numerous eyeballs shifted directions simultaneously. Sylvie even saw her reflected face on the dark pupils. The feeling made her shudder, a chill climbing instantly to its peak up her spine. She yelled, "They're coming!" Maisie transformed into a massive beast. Sylvie leaped down, landing on her spacious back, while Lightning, carrying Wendy, followed close behind, both flying towards the hidden forest. Taking this opportunity, Sylvie turned to look back. 5 black dots appeared above the cliff. Of the 5 pursuers, only 4 rode on the giant beasts. Among them were 2 demons they had seen before, and 2 demons with no distinct facial features, their faces bearing a large scar, resembling the mask worn by Uchiha Obito from Naruto, with folds spreading from the center, as eerie as could be. When she directed her gaze at the last demon, she paused for a moment. It wore thick, exquisite armor and carried a massive greatsword on its back, looking immensely heavy, yet it flew just as fast as the 4 giant beasts. Sylvie's heart surged with turmoil. This was not expected, and Agatha hadn't mentioned how to handle this situation. Sylvie wondered if they should proceed with the capture as originally planned. The 4 of them quickly landed deep in the forest, and lightning bolted upwards, intending to destroy the hot air balloon as planned. Sylvie wanted to stop her, but lightning was too fast. Maisie asked, "What's wrong?" Wendy said that weren't they supposed to meet up with the first army next after lightning destroyed the hot air balloon? According to the plan, Wendy and Sylvie's powers weren't much help in capturing the demons, and to minimize unnecessary risk, they should distance themselves from the main battlefield and head towards the first army's defenses after completing their baiting mission. Sylvie shook her head and said that the enemy was more than just the demons they had seen before. There were 2 types of new demons, and she had to inform everyone. Sylvie asked Wendy to go to the riverbank first. She and Maisie would be right back. Lightning accelerated to her utmost speed, the wind howling past her ears. She had to get back to the area where the hot air balloon was before the demons. She then needed to act panicked and flee to lure the enemies into the trap. Lightning dashed to the bottom of the balloon, found the explosive package fixed to the airbag, pulled out the delay igniter, and after seeing white smoke rising from the package, immediately plummeted towards the sea. It was a simple self-destruct device. Just as lightning descended to the sea surface, a loud bang resounded. The sky even seemed to brighten a fraction for an instant. She even saw a demon, who was too close, flipped over by the rolling flames, his body engulfed in a massive fire, plummeting into the sea along with his mount. The other 4 demons sprung out from beneath the smoke, heading straight towards her. So far, everything was going according to plan. Lightning headed toward the forest. Next, she needs to lead the demons into the forest. The capturing trap was already set up, silently waiting for the prey to take the bait. The dense branches, vines, and sawgrass would surely become a nightmare for the enemy. Just then, Sylvie and Maisie quickly found Agatha. Sylvie anxiously recounted to Agatha what she had seen, which left Agatha visibly shocked. Agatha, with an uneasy expression, explained that the robe-wearing demons were the fear demons. They were terrifying killers to ordinary humans, but witches were not afraid of them. They just needed to avoid eye contact. However, the armored demon that could fly independently was likely a high-ranking demon. Agatha's voice was serious as she shared that the Federation knew very little about them. All these high-ranking demons had several abilities and resembled humans, although much taller. Both their strength and magic were extremely powerful. Legend has it that only the transcendent witches could contend with them. Sylvie was worried. They had no transcendent witches at the moment. They must notify Leaf and the others of a retreat plan. Agatha bit her lip, knowing that the high-ranking demon could fly because it was wearing a flying magic stone. If it were only Lightning and Maisie, it would be okay, but if there were many of them and they left Leaf's protective range, they would not be able to escape its pursuit. But according to what Lord Acris had once said, these high-ranking demons were extremely powerful. Agatha immediately summoned Leaf, telling her to notify all the witches to abandon the capture operation and to use the divine seal imprint to annihilate all the enemies. She instructed Nightingale to keep a close eye on the armored demon and kill it if she seized any opportunity. Sylvie couldn't help but hold Maisie tightly. Did they really have to confront a high-ranking demon? Agatha spoke seriously, saying that high-ranking demons rarely appeared alone, and right now it only had a few guards on its side. This was their best chance, and even without a resplendent witch, they might not necessarily lose. But exposing their backs to the enemy meant certain death. Going all out was their only chance of survival. Sylvie held her breath as 2 howls swept over the treetops, followed by the sound of heavy objects landing in front of them. Leaf saw the armored demon persistently chasing lightning, while the other demons dismounted and headed into the forest. Agatha told Sylvie to hide well here, while she will be heading over and killing the 3 giant beast mounts. Sylvie, full of concern, reminded Agatha to stay safe. Agatha smiled and said she had Maisie on her side. Maisie looked eager and then transformed into a giant beast. Just as the 3 giant beasts were impatiently waiting, another giant creature suddenly descended from the sky much larger than they were, landing behind them, swirling its wings around its tail, and letting out roaring noises. The 3 giant beasts' attention was immediately drawn. Sylvie was surprised to see that the 3 giant beasts were also spreading their wings and swinging their tails, looking almost as if they were dancing just like Maisie. Moreover, it was almost as if they were trying to show off. The 3 beasts didn't give way to each other, squeezing around on the grass, trying to impress the giant beast Maisie had transformed into. Agatha stretched out her hands, and the surrounding greenery instantly revealed white frost, even snowflakes drifted in the air. The 3 beasts let out a scream, flapping their wings trying to fly, but found themselves unable to move. Their massive limbs had been frozen to the ground, ice crystals climbing up their legs. Almost simultaneously, Maisie lunged forward, viciously biting the neck of a dancing beast with her wide-open mouth, then used her tail to shatter the unfortunate one whose body had been turned into an ice block. The third one broke free and tried to escape. Agatha pursued closely, running along the ice bridge, turning it into an ice sculpture once more. Agatha shouted at Maisie, telling her to catch her. Maisie quickly flew over, and the ice sculpture crashed heavily to the ground, shattering instantly. Upon finishing the job, it was up to Nightingale and the others. Nightingale checked her ammunition and closed the bullet chamber. Just moments ago, she heard Leaf's warning, the capturing operation is halted, and now changed to annihilation, meaning Iffy's mission has been cancelled and she must take action herself. They need to create an opportunity for Anna to unleash the Divine Seal imprint. Leaf's voice sounded in her ear, telling her that the demons were there. And Nightingale immediately entered the mist and flanked towards the direction Leaf pointed out. Following Leaf through the mist world, Nightingale soon encountered 3 demons. The high-ranking demon that required particular attention was not among them. Undoubtedly, the feared demon should be the first to be dealt with. Nightingale held her guns and leaped forward, the muzzle directly against the back of a feared demon's head. The bullet hit, penetrating its skull, and another feared demon abruptly turned around, its bloody, scarred face splitting open, seemingly about to reveal its eyes. However, suddenly, vines descended from the treetops, entwining around its head, forcibly twisting it back. Meanwhile, the other melee demon, having heard the gunshot and turning around, locked eyes with the feared demon, freezing on the spot as its body began to tremble incessantly. Anna suddenly appeared, launching dark fire alongside Nightingale's bullets simultaneously, killing the 2 demons. Lightning, which had been luring enemies into the air, suddenly shouted a warning. Nightingale barely lifted her head and saw lightning was struck and crushed down into the forest, then she noticed a huge sword coming down towards her. Instinctively wanting to escape into the mist, she found that the enemy wielding the sword was reaching out to her and the black and white world that had appeared around her was shattered in an instant. What kind of power was this? It could disrupt magical power? Nightingale had no time to dodge, and as the sword was about to fall onto her, Anna suddenly appeared in front of her, using dark fire to form a barrier. The giant sword slammed onto the dark fire, and pain flashed across Anna's face, her body wavering, but the barrier made out of dark fire did not disappear. This time Nightingale didn't hesitate, she held Anna and resummoned the mist, retreating over 20 meters. The armored demon also slowly landed on the ground. The death of its companions seemed to have no effect on it. It calmly raised its giant sword, engraved with strange patterns, and magical power suddenly surged into the greatsword, the blade bursting into a dazzling light. Nightingale's eyes widened, this is bad. She did not see the demon unleashing energy into the magic stone but a huge, lightless black hole forming in the enemy's hand, and then the demon forcefully stabbed the sword into the ground. A wave of lightning instantly swept through the entire forest. Leaf and Iffy were forcibly thrown from the trunk, falling heavily to the ground. Leaf spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed she was injured. It looked like the demon had found out about Leaf's ability. But why did the demon release magic power, just like the Stone of God punishment? Nightingale shook her head. Now was not the time to think about this. She loaded a new bullet chamber and charged at the armored demon. Nightingale quickly pulled the trigger, but the bullets did not penetrate the enemy's body as usual. The remaining bullets were all blocked by the giant sword, and Nightingale felt a chill in her heart. Nightingale drew her dagger and leaped towards the demon's head. The demon turned around, slicing towards her back. Nightingale constantly evaded in the mist. She then found an opportunity. She stabbed the dagger towards the back of the demon's helmet. Suddenly, the dagger broke, and Nightingale withdrew in a hurry, unable to believe that this demon actually had a magical barrier. The armored demon, having recovered, followed closely, once again swinging its sword horizontally. Nightingale again entered the mist, but this time she was not so lucky. The armored demon swung its sword and simultaneously reached out to grab Nightingale out of the mist. Nightingale was forcibly pulled out of the mist. At the same time, the demon slashed at Nightingale with its sword. A long wound appeared on her waist, and the protective clothing made by Soraya was ripped open from the inside out. Nightingale grunted, ignoring the pain on her waist, and after landing, rolled back, trying to avoid the follow-up attack. The armored demon raised its giant sword, and just as it was about to chop it down, several purple lights appeared beside the demon and quickly closed in, making its limbs and body stick together tightly. It was Iffy's magic cage. Iffy couldn't crush the armored demon in front of her, its power was far greater than her. The enemy let out a deafening roar, raised both hands and shattered the cage, yet before it could raise its sword, another circle of light pillars came down, trapping it again. Nightingale suddenly heard Anna's voice, telling her to take Iffy away. Anna immediately activated the divine seal imprint, and the forest was suddenly bathed in a splendid golden light, with rays of light pouring down from the sky. The demon screamed, having likely witnessed such a scene before, its previously angry tone now mingled with a trace of fear, its struggles intensifying. Nightingale clutched her wound, fleeing the scene with Iffy. Iffy supported Nightingale, who was about to fall, noticing the severe wound on Nightingale's abdomen. Suddenly, Anna slumped, and Leaf caught her from behind. Nightingale looked at Anna, realizing she was now depleted of magical energy. Iffy quickly bandaged Nightingale after letting her sit down. Out of the swirling dust, a black figure slowly emerged. The demon, with several broken horns on its helmet, its exquisite armor covered in cracks, and its arm and giant sword nowhere to be found, but still alive. It walked towards them step by step. Nightingale and Leaf were seriously injured, Anna was unconscious, and Iffy's magical energy was almost depleted. Now, no one could fight the armored demon. After quickly bandaging Nightingale, Iffy stood up. Nightingale looked at Iffy, asking what she intended to do. Iffy, holding the dagger concealed in her clothes, proclaimed that she was going to fight until the last moment. Despite her nearly depleted magical energy, she was still a combat witch. Iffy told Nightingale to use her abilities to evacuate everyone. If she couldn't take everyone, at least take one. At that moment, a familiar roar sounded in the sky. The demon barely lifted its head before being smashed into the ground by the plummeting Maisie, the forceful impact making the ground tremble beneath Nightingale. Excited, Iffy and Leaf urged Maisie to bite the demon to death. The demon on the ground suddenly attacked Maisie's eyes, forcing her back into her original form. Agatha recognized the demon, and an ice spike rose from the ground, sending it flying again, breaking several tree trunks in the process. Not giving the enemy a moment to breathe, she pursued it, freezing its legs. Maisie, recovering, drew her pistol, firing continuously at the immobile target. Nightingale bit her lip, changing her bullets, asked Iffy to help her get up, and began shooting at the armored demon. The armored demon roared, swatting Agatha away with its hand, sending her flying through the air, the ice crystals under its feet vanishing instantly. Then it tried to flee, wobbling unsteadily through the air. Agatha screamed that they couldn't allow it to escape. Leaf grabbed the divine seal imprint from Anna, pouring all her magic into it. Although she was forcefully sent out from her forest state, she still had sufficient magical energy and she could stably light the fourth gemstone in the divine seal imprint during regular testing. Soon, the golden light filled the forest again, and the demon, turning its head, emitted a strange cry, seemingly in disbelief at the scene before it. Then golden thunderbolt instantly engulfed it. This time, the demon didn't make it through. Nightingale asked weakly, "Is the demon dead?" Maisie brought the high-ranking demon over, finding no signs of life. Agatha breathed a sigh of relief, expressing that their survival was a complete miracle. Nightingale, looking at her injured sisters, wondered how she would explain this to Roland when they returned. Agatha shook her head, stating that this was no ordinary victory. Their enemy was a magic slayer. Back in the Federation era, there was no way for a group of high-awakened witches to fight a magic slayer. Only the transcendent witches could defeat a magic slayer. This was a lesson learned in blood by the Federation. Leaf questioned, "What is the ability of a magic slayer?" Agatha clarified that it wasn't an ability, but a title. These high-ranking demons possessed numerous abilities, not awakened like a witch, but somehow developed within them. It was once observed that a high-ranking demon, having led numerous attacks on Takira over several years, developed 2 additional magical energies within itself, signaling the acquisition of at least 2 new abilities. No one knew how the demons managed to do this, but their utilization of magical power seemed innately superior to that of the witches. Nightingale recalled how the demon had pulled her out of the mist world earlier. Agatha said these demons have the ability to interrupt magical energy and even have a chance to breach the defense of the Stone of God punishment. Moreover, magic slayers can dispel magical effects and halt witches' abilities from taking effect. They are formidable adversaries to any witch. If he was still confused, why did Agatha say it's not an ability? Agatha took Anna for example. If Anna became a magic slayer, her fire ability would not be interrupted by the Stone of God punishment. At the same time, within the range of Anna's ability, all other magical abilities would be cancelled. Except the enemy was another magic slayer. Nightingale relayed what had happened, pondering if that was why the divine seal imprint failed to kill this high-ranking demon the first time. Agatha didn't have an answer, since this was her first encounter with a magic slayer. And previously, the Federation hadn't used divine seal imprints against magic slayers. The victories of the Federation's top 3 seats were achieved through their own power. That was where the true strength of transcendent witches lay. While wearing the Stone of God's punishment, they shone like the sun on the battlefield, melting away demons like butter. The strongest among them was Acarus. Unfortunately, there was only one Acarus. Nightingale thought for a moment, and even counting all 3 of the top seats in the Federation, there were only 3 transcendent witches. She wondered, has there ever been a witch who became a magic slayer within the Federation? Agatha shook her head. Perhaps witches can never become magic slayers, because there's an intrinsic difference between witches and demons. Maisie, who had been fiddling with the armor, suddenly flipped a box out of the dark remains. Opening it, several crystal-clear stones tumbled out. Pushing her white hair from her forehead, Maisie curiously checked the stone. Agatha, looking at the stones on the ground, recognized them as magic stones, and judging by their color, they seemed to be of high quality. Leaf chimed in, saying she didn't expect high-ranking demons to hide these inside their bodies. Excited, Maisie wondered whether the other demons might have similar boxes within them. She transformed and swiftly flew towards the other demon corpses. Agatha cautioned, "Be careful not to touch the jars containing the red mist." Soon, Wendy arrived, bringing soldiers from the First Army. She looked worriedly at Anna, who lay on Leaf. Leaf assured that Anna was just unconscious due to her magic being depleted. Lightning soon came over too, having been struck down by a demon while flying, and passed out. Nightingale went over and patted the little girl's head, thankful that Lightning was okay. Brian, looking at the demon's body, was shocked. So this was their enemy, a demon? Nightingale instructed Brian to have the soldiers transport everything back. The flesh, armor, clothing, and weapons, not leaving a single item behind, as per His Majesty's command. Hearing the order, Brian immediately became serious and assured it would be arranged. Agatha sighed regretfully for not having captured a living demon. Lightning tilted her head. Seems like there was one, but she was not sure. All eyes turned to her. Lightning continued, if demons can swim, maybe it's still alive. In the afternoon, the ship left the river bank, turning back towards the city of Neverwinter. Within the cabin of one of the ships was surrounded by curious and puzzled First Army soldiers. Looking at the demon's body, it seemed no different from them, just taller. Someone muttered, "Didn't he see the witch ladies getting seriously injured?" Another soldier added that the other demon who died must have been incredibly ferocious, much more difficult to handle than the demonic beasts. Even Lady Anna almost fell victim. Thinking of Lady Anna's strength, the soldiers fell silent. That's why the witches' ladies were so cautious, chopping off the limbs of the demons. Nightingale returned to the deck, relieved that, despite the huge unexpected incident, they had successfully completed the mission. Agatha looked at her, asking if she needed to rest. Touching the wound on her waist, Nightingale nonchalantly waved her hand, saying she had been treated by Leaf. Before meeting His Majesty Roland, Leaf was responsible for all the injuries of the association. Agatha exhaled, glad that everyone was safe. She regretted her oversight during this entire operation. Nightingale comforted her, it wasn't her fault, no one expected a high-ranking demon to appear. Agatha looked towards the sea. She was also confused. These high-ranking demons always hid behind large armies, never acted alone, and were very scarce. She originally thought they would only encounter them after the red moon descended, but seeing those magic stones, she was no longer sure because there were too many magic stones on them. Nightingale quickly understood the implication in her words, but as soon as she did, a chill rose from the depths of her heart. The lifespan of demons, their growth limits, how they evolved and methods of reproduction were all unknown. What had they developed into during these 400 years? If the enemy could accumulate so many magic stones, could they also accumulate a multitude of high-ranking demons? Gazing at the moonlight, the two of them hoped that when they found the answers, it wouldn't be too late. Edith and her brother finally arrived in the Western Territory, and this time there was someone following them. He invited Edith to find a clean hotel and then took them to stroll around the market, meticulously explaining that he could also serve Edith. Edith put on a grateful expression, slightly curtsying as she thanked the man for his help along the way. She said she would go to the town hall to seek help next, where she should be able to find news of her relatives. The man bid farewell to Edith in a gentlemanly manner, continuously waving at her as he left, saying he looked forward to their next meeting. Cole laughed, saying his sister was really popular. Edith glanced at him, asking what he should call her. Cole coughed twice and said, "Miss Edith." Looking at the border town, in a short period of time, the Western Territory was integrated into a new city, with a population and commercial trade both exceeding the previous royal capital. Such an extraordinary lord, however, had a bad title under his name. This piqued Edith's interest in Roland. A personal guard entered the office and reported that an envoy from the north was waiting outside the castle, hoping to be seen by Roland. The visitor was the second son of the current Duke of the Northern Territory, Calvin Cond. The guard reported that Minister Barev had already checked the credentials and family crest. Roland became interested and followed the guard to the meeting room. Along the way, the guard said that the envoy, Sir Cole, claimed that Duke Cond was willing to pledge allegiance to Roland. However, Roland felt this was somewhat troublesome. Entering the meeting room, there were only two people from the envoy group sitting at one end of the long table. One of them must be Duke's second son, Cole Cond. The other made Roland's eyes light up slightly. She was a woman of good looks and appearance. It seemed that she should be Cole's deputy, but for some reason, her aura was even more eye-catching than Sir Cole himself. Cole rose respectfully and quickly stated his purpose, mentioning that he also had a gift for Roland. Cole explained that the Hose and Lister families of the Northern Territory, two Count families, refused to obey King Roland's rule and even tried to conspire with other nobles to rebel. His father saw through their schemes early and meted out deserved punishments to both families. With a touch of regret, Cole said, but due to his negligence, he did not expect King Roland to return to the Western Territory early, and the two heads that were supposed to serve as evidence have decayed on the way. Roland looked at Cole, asking if his father executed the two counts directly. Cole glanced at the girl beside her and then nodded in affirmation. The level of allegiance was more intense than Roland had anticipated. Offering the heads of two counts as a letter of credence meant that they would find it hard to gain support from other territories' nobles again, at least significantly reducing the possibility of them uniting to resist Roland's own territory. Roland thought to himself, but with Nightingale not around at the moment, he didn't know whether the other party was trying to deceive him. He pondered for a moment, then whispered to Barav at his side, "Are these two families in the Northern Territory?" Barav slowly explained in Roland's ear that these two families were even more prominent than the five major families in the Western Territory. However, the Khan family of the Duke emerged prominently only 50 years ago. Barav said he hadn't expected Timothy to pick their family as the ruler of the Northern Territory. Even if it was to contain the other two families, if there was a significant disparity in strength, it would be difficult to play its due role and could easily cause dissatisfaction among the established families. "It seems that what Cole said should be true," Barav whispered. "This is related to the honor of the nobility. If Roland agrees to accept their allegiance and it gets out and is proven to be a lie, the Northern Territory will fall into chaos first." Roland smiled at Cole and expressed his gratitude to the Duke. Upholding the royal honor is the duty of every noble, and Cole's father did it well. Moreover, the two counts got what they deserved, and the kingdom would not hold Duke Khan accountable for this. Cole seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and thanked His Majesty Roland, saying his father would be very pleased to hear this. His father had always hoped to serve a true king, and now he finally had the chance. Roland nodded, saying he was also happy to accept the Duke's allegiance, provided he could comply with Greycastle's new laws. Cole was slightly taken aback, having not heard of the new laws. Roland explained that he would be taking away some of the nobles' power. In the future, there will be no more feudal nobles in the kingdom. Simply put, within Greycastle, all territories will have only one true ruler, and that is the king. Cole's expression changed drastically, turning once again to look at his assistant. Roland looked at the young man in front of him, telling him not to worry. The nobles were still nobles, their luxurious lives would not change, and they even had the opportunity to reach new heights. He had Barav give Cole a brochure, which contained all of the new laws, and told him that the Change-Gu stronghold had fully implemented this set of laws. Cole opened the brochure and read a few pages, his face blank and slightly tense. Cole's performance left Roland slightly disappointed, but on second thought, it was normal. After all, he was a kid. Presumably, his role in this trip was only to convey a message and he could not make decisions. He told Cole to first convey the message to Duke Khan, and before getting a reply, he could stay in the city of Neverwinter and seek around for himself. Cole anxiously looked at the woman next to him. The woman did not speak. She then patted him on the back. Just Roland thought that the talk would end here, but unexpectedly, Cole made another request. Cole asked if he could participate in seeing how Roland's territory manufactures steamboats and steam engines. This was indeed an intriguing request, and Roland looked at him with interest, wondering if he was interested in this. Cole said he was very fascinated by this kind of peculiar vessel. Roland nodded, instructing Barav to make arrangements. After dealing with the envoy, Roland returned to his office. Lightning was sprawled on the window with Maisie pecking at the glass above her head. A tightness instantly gripped Roland's heart. It was only the third day, and the crew should not have returned so quickly. Had something happened? He opened the large windows, hurriedly asking, "What happened?" The two pounced on Roland, exclaiming they had caught a demon. When he heard from Maisie that Anna and Nightingale were injured, and then Lightning added that it was not a big deal, Roland felt his heart go on a roller coaster ride. He exhaled, then questioned if they were really both right. Both nodded in unison. He turned and ran out of the room to call someone to bring Manhwa over, and told the two to finish what they were saying in one breath next time. In the evening, two steamboats finally appeared at the dock of the Crimson Water River. Seeing Anna and Nightingale walk down, Roland completely relaxed. He smiled, opening his arms to Anna. Anna quickly plunged into his arms, hugging him tightly. Nightingale sighed, saying Roland should have waited for them in the castle, as the dock was not safe. Anna released Roland and also pulled Nightingale over. Roland opened his arms and hugged Nightingale as well. Then it was Wendy, Leaf, and all the witches hugged Roland one after another. Agatha and Iffy were no exception. 2 canisters of red mist had already been used on the road, one was damaged in battle, and the remaining supply could only last until the following evening. If Agatha was to attempt to create a magical seal experiment, it must begin before noon the next day. Roland inquired about the lethal effects of the red mist on witches, asking how Agatha would change the canisters. Pointing to the container on one side, she explained that she would have ordinary people assist with connecting the tubes, and she also brought back those smaller storage canisters, which might be useful in the future. Roland nodded. Next, he turned to Breeze and asked if she could control the demon to use magic power. Breeze responded, it should be possible. Roland then asked Nanoa to assist in attaching the limbs back to the demon. Axe brought over the limbs, and with Nanoa's magic, the demon was assembled. After a few minutes, without making a sound, the demon crawled up from the ground and slowly left the shed. Breeze utilized her power, and under her control, the creature stood upright, all while remaining under her control as it exited the ship cabin. Leaf reported that the test field was ready. The demon grabbed a long stick. This was the weapon the demon had carried out. Its arm swelled and the magic stone embedded in its arm emitted a faint yellow light. It forcefully threw it at the target, a white shadow flashed by, and a crisp humming sound emanated from the armor in the distance. The spear completely penetrated the chest plate and was firmly stuck in the wall. Upon removal, it was evident that the spearhead had shattered upon impact. If replaced with an iron short spear, the power might be slightly greater. However, considering the demon's attire, it seems that the enemy's use of iron weapons is even more mediocre than humans. Even the armor of high-ranking demons doesn't seem to be purely metallic. The next test was rapid throwing. The demon, controlled by Breeze, was forced to throw 2 spears as fast as he could, emitting painful roars. It seems that even if its body was controlled, it couldn't avoid the agony brought about by the overuse of the magic stone. After the throw, its arms sagged down. This time, both spears shattered upon hitting the 3mm steel plate. It's observable that the most threatening attack of the demon is comparable to a revolver rifle. While a bolt-action rifle could easily penetrate the steel plate at this distance. After reaching this conclusion, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. With these melee demons as the basic combat power, they did not surpass the operational effectiveness of conventional firearms. At a distance of 500 to 1,000 meters, machine guns and artillery could pulverize all standing enemies, meaning that at least on the frontal battlefield where the two armies met, humans certainly had the power to fight. How wonderful it would be if Roland were born into Kira, Agatha sighed, looking at the weapon in Roland's hands. Back then, they have 100 times more people than Grey Castle, and so is the case with witches. If everyone had a firearm, perhaps the demons would have been driven back where they came from a long time ago. Roland smiled, but he did not think so. After all, over 400 years ago, it was a kingdom run by witches. If there truly were a weapon that could give commoners power beyond that of witches, would the Federation willingly accept its existence? In any era, witches were a minority. Whether that's now, or 400 years ago. While there were millions of commoners, there were only a few thousand witches. And those commoners who had been oppressed for a long time, would they willingly step onto the battlefield? Of course, he wouldn't say these thoughts aloud. Agatha was just a researcher, and it's better not to involve her in political affairs. Next, they tested the demon's resistance to gunfire on various parts of its body, as well as the effects of various chemicals, church pills, and dream water. Lucia was also asked to try and separate the components of the red mist to see what could be obtained. Unfortunately, they could not keep demons for a long time, and Agatha needed to prepare to make the magical seals. Agatha thought something and then shook her head. Seeing that Agatha did not want to continue speaking, Roland did not ask further. Edith stood by the window, gazing at the city in the night. Merchants often say that candlelight signifies wealth, and in this border town, the market is packed with people even during the night. She thought she would only see brightly lit scenes in the pubs or theaters in the inner city area of the royal capital, but here, everything began to surprise her. Suddenly, the sound of knocking outside the bedroom interrupted Edith's thoughts. Cole poked his head in, mentioning that the water was still hot, and asked if his sister wanted to continue her bath. Edith shook her head, telling him to have the servants heat a new basin, then asked Cole if he had figured out how the water system worked here. Cole scratched his head, explaining that the water was released from the tubes. It seemed to flow from those tall iron towers, but as for how the water got pumped up from the wells, he couldn't get a clear answer from the locals. He urged Edith to try the soap, praising how excellent it was for cleaning the body. Edith couldn't help but silently wonder. Was this also a deliberate arrangement by His Majesty? The envoy group's residence, located near the castle area, was a 4-story building, its top floor even higher than the castle. It not only offered a view of the city of Neverwinter Nightscape but also boasted cleverly arranged and equipped rooms. Although not large, they were extremely comfortable to live in. The official from the city hall who received them mentioned that this place was specially prepared by His Majesty for foreign envoys and seemed to be called the diplomatic building. In Edith's eyes, whether it was the clear water that gushed out endlessly when the valve was turned or the soap that Cole praised incessantly, they were likely deliberate displays arranged by Roland Wimbledon. During the afternoon, the two also visited the steam engines. Cole didn't understand what was so beautiful about these black blocks, but King Roland seemed to think they were. Edith closely inspected the steam engine, agreeing with Roland's assertion that this was truly beauty. The beauty brought about by the power of technology, a form of beauty incomparable to jewels and garments. How did Roland come to acquire such knowledge? Edith wondered as she gazed out of the window. What else did he know beyond this? Edith, sitting in a chair, asked her brother what he thought of the new laws. Cole, hesitating, responded that he would write a letter to inform their father of the conditions laid out by His Majesty tomorrow, but he didn't think their father would agree. Edith said nothing. Seeing that his sister did not deny it, Cole gained a little more courage. He had read the new laws, and agreeing to them meant handing over their territory and giving up on their power. This was not a promotion, but a clear demotion. Edith nodded with a smile, agreeing that Cole made a good point, but he overlooked one thing. Cole looked at his sister, puzzled. Edith slowly stood up. Could they really hold on to these positions and power? She asked Cole why they granted lands to their knights and vassals. Cole responded that doing so ensured their loyalty and attracted more people to join them. Edith nodded, then asked, what if their father kept all the land to himself? Cole thought for a moment. If that happened, everyone would leave the Northern Territory. Those without land would go elsewhere, other nobles would also gradually leave, and in the end, only their family would remain. Edith looked at her brother. Wouldn't that be good? Cole blinked, seemingly perplexed as to why his sister would ask such an apparent question. The North was so vast, how could they possibly manage it all? Even collecting taxes and grains on a usual basis was quite troublesome. Edith did not respond directly but said that this was also what His Majesty considered to be the main cause of the feudal system. It ultimately arose from the need for war and limitations in management capabilities. Edith sighed. However, the situation has changed now. No matter how they expanded their forces, they could not withstand a strike from His Majesty, whose army was unmatched in the entire kingdom. At the same time, His Majesty firmly believed that the city hall could manage the affairs of the whole territory, and thus there was no need to grant lands to the nobles anymore. Cole opened his mouth, but was unsure how to respond. Edith spoke slowly. Roland Wimbledon believes that such a regime, with unified management and planning, could better utilize the resources of the entire territory, tap into the potential of the people, take power away from the noble, and grant the citizens the power to vote and choose, and thus unleash powerful productivity throughout the kingdom. Cole stepped back a couple of steps, thinking this was all nonsense. What was productivity? A competition of who could farm better. Where would Roland find enough people? Without nobles, who would collect the grain and taxes? Most commoners didn't care who was king. Edith was also very curious about this point, so they decided to visit again tomorrow, and this time, she would speak. The next day, the test reports were sent to Roland's desk. The demons' bodies were not invincible. Both firearms and blades could cause their fatal injuries, but perhaps due to different physiological structures, the damage effects of toxins and chemicals were minimal. For example, chlorine, nitrous oxide, and carbon monoxide did not affect the demons, and neither did dream water or the church's pills. Dream water did not make them sleep, and the church's pill could not cause them to react violently. As for the red mist, once decomposed, it turned into several gases and water. After testing by Kyle, it was confirmed that a part of it could burn and emit a foul odor, while another part was nitrogen, with the remaining components unidentified. Moreover, when the temperature rose to 300 degrees, the red mist would decompose more quickly, and approaching 800 degrees, the mist would even ignite. Roland filed the report away in a drawer. For now, it seemed that besides conventional firearm weapons, fire was also a good choice to deal with the demons, at least in dispersing the red mist. The effect of high temperature was very significant. When attacking the enemy camp, a large fire might be able to instantly reverse the situation of the demons fighting on home ground. The guard knocked and entered, stating that an envoy from the Northern Territory sought to visit Roland. Roland was slightly surprised. It had only been one day. After a moment of silence, he ordered, "Take them to the meeting room and inform Carter to lock down the diplomatic building, temporarily preventing the rest of the Northern envoys from going out." Roland thought to himself, since the other party couldn't recognize the policies he was going to implement, he might as well forcibly keep them here. When Roland entered the meeting room, this time it wasn't Cole standing in the front, but rather the girl sitting beside him yesterday. The girl stood up and performed a standard noble courtesy, introducing herself as Edith Khan, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Northern Territory, and also Cole's sister. She apologized for Cole forgetting to introduce her identity last time and hoped Roland would forgive it. Roland became interested. It turned out this girl was the real leader of this envoy group. Edith looked at Roland and said that this time her father had entrusted her with full responsibility, and the Duke's seal had also been handed over to her. Roland nodded. He knew that in this era, it was quite rare for a woman to participate in politics, let alone a young, beautiful girl. After both parties sat down, Roland asked what the purpose of visiting him was this time. Edith picked up the brochure that Roland had given her, stating she had several questions. Roland thought she would tactfully express her inability to accept these conditions, but he didn't expect her to come over and discuss politics with him. Looking at her sincere eyes, Roland realized she was serious. Edith's first question was, without the assistance of the nobles, how could Roland effectively manage the vast territories of the kingdom? Roland answered, the people, and the advancement of technology. He then explained slowly, allowing common folks to get an education, and through the training from the city hall, allow the common folks to help govern the kingdom. Edith then asked several more questions, such as how to prevent administrative officials from neglecting their duties, how trade would be distributed throughout the kingdom after unification, and whether productivity could truly serve as a standard for measuring policies. Roland answered each one, without any pause, and the more she asked, the brighter Edith's eyes shone. It wasn't until close to noon that she exhaled deeply, realizing that Roland indeed knew what he was doing. Both of them took a sip of tea. Edith asked if Roland could provide the Northern Territories with steam engines, as well as the production equipment and personnel for the steamships. Roland replied he couldn't provide the personnel at the moment, but he could allow people from the Northern Territory to come and learn. The prerequisite is that the Northern nobles comply with his administration. As for the steamship, That's possible too. As long as Edith pays enough gold, none of these are issues. Edith was somewhat surprised by Roland's forthrightness. After a moment of contemplation, she further inquired, according to Roland's plan, if Roland waited just 10 more years, he could easily take over the entire Grey Castle. By then, promoting the new policy would face no resistance, and Roland wouldn't need to concern himself with anyone's opinions. Why is Roland so eager now? Roland fell silent for a while before finally saying, if Edith really wants to know the answer, follow him to see something. Roland led Edith into a wooden hut deep within the forest. Agatha was somewhat irritated, annoyed that Roland would bring people to disturb her while she was crafting the magic seals. Upon seeing the demon, limbs severed, lay flat on a long table, surrounded by various bottles and jars. Edith let out an incredulous gasp. She was more in shock than fear. Agatha was in the final stages of extracting its blood. Roland explained, this is the greatest enemy humanity now faces. The war between them isn't about territory or wealth, it's about who gets to continue existing. The loser will be utterly annihilated. The weight of this information overwhelmed Edith. Roland continued slowly telling her that the church had concealed this story, but the demon's origins could be traced back 1,000 years. It's also known as the Divine War. Only after Roland and Edith departed did Agatha let out a sigh of relief. She felt her attitude towards Roland wasn't great. Perhaps she should be more courteous to Roland. Even with such thoughts, she still didn't like anyone but witches entering her workshop, especially when she was about to craft magic seals. Moreover, she didn't want anyone, even Roland, to know the methods of magic seal making. However, she realized that this secret would soon be impossible to keep. Just then, there was another knock outside the shed. This time, Anna and Manhwa entered. They were about to craft 4 types of magic seals. When the blue blood flowed through the coated tubing onto the stone of God punishment, the two blended, releasing a stream of bubbles. The stone melted like a burning candle. Anna carefully observed the transformation, and Agatha explained, magic can alter one's physical capability. Higher awakened witches have noticeably better physical qualities than ordinary witches, while those transcendent witches reach the pinnacle in this aspect. To enhance the magic seal's efficacy, the best magic seals always use the blood of powerful demons combined with the highest quality stone of God punishments. They soon reached the final step. Relying solely on demons is insufficient, Agatha calmly stated, a witch's contribution is also essential. Manhwa covered her mouth in shock. Agatha continued, the Federation stumbled upon this secret by chance. The blood of a witch, when mixed with that of a demon, can create a unique effect. It makes the melted stone of God punishment maintain a state. Even after a long period, its magical circuitry remains intact. The liquid in the first container settled and emitted a grayish glow, resembling blue wax after it was cooled. She then picked up a small knife from the table, making a cut on her hand. After collecting half a cup of her blood, she asked Manhwa to heal the wound for her. This was precisely why Agatha had chosen the two. Anna was the most adept learner among the witches in the Witches' Union, suitable to inherit this knowledge, while Manhwa, on the other hand, could alleviate her pain effectively. If it hadn't been for Roland showing her hope in defeating demons and his unbiased attitude toward witches, she would have preferred to bury the secrets of magic seal-making forever. Even within the Federation, the idea that witch blood could blend perfectly with demons was hard for most to accept. Even she had her doubts about the origin of witches when she first encountered this. Such confusion was detrimental to the Divine War. Therefore, the crafting of the magic seals was one of the closely guarded secrets within the Federation. Finally, Agatha poured the blood inside. The red blood flowed through the shallow trench, while the surrounding blue blood chunks wriggled, their edges blurring and merging into one another. Next, she infused the seal with magical energy. Both Anna and Manhwa watched in shock. It was almost like the magic seal was alive. The next step was to cut it and seal it with silver foil. Depending on the type of magic seal, the final steps are always different. Some needed cutting, while others didn't. It wasn't a 100% success rate either, but if it failed, the solution was simple: just pry out the stone and start over. Anna frowned, but it requires a lot more blood. Agatha nodded and responded, that's why, in Takara, demon blood is even more precious than a witch's. Agatha sighed and continued, back in the Federation, during experiments, if a witch's blood is wasted, no one cares. But if they lose demon's blood, reprimands and punishments are inevitable. While preparing the second batch of seals, as Agatha was about to make another cut, Anna stopped her. Anna proposed to use her blood this time. Anna pointed out that Manhwa could heal wounds but couldn't replenish blood. His Majesty once said that excessive blood loss could cause dizziness and even fainting. Just as Agatha was about to decline the offer, Anna suggested Agatha rest for 2 days before resuming her work. Telling her to consume more meat porridge and animal liver during this period would speed up recovery. Is this also what His Majesty said? Agatha asked. Anna nodded. Anna knew the purpose of Agatha choosing her as an assistant to learn the methods of magic seal making. She might as well handle these next 2 batches. Agatha remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Back in the castle, Edith took a while to process everything before finally speaking. Roland wouldn't have concocted such an unbelievable tale just to deceive her. She wondered if demons were truly that powerful. Roland nodded. Not only are demons individually powerful, but their numbers are also staggering. Roland's army can easily defeat Timothy's knights, but victory against demons is not guaranteed. They've been slowly growing in strength over the past 400 years. The key point is, there's no possibility of negotiating peace in this war. It won't end until one side is completely eradicated. Edith looked intently at Roland, questioning if Roland has a plan to share this news with the public. Roland shook his head and picked up his teacup. It's inevitable, but not now. Roland is uncertain about how his people would perceive this cold and terrifying enemy. Building their confidence will be a slow process. Edith understands that panic is more fearsome than any enemy. Her final question was about the timeline. How long do they have before this war starts? Roland was uncertain, 5 years, maybe less. No one knows the exact time the red moon will appear. War could break out at any moment. That's why Roland can't afford to methodically unify Greycastle at a leisurely pace. She didn't respond further but stood up from her seat and knelt down on one knee in a knight manner. Given the circumstances, the Khan family is willing to be at your command, Edith said. Your laws will be unhindered in the north, and your will shall be the only voice in the north. She paused. She also hoped that all Roland's promises could be fulfilled. It seemed that Edith was still thinking about the steam engine. Roland smiled, then suggesting that Edith's father might not agree to this. Moreover, how could the Khan family guarantee any of this? Without hesitation, she replied, she will guarantee it herself. Edith confidently said she was willing to stay here. If Roland wants more, her brother Cole could also stay. This would force her father to agree, regardless of his reluctance. Roland looked at the two of them. Thinking this was effectively holding them as hostages? That would be an obvious threat in the eyes of the Duke. Edith shook her head, placing her hand on her chest and saluting as if she were a knight. She requested to join the city hall, expressing a desire to witness the new world Roland was planning with her own eyes and to see if this so-called advanced civilization was truly as wonderful as Roland had described. After Edith left, what pleased Roland the most was Edith's oath of allegiance. Nothing was sweeter than more population and resources. If the North truly surrendered as she suggested, the territory he effectively controlled would more than double. If everything went smoothly, he might be able to achieve unification before the month of the demons arrived this year. Soon, Agatha entered the office. Roland said Agatha had worked very hard recently. He then questioned, did the process go smoothly? Agatha calmly stated that the first batch failed twice and Anna participated in part of the production. Agatha placed the end results on the desk and then left. Before leaving, she remarked, "If Roland wants more magic seals to be made, please provide her with a spacious laboratory first, not a shabby shelter that looks like a stable." Roland cheerfully responded, "He will have the mage tower constructed as soon as possible." Just after Agatha left the office, Nightingale peeked in from behind, curious about the magic seals. Roland grinned, saying these are roughly equivalent to telephones, alarm systems, and cameras. Nightingale shook her head, not understanding a word Roland just said. Roland elaborated. "These will be given to Thunder. One seal can help with long-distance communication, another can detect the presence of demons nearby to prevent ambushes, and another seal can assist Thunder with exploration." Roland felt a pang of regret, unable to join the fleet at sea and missing the spectacular yet airy seascapes. A thick fog rose on the sea, and a sailor shouted that they were now approaching a reef zone. Thunder commanded the sailors to lower the sails and proceed at a slow pace, alerting everyone to be on high vigilance. Molly asked Margaret if she could really find the witch they spoke about. Margaret nodded, certain that Joan would not ignore any sailing ship in danger. The last time Margaret saw Joan, her legs had already transformed into the shape of a fish's. However, that was all 10 years ago, and Margaret had no clear idea of her current state. Camilla pondered, if Joan has always been with the sea, then there's no need to worry about her not being able to survive on her awakening day. But since more than a decade has passed, is she really still in this sea area? Thunder walked over, assuring Camilla to trust their intelligence. Ever since Thunder knew Joan became a witch, he's been paying extra attention here. He was aware of some greedy merchants trying to catch her. Thunder blinked, but a shipwreck stopped them. He assured Camilla those guys wouldn't dare to lay a finger on her again. Camilla and Molly thanked Thunder for his help towards the witches. Just then, a sailor reported hearing singing from the northwest direction. Thunder shouted for everyone to be quiet. As everyone held their breath and listened intently, the ethereal and elusive singing gradually became clearer. It didn't come from all directions but firmly pointed in one direction. Just like a ray of light piercing through the dense fog, guiding the ship to a safe course. Thunder, Camilla, Molly, and Margaret boarded a small boat, with Molly's slime protecting the bottom of the boat, and sailed towards the singing. After awakening as a witch, Joan almost never showed her face, knowing that she could not be caught by others. Ships in danger could often only hear her singing, and very few people had seen her. Therefore, Thunder's plan was to have the ship stay in place, continuously attracting Joan's singing, while he, Margaret, and the witches took a small boat to find her by following the sound. After sailing in the thick fog for some time, Margaret suddenly saw a figure and couldn't help but shout out her name. The singing abruptly stopped. A woman was seen half floating on the water, looking at the people in the boat in surprise, seemingly at a loss. The boat approached the girl, and Margaret said to her, identifying herself as Margaret, and asked if she remembered her. The girl made intermittent cries while slowly retreating backward. Thunder explained that she could no longer speak and that they would need Camilla's help. Camilla nodded and placed her hand on Margaret's shoulder. In an instant, Joan's voice echoed in her mind. Margaret heard the girl ask if Margaret had brought them here to capture her. Margaret was about to say that wasn't the case when Camilla interrupted her, telling Margaret to speak directly in her mind, as heartfelt communication was more sincere. Margaret calmed herself and repeatedly thought about what she wanted to say. She asked the girl if she remembered saving Margaret's life and explained that she was there to seek her help this time. The girl slowly swam out from behind a rock, approaching the boat, and remembered Margaret. They used to spend time together. Margaret was excited, thinking that Camilla's abilities were truly miraculous. Suddenly, the girl withdrew her hand and asked fearfully who Camilla was. Margaret realized that her thoughts could be directly heard by Joan and quickly explained that Camilla was a witch just like Joan, and it was her ability that allowed them to hear each other's thoughts. The girl was still somewhat scared and asked if sailors were here to capture the witches. Margaret shook her head and explained that the church's power had been completely eradicated in the fjord, and now witches were settling in a slumbering isle. If Joan wanted to head over to Slumbering Isle, Margaret was willing to guide her. The girl recalled being attacked with harpoons by the merchant before, thinking those people were after the church's bounty on her. Margaret looked at her seriously and assured her that such things would never happen again because Thunder had taken care of everything. The girl also remembered this name, recognizing it as belonging to a distinguished explorer. The two talked for a long time, while Molly and Thunder whispered to each other, wishing they could hear what was being said. After a long time, Joan let out a soft cry sound, flicked her tail, and dived into the sea, leaving behind a series of ripples. "How did it go?" Thunder asked. Margaret turned around, slowly revealing a smile, saying Joan had agreed to their request. As the carriage entered the city of Dawn, the sounds around them suddenly became noisy. York couldn't help but lift the curtain to look outside. A woman's voice came from beside him, asking what his first impression of the Dawn capital was. York smiled and said that it was indeed the merchant capital. Even on the main roads, vendors were openly hawking their wares. If this was happening in Grey Castle, all of them would have been chased away by the guards. He added that only the fjords could compare to this place. Hearing this, the woman laughed a few times, saying that people in the fjords were just a bunch of porters dealing in goods, merely transporting goods from one place to another, selling them at a profit due to scarcity. There weren't many valuable goods that could be sold from the islands. After some thought, she concluded that perhaps only salted fish could bring in some money. York didn't say much, just continued along with the woman's words, praising her for being the most well-known merchant in the capital. She smiled slightly, reached out to put her hand on his shoulder, and said that Mr. Ambassador is also really good at something. York had given the woman a bottle of perfume from Grey Castle as a special product 2 days ago. It had taken him only 2 days to become very close with her, and with another bottle of perfume, he had won her favor. After one night, the two of them were inseparable. York then asked what the most popular business in Dawn City was. The woman whispered in York's ear that there were 2 types of goods that sold well in the capital. One was practical items that were needed most of the time, but not too common, such as crystal glasses, silver mirrors, perfumes, high-quality fabrics, and textiles. The other type was novelty items, which had no standard price and depended entirely on whether the buyer liked them or not. If York was interested, she was willing to take him to visit the top exhibitions. However, she also mentioned that recently there was a business that was even better than those. The woman, her name is Denise, paused for a moment and said, "Slave trade." York thought for a moment, knowing this was a common phenomenon. The female merchant explained that businesses without capital were always the most popular. When the Wolfheart Kingdom was occupied by the church, tens of thousands of refugees flooded in. As long as they were given some food, they could be recruited in droves and it would be profitable to sell them anywhere. The woman looked out of the window and said that she didn't quite like the feeling of buying and selling people as slaves, especially women. York wrapped his arms around her, telling her not to think about these things. A business like that did not mean it was risk-free. When those refugees turned into a mob, the slave traders would have a headache. Just as they were about to get intimate, the coachman mentioned that they had arrived at the royal district. York politely declined the woman's invitation to visit her home and got off the carriage. He thought to himself that since Denise was a married woman, and now that they were in her husband's territory, visiting her mansion would be a huge risk. If her husband found out, he could end up severely beaten. Seeing York getting off the carriage, Hill, who was following the merchant convoy, slowly approached. Hill, York's personal guard assigned by King Roland himself, came to his side and smiled, saying that York truly lived up to his reputation as the magic hand. Hill then asked what they had talked about over the past few days. York said they were just talking about businesses. Although Hill didn't seem like a powerful knight in York's eyes, he had reportedly made many contributions to King Roland. When asked about his plans, York said with pride, "Raise the national flag, submit the documents, and let them know that the ambassador from Grey Castle has arrived." A grand banquet was arranged in the royal palace's grand hall. This was the first time York had attended a banquet of such high standard. Of course, what attracted York's attention the most were the noble ladies mingling among the men. A young man, surrounded by a crowd, walked up to him. He was the host of the banquet, the first prince, Anpian Moa. York quickly performed a chest salute, and Anpian mentioned that he had read the letter of introduction and documents on behalf of the king of Grey Castle. However, he explained that his father was very ill, which was why he couldn't personally attend York, expressing his regrets. Anpian sighed, stating that this was already common knowledge in Dawn City. A month and a half ago, the king suddenly fainted during a banquet and had not fully recovered since. He could only stay awake for 2 to 3 hours each day, spending the rest of the time in a deep slumber. York thought for a moment. A month and a half was exactly the time it took him to travel from Grey Castle to here. He comforted Anpian, saying, "His Majesty will gradually get better." The prince managed to smile and told York to continue enjoying the banquet, before preparing to leave. Just then, York suddenly remembered his main purpose for being there and quickly mentioned the previous discussions about forming an alliance between the Kingdom of Dawn and Grey Castle. The prince simply stated that he was aware of the situation, but everything had to wait until his father was well again. Not long after, a familiar voice came from behind York. He was startled and turned around quickly, only to find that it was indeed Denise. She raised a glass of red wine and walked towards York with a smile. After the banquet, Otto, following the prince, puzzled, asked the prince why he didn't agree to the alliance immediately. Forming an alliance with Grey Castle was the king's intention, and with the church's power becoming increasingly oppressive, they shouldn't be fighting this battle alone. The prince did not turn around. Instead, he asked whether his father had sent Otto to find Timothy instead of Roland. Otto explained that their ally was meant to be the king of Grey Castle, and the message brought by the ambassador confirmed that Roland was indeed the new king. The prince raised his hand to interrupt Otto, telling him that he had his own plans and that Otto need not worry about this matter any longer. Otto raised his voice, arguing that for the sake of the kingdom's security, they needed someone to restrain the church. Anpian's voice involuntarily rose as he turned around and told Otto that he did not want to repeat himself, instructing Otto to stay out of this matter. Seeing the crown prince so resolute, Otto had no choice but to let it go. Just as he was about to turn away, the prince suddenly called out to him, asking Otto if they were friends. Otto fell silent for a moment before responding yes. Andrea, Belinda, Aro, and himself were all friends of the prince. Anpian then slowly asked if something were to happen to his father, the king, would Otto support him in becoming the new king? Otto fell silent for a moment before finally responding, yes. Otto returned from the palace, confused and disoriented. Ever since the king fell ill, Prince Anpian seemed to be greatly affected. Although he had somewhat recovered recently, his words and actions seemed different from before. To put it precisely, he felt like a stranger. As a childhood friend, Otto believed he understood the prince very well. Anpian was not the kind of person who would resort to unscrupulous measures for power. In fact, Otto sometimes felt that Anpian was somewhat naive and not suitable to be a king who could lead and make important decisions. Because of this, Otto planned to assist his friend in governing the state affairs with all his abilities, along with Belinda and Oro, once Anpian was crowned. The three families had always followed the king closely since the establishment of the Kingdom of Dawn. Therefore, he still answered yes without any hesitation. But Otto realized that Anpian didn't care about his answer. The prince asked out of a habit born from insecurity. And Otto hadn't considered this. End of the day, the three families were willing to support the royal family, but what if the prince didn't need their support? This thought troubled Otto as he contemplated the future of their friendship and the role he and the other families would play in the upcoming reign of Prince Anpian. Realizing this, Otto felt an increasing distance between himself and Anpian. He sighed, thinking that perhaps he should take the initiative to do something. Probably, he alone couldn't do anything. The three families must unite. Only by working together could they possibly find out the reason behind Anpian's actions. Otto didn't go straight home. Instead, he made his way to the Tokat family territory. Aro, taking off his sweaty headband and tossing his wooden sword to a servant, asked why Otto came to find him. Otto pulled Oro aside and shared his thoughts and plans. Oro shook his head. He understood that Anpian was the prince, the heir to the kingdom of Dawn, and he wouldn't always be their friend. Oro said that they should assist the king only if he needs them, if not, they shouldn't pry into his affairs. Otto just then realized that Oro had already seen this coming. Otto tried his best to persuade, saying their three families had always followed the royal family. Oro laughed cynically and said, "Since Andrea's death, there have been only two of them. Where is the third family?" Otto grabbed Oro's hand and told him, "Andrea is not dead." Oro stopped in his tracks, turned around, and almost pinned Otto to the wall with the force of his movement. Otto couldn't keep this secret any longer. He slowly revealed that he had personally seen Andrea with King Roland back in Grey Castle. Oro's eyes widened, asking if he meant they were together in a romantic sense. Otto bit his lip, saying he wasn't sure, but Andrea had become a witch, and only Roland at the time was willing to shelter a witch. Otto carefully recounted Andrea's experiences, watching the mixed emotions on Oro's face. Both of them had once believed without a doubt the story of the Quinn family saying Andrea's carriage fell off the cliff. After hearing everything, Oro sat down on the ground, his face filled with frustration as he pounded the floor. Otto continued, saying that this was why they needed to bring Prince Anpian back. Oro was obviously unclear about the connection between the two matters. Otto urged him to think it through. By putting the alliance between the two kingdoms on hold and refusing to give a reason, Anpian risked the failure of the plan set by the king to stand united against the church. If the church were to launch an attack, they would have to face it alone. If they attacked the kingdom of Dawn first, Oro would lead the knights to battle. If Oro were to be defeated and die in battle, he would never see Andrea again. Oro thought about it and seemed to find some logic in Otto's words. However, he then asked why Otto thought he would definitely lose. Ignoring his friend's protests, Otto continued, "If the church attacks Grey Castle first, Roland will have to face the invaders. If Roland loses and dies, Andrea will most likely die by his side. If she gets captured by the church, her fate will be even worse. But if the two kingdoms could support each other, making the church hesitant to make a move, neither of them would have to die on the battlefield. There would still be a chance for Oro to meet Andrea in the future." Otto asked the final question. Is the alliance important or not? At this realization, Oro finally understood. He stood up and their hands gripped tightly together. York dragged his tired yet invigorated body back home. As he pushed open the door to his bedroom, he was taken aback to find a person there, who had already lit the candles. In the flickering candlelight, he recognized that it was indeed Hill who had spoken. Hill explained that nighttime was the only time he could visit without attracting attention, and he had been very cautious in coming here, hoping that York would understand. Hill poured York a cup of tea and then started to explain the situation. A large number of refugees from Wolfheart Kingdom were flooding into the Kingdom of Dawn, presenting an excellent opportunity for recruitment. Hill hoped that York would start treating this as a business venture, focusing primarily on finding craftsmen, individuals who can read and write, and those with some sort of special skills. All the finances would be covered by the king. York was not very knowledgeable in this area, and besides, slave trading mainly occurred at the border between the two kingdoms. As an ambassador, it was not convenient for him to go there. Hill sat down and reassured York that he wouldn't need to leave. Traders would bring the slaves here, and even though the price might be a bit higher, it would save the trouble of screening them. As for not knowing how to conduct business, he could seek help from Denise. She was a well-known noble merchant in the area, and transporting the refugees to Grey Castle wouldn't be a problem for her. York was surprised at how much Hill knew and asked if he had been to the Kingdom of Dawn before. Hill shook his head, explaining that he had gathered this information while York was spending quality time with Lady Denise. York looked at Hill with admiration, commenting that he never realized Hill was not only a skilled knight but also a shrewd businessman. Hill modestly replied that he was neither a knight nor a businessman, but his mission, entrusted to him by the king, was to ensure York's safety at crucial moments. He added with a smile that he was just an ordinary person from an acrobat team. Back in the city of Neverwinter, in the border town, officials and assistants from the municipal hall kept sending various documents and reports to Barav. Under normal circumstances, the busier the municipal hall's work, the happier Barav would feel. However, recently, the situation has become complicated. Just as his assistant left the documents on the desk and closed the door, Edith's voice rang in his ears. Barav groaned inwardly. This young lady had really come down here, and she wasn't even using formal language when addressing him. The king had arranged for Edith to work in the chief officer's office as an assistant, in order to learn about the structure of the municipal hall and the process of handling government affairs. However, it seemed she didn't see it that way. Seeing that Barav seemed overwhelmed, Edith offered to help him with a smile. Reluctantly, Barav nodded in agreement. Given her status as the daughter of the Duke of the Northern Territory, she was indeed of a higher rank than Barav. Even if he felt helpless inside, there was nothing wrong with Edith's words or actions. If Barav outright refused Edith's help and the king heard about it, it would be hard to justify his actions. At such a crucial time, Barav could not afford to leave a bad impression on the king. Soon, the sound of writing filled the room as Edith began to work on the documents. Quickly, she placed the files back on his desk and started to explain. Her voice was clear and well organized, making it hard to believe that she had only joined the municipal hall about 2 weeks ago. Initially, she had simply sat quietly, reviewing the files she was assigned, rarely speaking. But now, she was proficient in various affairs. Barav couldn't find any fault or mistakes in her work and told Edith to proceed as she had suggested. Watching the young woman in front of him, Barav wondered if this was the noble cultivated by the noble education back in the Duke's mansion. He felt a deep sense of threat. What if the king decided to keep her here? The king was not married yet, and she was a legitimate daughter of a duke. Just the thought of it gave Barav a headache. Barav thought of something and spoke gravely, saying they'd run into real trouble. The food reserves in the city of Neverwinter might not last until the wheat harvest. Edith immediately thought that the influx of refugees was the cause. According to the planned consumption rate, the remaining food should last until the end of summer. The spring wheat could be harvested in mid-July. As long as they stopped accepting more refugees, the food should be sufficient. Barav shook his head, stating that they couldn't stop taking in refugees. If they abandoned them, nearby cities might experience riots. Therefore, the municipal hall couldn't let the food issue disrupt the king's arrangements. They must solve this problem. It is also the duty of the chief minister, he added, pausing before looking at Edith, questioning if she had any good ideas. Barav thought that even if Edith was very skilled in political affairs, she couldn't possibly have a complete understanding of the city of Neverwinter in just half a month. Not long after, Edith responded, saying it's not that difficult. Previously, most of the northern lands weren't suitable for wheat growing, so food would be particularly scarce every spring. Therefore, the local lords would turn their attention to the eastern territories and the Kingdom of Dawn. Barav realized something. Edith spoke casually, since they can't grow or buy enough, they can only take from others. The king's army is currently attacking Dragonfall Ridge, and Count Spear's brother, in resistance to her, has rallied quite a few local nobles. Since that's the case, as long as they get rid of them, all the gold and food hiding in their basement will be theirs. Barav said, but they are still nobles. Just then he stopped mid-sentence. After the king occupied the entire territory, they would no longer be called nobles. What puzzled Barav was how quickly Edith could accept the intention of eliminating the noble class. Even though he fully supported the king's orders, Barav himself couldn't adapt as quickly as Edith, especially considering Edith was the heir of the Duke of the North. Returning to the diplomatic building, Edith pushed open the door to her room and saw Cole flipping through a book at the desk. Cole mentioned that he bought the book at the market, which was filled with interesting pictures and stories. Noticing the smile on his sister's face, something he rarely saw, Cole couldn't help but ask if they were really not going back. Edith responded that it was only temporary and that they would return once their father replied to their letters. she believed that His Majesty would allow Cole to go back. However, when Cole asked about her own plans, Edith did not hesitate to express her desire to stay. She picked up Cole's book, showing interest in Roland's City Hall, stating that she could learn a lot there. Back in the north, she could have whatever she wanted just by mentioning it to their father. However, that was more about her status and her father's willingness to listen to her suggestions, limited only within their family's territory. But here, in this city hall with hardly any nobles, and where no one cared whether Edith was the daughter of a duke from the north, everyone was judged based on their work and capabilities. Duke Calvin of the Northern Territories slammed the letter from Edith onto the desk. "This damn daughter of mine," he cursed. In his fury, Duke Calvin grabbed a glass cup from the desk, intending to smash it on the ground, but he halted mid-action. The cup was made of fine crystal glass, worth almost 3 gold. He couldn't bring himself to break such a valuable item. After some contemplation, he slowly withdrew his hand and placed the cup back on the table. He never would have expected that King Roland would directly revoke all the nobles' fiefdom rights. What shocked him even more was that his daughter, who usually managed to gain advantages for him, had readily agreed to all of His Majesty's conditions and even persuaded Duke Calvin to face reality and not resist stubbornly. Was this really his daughter? Calvin's head ached terribly. If he followed the king's order, he would lose control over the Northern Territory. He had just dealt with the Hose and Lister families, thinking he would finally have control over the entire territory, only to find himself back at square one. But what if he didn't follow His Majesty? Edith included the consequences in the letter. The letter was written in Edith's familiar tone. Calvin could even imagine the sneer on her face as she wrote this letter. Whenever she talked about failure, she would describe her own fate in an eerily calm tone. Edith wrote that she and Cole would be imprisoned forever, while Calvin's fate would be even worse. She even questioned Calvin in the letter, asking him to carefully consider how the fourth prince would treat a duke's daughter who couldn't fight back. Edith could easily list hundreds of humiliating methods that would excite any man. Perhaps, once the fourth prince grew tired of her, she would be discarded, who knows where Roland would send her, and Calvin would lose his daughter forever. The more Calvin read, the angrier he became, especially as Edith had the audacity to threaten him, stating that Calvin and his knights wouldn't last half a day against Roland's army. He could even picture the expression on his daughter's face as she wrote the letter. Although her tone was somewhat exaggerated, he couldn't deny the possibility of her words, having heard of the fourth prince's notorious reputation. With these thoughts in mind, the Duke gradually calmed down. Edith had also written about her observations in the border town, the weapons, technology, economy, and political system. In the end, she suggested that Calvin should send a formal letter to His Majesty, expressing the Northern Territory's submission. With a deep sigh, Calvin carefully put away the letter and spread out a new sheet of blank paper. Since Edith had made her decision, he had no choice but to trust her plan and write a sincere letter to King Roland, pledging allegiance to the new royal capital. However, as a duke, he needed to make one final effort in his own way. If he could tightly bind the interests of their two families together, Calvin would undoubtedly feel much more at ease. For instance, he arranged for his daughter to become the queen. While in the Dragon Fall Ridge, a shell struck the city wall of Dragon Fall Ridge. The commander in charge was Axe, looking through his binoculars, saw a huge crack appear on the stone wall. The 152mm naval artillery had already pierced through the city gate and the northern section of the city wall. Now, they were just waiting for the last entrance to launch a full-scale assault. A soldier atop the lookout post shouted, "There's movement at the city gate, they seem to be assembling horses and knights." Vaynor approached, asking whether they should adjust the naval gun's aim. Axe shook his head. He was not concerned about facing the enemy knights head-on. Turning to Spear, he said, "After this charge, there probably won't be many knights left within the territory." Spear calmly replied, "Since they decided to stand with her brother, these people are no longer her knights. Let them pay the price for their betrayal." Axe nodded, paused for a moment, and then asked how Spear planned to deal with Redwyn. His Majesty had mentioned in a confidential letter that, except for Miss Spear's relatives, all the rebelling nobles of Dragonfall Ridge should be sent to the city of Neverwinter. As for the Red One, Roland planned to leave him to Spear's judgment. A hint of hesitation flashed across Spear's face. She clearly had not made a decision yet. Without pressing her further, Axe turned his attention back to the lookout post, where the observer suddenly shouted, "The enemy is coming!" A group of fully armed knights charged out of the shattered city gate on horseback. If Duke Ryan's attack on the border town with his knight order could still pose a slight threat to the First Army a year ago, now they stood no chance. The vanguard battalion was already prepared at the dock, divided into 3 squads, each rushing towards one of the 3 breaches. Each squad was equipped with bolt-action rifles and 2 heavy machine guns. Soon, the battle to recapture Dragonfall Ridge had officially begun. In less than an hour, the battle was over. The First Army had taken control of the castle, and the church had not made an appearance. All the supplies in the chapel had been completely removed, and the priest's whereabouts were unknown. The nobles were bound and taken captive. As the soldiers moved towards the bedroom, they captured Redwin, who was still shouting loudly, insisting he was the Lord of Dragonfall Ridge and demanding to be treated as such. Spear looked at her younger brother, silent for a long time before finally speaking. "What benefits does being a lord bring to Redwin? He and their third brother neither understand how to manage state affairs nor have any knowledge of trades. Even if Redwin sits in this position, he is just handing over his power to other vassals and ministers." Spear wonders why Redwin trusts his own sister less than an outsider. Redwin shouted stubbornly, calling Spear a witch, saying Spear was just a bastard adopted by his father. Spear was stunned. Redwin continued to shout, claiming Spear was just a mistake their father had made when he was young, and Spear didn't truly bear their family's name. According to him, Redwin was the one who should rightfully inherit the family. Spear was uncertain whether Redwin was telling the truth or not, and sensing that the situation was taking a turn for the worse, Axe was about to intervene. However, Spear coldly looked at Redwin and said, "So, you are not my brother either. In that case, Redwin should receive the punishment he deserves." Having said that, Spear turned and walked towards the main gate, instructing Axe to send Redwin to the city of Neverwinter, stating that Redwin had lost his sanity and perhaps the coal mines were the place he belonged. Redwin continued to shout, but Spear remained unswayed. Looking over Dragonfall Ridge, she thought to herself, hoping that this land would be better governed under Roland's rule. In the city of Neverwinter, heavy rain was pouring down, with dense raindrops hitting the glass windows, creating a pitter-patter sound, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The view outside became blurry and indistinct. Roland was standing in front of the window, gazing into the hazy city under the rain. A song continued to linger in his ears. He reminisced about the drama premiere 3 days ago. The effect was astonishing when paired with Echo's ability. The audience of 5,000 people, including Roland himself, felt a deep sense of awe emanating from their hearts. This was the power of the resonance song. Lost in thought, Roland was suddenly brought back to reality when the office door was knocked. Barav entered the room. Ever since the Plague City of Love was performed, many residents have been flocking to the city hall to apply for housing rentals and purchase their own homes. There has also been a significant increase in marriages. Roland commended Barav for his good work and emphasized the need to continue expanding the recruitment of migrants and refugees. A sufficient population is crucial for the development of the city of Neverwinter. Scroll was called over, and Roland poured a cup of tea for her. He expressed his desire to expand the scope of education to include the refugees who had just arrived in the city of Neverwinter. Scroll thought for a moment and then candidly stated that it might be challenging to achieve this at the moment. They had a shortage of teaching staff and classrooms, which made it difficult to cater to everyone's needs. Roland proposed a suggestion to alleviate the pressure on the teachers and enable self-learning. He explained that they could conduct a public class once a week to teach the basics of reading and writing. For the rest of the time, the students could use picture books with phonetic annotations to practice on their own. There would be no exams and no mandatory attendance, it would all depend on the individual's initiative. Scroll pondered for a moment, saying, if that's the case, without someone looking after them, it would be impressive if 1 in 10 people managed to learn on their own. Roland smiled, he just wants to give everyone a chance. There will always be those who are not satisfied with a mundane, low-paying job and who aspire to reach their goals more quickly. To prevent these people from taking the wrong path, they must guide them to self-improvement in the right way. If they want to secure stable housing and escape a life of poverty and toil, teaching themselves to read and write is a good option. Once they take the initiative to self-learn. This method can also help those to join the city's development sooner. In the witch's residence. Wendy woke up to find that the heavy rain that had lasted all night had finally stopped. Yawning and stretching, she got out of bed, pushed open the window, and then returned to the bedside to pinch the cheek of Nightingale, who responded with a muffled snort and buried her face in the pillow. Wendy shook her head with a smile and then went to have breakfast by herself. The Witch Union had never set a fixed time for getting up, so everyone tended to trickle in for breakfast at their own pace. Lightning and Maisie were always the first, followed by people like Anna, Agatha, and Lucia. Wendy fell somewhere in the middle. Nightingale was always the last to get up, influenced by His Majesty's love of sleeping in. Unless there was a pressing matter, Roland wouldn't start dealing with official duties until the sun was high in the sky, and Nightingale had picked up this habit. Despite once being one of the most vigilant and sharp members back in the Witches' Association, always alert to the slightest hint of trouble, her habits had changed. Surprisingly, Wendy didn't see this as a bad thing. After finishing her breakfast, she went to the first floor of the Witch Building. As soon as she entered the building, Ling greeted her, followed by a few girls of similar age. Wendy said good morning to the 3 little girls, sat down at the office desk, and then asked about the sales of the first volume of The Witch Diary. Ling happily reported that it was very popular. Another girl reported that they had sold around 60 copies in the last week, and at this rate, the initially printed 1,000 copies would be sold out in another half a month. Wendy was somewhat surprised to hear this result. After all, as a purely entertaining book that neither fills the stomach nor aids in studies, and with a rather high price, it was incredible that it sold so well. The idea had originally come from Roland, and seeing its popularity, Wendy felt greatly encouraged. She couldn't wait to spread out her paper and pen, beginning to brainstorm the content for the next picture book. With a smile, Wendy said that the next book would feature Echo as the main character. She asked the 3 little girls what they thought of the title Echo, the Silver Moon Princess from the far south, a land of raging sands and underground flames. The 3 girls' eyes sparkled as they exclaimed, "That's amazing!" Wendy then told them that after King Roland reclaimed the southern territory, everyone would have the chance to see what Echo's homeland was like. This was Wendy's job, to promote the witches, allowing everyone to have a better understanding of witches. Echo had already become a hit with the Starflower Troupe, and her immersive music had won the actors' unanimous praise. Evelyn had opened a bar, primarily offering uniquely flavored mixed spirits and cocktails. Wendy had heard that Hummingbird would also be joining the City Hall, becoming the deputy minister of the construction department, making her the second witch to become a City Hall official after Scroll. Everyone was working hard, building the city of Neverwinter, while gradually making the citizens accept the witches' existence, seeing them as equals. The day Roland had promised, Wendy felt, was now within reach. In the City of Dawn, at midnight, in the palace garden, Otto and Oro sneaked behind a massive rock, with Otto feeling a bit nervous. Knowing this is the king's bedroom. Oro rolled his eyes, saying this was Otto's idea. Why is he chickening out now? He recalled how, a few days ago, Otto had even dared to probe Lord Quinn about Andrea's current situation, and they both thought Lord Quinn's gaze was as if he wanted to arrest them on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that they had been Andrea's playmates when they were kids, they might have been in big trouble. The news that Lord Quinn had told them was astonishing. Since the king had fallen ill, the crown prince had been frequently meeting with an alchemist in the palace, even asking visitors who came to inquire about the illness to leave. Lord Quinn had caught a glimpse of the alchemist, saying she was a young woman, shrouded in a black veil. Hearing this, Otto couldn't help but think of the church. If it hadn't been for his trip to the border town, he might not have made such a connection. But after meeting Roland and learning about how the church secretly cultivated witches called the Pure Ones, in an attempt to subvert the kingdoms and amass power for the Divine War, the two of them pried open the secret passage, their secret meeting place from their childhood gatherings. Otto remarked that back then, they were only 10 years old, and if His Majesty found out, he would have just scolded them. But now, breaking in without permission, he had no idea what His Majesty might think. Otto took out a glass bottle from his waist pouch, opened the lid, and poured the amber liquid onto the railing, instantly dissolving the iron bars. The two entered the passage, and at the end of the secret tunnel was the back of the fireplace in the king's bedroom. They pressed their eyes to the cracks to see inside. The fireplace was directly opposite a large bed, on which the king lay. Prince Enpian paced back and forth beside the bed, his expression filled with anxiety. "You guys are late," Enpian spoke irritably. The blonde woman in front of him bowed and replied, "There were some issues on the way, which caused a delay." The woman in black veils responded coldly, "There's no need to inform him. Just help him wake his father up." This was no other than Isabella and Black Veil. Isabella took out something from her sleeve, smiling, telling Black Veil to not say that. They still need the prince's help. She took out a green bottle. The prince tried to reach out and take it, but Black Veil stopped him. She reminded the prince of their agreement. The medicine needs to be fed by her personally to be effective. And as part of their exchange, an Enpian must fulfill the Pope's requests, she stated. Hearing this, Otto and Oro, hiding behind the fireplace, were shocked. After hearing the word Pope, they then understood that these two were sent by the church. Black Veil sat at the bedside, questioning the prince, "Why hasn't the road to the Wolfheart Kingdom been closed after a whole month? Why are there still so many refugees entering the country recently?" Enpian clenched his fists, responding, "If the refugees are forbidden from entering, many will die on the road because there are no cities nearby to provide them with food." The woman interrupted impatiently, "What does that have to do with the church? What does their death have to do with Enpian? He should be focusing on the king." She then questioned if Enpian was thinking of breaking their agreement. Enpian clearly hesitated. After a long while, he finally said, he will completely close all of the routes within a week. But if refugees try to cross the mountains instead of using the roads, he can't do anything about that. Isabella nodded in agreement. Then, Black Veil took the bottle, took a small sip, and bent over onto the bed, delivering the medicine into the king's mouth. After a moment, she raised her head, wiped her mouth, and said that should do it. "The king will wake up in half an hour, just like before." The prince asked, "Does the medicine have to be fed mouth to mouth?" Black Veil affirmed, "Yes, and it must be fed by her. As long as Enpian keeps his promise, the king will recover fully and be even healthier than before." As Black Veil and Isabella prepared to leave, Prince Enpian suddenly asked if they were witches. They halted in their tracks. He slowly suggested that the requirement for only her to be fed the medicine could only be explained by the magical power of a witch, adding that although it was incredible to think there could be witches within the church, their actions were no different from